The driver of the large heavy truck stared at the front of the car. In front of the perspective of the blind spot suddenly flashed a drunken figure, hurriedly killing the steering wheel. The Daiyun slammed into the curb from the other direction at great speed. Bang! Violent impact sounds rang out, and the innocent Yi Qing kept flying up like a kite with broken strings, elevating, and finally landing heavily on the ground. Consciousness returns. Where the did this hit me? Yi Qing squatted on a stone pier by the side of the road in a daze, muttering under his breath. Lowering his head, he looked at his hands, sticky and clammy, palms already wet with nervous sweat. Pulling the shattered screen off his cell phone from his pocket, he scrutinized the face through the black screen. It was only after a long time that he muttered, "The looks haven't changed. Generally speaking, when you hit the big time, you're either born again or you cross over. Is this him?" Just then, the screen lit up and a headline flashed. Yi Qing curiously clicked in. Shocker! Chinese pop king Charlotte beats up popular trainee Zhou Xing on the program, The Voice of China, causing a buzz all over the internet. Net article: God Tatsumi masterpiece kidney deficiency officially ended yesterday. Several readers, because of dissatisfaction with the rotten end of the ending, intentionally hurt Tatsumi author. At present, Tatsumi is still in the ICU. Rescue has not yet been out of danger. This reporter for you to report. Tengxiu and Papa Ali announced to join hands for AI cloud project development. Currently, China is leading the world in artificial intelligence. Famous actress Shikami announces her retirement, causing a stir. Seeing this, Yi Qing was shocked, crossed over to. That said, a cell phone should dry shatter after that kind of impact. Shaking his legs, the dirt bike didn't give this body of his a hint of the discomfort of traversing. Just then, a message suddenly popped up within the animated island at the top of the phone screen. Legs are 1.5 meters long. I'm here. Have you arrived at the Ritz-Carlton yet? Presidential Suite 8888 on the top floor. Yi Qing clicked on the message with one hand and looked through the chat log of the first person who had taken the initiative to contact him after coming to this world. You can tell by the screen name and avatar. This, leg length of 5 feet 7 inches, netizen is so confident that even her avatar is a posh leg photo that covers her face. The photo shows 2 black silk legs crossed over each other, covering the crucial holy area. If we say that this photo has not been retouched, Yi Qing, who has read countless legs on Jitterbug, can say with great certainty, leg play year, the kind that doesn't lose money in 5 years and makes a bloody profit in 10. The chat logs were long, and Yi Qing didn't go through them carefully one by one. From a few key pieces of information, it was learned that this netizen named, leg length of 1.7 meters, was an online dating partner that the original body, Yi Qing, had found after the end of the college entrance exam. Today is the day they both face off. For this, Yi Qing only wanted to express, Paterico's not. What if the fairy jumps? Yi Qing sat on a large stone pier by the side of the road and clicked on the chat interface. Old flashlight, no way. What if you karma my waist? Meanwhile, inside the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton, Song Jinyao was lying on her back on the large soft bed, her small black silk feet swaying behind her as she kept staring at her cell phone screen. The expression was 7 parts anticipation, 2 parts trepidation and a hint of sweetness. Ding! Looking at the reply sent from Yi Qing's side, angry Song Jinyao's little tiger teeth kept grinding. Not even on for nothing? There are still such people? Turning around, in the inside pocket of his antique black suit, he fished out the invoice for the presidential suite. The board took a picture and sent it over to Yi Qing's side. Legs are 1.5 meters long, JPG. Legs 1.5 meters long, see for yourself. Is your waist worth as much as one night in this room? After doing this, Song Jinyao uneasily looked at the props prepared in the room. Didida ran out of bed and in front of the room's huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, surveying the set of gear on his body. Attack shoes, Eternal Frost, Battle of the Void. Only after seeing that everything was ready did he let out a long sigh of relief and pulled another crumpled piece of paper from the inside pocket of his antique black suit. After a moment's hesitation, I opened it up and reread what had long since rolled off my tongue. Magic City Song Center Hospital. Name, Song Jinyao. Age, 21. Sex, female. Image description: the patient's lower lobe of the left lung is seen as a mass of high-density foci, and the mediastinum is seen as a markedly enlarged lymph node. Diagnosis: mass in the lower lobe of the left lung. Consider lung cancer. Small, tender white hands tightly recrumpled this hospital report back into a ball and slipped it back into her coat pocket. Song Jinyao lay back down on the bed, her gaze somewhat disoriented, staring listlessly at the huge ceiling mirror that faced the bed. Remember, it was 3 months ago. She was finishing her day's work when suddenly she just felt dizzy and fainted in her office. The sharp-eyed secretary hurriedly sent Song Jinyao to the hospital under their group after some series of checks. The following conversation occurred between Song Jinyao and the doctor. Song Jinyao, director, just tell me the truth. What kind of disease is it? The doctor blushed hard and glanced at his secretary, who dutifully exited the ward. After seeing the secretary exit, the doctor let out a long breath and said slowly with an ugly expression, "Mr. Song, I'm very sorry. According to the CT results, you are suffering from lung cancer. Advanced stage." Boom! The doctor's words exploded in his head like a bolt from the blue. Song Jinyao's body swayed, her face paled, and she put on an ugly smile. "Director, how long do I have?" The doctor's expression had some regret, but he still said decisively, "Mr. Song, according to the images, you have less than half a year without spreading. Condolences." "Oh, 6 months?" Song Jinyao went home with a dizzy head. Later, whether for the stock price or for the company, she didn't tell anyone about getting the disease, even if it's a loved one. He only knew that after that night, Song Jinyao, who originally would never allow others to disturb her when she was working, often wandered off from time to time, and even often giggled into her cell phone during meetings. Song Jinyao is in love, but it's an online relationship. Song Jinyao, who dropped out of school to take over her own company right after the high school entrance exam, is ready to let loose and live for herself for a few months in the last period of her life. It wasn't much to say she loved it. In fact, she just wanted to have no regrets. Today is the day she faces off with Netflix. There was some careful preparation for this, even buying a box of Nafi. Yi Qing held up his cell phone and carefully looked at the picture that Song Jinyao had sent from her side. Hiss, there is no trace of Photoshop. Forgive him for his shallow knowledge, not having seen or stayed in a presidential suite. It turns out that the presidential suite is surprisingly expensive for one night. 108,888 blocks. $188,888. This original body Yi Qing blessed find an online dating object or a small rich woman. The inner doubts dissipated for the most part, and he pulled out his cell phone and continued to type over there. "Old flashlight, you take a certification video. Place the room card on the snowy white. No, it's still on your leg. And remember to show the room number." Soon, the cell phone beeped again. A video was sent. The video shows a room card labeled 8888 resting on a black silk leg. The tender little white hand that didn't even have nail polish on it even gently compared it to a victory hand in front of the camera. Yi Qing sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Is this the traveler's welfare? Opening for nothing? There is a cheap knot to take advantage of that is called. And someone is not Lu Xiaohui. At that moment, without further hesitation, he opened the lack of navigation that came with his phone and searched for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Ding! You have arrived at your destination, which is on your left. Yi Qing slowly raised his head and looked behind him, at a building that towered straight up into the clouds. Huge signs in illuminated letters hang at the front of the building. Yi Qing chanted word for word. Ritz-Carlton, Rinton, wine shop, 1,100,000 words to add a sentence. The author personally reminded. This book is very bloody plus 3 viewpoints are not correct. Really mind if you really do not need to see. After all, it's all said in advance. Put away your brain and don't curse. And don't attack if you don't like it. After all, the author is not so strong inside. Finally, thank you all, and I wish your lordships, the readers, good health, all the best, and a great fortune every day. I'll kowtow to you. Chapter 2 up, or not. Yi Qing smoked a few cigarettes downstairs before his gaze was firm. It felt like what? Like you were on the second floor of the clubhouse, looking at the third floor. Heart, bang, bang, thump, the beating back and forth. The adrenaline kept surging wildly. There was much more sweat emerging from his palms than the original Yi Qing. The hotel's elevator was fast, and Yi Qing looked at the numbers on the elevator that were rapidly jumping. Gulped. The elevator soon stopped at the top of the building. Yi Qing stood outside the door of room 8888, and his hand that wanted to knock stopped in midair. Just in case. What if the house is a tank? Panzer? Press F to force on the tank. Shook. After all, in the chat logs, legs length 1.7 meters hadn't sent him any revealing photos. Not even life photos. All of those unspeakable photos. The two very quietly never even gave each other their real names, let alone showed their faces. In case it's one of those either that I go sister types. Is he on or off? Either that, or go downstairs first. This face base is just too risky. The door to the room opened from the inside just a moment before he turned around. Fragrance. A section of white wrists stretched out before Yi Qing could get a good look at it. The figure then came around behind him and pushed him into the room with one hand. Immediately afterward, blackness in the physical sense of the word. A black silken fabric moved gently over his eyes, and with a push of her veiled hands, she heaved him back down onto the bed. Through the black silk, Yi Qing vaguely saw that, leg length of 1.7 meters, should not be a tank. The body is very good. As for the face, it was also wearing a black silk mask, making Yi Qing unable to see the exact looks, but judging from the rosy mouth and well-defined jaw, legs 1, 7 meters long, was certainly not ugly to look at. Yi Qing wanted to say something else. Shouldn't you talk first? Get to know each other. What's the rush? Is the world of online dating so reckless? Hiss. Yi Qing's brain instantly filled with Snow White. The storm came with haste and urgency. Early the next morning, Yi Qing opened his eyes. The harsh sunlight from the window made him a little disoriented, and he struggled to get up from the bed. Holding his back, there was no longer anyone around. Only the black stockings that bound her eyes were left still strewn across the bed left and right. Yi Qing's gaze looked around the entire room. There was not the slightest trace of a second person's presence. If it weren't for the dark scent lingering on the quilt and the torn clothes on the floor proving that there was indeed a second person last night, Yi Qing even had to think that last night was a dream, a God-given benefit before going to heaven. Yi Qing lazily rolled over on the bed and looked at the huge ceiling mirror that was facing the bed. In the mirror, it's all over the place. The old face flushed, recalling the story of what had happened last night. I'd like to ask you where you've been, Louboutin pas cher, and why you've been missing so early in the morning, Louboutin pas cher. Keep in mind that last night was a whole lot of tossing and turning until 3 o'clock or 4 a.m. The overall situation was one of two people begging each other for mercy though, but he, Yi Qing, had gone through a lot of trouble. Old flashlight, where have you been? Why didn't I see you when I got up? Legs length of 1 meter 7 opened the friend verification. You are not yet her friends. Please first send friend verification application. What? Deleting friends? Ha? Why are you deleting your friends? Not satisfied? How can you not be satisfied with that? Yi Qing stayed for a moment, gritted his teeth and sent a friend request to legs 1, 7 meters long. Old flashlight, what's the point of deleting my friends? Are you that desperate? You're a whore? Ding dong. The buddy pass beep sounded. Legs are 1.5 meters long, transferring $7,000. Note, that should be enough. Yi Qing stared blankly at the red box of the transfer, and his anger instantly went out of his mind. Typing again. Old flashlight, what do you mean by that? Think I'm someone? Legs length of 1 meter 7 opened the friend verification. You are not yet her friends. Please first send friend verification application. Yi Qing. Dry. What is this? Payday? Is an 18-year-old body that worthless? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, forcibly resisting the desire to accept that labor fee, and turned off the cell phone screen. Pretending to be a domineering president in a female novel, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes falsely and his lean upper body abs were clearly defined. Swinging his fist in the air, he said in a cold voice, Woman, you've successfully hooked my attention. Half an hour passed, and Yi Qing repeatedly tried to send a friend request to legs 1, 7 meters long. The news sank like a stone without making a ripple. Black pineapple. Those eyes are moving. Yi Qing lay on the bed, rolled over and picked up his cell phone, looking at his mom's note on the screen. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the phone. Hey, Mom, son, how's it going? Did you get to Magic City? Do you still have money to spend? If not, Mom will transfer some for you. Listening to the familiar voice coming from beside his ears, a warm current surfaced in Yi Qing's heart. It seemed that not only had their looks and sizes not changed, but even their parents were exactly the same as in the last world. At that moment, his nose turned sour. Mom. No, I have money. You keep it and spend it with Dad. What do you care about that old bastard? Wait, Mom will transfer money to you. Don't save in Magic City. That place has high consumption. Stop. Bump. Ha ha. Listen up, son. Let's not talk about it. I'll transfer the money to you later. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other side flew off the phone. Yi Qing just put down his cell phone and rolled over, prettily preparing for a nap. Black pineapple. Those eyes are moving. Noisy. Can't we just get on with it? Taking a nap. Dad? Yi Qing was stunned, exclaimed out in shock, and hurriedly picked up the phone, voice with a hint of trembling. Hello, Dad? A majestic middle-aged man's voice came out. Arrived in the Magic City? Listening to the neutral voice on the other side of the microphone, Yi Qing's eyes instantly moistened. I remember that my father in my previous life worked in the mines for many years, and his health was deteriorating day by day. Pro crossed over and even suffered from a serious occupational disease. Yi Qing at this moment, on the contrary, thought that the biggest benefit of crossing over was not the fact that he encountered the leg length of 1 meter 7 for nothing in the opening. Rather, the father who crossed over was able to be in good health. It's Magic City. What are you doing? Dad? Just arrived at the company. There's a meeting to be held later. I have something to tell you. Don't interrupt yet. I talked to your mom yesterday after you left. With so many rich kids on the news lately who don't do good things every day, bullying men and women, your mom and I talked it over so you wouldn't get into that bad habit. In the future, apart from the normal tuition fees, living expenses and such, I'll give you the minimum. From now on, you're on your own. Save what you can. After saying that, Yi father's side also hung up the phone quickly. The cold and icy words caused the touches that had managed to bubble up inside Yi Qing to instantly dissipate. How can 2 lifetimes of old Yi be so virtuous? You're afraid that your son won't be wronged, aren't you? Ding dong. The text message beeped. You transferred 1,000,000 yuan to your China Minsheng bank card, with a balance of 1,000,000 yuan. Blossoming rich, son of a money mom transferred to you. Remember not to talk to your dad. Chat records to delete clean. Not enough to call mom again. How much is this? Yi Qing pointed his finger towards the screen and counted one by one several times. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000. Brother, father, hiss. Where did my mom get so much money? Before Yi Qing could react from his shock. Ding dong. You transferred 10,000 yuan to your Huaxia Minsheng bank card, with a balance of 1,010,000 yuan. Yes Group Yi Changhua, your tuition is 6,000 yuan a semester. The remaining 4,000 yuan is for your living expenses this semester. Save some money and it should be enough. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Should have said not to say it really deserved to be his own father. Is really not afraid of his son starving to death out there. School starts in September. Vacation in January. And $1,000 in living expenses for 4 months. The main thing is, this is the magic city. And what the hell is Yip's group? Chapter 3 Thanks for the great luck. That said, what the hell is Yi group? Wasn't my dad a miner? I'm not supposed to be ing rich. Yi Qing hastily opened the search engine and found a similar website in this world's Sky Cha Enterprise Cha. Type in Yip's group. Sorry, you have entered the wrong information. Please enter the correct information. I told you. How could Comrade Yi become a big boss? This is not an international joke. Yi Qing lost a laugh. Not thinking to type Yi Changhua in the search box. The country's hundreds of leaf-strong country jumped out. Yi Qing hesitant to choose the old family on the screening conditions. Jin Province. Original city. There is only one entrepreneur who jumped out as being named Zhanya. Yi Qing's heart thumped as he gently clicked with a trembling finger. At once, the page that you can't get to the bottom of at a glance refreshes a few moments late. On the website, this is how it describes Jonathan strong state. Yi Changhua. Born in 1973 in Yancheng, Jin Province. Graduated from Mordor University in 1995. Founded Jin Province Changhua Coking Coal Company in the same year. Around the turn of the millennium, turned to the investment industry, and has invested in Tingshuan, Alidaddy and other companies. The actual holding of 79 enterprises and control of 317 enterprises belonging to the group Yip's Group. With his own hands, he had built the Yi Group into a multinational conglomerate spanning the resource, real estate, entertainment, and internet industries. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched, incredulously flipping through the character introduction that obscured most of the information. Was this still the same Yi Changhua he remembered? Grip to the sky there is no. Still a bit in disbelief. Yi Qing exited the enterprise search software. Search for Yi Changhua in the search engine. Countless news pages popped up. In the picture accompanying the news, Comrade Lao Yi looks exactly the same as he did in his previous life. Except that instead of wearing that miner's uniform, he is wearing a straight high-fashion suit, shaking hands with people of all colors, smiling in a serious, fake-obsessed way. Yi Qing had a hard time correlating this old Comrade Yi with his miner dad from his previous life, but multiple facts proved that the middle-aged man who was ruthless to his son was his dad in this world. Yi Qing turned his head and hid his body under the covers. The whole body shook, followed by, one didn't hold back the laughter. Family, who understands? He couldn't wait to hug and kiss the big run that had crashed through him so hard now. That's a wonderful feeling. Once crossed over, it turned out to be a rich second-generation have. Originally, I was wondering why as a traveler why there was no system, but now it seems, the system often plays with it. What kind of system does this family line want? As long as there is no king of soldiers back in this world, then he is the crooked-mouthed dragon king who walks across the street. The sky is the limit. In the meantime, a Maybach is speeding along the elevated streets of Mordor. Inside the spacious Maybach, Song Jinyao, who was wearing a classic beige OL suit, unnaturally changed her posture. It was only after crossing my legs that I felt a few moments of comfort. The secretary sitting in the front row twisted around and handed over a document to Song Jinyao. Mr. Song, the bank loan wasn't approved. The secretary's face was a bit ugly as he swallowed and continued. I heard that it was Chairman Liu of Magic City Bank who personally rejected the application. Song Jinyao took the document and read it word for word. Halftime, placing the papers to his side, he lifted his hand and loosened his brow vigorously. The red lips slightly quirked. Let's put the loan thing aside first. The company's business chain has been tightening up across the board these past few months. Finished, but also uneasy to explain. The next few months the project all put a release. I'm not in the case you can find the old song total audit. The secretary didn't hear any other meaning in Song Jinyao's words and immediately gave an O and sat back down. Song Jinyao stared blankly out of the window. Her gaze had some disorientation. Her mind couldn't help but recall last night's events, and a flushed red color slowly surfaced on her cheeks. The bad guys. I thought it was just 15. That looked like more than 18 last night. It hurts like hell to this day. Black pineapple. Those eyes are moving. The sudden ringing of a cell phone rang in the car, interrupting Song Jinyao's thoughts. Impatiently, he pulled out his cell phone and answered it. Hello, I'm Song Jinyao. I'm in a meeting right now. You wait and play through. The other side of the phone said hurriedly. Mr. Song, don't hang up. There's something important. I'm the head of the oncology department. Can you come to the hospital now? Song Jinyao's heart went cold. The heart jumped to her throat for a split second. Before meeting Yi Qing yesterday, she first went to the hospital to review her condition. Seems like a good way to get the hospital all rushed. To call themselves. Things must be very bad. Maybe the cancer has metastasized to something deadly. Song Jinyao's entire body looked like it had lost its soul, and she didn't even know when the phone had hung up. Muttered to the driver. Xiao's son, go to Song's hospital first. The Maybach smoothly reversed direction and drove towards Song Hospital. The phone buzzed non-stop. Song Jinyao's eyes were lost in thought as she looked at the friend applications that kept coming from Yi Qing's side. A wave of aggression gradually surfaced in her heart. Since she had gotten a terminal illness, she didn't even have anyone to talk to. Family, subordinates, friends. 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes and he silently accepted Yi Qing's friend application. Typing. I'm sorry, Cheng. I lied about your feelings. In fact, I'm dying of a terminal illness. The experience between us? Think of it as a dream. A beautiful and unexpected encounter. And forget me. After doing this, Song Jinyao pulled Yi Qing into the blacklist, deleted his friends, and pulled out his cell phone card, pressed the window and threw the phone out the window. This emblem signal was originally applied by her specifically for the purpose of online dating, and this set of processes came down. There would be no more involvement between her and Yi Qing. Before meeting Yi Qing, her entire life consisted of nothing but work and rest. The immense pressure on her shallow shoulders took her breath away. Unwillingness to life and that hint of unwillingness to live. Song Jinyao could no longer hide the disorganization in her heart and sat in the car bawling her eyes out. Yi Qing laid on the bed and watched as, legs length of 1.7 meters, finally passed the friend request. He was so happy that he was just about to say something. Just see a long little essay sent over there. In the small essay, the words were filled with a sense of sadness, making Yi Qing inevitably feel some empathy. The heart was gripped hard by the passage. Hastily typed comfort. When Yi Qing similarly wrote a small essay, clicked send. Who knew that all I would get in return was a red exclamation point? The avatar of, legs length of 1.7 meters, also turned gray as the message refreshed. Yi Qing stared blankly at his cell phone and bent over to get out of bed. All the things about Song Jinyao in this room were carefully put away. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I'll return these props to you. Chapter 4, Mr. Song, you don't have to die. Mr. Song, I'm very sorry. Song Jinyao had just arrived at the hospital, and through the car window, she saw the head and vice president plus all the directors of the oncology department standing at the entrance of the hospital. Everyone had a sad look on their face. Looking at their expressions, Song Jinyao's heart was even cooler. The main director of Song's hospital took the initiative to go forward and pull open the car door for Song Jinyao. Between Song Jinyao's panic, she didn't notice the tearing sensation coming from her body. The nude-colored heels had just touched the ground when an intense pain came from the wound. There was an ouch of pain, and he fell on his butt. This instantly scared everyone. The head and deputy dean, including the director's secretary, rushed forward to help Song Jinyao up. Mr. Song, what happened to you? Song Jinyao didn't say anything, and after standing up, patting her soiled clothes, she limped towards the hospital grounds with a gray face. Just after returning to the exclusive ward, Song Jinyao saw the head and deputy dean, including all the big and small directors of the entire oncology department, crowding in. Before Song Jinyao could open her mouth to speak, just then, I heard President Fu, the main director of Song's hospital, say in a trembling voice, Mr. Song, I'm very sorry. Song Jinyao shook her head in disbelief, a bitter smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Forget it. What does my getting sick have to do with you guys? Say, isn't it time for me to arrange the aftermath? Unexpectedly, Vice President Zhang's face was anxious as he stepped forward, and as soon as he did, he pulled out the test results that he had hidden in advance and placed them in front of Song Jinyao's body. Mr. Son, the thing is, the hospital's report machine made a mistake a few months ago, and may have printed an extra copy of the last patient's report. Vice President Zhang finished saying this without stopping for a breath before he let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. After seeing this report from Mr. Son yesterday, the entire oncology department of the hospital, all the medical staff's hearts were in their throats. It was surprising that such a serious medical incident would happen to Song Hospital, which had always been famous for its rigorous treatment. For the top and bottom of Song's hospital, it was no less than a nuclear explosion. Song Jinyao's lips moved turbulently as she listened to his words, and her pupils instantly plummeted. With trembling hands, he took the inspection report in front of him and read it word by word. Fear of misreading. Name, Song Jinyao. Age, 21. Sex, female. Image description, the patient is in a suboptimal state of health. Diagnosis, the overall consideration is sleep deprivation. Usually eat and drink not too regular. The patient is recommended to standardize work and rest. Boom! Every word was like a beating drum, shaking Song Jinyao's heart. Not sick? No need to die? Song Jinyao unbelievably read the inspection report over and over again, her arms trembling as she placed the inspection report in front of her body. The corners of his mouth hooked into an ugly smile. Ha! Really? All of the medical staff throughout the ward nodded as if they had lost their lives. After getting a confirmed answer, Song Jinyao was crying and laughing at this moment, not knowing what to say. Half-heartedly, he said slowly, has it affected any of the other patients? Dean Fu shook his head and bowed respectfully. Mr. Song, we've checked the report backwards in detail, and you're the only one who made a mistake here. It's okay. It's good that it's okay. Song Jinyao murmured wordlessly with her eyes. All of you go out for a moment. I want to think about something. Waving his hand, he gestured for them to go out. Song Jinyao lay on the hospital bed, her hands trembling as she picked up the inspection report again. Verbatim, he read it a few more times and lay down deflated. Thinking back on the months of my own rapture, I'm a mixture of sadness and joy. Company, family, green, and so on. Green. Song Jinyao's heart was startled, and she took out her business-only cell phone and tried to log into that emblem. I'm sorry. The number you have entered is incorrect. Please re-enter it. Try again. I'm sorry. The number you entered was incorrect several times. Please try again in 10 minutes. That emblem number was originally a non-real name cell phone number that she had bought, and now the card had been thrown on a viaduct and the phone smashed to smithereens. This also meant that she wasn't even able to share this good news with Yi Qing. Song Jinyao. Forget it. It's just a casual online relationship. It's not much of a love affair. It's just a little too bad that the first relationship in your life is just going to end without a hitch. But, what's with this inner shredding? Song Jinyao's eyes were silent as she lay on the bed, and 2 wipes of tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes, wetting the clean white pillow. 4 years have passed in a flash. Magic City University. Yi Qing had just finished his morning class and walked out of the Stronghold building, pulling the soft wrapped wazoo out of his pocket. He pulled one out and just lit it up, taking a deep drag. Black pineapple. Those eyes are moving. This ringtone, despite the fact that he changed his cell phone several times over the past 4 years, was the one ringtone he hadn't bothered to change. One is that it's Legs Length 7's favorite song, and the other is that it's the first familiar song he's heard since crossing over. The main event is a meme. Whenever he heard this ringtone, Yi Qing would think back to remembering his previous life as a cow and horse. It can then be associated with this lifetime. Some people are born in Rome, but in this life Yi Qing, born to stand on the Pope's head. Looking at the note on the cell phone screen, Yi Qing was shocked, waiting for the ringtone to ring for a full second time. After seeing that there was still no intention to hang up the phone, hurriedly disliked Huazi on the wall and pressed it out, and answered the phone as if he were dead. Hello? Dad. What's up? After 4 years, the still so majestic voice rang out. I'll ask you for the last time. Su family miss, are you going to see or not see? Sure enough, the call came in about that very thing. If there are any bad things about standing on the Pope's head, this kind of thing is one of them. As the only son of Yi Qianghua, the old head of Yi Group, his marriage matter has long been not something that he can make his own decision. Comrade Lao Yi had chosen his future wife early on. Su's group, Su Yingzhu. Su's old man and Comrade Lao Yi were the kind of revolutionary friendship that had carried guns together. As for whether or not he had carried out the other 2 of the 3 great irons of men, Yi Qing did not dare to guess, nor did he want to guess. Su's group is located in the capital. Although the development down the years is slightly weaker than Yes Group, but it is also one of the giant groups in the country without compromise. As for Su Yingzhu, when the memories of the 2 lives returned completely, Yi Qing carefully recalled this little ninny in his mind. The most memorable moment was, I remember it was as a kid, in the original city. The man-child Yi Qing secretly pulled Su Yingzhu, dodged the bodyguards of the 2 families, and found a village market to go shopping. The little girl timidly pulled Yi Qing's sleeve, not saying a word, stubbornly looking at the stall glowing sandals. Yi Qing patted his head and immediately bought it for her with the small amount of pocket money he had when he was young. Just see the two snot bubbles coming out of this little ninny's beauty as she puts on her glowing sandals. And then, just wipe the snot bubble on his sleeve. Thinking of this, Yi Qing gave a wicked shiver, decisively said to the phone, I don't want to. What age are you still doing this, Dad? Now we are talking about free love. Okay. Chapter 5, What to do when you run out of money. Oof. Think about it. If my daughter-in-law isn't the Su family's girl, I'll cut off your financial resources from my side. Yi Qing waved his hand indifferently. You can break it if you want to. It's not a big deal. After saying this, Mezzo said inwardly, I have my mom. In these 4 years, his college life has been a colorful one. Mom would transfer money to him every time she won at poker. More than a few tens of thousands, less than a few thousand. The main thing is that all this money Lao Yi comrade he does not know otherwise, on his living expenses of $1,000 per month, he would not even think of dipping into the mushroom sauce when he was in Mordor, chewing on steamed buns all the time. Don't think I don't know your mom secretly gives you money. Usually I just turn a blind eye. Wait, I'll cut off your card first. When Yi Qing heard the words coming out of his old man's mouth on the phone, he was shocked and quickly said, Father, don't. Father, Dad, do. Da. The busy tone coming from the phone made Yi Qing's heart go cold. Just when he wanted to call Pops back over to ask him not to be so desperate, Ye's mother also called. Before Yi Qing complained, the phone caller first scolded. You kid, what's wrong with you? How can you bully Ingju like that? Good girl, don't cry. I will definitely scold this brat back for daring to bully you. It's simply against him. Yi Qing vaguely heard a shallow, weak sob on the other side of the phone. Hurriedly said, Mom, you still don't know me? I really don't like the Su family girl. Brat, I'm on speakerphone. Yi mother roared in a hurry, not even hanging up the phone. Yi Qing heard it clearly now. There was indeed someone crying on the other end of the phone. Just now they were sobbing. Now they had started bawling. That cry, how can I put it? It was sad. Those who don't know think he's done something 10 times worse than scummy. Unable to do anything about it, Yi Qing could only hang up the phone, fished the floppy box of wazoo out of his pocket and shook it halfway through, and not a single one was shaken out. Turned around and went to the vending machine downstairs in the Stronghold building to get a carton of cigarettes. Scan for payment. Ding. A crunchy beep sounded on the phone. Sorry, your card has been frozen. Please contact your bank's customer service or visit the banking lobby for more information. Yi Qing twitched the corners of his mouth a few times and opened the banking app. Hiss. At that moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Jesus, old Yi, count yourself tough. Only to see that Lao Yi had not only frozen his bank card, but had even wiped out the entire balance. The number with a zero balance in the app made his heart pull out of his chest. Picking up the soft wazoo from the floor, which he had just thrown away. Heartily, he patted it and pulled the DuPont lighter out of his pocket. Snapping a turn, he lit it and took a deep, enjoyable drag. Just then, Yi Qing looked at the lighter in his hand and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This DuPont lighter was purchased on behalf of him at a cost of over $10,000. In his words, the cigarettes lit by a $1 lighter always smell like gasoline and sting his throat. This lighter, put it on the second-hand market. It should be worth a bit of money. Sell it and get some money to spend? Saying that he would do it, Yi Qing hurriedly ran towards the dormitory. Just ran back to the dormitory. Did not have time to wipe the sweat on the forehead. Familiar with the door from the roommate Zhang Wei's closet to pull out half of the soft white sand. Take out a box and sit back in your seat. Turn on your computer and open up the world of luxury secondhand on the internet. A few clicks to take a picture of the DuPont lighter and upload it. While waiting for the appraisal, comfortably unwrap the soft white sand and beautifully light one. For him, there's not much in the way of cigarettes. In a previous life, I was in the business of taking composition books and rolling leaves during school. Soft wazoo is fine, and soft white sand can be smoked beautifully. Just then, Zhang Wei, the oldest member of the dormitory, pushed open the door of the dormitory in collaboration with several other roommates and walked in. After seeing the soft white sand on Yi Qing's table, Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed falsely, opened the closet and took a quick look. After realizing that a box of soft white sand was indeed missing from the cabinet, he was heartbroken and shouted, Yi Qing, you kids stole my cigarettes again. Yi Qing smiled in embarrassment. Isn't this the family way down? I can't afford to buy cigarettes anymore, so I'll have to rely on brother Zhang Di to take care of me more in the future. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Zhang Wei couldn't care less about the pain of a box of soft white sand, and went up with a melon-eating expression and asked, What the hell? Your family has fallen? Yi Qing nodded. Hiss. Everyone in the dormitory sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Yi Ching hadn't told them specifically about his family's situation, but judging from his usual outbursts, the family is bound to be extraordinary. When charging money and rewarding female anchors in the game, tens of thousands of dollars. That's not even blinking. Now he's going so far as to say his family is broke. Good thing. Ugh. Jiang Wei pretended to put on a sad expression and stepped forward to pat Yi Ching's shoulder. It's okay. Brother, you have to look farther. I have a Magic City Rich Woman Raiders manual here. Do you want to lend it to you for a while? With your white boy's posture, you might not have to worry for the rest of your life. Saying that, he pulled out a homemade booklet from the bookshelf and reluctantly handed it over to Yi Ching. Yi Ching waved his hand and politely refused Jiang Wei's kindness. A great man never eats food handed out in contempt. He, Yi Ching, even if he jumped from the dormitory building, there was absolutely no way he could earn money by selling his flesh. If you don't believe me, ask, leg length of 1 meter 7. Just then, a beep came out of the computer stereo. Yi Ching hurriedly turned around to look at the screen, only to see that the pop-up window on the lower left corner of the screen had already transmitted the tip of appraisal completion. Yi Ching rubbed his hands together. Click on the link in anticipation. Identification, DuPont lighter. Result, identification is false. The following are specific signs of identification is fake. JPG, JPG, JPG. Yi Ching really didn't bother to look at these few pictures, and stared blankly at the message identified as fake. Hurriedly opened the emblem and found out the substitute that he was looking for at that time. Old flashlight, no. Dude, you sold me a fake. If you are not her friend, please send a friend verification request to *********. In anger, Yi Ching slammed the lighter heavily on the ground, finished with a few hard stomps. Jiang Wei hurriedly pulled Yi Ching back. Brother, don't. You can give it to me if you don't want it. Don't waste it. Yi Ching sat back in his chair with a deathly pale face and reread the inspection records a few more times, after realizing that this lighter is indeed fake. Forget it. Viagra. What can we do about this? Pops broke his card, and Mom has an undercover agent on her side. The balance is zeroed out and even the lighter is still a fake. Yi Ching sat back in his chair lifelessly, itching to slap himself a few times. What's the point of charging all that money for games and playing hostesses? Isn't it good to keep it? Jiang Wei slapped the Rich Woman Raiders manual on Yi Ching's chest and said in a serious tone, Brother, sometimes, eating soft food isn't a bad thing. At least, you're gifted. And, don't forget the dog's richness and wealth. Chapter 6, The Treasure Trove That Leads Humanity to Shortcuts to Success. Yi Ching first went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Sitting back in his seat, he picked up the 3 pens and paid a few respectful obeisances. After loading the pen into the quill, he spat and rubbed it on his hand before solemnly turning the pages of this treasured book that guided mankind to a shortcut to success. The Magic City Rich Woman's Playbook. The first page that was turned over showed that Jiang Wei had also made a catalog in a fuss. On the catalog, the details of these rich women are shown in detail. Example. Name Gung Yen Yen. Occupation, full-time housewife. Husband is an executive of a financial company in Magic City. Height, 160 visually. Weight, 150 pounds visually. Hobbies, unknown. The corner of Yi Ching's mouth twitched as he looked at Jiang Wei. See this goods also happy towards him made a face. What? Brother? This is I came to the Magic City so many years from the TV and the news to find the information. There is no look on? Yi Ching pointed his finger at Gung Yan Yan and said without a good mood, these squares are better for you to keep for yourself to cheat. Come on, man. Look at the ones I've marked yellow with colored pens. These are all quality rich women. The kind who are single. Saying that, seeing that Yi Ching still didn't believe him, he hurriedly flipped a few pages and put them in front of Yi Ching. Name Jin Yao Song. Occupation, President of the Magic City Song Group, with several listed companies under its umbrella. Height, visually 168. Weight, visually around 90 pounds. Hobbies, unknown. Worth, according to the Forbes Young Women's list publicized, the personal wealth has reached about $1 billion. Characteristics, young. According to Wikipedia, Song Jinyao is only 25 years old, and most importantly unmarried and has no rumors circulating in the business world. Remarks, the first golden flower of the business sector in Magic City. The rich woman who ranks first in the gold content of this book. Jiang Wei smugly pointed to a couple of stickers cut from the newspaper. What's up, bro? I'm not making this up. I've got a real gold dollar in this rich girl's handbook. Yi Ching looked at Song Jinyao's photo in a daze. It always felt so familiar with that cherry mouth and jawline. Who is it? Why does this feel so familiar? Shaking his head, he pushed the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Decisively, he opened his closet, rummaged around for a high-fashion suit and threw it on. Jiang Wei looked at Yi Ching's movements with a stunned expression. Brother, what are you going for? After Yi Ching dressed up, He familiarly took out a bottle of mousse from Zhang Wei's basin and sprayed it on his head without money. Thanks bro. I'll listen to you and go to a rich woman. After the full set of rows were packed, Yi Qing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the dormitory. Smiled proudly. Should not say. With this face, walking in this society is the road to prosperity. He went out and still need to look at the face of the old leaf? They say that beauty plus any card is a king's bomb. And I wonder if 18 centimeters counts as a small king. I've heard that all the people at the White Horse Society splurge thousands of dollars just to get a smile from a beautiful woman. Why don't you try it yourself? This face can't be any worse than those pussies. Turning his head to Zhang Wei who was holding the mousse bottle with a heartache. Alright, almost got it. When I evening a rich woman, just like you said, dogs richly woof each other. Roll on roll on roll on. There was just half a bottle left. Zhang Wei shook the bottle heartily and waved his hand impatiently. Yi Qing laughed and went out of the dormitory. When you get downstairs, the sun was blazing in the sky, and Mordor was like a steamer under the scorching heat. The hot wind blew on his body, and in just a moment, his body was drenched in sweat. Yi Qing once again sighed indisputably. You said it would be nice to buy a car with all that money, and now it's not. He couldn't even afford a taxi with his empty pockets and rode a shared bicycle to find Song Jinniao. This weather. By the time we got to the downstairs of Song's group, it was all dehydrated his meow. Yi Qing opened the bank's app again, looked at the bare balance, still gritted my teeth strongly and swiped a shared bike. Turning on the lack of navigation, he rushed towards Song's group. Forget it, the sky will come down on us. It will be hard on our hearts and minds, and we will labor our bones and muscles. If you want to get rich, you have to put up with what normal people can't. Old Yi, don't kid yourself. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. We'll see. In the meantime, the top floor of the Song Group building. Bang! Song Jinyao's jade hand slapped heavily on the desk, startling the secretary who was reporting her work. She obediently exited the president's office. Song Jinyao's willow eyebrows rose up, looking towards the two little ones sitting across the desk. Song Yujie, did you bully the kids at kindergarten again today? And you, Song Yungue, I heard the teacher say that you didn't eat and sleep properly again. Why? You're not afraid of starving to death. Song Yunui stood in front of her desk and beamed. Aggrieved, he wailed. The sound of crying resounded throughout the president's office, and Song Jinyao's temples throbbed abruptly when she heard it. Song Yu was standing on the sidelines looking at her wailing sister with a look of impatience on her small face. A slap grabbed his sister's crocheted hair. Stop crying. Can't you see that mom is angry again? We'll get beaten if you keep crying like this. Song Yu is at. You still dare to bully your sister. Song Jinyao let out a furious cry. A few steps to Song Yu's ice body. Stopping to pick him up over his knee, he slapped him hard across the face. While pumping, he also scolded angrily. Look at you. How can you have any sense of responsibility as an elder brother? Every day you don't do anything. You just know how to bully your sister. Snap, snap, snap. A few slaps down. Seeing Song Yuan not reacting at all, Song Jinyao was suspicious. Peeling open his little pants, he saw that several thick layers of diapers were padding the inside of his pants. Look at that. It's several layers. Song Jinyao only felt a nameless rage burning in her heart as she pulled off Song Yu's ice pants in their entirety. There's no love between mother and son. Snap. The crunching sound resounded again, and as this slap went down, Song Yuejia's little face clearly changed. The five senses curled into a ball of pain. Afraid to speak, let the mother's love run wild. Seeing his brother get beaten, Song Yunhui stopped crying and smiled as she watched her mom's actions. Song Jinyao's anger dissipated a few points after a few slaps, and she raised her head to glare at her daughter. Song Yungue immediately raised her white, chubby little hand and blocked her mouth, her two big, watery eyes innocently looking at her fuming mother. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the president's office. Song Jinya put Song Yuan down and looked towards the door. Enter. The secretary pushed the door gently open a small crack, daring to show only one head, weakly saying, Mr. Song, Yi Group's real estate company's Mr. Wang has arrived. The meeting of the appointment is about to start. Do you think it's convenient for you at this moment? Song Jinyao stood up at the words and glared viciously at the two children. You too, learn to read and write in my office, and don't think about going out to play. Do you hear me? I hear you. Starving you guys? Didn't eat? The two children's spirits perked up at the words, and they cried out crisply, got it mom. Only then did Song Jinyao nod her head in satisfaction, stepping on her high heels as she clattered toward the door. Just after leaving the room, the expression that had just been smiling immediately became serious. What did Mr. Wang's side say? The secretary shook his head, his expression equally a bit ugly. Mr. Wang said that Yi Group doesn't need to cooperate with us to develop that property at all, and it looks like, Today, he's coming on a bit strong. Song Jinyao nodded. In his mind, he kept thinking of a strategy to deal with it. After Song's group had auctioned off that piece of land in Mordor 4 years ago, it had been struggling to have the funds to develop it for all these years. I wanted to take advantage of the large family Yi group to develop together. Did not think that the final is to lead the wolf into the city. Yip's group has a big appetite. Surprisingly, she wanted to buy the land from her at the original price. A couple of times, there was no attempt to loosen up at all. This Mr. Wang, in particular, is a patriarch who followed old Mr. Yi to fight. It's even harder to get. Chapter 7, The King's Loyal Dog. Song Jinyao had used almost every open and covert trick. This Mr. Wang can simply be described as oil and salt. Give him the money, he earns tens of millions a year. Not bad at all. Give him the woman. This guy is a diamond VIP at Caesar's Club in Mordor. Song Jinyao walked along the road with her brows locked. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, Wang Kaisin was playing with the fountain pen in his hand, and his shrewd eyes looked as if they had uncountable thoughts in them. Tada! Tada! The side of the pen tapped gently on the desktop. The similarly suited secretary on the side gently pressed to Wang Jiansen's ear. Mr. Wang, this negotiation has been going on for 3 years. Can we really talk it down? Wang Jiansen laughed softly without changing his movements. His gaze deadpan on the office door. She'll agree. Ever since she paid a high price to snatch that piece of land from us 3 years ago, Yi Dong has laid such a chain game. First, the bank cut off the loan. Then it cut off all the connections Song Jinyao could find. We then proactively wait for her to come to our door begging for cooperation and development. Now, that piece of land is a hot potato for her. It's not right to take it. It's not right not to take it. More than $1 billion of money staked in the hand. You say she's anxious or not anxious? The secretary said excitedly. Mr. Wang is really great. Until here. Wang Jiansen's expression had a slight change, angrily slapping the pen on the table. Looking at the secretary in annoyance, the powerful one is Yi Dong. Remember, yes, Yi Dong is the best. He can play Song Jinyao in the palm of his hand from thousands of miles away. The secretary hurriedly nodded and answered. The entire Yi group, all the middle and high-level employees, spoke of Yi Changhua. Both hated to even compare their feet to a thumbs up. In their hearts, Yi Changhua was the kind of godly man who could never make a mistake when it came to shopping malls. When Wang Jiansen heard the secretary's words, he nodded in satisfaction. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the time. The clock was about to cross the agreed-upon 2 o'clock. Glancing at the Song Group receptionist in the conference room, he said impatiently, "What's this Song Jinyao doing? Is there any point in business etiquette? Making us wait for so long?" Sure enough, he said this. The receptionist was obviously flustered, and not caring about the relationship between her superior and subordinate. She hurriedly and secretly called Song Jinyao. Wang Jiansen didn't move and smiled. Song Jinyao, I don't believe you won't panic. Da. The sound of crunching heels soon sounded outside the door. Song Jinyao walked into the conference room jointly with her secretary. After meeting Wang Jiansen, hurriedly took a few steps forward and said with a smiling face, "I'm sorry Mr. Wang, I've kept you waiting for a long time. I've just been teaching my child a lesson and accidentally wasted a little bit more time." Mr. Wang thought that he wouldn't mind, right? Wang Jiansen smiled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. There was a glint in his eyes. This little girl is so good. It appeared to be a question, but in a few words it dispersed the state atmosphere it had created. Used the kids as an excuse. What a great tactic. Both had professional fake smiles on their faces as they sat down face to face at the conference table. Meanwhile, Song's group downstairs. Yi Qing panted as he parked the shared bicycle outside the building. Reaching out his sleeve, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This day, it's so damn hot. Lifting his head, he surveyed the towering edifice, gritted his teeth and headed inside. The security guard at the entrance of the building very dutifully extended his arm to stop Yi Qing. "Stand still. What's going on?" Yi Qing smiled and pulled out the soft white sand. Pulled out one and handed it to the security guard. "Come on, big brother, have a smoke." Little brother Yi Qing came over to be your boss's wife. Ah no, to find a job. So close, almost said what was on my mind. Who had thought that? The security guard glanced at the soft white sand in Yi Qing's hand. Smiling disdainfully, he pulled a teeny box of lace skirts out of his pocket. Who smokes that cigarette these days? Come smoke mine. Yi Qing took over the cigarette, took the initiative to pull out all bang lighter, clicked a first to this big brother to point on. "Brother, is Song Group still hiring?" Yi Qing's inner calculator played a snap. First find a way to mix into the Song Group, and then take Song Jinyao by virtue of his own charm. They say the best way to bring a man closer is to smoke a cigarette together. After the cigarette went down and a few words of small talk, Yi Ching was on the verge of mixing with this security guard to become sworn brothers. Brother Wei, when I become an executive of the song group, I will definitely promote you to be the head of security. Ha ha ha, okay. The big brother security guard named Wei Wu laughed cheerfully and patted Subai's shoulder. Hurry up and go in. The office where you applied for the job is on the 3rd floor. My old brother will be here waiting for your good news. Yi Ching nodded solemnly and put out his cigarette, waving his hand towards the big brother security guard. He turned around without looking back and walked towards the interior of the building. Just after exiting the elevator, Yi Ching was taken aback by the sea of people in front of him. The crowds weren't so terrible. The problem is how all these people coming in for interviews are a bit sparse. There are old men with open teeth. There were also sleepy-eyed young men in their 20s. Yi Ching looked around and didn't see a single female. The interviews were also very quick, with a dozen or so people going in together. And within a few minutes they were all backing out again with their heads hanging down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the elimination rate that high? Soon, the line for the interview reached Yi Ching. Yi Ching leaned down and straightened his clothes, cleared his throat, and walked into the interview room in line behind the boss with the open teeth. Upon entering the office, there were no chairs and a dozen people standing in rows. The interviewer handed out a job application information sheet to each person. Yi Ching hesitated and filled in the false information on the data sheet, except for the name, which was real. The educational background, birthday, family information was all written as false, fearful that the divine comrade Lao Yu would find him in some way. After returning the information sheet to the interviewer and returning to the line, he saw the oldest man with gaping teeth grinning stupidly and hitching a ride on his arm, his body shaking. Looking at Yi Ching was a bit frightening. Grandpa, you're still looking for a job at your age. Can people still want you? Right at this moment, the several interviewers in front of them sized up a few people, and all of them had glowing eyes when they saw Yi Ching and the old man with the gaping teeth. This young man, he looks like he's in great shape. Can simmer. This old man, at his age, surely has no other idea of jumping ship. Stabilization. After knocking on the table and drawing the crowd's attention to him, the interviewer opened his mouth and asked, "Which one of you can stay up all night?" Yi Ching subconsciously raised his hand when he heard the question, only to feel that something was wrong after he finished. Looking for a job and asking if you can stay up all night? Staying up late for what? Working late? Overtime are the words to describe staying up all night? It'll kill you. After hesitating for a moment, just about to put down his hand, he saw the interviewer on the opposite side continue. Work 12-hour system, 2 shifts. Those who can accept it stay. Those who can't can quit. As soon as the words fell, the disheveled men beside Yi Ching immediately turned around and walked out. Yi Ching also wanted to follow him out. Come on, what's the point of this job? Treating people like pure cowboys and horses. Ha! Just then, the interviewer's voice sounded again. 6,000 no responsibility base salary. 5 insurance and 1 gold. Yi Ching's step out was retracted at that moment. He felt it. Anyway, in the dormitory to stay either playing games or play female host, day after day to waste time. It's better to stay with the company and shine. His Yi Ching's choice to stay had nothing to do with the 6,000 monthly salary. He dared to guarantee Zhang Wei's life. With the first 2 sentences down, only a few short people were left in the office, and the interviewer picked up a pen, pointing vaguely at Yi Ching and the old man with open teeth by his side. You two stay, the rest of you get out. Yi Ching. No. How well connected is the boss? He can even get a job? A shiver ran down his spine at the moment, taking the initiative to assist the old man with gaping teeth. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. The interviewer was seen bending down and holding up 2 uniforms from under the table with a big smile on his face. Congratulations, you've had a successful interview. Chapter 8, Yi Ching's Uniform Temptation. Written before the text. The security guards only act as half. Not a toxic point, just a plot point. Half an hour later, Yi Ching stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror that had shattered into several pieces, turned around and looked around a few times. Fit. It's so damn appropriate. And look at the old man with open teeth. His hat is askew. The sleeve exceeds the whole arm. Unkempt, just like the second ghost into the village. It was only a model figure like his that could give the security uniform the allure of a uniform. Yi Ching also got the uniform and realized why all the people who came to interview were male. Because Song's group has no other positions right now. Only the security brigade is recruiting. No wonder they don't even want resumes. No wonder that interviewer looked at himself and the open-toothed grandpa with eyes glowing like gold treasures. Combined, he was asked to be the security guard. A handsome young man. Yi Ching heartily threw the resume crumpled into a ball in his pocket into the trash. The next step, after induction, is assignment. The companies under the Song Group were not all located at the Song Mansion headquarters, and were spread out in the 4 corners of the Magic City. But for Yi Ching, The Song Group's headquarters was the closest place to Mordor University. He doesn't want to go. Even though it said that it's already senior year and there are no classes inside the school, it's still necessary to go back to the school from time to time to do some formalities. If he didn't come back to school for a long time, the counselor would have to skin him. Yi Qing hurriedly walked out of the security guard's collective office and also dormitory at the same time, and came to the front of the post. Finding his newfound good brother, Wei Wu, in front of him, he saw that Wei Wu was crossing his legs, his fingers on his knees a little bit. The phone was set up on the desktop, rather stylishly white-whoring to the dance of the girl group on Jitterbug. I want money too. Money to come. Money coming from all directions. Yi Qing scratched his head in embarrassment and pulled out soft white sand from his pocket. Big brother, we meet again. Wei Wu looked at the security uniform on Yi Qing and said excitedly, good boy. Really come to the security brigade? Don't worry, I'm the first sergeant, and I'll give you a good squad later. Listening to Big Brother Wei's words, Yi Qing stood in awe. No wonder Big Brother Wei Wu can pump up a teeny bit of a lace skirt. It turned out to be the head of the security brigade, his current top boss of Yi Qing. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Big brother. Smoking. Then in the future, little brother will rely on big brother to take care of everything. Good to say. Good to say. Wei Wu's old face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, patted Yi Qing's shoulder and said, quickly go back and prepare your luggage. Live in my house at night. The collective dormitory stinks to death. Okay, big brother. Yi Qing was overjoyed and nodded, pulling out his cell phone and sending a message to old Yi. I'm telling you, I'm getting a job now. Don't think I'm going to starve to death if I leave you. You'll pretend you don't have me as your son from now on. Just leave me alone. When you're too old to walk, I'll push you to the square to watch the little old ladies dance, and you'll die of gluttony. In the meantime, upstairs in the conference room, there was something of a searing atmosphere to the negotiations. Song Jinyao and Wang Jiansen went toe-to-toe, neither of them letting the other go. Mr. Wang, are you not joking when you say that? Song Jinyao slapped the table with a somewhat indignant expression. This Wang Jiansen was simply too much, and before he could talk for a few sentences, he changed the topic to that piece of land. He also said in a cheerful manner, Mr. Song, I have heard that your company has no money, and the land is deserted, so why don't you just sell it to our Yi group? Listen to this. Is this talking like a human being? For years had passed, and she had long known that letting the bank break the loan at that time was the handiwork of Mr. Yi of Ye's group. It's a naked conspiracy. In his heart, he thought viciously, Ye's group up and down. There is not a single good person. Mr. Wang, this piece of land really can't work. It's been 4 years. You should know best in your heart how much this piece of land has appreciated in value. The year before last, the viaduct was built there. Last year, the subway came through. 2. Even more, I've heard that your Yi group's newest commercial complex will be built right next to that piece of land. Tell me, is it polite for you to ask for the original price of the lot? Song Jinyao didn't even want to pay attention to the most basic business etiquette at this moment, and she couldn't wait to raise her finger and point at Wang Jiansen to curse a few times as a way to dissipate the anger in her heart. When Wang Jiansen heard Song Jinyao's words, a hint of obscurity flashed across his brows. Yi Group's newest commercial complex is still in the midst of top-secret preparations. Even the secretary beside her only found out about it on the way here. So how did she know about it? There's a mole inside the Yips Group. Twisting his head to meet the secretary's eyes, who nodded at the sign of his eyes. Again, thought of that. Wang Jiansen lightly laughed and clapped his hands. Mr. Song is so tactful. Even this kind of top-secret information within our company can be known so clearly. Saying that, the words turned. Eyes slightly narrowed threateningly, but if, say, our company delays the plan for a few years, what will Mr. Song do? The words fell silent in the office. Song Jinyao crossed her legs, one hand resting on the conference table, her sharp nails gently tapping the desktop. It made a thumping sound. The eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses narrowed in the same vein, looking at Wang Jiansen. Just as the tit-for-tat was going on in the conference room, the president's office on the top floor, the laughter was non-stop. Song Yuan blankly glanced at her sister and muttered, do you still talk about brother-sister friendship anymore? Seeing your brother get beaten you can still smile so happily. Song Yunhui said with a smile, the pain is in your body, but the pain is in my sister's heart. Brother, you. Song Yu was furious when she heard her sister's words. It wasn't you who said in kindergarten that a kid was bullying you, and as a big brother you stepped in to help you teach him a lesson. Now it's a good thing that it's backwards. This sister, really, born with a black belly and no idea who she's been with. Is it with mom? It's still the same dad that I haven't met and heard has gone to heaven. After blankly glancing at her sister once again, Song Yu ran to her mom's desk after her eyes dripped. With a stomp of her calves, She effortlessly climbed into the tall boss chair and skillfully turned on her computer, muttering, "I don't give a. I'm going to play a game." 10 minutes later, Sonya was looking at the computer that required administrator privileges to activate due to multiple password errors with a torn face. No, when did mom get so smart? Saying that, Sonya was raising her small hand and pointing one finger at a time. Mom's birthday, try it. No, grandma and grandpa's birthday and tried. Not yet. Where else could it be anyone's birthday? Looking at Son Yuin with a puzzled expression, Son Yuhui let out a light laugh and climbed onto the boss chair with the same effortlessness, her small buttocks squeezing. Let me try. There's a little book in mom's safe with a bunch of numbers in it. Son Yunhui raised a single finger and lightly tapped the keyboard. 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 9, 1, 3, ding. Unlocked successfully. Ha ha, sis, it really worked. Son Yu was in ecstasy, and with an excited face, she wrapped her arms around her sister's face and took a hard sip. Son Yunhui pushed her brother away with a look of disgust and wiped the drool from her face. The little brain was still pondering the string of numbers. It had to be a very important number to be set as a password by mom. And that number clearly looked like a birthday. Fingers lightly tapped his chin, considering something. A few moments later, looking to his brother, do you think that's the birthday of that dad of ours that we've never met? That said, mom doesn't usually see it, but she even likes little puppies. And mom is even 4 years older than dad. Song Yueji waved his hand in a carefree manner and sashayed to find the game hidden in advance from the dozens of folders hidden on the D-disk. Never mind all that. You're dead anyway. Sis. Hacking? Chapter 9, This Profession. Absolute. Yi Qing changed out of his uniform in Big Brother Wei Wu's dormitory, humming a little ditty. I stomped back to school on my shared bike, ride my beloved scooter. It never gets stuck in traffic. After the success of the entry, Yi Qing's mood obviously became much better. In his mind, he had already forgotten the real purpose of going to Song's group. With a paycheck of $6,000 a month after taxes and 5 insurance policies, what more do you need a bicycle for? It's called something. It's called walking to the end of your life early. Security guards are a profession with a low elimination rate, from 18 years old to 70 years old, as long as they are able-bodied on all 4 legs. No education, no character, no work experience. Yi Qing said he can work until he is 70 years old as long as Song Group does not close down. From this moment on, whoever dared to bully Song's group, he would fight with them. It's useless for Jesus to come, as he, Yi Qing, said. Bang! Kicking open the door of the dormitory, Yi Qing walked in with a spring in his step. Without saying a word, he came to the bed and packed his bags. Thermos? Take it with you and soak some goji berries every night. Beautiful. Computer? Take it with you. You can play some games at night if you're bored. 001? Forget this one. How can I have time to go out on the night shift? Besides, being broke as a mother I don't think the dominatrixes will ever come up for air again. With a flip of his hand, he threw the red box to Zhang Wei who was playing the game. This is for you, as money for all these years of white sand. Zhang Wei stared intently at the screen without blinking, reaching out his hand to take the red box and bring it to his eyes. A black face. Old Yi, are you kidding me? You know full well that I've been single for over 20 years in my mother's womb, so what's the point of me wanting this from you? Yi Qing said without looking back. Save some toilet paper for the dormitory, so you can use it when you practice your craft. Yi Qing pulled open the Rimawa suitcase and loaded all the clothes in the closet. The suitcase was soon stuffed to the brim. It was only when I looked up that I noticed the beds hadn't been packed. With a slap on the head, he turned around and walked over to Zhang Wei, patting his shoulder. Move over, get something. Wait, there's going to be a group fight soon. I'm stoned. I'm going to start a group, Zhang Wei said anxiously. Yi Qing glanced at the game screen, only to see Zhang Wei's manipulated stoneman and an also with the ID of Moon in the So going forward, squatting in the triangular grass of the red side 6 birds. The 2 men stared at the 5 men in the middle like thieves. Yi Qing clasped his hands on his chest and watched with interest. Just a moment after the 5 heroes gathered together. In a stern voice, he bellowed, right now. Crash. You will lose. The stone man's bulky body flew over viciously under the expectant gazes of Yi Qing and Zhang Wei. And then, right in the middle of the 5, Aso had expected the 5 white lines to appear. And then he himself came out like a savior to save the defeat. Just out of the bushes, he froze in place. How can this be empty? No. 5 people standing together can be empty? The 5 people on the opposite side who were advancing were clearly startled by the stoner. And after seeing the stoner empty, they saw another 0 to 18 Aso drilling out of the grass. At that moment, all of his skills were lavished on these 2 unlucky bastards to his heart's content. Yi Qing could even imagine the faces behind the screens of the 5 people on the opposite side. Must be cruel and arrogant. Taking advantage of the black screen, he pushed Zhang Wei away and retrieved a couple of urea bags from under his bed. Go back to your bed and stuff the down comforter from Cozy Mine, which you bought off the internet for tens of thousands of dollars, into the urea bag. After doing this, Yi Qing clapped his hands. Done and done. The next step is to officially start your retirement career. Just then, the keyboard sounds on Zhang Wei's side became significantly more intense. Yi Qing curiously walked over and stood behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. This one meets that, Moon in the So going forward, elementary school student again. No. I have to pick a So and give him a teaching game." Yi Qing nodded after hearing this and reached out his hand to pick up the white sand on Zhang Wei's table while his attention was in the middle of the game. Pull out a couple and fill your pockets with soft white sand first after. Pulled out 2 more and lit them. One was stuffed into Zhang Wei's mouth, and one was held in his own mouth. Just stand behind Zhang Wei in anticipation of his performance. The game started with Moon in the So going forward, picking a stoner to go on the road. Zhang Wei picked Aso. The duo are clearly trying to give the last handful of feuds a teaching innings, respectively. Zhang Wei chose E in level 1 seconds, just as the second wave of troop lines were coming out. Play it cool and start E to E. He accidentally paddled into the opponent's tower and was tied to the tower by the opposite side of Kalmar on a dog chain. Be the first hero in the game to give away a head. Moon in the So goes forward, colon? This question mark was like the dynamite that started the fire. And Zhang Wei instantly became furious, placing his hands on the keyboard to turn on the playing. Yi Qing watched with some itchy hands and patted Zhang Wei's shoulder. Or let me try. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at Yi Qing, and under hesitation, he nodded and got up to give his seat to Yi Qing. Yi Qing sat down and put on his headphones, his eyes instantly concentrating. Aso, cooked to AT. The no. One Aso of Mordor University was not something he blew out of proportion. It was his resounding battle record that year. He also remembered that it was in the year he enrolled in school. The male dormitory building of Mordor University had hosted an event for the first Aso of Mordor University, and Yi Qing, with his own strength, had ed his way from the basement directly to the topmost floor, chopped up all the freshmen through senior childcare providers and managed to reach the top of Suzuran. Ah shucks, top of Mordor University. It's no exaggeration to say that in terms of this bronze bureau of Zhang Wei, he carries with his feet. Yi Qing had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were somewhat disoriented by the smoke, but the movements of his men did not lose any of their elegance. EQAAEQDRA after level 6. It exploded instantly, and Fan Mom lay under the tower with a blackmail cry. Just then, bad news came from up the road. Moon in the So going forward, Stoner was killed by Desert Reaper. Yi Qing skillfully gave the upper road a question mark. Typed, elementary school kids? Moon in So goes forward, get out. Hey, looks like it's really elementary school. Rare. I can't believe this game has elementary school kids. The average pitbull you call him a schoolboy. He'll usually dislike you back for being the ing schoolboy. Just the word roll must have hit a sore spot with him. Here comes the fun. For the next full game, Yaso kills and Stoner delivers. The two were in perfect harmony. Soon came the final group battle, again with the familiar 6-bird grass. Yi Qing kept saving the wind with his cue and waited for the opposite 5 to gather together again. Yi Qing hurriedly pinged the signal to the Stoner. I'm already at full speed. Bang! 5 white lines emerged. Yi Qing's eyes blossomed with light, and his fingers kept tapping R. Hasaki, Solai Ei Kiton. A dozen heads of Yasuo's damage was extremely explosive, and before he even landed, the opponent's back row was vaporized cleanly. This game ended in victory for Yi Qing's side. After the game ended, Yi Qing glanced at Zhang Wei triumphantly and pointed at the January 18, 10 record on the screen. How's that? Brothers saw grippy. Yi Qing's maneuvering watched as Zhang Wei was stunned, standing behind Yi Qing nodding his head repeatedly, and pointing at 0-12-5 Stoner. He said, Brother Yi, report him. Okay. Yi Qing had also long looked at this Stoner as being unfavorable, giving away heads all the time in the game. If he hadn't carried B himself, he would have lost this game a ing long time ago. The anti-sedimentation is also not cared about, but even let these elementary school students to destroy the game environment. Decidedly clicked report. Just at this time, the settlement interface, Moon in the So forward, sent a friend application. Yi Qing was interested in passing friends. Moon in the So going forward, brother, you're really good. Can you take me one more time? Chapter 10 I called 3 beautiful women to play with us to play the game. Yi Qing crackled and typed, call daddy. I'll take you to king. A few minutes passed, and there was no reply from the month in the Suai going forward. Yi Qing shook his head in boredom and was about to get up. Just a moment after getting up, Moon in the Soy grips the sky. I'll call your brother on a diamond in the future. Okay. Yi Ching thought about the boring days of his future security career and thought that this would be a good fun way to pass the time. Okay, then you can add me as a friend first. Saying that, Yi Ching sent his emblem signal over. And a name change by the way. The original, old flashlight, obviously didn't fit his current status. Changing it to, Security Guard Lao Yi, is just right. Not long after, a cartoon secondary avatar sent a friend request. Yi Ching passed. Moonin is a big handsome guy, big brother. Can we open the next hand now? Yi Ching smiled and typed reply, no either wait for the night. I call on 3 beautiful women to accompany we play the game together. Moonin is a big handsome guy, no way hey. I have to do my homework at night. Mom won't let me play games at night. Yi Ching was stunned. This one couldn't really be an elementary school student. Security Guard Lao Yi, are you really an elementary school student? Moonin is a big handsome man, shy expression. No. People are still in kindergarten. Yi Ching. The future flowers of the motherland. Sin. But, I, Yi Ching, am the kind of person who destroys flowers with a hot hand. Security Guard Lao Yi, then call me when you have time. I can show you a couple games when I'm not working. Yuan is a big handsome guy, okay de? Thanks brother. Zhang Wei and a few people in the dormitory didn't play games at this moment and looked at Yi Ching's packed luggage. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Ching smiled and waved his hand, pawning a rich woman. What else can I go for? Cut. A few people cut. And Zhang Wei skimmed his lips. You just went out for a little while and you've got a rich woman on your hands? Yi Ching nodded, patted his chest and said, don't even look at who brother is. If brother steps out, which woman won't fall under the flashlight? Seeing that Yi Ching really looked like he was about to leave, several people obviously froze. No way. You're really adopted by a rich woman? Zhang Wei bit his lips tightly and reluctantly opened the closet. From there, he took out several balls of steel wire balls and handed them to Subai. Before I leave, my brother doesn't have much to give you as a gift. These balls of steel wool were bought for some money during my brother's freshman year, and they're of such good quality that they won't break easily. You take it and use it. Maybe the rich girl has some bad taste and the better wire balls hurt you less with it. Get lost. Yi Ching laughed and cursed as he stomped away from Zhang Wei. Just got a job for $6,000 a month to make some money to fill the family's debt. Falling back on his explanation, Yi Ching pulled up his suitcase, shouldered the urea bag, and pushed open the dormitory door and walked out without looking back. After Yi Ching left, Zhang Wei smacked his lips and said with some sadness, it's true that experience makes people grow. Even a diamond bachelor like Olji has gone out to work. A day without Olji. Does it mean we don't have a female anchor to play with? Forget it, don't think about it, come play the game. Just as Zhang Wei picked another aso in seconds. Bang! Yi Ching kicked open the door. His figure reappeared in front of the dormitory door, and said with a swagger, brothers, borrow some money for a taxi. Dormitories several. In the meantime, Song Jinyao saw that the negotiations were delayed, rubbing his brow, which was locked tight from exhaustion. Lifting his wrist, he glanced at the time. Raising his head, he looked at Wang Jiansen, Mr. Wang, it's almost time. I don't see any point in talking any further. Why don't we call it a day? It appeared to be a tone of discussion, but in reality, Song Jinyao had already stood up and gave the two in front of her an expulsion order. Wang Jiansen shook his head with a light smile and similarly stood up, saying with slight regret, Mr. Song, you should really think about it. It's not a solution to drag it out any longer. If we can't, we'll make a concession and raise the price of the land by 10%? Song Jinyao sniffed and laughed out coldly. 10%? Are you kidding me? It's not that the land around this piece of land has already been acquired by your Yi group, resulting in no one else daring to take it over. How dare you open your mouth and say 10%? You know, this land is not to mention 10% if it is said to be developed into a high-end neighborhood. Profits are growing geometrically. This property will be the top property in Magic City. Seeing that Wang Jiansen still had to diabolize himself on his way out, Song Jinyao had the intention to disgust him a bit. Towards the secretary, he instructed, Shaoli, talk to Ye's hotel and open a suite for Mr. Wang at our agreed price. Remember, the best kind. To come from afar is to be a guest, so we have to be a little courteous as human beings. Wang Jiansen smiled and shook his head as he listened to Song Jinyao's words. That's all the little girl can do. Ridiculous. Articulate. In this society, to come out and hang out, you rely on your background, not the mouth. Pretending to thank Song Jinyao for her kindness, Wang Jiansen led his secretary out of the conference room. Mr. Wang, looking at the situation, this Mr. Song is a bit of a soft touch. Just after leaving the door of the conference room, the secretary said hurriedly. Wang Jiansen gently shook his head without speaking, raising a finger then between his lips. Shushing, don't talk. Be careful of being overheard of something you shouldn't. He also pointed to the closed door of the conference room, signaling that it was crowded. The secretary nodded in dawning realization, glanced warily from side to side, and covered her mouth tightly. Immediately after that, Wang Jiansen pushed his secretary and told him to run a few tight steps in the hallway, all the way to the far end of the building and then come back gently. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, Song Jinyao's secretary pressed her ear tightly against the door. Half-heartedly, he waited for the footsteps to move away and shook his head, slowly backing up to Song Jinyao's side. He bent down. Mr. Song, they didn't say anything, they should have already left. Song Jinyao nodded and pulled out her cell phone, accessing the company's internal security system. Find the surveillance on this floor of the conference room. In the picture, Mr. Wang was working with two people, his secretary, furtively pressing their ears to the other side of the room door, listening intently. Song Jinyao let out a light laugh, having a plan in her heart. Looks like they're in a lot more of a hurry than we thought. At that moment, he shouted towards the secretary in the conference room, Shaoli, hey, it's too bad. If they could have doubled this plot of land, I might have nodded my head and agreed to sell it. Shaoli looked at the screen and said equally loudly, that Mr. Wang is too hateful, obviously thinking of empty gloves. We have such a nice piece of land, by the mountains. We want schools, we want shopping malls, and they're only going up 10%. If you ask me, it's a little bit of a fivefold increase, and that's not too much. As she spoke, Song Jinyao gently waved her hand, signaling Shaoli to go and secretly open the door. Li gave an okay sign and gingerly made his way to the door of the conference room. With a quick effort, the door was pulled open quickly. Two puffs, caught off guard, Wang Jiansen and his secretary slumped to the floor of the conference room in one fell swoop. When he raised his head, he saw Song Jinyao clasping her hands on her chest, looking down at the two of them with indescribable joy in her beautiful eyes. Wang Jiansen scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, Mr. Song, I came back to get my half bottle of unfinished mineral water. Chapter 11. These two kids are so familiar. Waiting for the duo to actually go away, Song Jinyao collected her smile and sat back in the main seat, arms wrapped around his chest, pondering something. The secretary's expression hadn't stopped smiling since the duo fell. After sending the two away, he walked back to Song Jinyao's side and was just about to speak. Seeing that Song Jinyao was sitting on a chair, emitting gusts of coldness outward like ice, she hastily rubbed her stiffly smiling face. With a straight face, he said, Mr. Song, isn't this good news? At least they heard our psychological price. Song Jinyao shook her head. It's not that simple. Although it was Wang Jiansen who came, she knew in her heart, the real manipulator of this business war is the real big man behind Yes. Mr. Yi Qiangwei. That person. Mr. Yi. Song Jinyao had seen him at some meetings. It was a high-end business summit, and Mr. Yi sat on the stage as the speaker. She, on the other hand, was a newcomer to the business world at that moment, sitting off to the back. But after just a few glances toward the stage, Song Jinyao dared to conclude that this man must be as wise as a demon. How can I put it? Everything seems to be in his hands. This little tidbit of information may be guessed by Mr. Yi. It's not even clear that this is what he arranged. Otherwise, with Wang Jiansen's condescending personality, how did he do such a thing as listening to the wall? Maybe, at the next meeting, it won't be Kenson Wang at the door. It'll be old Mr. Yi. That's when it gets really hard. Thinking of this, Song Jinyao let out a long, quiet sigh, picked up her bag, and dragged her tired body towards the president's office. In the president's office, Song Yungue sat in front of the office's surveillance computer, which had a split-screen cartoon on one side and a surveillance screen on the other. The afterglow kept an eye on the company's internal surveillance feed. When Song Jinyao's figure appeared at the farthest end of the building, Song Yungue jumped out of the boss chair, and with a quick eye, he directly turned off the power to the monitoring computer. Flying out of her bag, she fished out a cartoon picture book and sat back down on the couch to dutifully read. And Song Yujia, who was sitting in the main seat, was wearing headphones at the moment, excited yelling, Sorry, pain. Ouch. Pain. Oblivious to his sister's movements. Click. Song Jinyao breathlessly pushed open the door of the president's office. Taking a casual look, I saw Song Yujia, who was sitting in her boss chair, yelling. At that moment, he said angrily, Song Yu is in. What are you doing? Seeing that Song Yu was wearing headphones, he didn't even respond when he called his name. Song Jinyao's two eyebrows gradually rose. Song Yungue, who was peeking at her mom, could clearly see two flames in her eyes. Stealing a playful giggle, he pretended he didn't see his mom. Eyes stayed glued to the picture book in front of him. Song Jinyao did a few steps, came behind Song Yujia, clasped her hands on her chest and looked at her son. Song Yu only felt a cold chill down her entire back after she had just finished a well-earned group battle. At that moment, he took off his headphones. Song Yungue, turn down the air conditioner. It's freezing me to death. It was only when he took off his headphones that he realized something was wrong, only to see that his beloved sister, at the moment, was sneakily pointing her finger behind herself. Song Yu twisted her head in a sluggish motion, trying to work up a cute smile in the moment, to budge out of the way. But for some reason, it's harder to laugh than it is to cry. Mom, is it okay to be gentle? Snap. Ah, murdering your own son. Please mom, don't fight. Song Jinyo only felt much more refreshed now after venting all of the anger brought on by Wang Jiansen on her own son. One arm picked up his daughter. The other hand picked up Song Yuejia's collar and practically dragged him down the stairs. Along the way, the employees who hadn't gotten off work yet saw the scene and all of them were avoiding it. Several employees who were about to get on the elevator saw Song Jinyo at the elevator entrance and obediently gave the elevator away. Wait for the elevator to go down before you dare open your mouth to talk about it. Turtle. Mr. Song's aura is really strong. It's just a glance at each other that makes me feel cold from my heels to the back of my head. Shoo, keep your voice down. Women get grumpy after giving birth. Don't you know? Several of the exiting employees covered their chests with relief as if they had walked through a ghostly door. They still remembered that Song Jinyo from 4 years ago still showed them a smile from time to time. Ever since she suddenly took a month's break one day, Song Jinyo had been frowning every day after she reappeared at the company. Those who don't know think someone owes her millions. Women. Having a baby is horrible. Yi Qing opened the trunk of the net car and shouldered the urea bag. After paying the fare with a borrowed $100, smugly, he walked into Song's building. Brother Wei, good evening. The shift isn't over yet. Wei Wu stood straight on the post at the entrance. And when he saw Yi Qing he hastily waved his hand, carefully reminding him, walk farther away. It's off-duty time now, and a lot of executives are going to go home from work at this moment. Yi Qing also quickly walked a few steps, carrying the bag of urea in a way that didn't fit in with the gilded splendor of Song's mansion. After taking 3 or 2 steps into Wei Wu's single room and placing his luggage on the upper and lower bunks, he simply settled down and turned around to leave the dormitory. Thinking that he hadn't been officially on duty today, there was no need to respectfully guard the gate for Song's group. Happy to be at ease, Yi Qing crouched on the iron steps at the entrance of the security room. He took out his white sand and asked Brother Wei first. After seeing him waving his hand in a serious manner, he beautifully lit one for himself, just sat down at the front door of Song's building and began to gulp down the clouds. In the meantime, in the deepest part of the ground-level parking lot of Song's mansion, there was an incomparably low-profile vehicle parked. All of the glass on the car is covered with dark-colored solar film. It makes it impossible to see the inside of the car from the outside for a fraction of a second. The secretary sat in the main driver's seat, her eyes dead set on the entrance to Song's building, holding a camera in his hand. Wang Jiansen, on the other hand, had one leg crossed, a cigarette lit in his hand, and was playing with his cell phone in a bored manner. Oof. This Mr. Song of ours is a single mother. I heard that she has a pair of exceptionally cute dragon and phoenix children. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi reminding me, I almost forgot about my old job, said, tapping the secretary on the shoulder. Remember to shoot later clear point. Don't go back to see the grandmother's look also seek not clear. Wrong is big event. I'll deduct your ing salary. The secretary nodded solemnly at his words, his body shaking a little with excitement that he couldn't help but tremble. After a while, Song Jinyo was seen leading the 2 little ones out of Song's mansion. The secretary tapped Wang Jiansen with a quick eye. Mr. Wang, it's coming out, it's coming out. Wang Jiansen abruptly sat up. First a chestnut slapped on the secretary's head, taking pictures. Ah, what are you doing photographing me? Immediately afterward, he pressed his face to the windshield, eyes wide, trying to see a little more clearly. The secretary was on the sidelines, holding up her cell phone and clacking away. Song Jinyo's car was parked in the president's exclusive parking space at the side of the building, and it took a few steps to reach the Maybach. After the driver, Xiao's son, respectfully pulled open the car door for Song Jinyo, he carried the 2 children to the car and ran all the way to the main driver. Wang Jiansen looked fondly at the Maybach's taillights until they were out of sight, then grabbed the camera from his secretary, flipped through it from cover to cover. 1. Backstory. 2. Backstory. Chapter 3. And a ing backstory. Wang Jiansen forced down the anger in his heart and patiently continued to scroll down. Finally, it was only in the penultimate few that I saw the somewhat blurred side faces of the 2 children. Hiss. But I found it. How did you kid take it? It's so blurry. Stretching out his hand, he gave the secretary a chestnut before his eyes widened, and with a rub of 2 fingers, he zoomed in on the photo in fine detail. After a few minutes, Wang Jiansen rubbed his chin and returned the camera to his secretary. Look, Why do I always feel? What do these two kids look like? Wang Jianshan pondered. The secretary took the camera and scanned it a few more times, again finding it familiar. But they just couldn't remember where they'd seen it before. Chapter 12, Brother Wei. Who are these kids? One of Yi Qing's cigarettes was just halfway through. He saw Wei's body tense up, his palms pressed tightly against the seams of his pants. Looking at him, Yi Qing couldn't hold back one moment and giggled. He joked, Brother Wei, what's wrong with you? Wei Wu glared at Yi Qing with a serious expression and quickly turned his head again. Raising his hand, he gave a standard salute. Inside the Maybach, Song Jinyao held a copy of the branch's financial report in her hand and sat in the back seat, her brows locked. Song Yu, who had just received a severe beating, had long forgotten the pain, and sat in the front seat and moved this and touched that. A short while later rolled down the window and gave the old Wei a quick hello. Sweetly, he said, Uncle Wei, you've worked hard. Gaze and see behind the old Wei is squatting Yi Qing. Eyes glowing to the old Wei asked, how will there be a big brother Wei uncle? Yi Qing heard a child's voice coming from him and couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the Maybach. Just see the front seat of the Maybach. The window is lying on the side of a small boy with red lips and white teeth. Looks exceptionally cute. Both eyes are dark and expressive. Handsome since childhood. Growing up is not good enough. Hands and feet put out the cigarette, towards Song Yu in a greeting. Hello little friend AC. I'm the newly recruited security guard of Song's group. I just joined today. Who are you? Song Jinyao, who was sitting inside the car, heard the sound outside the car and her ears flicked. The sound. Why is it so familiar? Raising his head and gently glancing out the car window, he froze upon seeing Yi Qing's face. How is it that there is also a little bit of inexplicable impression of this person's looks? It always feels as if he has seen it somewhere. You're not here to kidnap your own child, are you? Forgive her for thinking so. As the boss of a listed company, even she had a few bodyguards around her, just in case someone couldn't think of doing anything out of the ordinary. Not to mention the fact that she was a child of 2 with no hands. During the year the child was in kindergarten, the secret bodyguard had warned her many times that there was always someone spying on her while the child was in school. Song Jinyao was worried about her child's safety, and through the car window, she memorized Yi Qing's face deeply. Be prepared to go to personnel first thing in the morning to check out the specifics, or else what's up with this inexplicable familiarity? What's more, as the boss of Song's group, the new employees at the headquarters originally needed to sign themselves before they could officially join the company. Security is such an important position. If you mix in an inexplicable person, it could be a big deal. In order to avoid as much danger as possible, Song Jinyao looked to the front row and snapped, You Jia, pull up the window. Mom, I'm hot. Song Yu was muttering a few words. I told you to pull up the car window. Song Jinyao couldn't help but aggravate her tone. Only after seeing Song Yu obediently pull the window up did she slowly let out a sigh of relief. After seeing the Maybach slowly leave, Yi Qing always felt empty in his heart as if he had lost something. Old uncomfortable. After following Lao Wei and watching the Maybach leave, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Lao Wei. He waited for him to light it before asking, Big brother, what's that car? Hearing Yi Qing's question, Wei Wu choked on the smoke and coughed continuously. Only after a long time did she raise her head with a red face to look at Yi Qing. You actually don't recognize that car? Maybach, you don't recognize a multi-million-dollar car? Yi Qing shook his head. I'm asking who owns that car? For him, Maybach or whatever. It's nothing special. Maybach, he's got a couple of them parked at his house, each with its own purpose. It's not as exaggerated as using a Maybach as a grocery cart, but it's not far off. License plate number 88888 Maybach. Is his mother out to play mahjong when sitting? Feng Shui master calculated that his mother today when the card wind is good. She will take this car to play cards. License plate number 66666. When the Feng Shui master figured out that his mom was having a bad day with the cards, his mom would take this car in the hope that she could turn her luck around. And a 555 Maybach. That car, even he can't touch it. He then touched the body and left a handprint. And old Comrade Yi could be so distressed that he wiped the handprint off with his sleeve himself. Comrade Lao Yi liked that car tightly because 99999 had another special symbol, 9 to 5. He had also spat on old Ji, such a feudal remnant, but he was so light-hearted that he obediently shut his mouth after being kicked a few times by Comrade Old Ji. Old Wei took a deep sip of his cigarette, got down from the post, and sat down next to Yi Qing. Little Yi, you can remember clearly. That's the special car of our Song's group's little mister. Song, when you get on duty, remember to salute early when you see this car from a distance. It's a rule set by old Mr. Song. Yi Qing nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Still thinking of the little boy in his heart, he asked again, Brother Wei, that child is? Old Wei suspiciously glanced at Yi Qing. That kid is our Mr. Song's child. That said, you kid, don't hit Mr. Song's idea. There have been people before, in the name of looking for a job, but in reality, they were eyeing Mr. Song. Guess what happened in the end? What's wrong? Yi Ching looked at Old Wei and asked with interest. Old Wei sneakily leaned over. I'm telling you. Don't tell anyone. I'm the one who threw that kid into the Huangpu River. Hiss. Yi Ching looked Old Wei up and down a few times and couldn't see it. The old boy even did this. Old Wei was very satisfied with Yi Ching's expression and added, so that means, you must not hit the attention of General Manager Xiao Song. Do you hear me? Yi Ching nodded, taking Old Wei's advice to heart. Seeing that it was still early, he stood up and headed out of the park. Prepare to buy some pork, fried 2 small dishes, and then play 2 pounds of loose wine. The evening with the Old Wei a good drink, as a way of thanking him for his great kindness and letting him live in a single office. That multi-person dormitory he came back to take a look at stank to high heaven. The security guards are all single brown men with smelly socks and underwear thrown around, and several of them share a set of bedding. The sheets were already yellow and black. He was afraid of laying on it and getting allergies. Thompson. Song Jinyao returned to the house she bought with her 2 children. Just as she entered the house, she saw that her good girlfriend He Changshi was sitting on the single sofa with her legs crossed and a look of enjoyment on her face, drinking coffee. Beside them sat a row of middle-aged women with slightly ruffled expressions. Song Jinyao patted the 2 children's little bottoms. Go back to your room first. Mommy has something to talk to Auntie He about. The 2 little ones also dutifully went to their rooms. Only then did Song Jinyao turn her gaze to Yi Changshi. I'll delete your fingerprints tomorrow, so you can just enter my house without saying hello. Yi Changshi smiled and put down the mug in her hand, hitching her slippers and snapping a few steps to Song Jinyao's side. Shake her arm. Ugh. You asked me to find you a reliable live-in nanny. Bam, come see. These are the ones I've handpicked for you, Auntie. Every one of them is very diligent, and will be sure to serve you comfortably. Song Jinyao blankly glanced at her, her gaze going to the 5 ants sitting on the sofa. Pulling her bag open, she thought for a moment. 2,000 was drawn and $400 was given to each person. Hello ants, here's $400 for you to go out and buy ingredients and come back and try the dishes. My kid can stay if he eats the most. A couple of nannies nodded curtly, took the money, and turned to leave. One of the youngest, an older woman who looked to be in her 30s, came downstairs and looked around. When he saw the others leave, he pulled an old-fashioned push-button cell phone out of his inside pocket. Respectfully dial a phone number. Mr. Yi has successfully approached the target. Chapter 13, preparing to do it after the talks don't work out. Meanwhile, Townsend. After Song Jinyao saw a few people leave, she dropped herself heavily on the sofa, lazily picked up her pillow, and closed her eyes to rest her mind. He Changshi sat down beside her and gently picked up her head and placed it on her lap. 10 fingers were inserted into Song Jinyao's hair, gently pressing. Seeing Song Jinyao's expression of enjoyment, He Changshi let out a light laugh. Still haven't found the baby's father? Song Jinyao's relaxed brows instantly furrowed as she sat up and looked at her best friend without a good look. You're not talking out of your ass. It's hard for me to get over him. Seeing her nervousness, He Changshi gently pressed Song Jinyao's shoulders and set her down again. Then you should also think about your life matters. Do you really want to die alone after all this time? Song Jinyao didn't say anything and closed her eyes to fake sleep. The memories of 4 years ago couldn't help but resurface. I also wonder how Ching is doing. I remember when he said he was coming to Mordor to go to college. Now he's almost graduated from college. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried to find Yi Ching over the years, but every time, she had come to nothing, and then simply just give up and try to find one person out of a sea of people. It's no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. He Changshi lowered her head to look at Song Jinyao's pretty face and said in an offhand tone, my big brother is coming back to China soon. Do you want to meet him? Song Jinyao abruptly sat up and looked at He Changshi in surprise. Big brother, he is coming back soon? After receiving He Changshi's affirmative answer, his heart was overjoyed. The big brother he in their mouths was named He Jiaji, He Changshi's own brother, and several people were very good playmates when they were young. The key thing is that Ho Ka Chi has taken over the Ho Group, the piece of land he owns. He might be able to get a loan from the bank through the He Group's connections. Song Jinyao rarely relaxed for a few moments and stood up, getting ready to go over the completion of both kids' homework. Magic City West Farmers Market. Yi Ching dodged and avoided the puddle of sewage on the ground and came inside a deli, pointing to a piece of pig's head in the middle of the cooler. Magnificently, he said, boss, cut me a piece of fat and thin. Okay. The deli owner got up nimbly, the movement of the skillful in the pig's head meet gently a stroke. In a few thuds, the pig's head was chopped into small pieces. After receiving the $50 in cash from Yi Ching's hand, the boss scratched his head, embarrassed. Little brother, you don't have enough money here. Yi Ching pulled out his pocket, from which he pulled out the few dimes left over from the previous taxi ride and handed them to the boss. I didn't realize that this boss still kept shaking his head, seeing as he didn't have any money in his pocket. The expression grew serious as well. Kid, I'm warning you, I'll call the police if you don't have the money. Just as Yi Ching was at a loss, a somewhat hoarse female voice sounded from behind him. Young master. Yi Ching followed the voice and always felt that this woman looked a bit familiar, but just can't think of exactly where I've seen it. The nanny aunt who went to Song Jinyao's house to apply for a job was pleasantly surprised. Alas, young master, I'm your family's nanny in Original City, called Auntie Wang. Don't you remember? Hearing her say that, Yi Ching kept rummaging through his memory. Finally, I can make that little impression from memory. The original Yi Ching has gone to the capital city to go to school since elementary school, and only goes back to his hometown every New Year's Eve. Every year's New Year's Eve dinner is made by this aunt, an extremely picky eater at home in the capital. Comrade Lao Yi. The only way to get more than a few bites is to eat this auntie's cooking. Overlay this aunt's smiling face with a memory. Yi Ching was overjoyed. Hastily, he beckoned, Auntie, come over and help me pay. Saying that, Yi Ching snatched the 50 yuan from the deli owner and pointed at the aunt, saying, ask her for the money. Picking up the pig's head in 3 tries, he fled and stood outside the door of the deli. Smilingly, she waved her hand towards Auntie Wang. How much? The deli owner held up a finger. Auntie Wang, draw 2 brand new bills from his pocket. Check out, and then turn around. Where else was Yi Ching's figure? Helplessly, he shook his head. Yi Ching hummed a little song, carried the pig's head meat, and beat 2 more pounds of loose wine, after buying all the remaining change in my pocket for downers as well. Getting ready to go back to Son's building. Been thinking about it a little bit as I walk along. Why would a nanny aunt from the original city suddenly show up in Magic City? Could it be that Auntie Wang was bored of staying in the original city and came to Magic City to have some fun? It shouldn't be either. Hiss. Yi Ching slapped down both fists in sudden realization. It can't be that Auntie Wang has some unspoken relationship with Old Yi, right? Old Yi couldn't let go of me in his heart and sneaked to Magic City to see what his son was doing. Bored with being alone, he called Auntie Wang up from the original city again. That must be it. Lao Yi, let me catch you in the act. Thinking of this, Yi Ching picked up his cell phone and tried to call Old Yi. See if you can use this as blackmail to blackmail some money out of Lao Yi. Several rings passed and the phone didn't connect. At this very moment, Yi Changhua Yi was in the middle of Yi Group's headquarters in Magic City, listening to Wang Jiansen's analysis of today's events. You mean? Song Jinyao herself said she's willing to sell it to us as long as the price is doubled? Yi Changhua sat within the wide sofa and looked expressionlessly at Wang Jiansen who was sitting beside him. That's right, Mr. Yi. Wang Jiansen was not as arrogant and domineering as he used to be, and half of his buttocks owed it to sit on the side, waiting for new instructions from Yi Changhua. Twice as much. Still a bit expensive. Yi Changhua muttered, his expression having some regret. Originally, I was thinking of playing man with her. Now it seems that it won't work without some means. Did you find out where those 2 kids went to school? Wang Jiansen nodded. He had sent someone to keep an eye on those 2 kids every day since they started kindergarten, in order to be the first to report to Mr. Yi when he asked. Somewhat excitedly, he handed the information prepared in advance to Yi Changhua, inviting credit. Mr. Yi, the bodyguards arranged by Song Jinyao were quite capable. They detoured every day after discovering us, but they surely didn't expect that we had bought off the teachers in the kindergarten. Ha ha. Yi Changhua took the information and roughly flipped through it. This information is very detailed, even what the 2 kids love to eat and what they don't. What are the usual wishes? Favorite dad or mom? This information is available. For example, Song Yueji loves meat, Song Yungue doesn't like cilantro. Yi Changhua scanned a few glances and after seeing that there was no important information, he casually put the information aside. Looking up at Wang Jiansen, he explained, make an appointment for the next meeting, or after we can't talk. Get ready to do it. Chapter 14. Even a tigress can sing lullabies? It was slowly getting darker. After Yi Ching returned to Song's building, he opened up and set up a small table, and Old Wei had a tasty little drink. Come on, big brother Wei, I'll you as much as you like. Saying that, Yi Ching raised the wine dispenser in his hand and touched it on Old Wei's small wine goblet, drinking half of it in one gulp. Northerners, in this part of the Magic City, in terms of drinking, it was crushing. Not even a few rounds of drinks later, Lao Wei's eyes were visibly mesmerized. Talking with a big tongue, Yi Ching drooped Old Wei's shoulders. Brother Wei, can you line up a good shift for your brother in the future? Old Wei patted his chest, his face flushed, and nodded repeatedly. If you can't do this simple request, that's not a shame on old brother. Don't worry, from now on, You'll be on this post from 9 to 12 o'clock. Yi Ching was overjoyed and filled Lao Wei up again. 9 to 12. What that means is that it's not yet noon and the temperature is just right. It wasn't too sunny or too cold. And there weren't many employees coming in and out. Crucially, as soon as you get off the job, you're a step ahead to the staff cafeteria. You know, usually this post is the exclusive time of the old way. Really worthy of being a good brother. Yi Ching thought prettily. A couple of drinks. Old Wei had obviously been drinking, and his figure was visibly wobbling a bit as he sat on his pony. Yi Ching gently lifted him up and put him on the bed, moved the table outside the room and slowed down the wine by starlight and evening breeze. Just as he was getting slightly drunk from one blast to the next, the cell phone screen lit up. A message flashed quickly within the Spirit Movement Island. My mom is a tigress, big brother. What's going on? Yi Ching laughed, picked up his cell phone and took a picture back at the wine glass in front of him. Soon the news came. My mom is a tigress, yo, big brother is drinking this? Yi Ching typed, why did you change your screen name? My mom is a tigress, sent a voice. The tender voice was like a sob, big brother. You don't know. My mom is super mean. She hit me twice today. The unrelenting kind that hit me so hard I couldn't sit down on the toilet at night and almost my pocket. Yi Ching was amused by his words. This child is really early wisdom. Usually kindergarten children at this moment still everyday armor warriors and Ultraman. This kid has one set of stems after another in his mouth. Hesitating, he looked at the early hour. Less than 9 o'clock. Made a voice call to, my mom is a tigress. A brittle voice soon sounded on the other side of the phone. Good evening big brother. Is the king coming? Yi Ching looked at the wine on the table that hadn't been finished and refused him. I'm not coming. Stay with me for a while and I'll give you a full set of skins. The little kid's voice came out a bit freaky. Really? Really? A man's word is worth 1,000 words. I won't lie to you. Anyway, you don't have to spend money to send you a set of skin. Brother, a phone call thing. Yi Ching secretly complacent. Did you finish your homework? Aha. Kindergarten homework is so easy. I copied my sister's and finished it in a couple of sittings. Yi Ching asked again. Doesn't your father care about you when he sees you copying homework? Hey, my dad died a long time ago. Song Yu was sprawled out on the fluffy bed, stomping on her sister who was reading a manga on the side. Mei, how did our father die? Song Yunhui moved a few points away from her brother in disgust and pondered for a moment. I don't remember much. Mom said before that dad was hit by a car and killed. Then he changed his story and said dad was Ultraman and died at the hands of a big monster, and now turned into stone statues sinking to the bottom of the sea. And she's cajoling kids. Where in the world is Ultraman? Song Yu said to the phone as she cut in. Big brother, listen carefully. My dad was hit by a car and died. I heard the crash was pretty bad. A piece of left and a piece of right. Yi Ching picked up his wine glass and took a sip. Somewhat speechless. No wonder the kid didn't call out for his dad even when he was told to. So it turns out that his real father is dead. His tone eased. I'm sorry about that one. Talking about your sadness. Song Yu said uncaringly, hey, what a big deal, a big brother. Anyway, have not seen him, as no such person. Big brother, after all this chatting, where's the skin I was promised? Yi Ching lost his smile as he looked at the chat interface. This kid was really a money addict. 3 or 2 sentences don't leave the skin. Thinking about it, he opened his friends list. Finding the King's Planner, which had been deliberately added earlier. Is it there? King Planner, Little Yi General. Something you say. Today is for which female anchor to brush the skin. Yi Ching logged into the game, took a screenshot of the little kid's information page and sent it to the planner. This account is full of heroes and skins. Okay? The curator sent an okay emoji. A few moments passed, and the little brat kept crunching away on the other side of the phone. Said the man, brother, hurry up. My mom is going to her room soon. Big brother, you're not a liar, are you? Brother, are you there? Yi Ching lost his smile and waited for the planning side to send the message that things had been done. Smiling, he said to the other side of the phone, go check the account. The heroes and skins should have already arrived. Immediately afterward, Yi Ching heard crackling sounds coming from the other side of the phone. Sis, come look. My big brother said he'd give me a full set of skins. A brittle girl's voice rang out. It must be a lie to children. Do you know how much a full set of skin costs? No relatives. Why would people send you something so expensive? You are not allowed to insult my big brother. Song Yu glanced at her sister in disdain and opened the game expectantly. This cell phone was returned by my mom several years ago, locked in the middle of the cupboard. It can be taken out by the siblings to play for a while every night after homework. The phone was jammed, but it was also the heart and soul of Song Yu Jae. It took a while to get to the game's login screen. Song Moon taps the collection in apprehension. It was seen that all of the skin that had originally appeared grayish-white bloomed with the light that it already possessed. Even the rare skins that are out of print are all shown to be owned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Yuan inevitably stunned. One pulls his sister over and points to the full skin on his cell phone screen. Mei, come over and see. My big brother really gave it to me. The usually calm Song Yungue glanced at it without thinking, and instantly his eyes widened. Lian grabbed his brother's arm, both eyes wet and pampered. Brother, can I borrow my sister to play with it? Song Yungue's voice was already sweet and childish, and the child's voice was specialized in clamping it up. And now it was not just Song Yuan. Even Yiqing on the other end of the phone couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. The two little kids obviously had their toys and forgot about him. The big ingrate who gave away his skin. It's on the other end of the phone at the moment. And you're playing a game of one life and I'm playing a game of one life. Yiqing was also happy to make himself at home and stood his cell phone up, listening to the sound of two little kids fighting while drinking a little wine beautifully. When all the advertisements on the Song's building body stopped playing, the cell phone side obviously subsided. Came the sound of two thin breaths. The two little kids, playing with it, actually fell asleep. A sizzling sound followed, accompanied by a gentle female voice. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Yiqing finished cleaning up the leftovers on the table, accompanied by this gentle lullaby. The wine went to his head, and he slowly fell asleep. Chapter 15 First posting. Early the next morning, because he unknowingly drank a bit too much the first night, Yiqing didn't get up the first time. It was still Old Wei who woke him up in a hurry. After staring in disorientation and washing his face and brushing his teeth, Yiqing changed into that security uniform and also put on a pair of sunglasses in a foreign style. Standing towards the security booth, the Old Wei looked at him with a double take. Little Yi, my granddaughter, I wonder if you're interested. Yiqing stood straight and spat out without looking away. I treat you like a brother, and you want to be my grandfather? It's excessive. Old Wei. Soon, the bulls and horses at Song's mansion headquarters were waking up early to go to work. There were a few sisters, who were originally still misty-eyed and sleepy. After seeing Yiqing standing at the post, both eyes glazed over and sizzled and gulped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So handsome. Suck it. If only I could touch one. A personnel management girl said with a straight face. There is a system in the company's regulations and management, and the security guards must maintain military posture during their guard duty. No random change of movement is allowed. Once you move blindly, the day's pay will be deducted. So, this sister stood in front of Yiqing, obviously surrounded by only a group of nymphomaniacs, and she didn't know who she was saying this to. Immediately after, pretending to touch Yiqing's hand, this military posture of yours, it's not standard at all. Saying that, his hand gradually went upwards, touching Yiqing's breasts for a while, and patting Yiqing's butt for a while. Chest up, close your hips. Don't know how to stand in military position? Yiqing, you wait for me to go down to the ow. There's going to be hell to pay. Yiqing didn't know how this morning rush hour was going to pass by itself, wiping a handful of inexplicable extra lipstick marks on his face. Suddenly, the afterglow caught a glimpse of a dark shadow. Looking stricken, he raised his hand and saluted towards the car. Song Jinyao drove herself here today. Driver's son took last night off from her. I got up early to drop off my two kids at the kindergarten, and by the time I got to the office, it was already past the start of the workday. From a distance, he saw the familiar man who was standing on the post. Eased the car to a stop in front of the door and rolled down the window. Looking towards Yiqing, he said coldly, "Wait, you come to my office first." The words fell out of his mouth and he rolled up the window to leave. Yiqing stopped the car window with a quick eye. "Good morning, Mr. Song. Can I say anything here? Off-duty personnel will dock my pay if they find out." Song Jinyao gave him a disgusted blank look and pointed at the rearview mirror. "Did the personnel say that the security guards will have their wages deducted even if they are not fully clothed?" Yiqing followed her, pointing toward the rearview mirror. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What woman? Kissed on her own head? Only in the rearview mirror. On his handsome face, right in the center of his forehead, there was a bright red lip mark. Those who didn't know thought he was Erlangchen opening the eyes of heaven. Embarrassed, he reached out his sleeve and wiped the lipstick marks on his face through the rearview mirror. Seeing that Yiqing was blocking the road, Song Jinyao reached out her hand to retrieve the rearview mirror and slammed her foot on the gas. The Maybach left a hard tire mark on the concrete floor and lurched forward with a zip. Yiqing nearly flashed his waist by her unforeseen action. Looking at the Maybach's fading body, he cut a disdainful sound. "Bah, it's just a Maybach. What's the big deal?" At that moment, the personnel girl who had just eaten his tofu inexplicably burrowed out of the security room behind him, like a ghost. "Yiqing, moving around privately during guard duty time. 100 yuan will be deducted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Unless you leave me your contact info, I'll waive your punishment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A man under the roof has to bow down. Yi Ching took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the QR code. I saw this girl joyfully sweeping the code, as if she had accomplished something big in life, and joyfully ran toward the building. Song Jinyao came to the office located on the top floor, sat on the wide boss chair and turned around, mindful of the well-being of the two children. Picked up the phone on his desk and dialed personnel. The tone of his voice was calm and secretly authoritative. Hey, this is Song Jinyao. Send me up a list of the new security guards who have recently joined the company. While waiting for the personnel to deliver the list, Song Jinyao rested her hands on her shoulders and closed her eyes as she thought carefully about Yi Ching. Recently this piece of land had caused a storm in the entire upper echelon of the Magic City, and countless people were waiting to watch her good show. What's gotten into her lately is that she's a little jumpy and afraid of making a mistake. Soon, the door to the office room was gently knocked on, and Song Jinyao rubbed her cheeks, changing back to that serious look. Come in. The celebrity lady who had molested Yi Ching earlier pushed the door in gently. Holding a document in his hand, he gently placed it in front of Song Jinyao's body. Song Jinyao took the document and first quickly scanned it. Seeing that she had no intention of going out yet, she looked up and asked, "What? Is something wrong?" The personnel lady was startled by Song Jinyao's tone and was about to go out in a flash of hand-wringing. "Stop!" Song Jinyao's brows tightened and her eyes were cold as she looked at the red color on personnel Mrs. Lips. It's the exact same color as that day's eye. In his heart, his displeasure towards Yi Ching increased by a few points. You just started yesterday, and today you're dabbling. Shameful. A moment later, under the suspicious and timid gaze of Miss Personnel, Song Jinyao lowered her head and said, "It's fine. You can go out." Who? As if saved, the personnel lady fled as if she had left this office, which had been jokingly called a purgatory on earth by the people of the company. Song Jinyao's own looked at the list in her hands, first sifting through it on the fly. After putting a fork in the boss with open teeth and a couple of leaks, specialize in pulling out Yi Ching's information. The profile was simple, just a 1-inch headshot with a white background and some brief biographical information. On the photo, senior official Yi was smiling heartlessly and brilliantly. Song Jinyao looked at that smile of his and couldn't wait to throw the information in her hands into the trash. Yi Ching? Song Jinyao looked at that name of his, and a touch of sourness inexplicably surfaced in her heart. Same as him. What about the single name of Ching? Be patient and keep reading. Place of origin, Jin Province. Yancheng. Seeing this, Song Jinyao inexplicably breathed another sigh of relief, not knowing what she was nervous about. That first love of hers was from the capital, not from Jin Province. Parents, mother is idle and father is dead. Birthday, 1999. 09/17. It seems. It's not that guy. And I don't know what I was thinking. How could it be? Song Jinyao couldn't help but lose some of her laughter. She really wanted to go crazy thinking about him. When you see a similar person you subconsciously recognize him. Now, it's all about figuring it out. Why is this age just in his early 20s, with arms and legs, and still a current student at the Magic City Transportation University? He would condescend to be a small security guard for her song group. Thinking, Song Jinyao copied the phone and called the security room downstairs. Lao Wei was nestled in the quilt beautifully watching the female troupe dance when the internal phone set on the desktop rang. The gods tensed, and one couldn't help but topple off the bed. Luckily, Yi Ching, who was standing in front of the post, sensed that something was wrong and rushed into the defense room. Pick up Old Wei. Answer the phone first. Old Wei covered his waist, lying on the ground and showing his teeth. He pointed at the phone. Yi Ching hesitated and looked at Old Wei worriedly while picking up the phone. Hello, this is Song Jinyao. Tell Yi Ching from your security office to come to my office. Listening to the female voice coming from the phone, Yi Ching helplessly scratched his hair. Mr. Song, I am Yi Ching. Chapter 16 Trial Failure. Yi Ching walked through the park, couldn't help but mutter internally. Why do you think Song Jinyao, such a big boss like her, is always staring at a small security guard like herself? It couldn't really be that he was looking at his own beauty. This hasn't even started the offense yet. It's true that good-looking people are popular everywhere. Is he or she a yes man, or a no man? From the words, I heard that this Song Jinyao is a single mom, but for that body of hers, the kid's dad is dead though, but the kid's grandfather might be some kind of hermit bigot, in case the cryptic big brother was angry. I don't know if old comrade Yi could resist. If you don't, kind of ashamed too. Song Jinyao Song de President, but one of the few golden flowers in the Magic City business world. It was unlikely that the people who wanted to chase her would line up from Mordor to Paris, but there was nothing wrong with lining up from Chongming Island to Mordor University. Thinking about it, Yi Ching arrived at the top floor of the Song Group building. After leaning down and checking the uniform on his body, he saw that it was still as straight as ever. Putting on a sunny fake smile, he gently knocked on the door of the president's office. Come in. After hearing the voice coming from behind the door, Yi Qing pushed the door open and turned his back to enter. Very gentlemanly again, he closed the door behind him. With a brilliant face, she looked towards Song Jinyao, who was looking at herself coldly. Well, hot face on a cold ass. At that moment, he put away his smile and took a step to the desk. Mr. Song, you're looking for me. Song Jinyao didn't say anything and crossed her legs, her sharp nails gently tapping the desktop. Send day. Tada. Da 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 da. Yi Qing saw that Song Jinyao was hesitant to speak and raised his head. Looking at her, he saw that Song Jinyao was also sizing himself up. However, a flash of amazement flashed across Yi Qing's eyes. Inwardly, I couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful. The first time to see President Song so close. It is true that the reputation of the first golden flower of the Magic City business community is well known. She was seen wearing a pair of just right pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, behind which her eyes were black and white and as pure as a baby's. The googly-eyed face is bejeweled and rounded in just the right way. Her face was painted with light makeup, harmonizing her already incredibly delicate features. The most important thing was her skin, so close that he could barely see the pores. Delicate and tender, like egg whites. It gives you a rush of desire to not be able to resist rubbing it. Anyway, judging from the netizens he had seen, if he compared it to Song Jinyao, it would be like the white moon and the stars. The difference is enormous. Snap! Song Jinyao reached out her hand, picked up the desktop Yi Qing's information, and heavily slapped it in front of him. It startled him all at once. This woman is crazy. Not just a couple of glances. To such, aren't you looking at me too? At that moment, he skimmed his lips and looked at Song Jinyao in disbelief. Song Jinyao crossbowed her chin and pointed at the information. Tell me, with arms and legs, why did you come to our song group to work as a security guard? Are there any bad intentions? Yi Qing lost his smile and picked up his information. No way. When security guards have to investigate so carefully, lack of money, can not he, a college student from the Magic City Transportation University, or from the Department of Business Administration, comes to our company to condescend to be a security guard. Can you believe it? The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. That being said, it does seem to be a bit of a non-starter. While he did have such bad intentions when it was all said and done, he was still exceptionally happy with the job when it came to actually working as a security guard. This can't even be said to have taken 20 years off the road. It's almost like getting to the top of the heap early, right? Seeing that Yi Qing didn't say anything, Song Jinyao clasped her hands over her chest. Leaning down on the boss chair, he coldly looked at Yi Qing. Let me get it right. Immediately afterward, in a stern voice, speak. Is your purpose my child or me? Yi Qing pursed his lips. Why is this so crazy and yelling? Well, he did think about evening a rich woman, but if her words were heard by Comrade Lao Yi, she would have to laugh her ass off. A small boss with a few $1 billion in the district can also make the only son of his $100 billion boss make an attempt. Yi Qing explained. Mr. Song, I respect that you are my boss, but I really just want to find a job. What he didn't expect was Song Jinyao slamming the table again and standing up. One grabbed off the sunglasses he had hanging on his chest. You think I'm stupid? Don't recognize Lotus sunglasses? You're out there flaunting $100,000 sunglasses on the bridge of your nose. And you've just come to our company and you're dabbling. You tell me? You just want a job? You can afford these glasses after 10 years of working here? When he finished speaking, he saw that Yi Qing was still silent. What? Was I right? Get the hell out of here. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. Sister, do you think there's a possibility that these sunglasses bought with that substitute? It's a fake. And can you blame me for being handsome? Is there any justice? Is there any law? I swear, it was really those girls who leaned up first. He was afraid to move. Seeing Song Jinyao's expression getting more and more agitated, Yi Qing hastily raised his hand to beg for mercy. Don't be angry, Mr. Song. It's easy to get cancer if you're angry. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, he saw Song Jinyao on the opposite side of the room like a boiling teapot. The delicate little face instantly suffocated in red. Originally still maintains a serious expression on the pretty face, cannot hide the anger. Pointing to the door, lowered his head, body shaking, hissed, Give me, get the hell out of here. Yi Qing hurriedly took a few steps back and exited the president's office. Never mind. It's so hard not to fight with a female, and one is kind enough to remind her not to get angry. It's true. Good intentions are fed to the dogs. It's just a job as a security guard. You make it sound like you don't care. It's not a job in anyone's house. The big deal is to find a neighborhood and keep the old man company. Maybe you don't even have to stand guard. Yi Qing returned to the security room, and Old Wei was nowhere to be found. Changing the security uniform on his body, he left a note to Lao Wei, explaining that he would find a job on his own before moving out. Changing into a lighter outfit, He left Song's mansion without looking back. Song Jinyao sat back in her boss chair for a long time, unable to catch her breath. This denizen dared to curse himself with cancer. I wonder who else in the whole company, up and down, would dare to say the word cancer in front of her now? Oof, that's abominable, Song Jinyao muttered, along with the dissipation of the anger. A touch of inexplicable emptiness flooded within for a long time. Maybe it was because Yi Qing was still so similar to her first love. Lean down and open the safe under the seat. Remove a small pink book from it. Pulling back the cap of the pen, he slowly wrote something. Someone who looks a lot like you showed up today. I looked at him and got angry, so I drove him away. Where are you now? And I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to see you again in my life. After writing a few sentences, Song Jinyao hugged this diary tightly and pressed her face gently against it. Eyes squeezed shut, trying to pick up a familiar scent from this book. If Yi Qing was there, he would be able to recognize that this was a gift that the original Yi Qing had sent to Legs 1-7M. Yi Qing in high school was incredibly poor and could only afford to buy this kind of cheap gift. The cover also has a couple of quotes written in a needy way. This was the only gift Song Jinyao had ever received from Yi Qing. It is said that first love is always the most hurtful, but also the most memorable. The more time passes, the more memorable Song Jinyao becomes to Qing. Over the years, most of the people who chased her were not too pure in purpose. Only Qing, pure feelings, unadulterated interests. Just then, Black Pineapple. Those eyes are moving. Song Jinyao picked up the phone and heard the long-lost male voice coming from the phone. Surprised, big brother you're back? Well, then we'll meet at the coffee shop. Song Jinyao, who was excited, forgot about it for the first time. Today Sunny took the day off. No one to pick up her two kids. Chapter 17, Look, Black Silk. Yi Qing walked aimlessly down the street. Imagine the look on old Ye's face when he learns he's been fired. Bastard, didn't you find a job? How did you get mixed up like this? Ha 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 ha. Yi Qing couldn't help but shiver, pushing old Yi out of his mind. Back, retreat, viciously, he said. Get out of here, get out of here. I'll take the big deal and sell discounted skins. Right now, right next to him, inside the first kindergarten in Magic City. The morning dismissal bell rang. Children ran out of the kindergarten and jumped into the arms of their moms and dads who came to pick them up. Song Yu yawned as she was carrying 2 school bags. Say, can't you carry your own backpack? Song Yungue smiled and shook her head, taking a few quick steps and standing at the door of the kindergarten. Look out left and right. A few moments later, a small mouth pouted. Why hasn't mommy come to pick us up yet? Something's probably busy. Let's just wait a little longer. Song Yunhui sat loosely on the stone pier in front of the kindergarten. Mentally, I'm still thinking about last night's all-skin account. Just then, 2 men in black sneakily hid in an alley not far from the kindergarten. One tall, one short, one thin, one fat. Big brother, no one seems to be picking them up from school today. Leave me alone. I can tell. The tall, thin man impatiently patted the fat man behind him. Fatty said urgently, do it, big brother. The tall and thin man glared at the fat man. Don't be in a ing hurry. I'll give Mr. Wang a call first. Pull out your cell phone. Hey, Mr. Wang, there's no one around the 2 kids right now. How about it? Should we do it? Okay, promise to finish the job. After hanging up the phone, Fatty hurriedly asked, what did the boss say? The thin man crouched down, his gaze fixed on the 2 small children. Boss said, let's send the 2 children safely to Song's mansion no matter what means we use. Alright, big brother, just watch me. Fatty stretched out his tongue and gently licked his lips in a circle. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. The skinny man twisted his head, looked at his expression, and slapped him hard across the back of the head. You damn right. The boss's orders are for us to deliver the 2 kids safely to Song's building, not for you to kidnap. Fatty was puzzled. Why big brother? We've been on stakeout for half a year. It's right if you don't understand. Big brother's mind is not something that the 2 of us can guess, he said, his eyes looking towards the entrance of the kindergarten, keeping a close eye on the 2 small children. Just for a moment, as the crowd at the entrance of the kindergarten crowded, the thin man kicked the fat man heavily. Do it! It was obviously summer, and the duo was wearing a wide trench coat and sunglasses with a wide mask, strutting toward the kindergarten entrance. Yi Qing had just walked out of the store aside from the kindergarten and used the last 2 dimes in his pocket to buy an old popsicle. It was shivering with nourishment. The afterglow inadvertently caught sight of the little boy who had greeted him yesterday in the front seat of the Maybach at the kindergarten gate. Isn't that Song Jinyao's child? Wanting to go up and say hello to the little kid, who for some reason was always affectionate when he saw him. Just a few steps ahead, he saw 2 trench-coated men, wearing masks, standing in front of the two children. Turning around again, the two children disappeared into thin air. Yi Ching subconsciously had to bite off the old popsicle, both eyes glaring. What about the two older kids? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stealing children. Yi Ching threw away the old popsicle in his hand and yelled at the surrounding crowd. Parents at the entrance of the kindergarten. Hearing Yi Ching's yelling, the first reaction was to hold their children tightly, and those who didn't find their children in the first place instead exacerbated the chaos at the entrance of the kindergarten. Seeing this, Yi Ching stomped his feet, clenched his teeth, and chased after him. Damn, death counts as begging. Yi Ching's heart was fuming, and he wasn't sure if these two trenchcoat men had any weapons on them, but he could not witness the kidnapping of two children. Asterisk 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 runs fast, only to see that the two trench-coated men had run into the middle of the alley next to the kindergarten. At the end of the alley, there was a dilapidated van parked. By the looks of that, the two bandits were trying to take the kid. Yi Ching accelerated a few more steps, charging forward in a desperate manner. The thin man and the fat man, each with a small child, started panting after a few hard-running steps. Yi Ching quickly chased after the two only a step away, bent down and picked up a slate, angrily scolded, "You two, put the child down." Seeing that the two of them still didn't stop their steps, Yi Ching also cared about that not much. A hard slap on the head of the fat man who ran a little slower. Bang! Debris flew. The fat man was hit hard and immediately froze, standing flat on his feet and shaking twice. The arm subconsciously loosened and flopped. Song Yungue slipped out of his trench coat and sat down on the ground. Yi Ching was quick to pick up Song Yungue and took a few steps back. Song Yunqi's little mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth, and her two eyes were filled with panic. Even when Yi Ching yanked the cloth out of her mouth, she stammered. Looking at the frightened appearance of the small child, Yi Ching could no longer hide the anger in his heart. Seeing that Fatty is still groggy, take advantage of his illness. Bang! Swinging the slate with no control of the force at all, he heaved again. The fat man shifted, incredulously raised his hand to touch his head, and brought it down to look at it. Hands full of blood. Big brother, I'm dizzy, Fatty muttered under his breath, only to feel more and more gold stars in front of his eyes. With a thud, he fell to the ground askew. Brother. When the thin man saw his brother suffer this heavy injury, his eyes glared angrily and swished as he drew a dagger from his waist. Turning his body around, he pointed at Yi Ching. Kid, you've got it all figured out. Mind your own business and don't accidentally lose your life. Yi Ching's eyes were dead set on the dagger that was only a fork away from the tip of his nose, and there was no fear in his gaze. The first order of business is to get the little boy out first. Swords have no eyes, and children can be easily hurt in a fight with bandits. Tightening the green brick in his hand, he eyed the thin man warily. Slowly, he said, put down the child in your hand. I'll let you go. The thin man let out a soft laugh, fiercely stabbing forward falsely. Yi Ching fell back a few steps in fear. Don't be impulsive. In a society with the rule of law, murder is punishable by jail. The thin man sneered. Not at all false. Their phones are dedicated. Call recordings in the background can be saved and deleted at will. The boss's orders were to deliver the two kids safely to Song's building, which doesn't constitute a kidnapping offense. A few days detention at most. Kid, don't seek death. Do you know who my big brother is? Mess with my big brother. Beware you'll die without knowing how. Be a good boy and give me that little girl and I'll let you live. The thin man colored. Yi Ching slowly moved his feet, and step by step, he approached the thin man's side. All of a sudden, pointing behind the skinny man, he yelled, Hess! As expected, the thin man's gaze glanced backward, and Yi Ching seized the momentary opportunity. The big long leg stomped out, heavily stomping on the thin man's chest. The thin man received a heavy blow and retreated a few steps, his arms subconsciously loosening. Song Yu was thrown out after being thrown out, just like Song Yungue, with the same piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. The body was still in the air when a few tears dripped onto Yi Ching's face. Yi Ching's quick eyes and hands hugged Song Yu's eye and placed him peacefully by Song Yungue's side. Turning around, he continued to watch the thin man warily. Chapter 18, Kidnapping. The thin man covered his chest and stared at Yi Ching with a sinister gaze. Yuck! Spit out a mouthful of bloody foam. Kid, this is your own way of seeking death. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and took a picture of Yi Ching. Shaking his cell phone, Kid, you wait to die. Better hide far away so my big brother can catch you. To make you beg for your life, and to make you beg for your death. A few threats and finished. Abruptly, he jogged a few steps. The dagger in his hand cut through a strong wind and stabbed at Yi Ching. But in reality, his gaze was dead on the two children behind Yi Ching. Yi Ching only felt a non-stop surge of adrenaline. As the saying goes, the horizontal is afraid of the flabbergasted, and the flabbergasted is afraid of those who don't want to die. For Yi Ching, who had died once long ago, naturally had less fear of death in his heart than the average person. The big deal is to be born again. With a sharp clench of his teeth, he bullied his way into the thin man's arms, letting the dagger in the skinny man's hand slice through his arm like he didn't feel a single bit of pain. The slate in his hand slammed into the thin man's crotch. Pust. I don't know what voice flashed by. The thin man's eyes went wide and both hands covered his crotch for a moment. All at once, he lay down on the ground, rolling and twisting from side to side without stopping, with sharp cries of pain coming out of his mouth. Yi Qing panted and looked at him for a long time, only feeling dizzy in his head. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he was faced with such a critical situation. Forgive him for being so neurotic. All of this moment had some afterthoughts coming to mind. Take a few steps back. Sit on your ass between 2 small children who are terrified. The corners of his mouth hooked into an ugly smile, his face pale, and he said, you too. There's nothing wrong, right? Song Yuan shook her head and fiercely wiped her tears dry. Looking at Yi Qing's arm, exclaimed, big brother. You've injured your arm. It was only then that Yi Qing looked at his arm, and it didn't feel like it was hurting until he looked at it. Just one look. Drilling pain instantly traveled from the wound throughout the body. It hurts. Only to see that the arm had been cut open with a gash of about 5 centimeters or so. The skin and flesh were turned out, and blood was gurgling out at the moment. Yi Qing only felt his head spinning and his stomach subconsciously churning. Blood. So much blood. In the meantime, not far from the kindergarten is the Time Cafe. Song Jinyao just parked her car and entered the coffee shop with some excitement. In the midst of the bewildering crowd, he caught a glimpse of Hijiaji sitting by the window. The sunlight outside the window filtered through the blinds, and the thin, golden rays shone on Hijiaji's face. Only his eyes were slightly downcast, and he was sipping the coffee in his hand with elegant movements. Song Jinyao took a few quick steps and sat down across from Hijiaji with a smile on her face. Big brother it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to still be so graceful and compelling, Song Jinyao said with some exaggeration. The man sitting across from him let out a light laugh and raised his head to look at Song Jinyao. A look of amazement flashed in his eyes. A warm and jade-like voice rang out. Jinyao, long time no see. Having just finished his greeting, he bent down, cupped the bouquet of roses prepared in advance at his feet, and was just about to open his mouth. Black pineapple. Those eyes are moving. Song Jinyao smiled apologetically, interrupting Hijiaji's movements and taking out her cell phone from her bag. The moment he saw the incoming call, his pupils instantly plummeted. Hurriedly, he picked up the phone, his tone a little shaky. Hello, what's wrong? On the other end of the line was the bodyguard she had assigned to her 2 children. In order to let the child integrate into the group, she also specially ordered that the usual secret protection would be fine, and not to appear in the people's view, only to hear the bodyguard say hurriedly, Mr. Song, it's not good. The 2 children are now missing. I checked the surveillance of the kindergarten's entrance, and I suspect it's a professional kidnapper with very specialized movements. Boom! Song Jinyao froze in place, both eyes lost in thought. What did you say? Say it again? Mr. Song, 2 children have been kidnapped. Song Jinyao's voice carried a hint of crying. Go find it. What are you calling me for? Do it. Song Jinyao was so hysterical for the first time in her life. Her 2 children have been her spiritual support since they were born. She was strong enough to endure whatever whispers came from people outside. Even her own parents, upon learning of her unmarried pregnancy, both couldn't help but yell at her for having bad taste. In labor, the only thing that accompanied her was the little red book of the baby's father. Even He Chanshi didn't come. After being born, her parents wouldn't even let her go home for fear of losing them. Under these circumstances, she then bought a house of her own and brought up her 2 children herself. She didn't dare to imagine, would she be strong enough to live without these 2 children? When Song Jinyao hung up the phone, Hijiaji, who was sitting across from him, waved his hand in front of Song Jinyao's eyes, asked, What happened? Song Jinyao reached out her hand as if she was grabbing a life-saving straw, and tightly grasped Hijiaji's arm. Brother you're capable. Go save my child, okay? Children, you have a child? Hijiaji stood up abruptly as if he had seen a ghost. Brother please, can you save my child? Song Jinyao begged nonstop with a drizzle of flowers. Her usual shrewdness did not hear Hijiaji's astonishment at this moment. Now she's just a most helpless mother. I blame myself for forgetting that little son was on vacation today, and for forgetting all about the fact that no one picked up the kids from school. Seeing that Hijiaji didn't move for a long time, Song Jinya's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment as she got up, lost in thought, and walked towards the door. I'm going to save my baby. When Song Jinya left, Hijiaji stared at Song Jinya's back with a grimace on his face. Furious, she pulled out the phone. Why didn't you tell me Song Jinya had a child? What the hell do you think I am? He Chanshi on the other end of the phone was lying in a wide bathtub, a face of comfort. Ugh, big brother. What's wrong with having kids? Isn't Song Jinyao pretty? Besides, what's wrong with you getting a little aggravated? And, don't you forget, he group is in some kind of trouble right now. If you don't take Song Jinyao down, what about our company? Then you should also tell me the truth. Hijaji was furious and cursed angrily at the other side of the cell phone. After a few moments, he hung up and hesitated. Getting up, he chased after Song Jinyao. Yi Qing only felt a damn pain in his arm. It's that drilling pain. The problem is that the blood keeps flowing. Lost a lot of blood. Head's been spinning for a long time. Song Yungue took out a handkerchief from her bag and wanted to bandage Yi Qing. Just put the handkerchief on Yi Qing's wound. Yi Qing jumped up from the ground in pain. The corner of his mouth hooked as he looked at Song Yungue. Can you lighten up? Song Yungue's two eyes were tearful. Her hand frozen in midair, neither moving nor not moving. Yi Qing saw that she was pitiful and sat back down on the ground again. Finding a random branch from the ground, he stuffed it in his mouth and said vaguely, come on. Song Yunhui timidly nodded and gently placed her handkerchief on Yi Qing's wound. Woo! Yi Qing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he almost stood up in another moment, strongly clenching his teeth. Cold sweat wept down his face. Go on. Song Yunhui hesitated and pouted, gently nudging at Yi Qing's side. You hold back. Brother. Yi Qing didn't know how. Song Yungue just kissed him like that. He then felt much less pain in his arm. Neither of them noticed Song Yungue's next move. The fat man lying on the ground slowed down and slowly stood up. Yi Qing's heart chilled as he forced himself to endure the dizziness and stood up dizzily, hiding the two children behind him as soon as his two arms came together. Chapter 19 Rh-O blood type. The fat man stood up. First, he glanced at the trio, just about to put in a hard word. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the thin man on the ground who had passed out from the pain. His face changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward to help the thin man up. Brother, what's wrong with you? Brother, wake up! The fat man shook the thin man a few times. After seeing that the thin man fainted and didn't move a bit, gritting his teeth, he picked up the dagger on the ground and was about to charge towards the three. Yi Qing didn't choose to back off. Behind him were two children. He couldn't hide from it in the sense that he had to. Taking a few steps forward to meet him, he pulled out his cell phone. The colorful man pointed at the cell phone screen and said angrily, I'm warning you, you'd better get lost. I just called the police, and the police will be here soon. Sure enough, he said this. Just see the opposite fat face stood in place and hesitated, and then turned to look at the thin man lying unconscious on the ground. After biting his teeth and letting out a harsh word, he half dragged and half picked up the thin man before quickly running towards the car. Yi Qing had witnessed them getting into the car. Only then did he slowly let out a sigh of relief, no longer able to hold back the vertigo that flooded his mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled. Luckily, the two kids were quick on their feet and held him up from behind for support. It's the only way to not sit down all at once. Yi Qing bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced himself to fight. Lowering his head to look at the two children, he hooked a forced smile. Can you two still walk? When the two children nodded, they forced themselves to fight back the pain coming from their arms. One hand picked up one and headed for the end of the alley. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Song Jinyao looked at the kindergarten teacher with a panicked expression on her hands and feet. Teacher, did the surveillance camera catch where the kids went? The kindergarten teacher shook her head with an ugly face. Just then, Hokachi also arrived in a hurry. Jinyao, what the hell is going on? Song Jinyao bit her lips tightly and didn't say a word. Mommy! A brittle cry suddenly rang out from the end of the alley not far from the kindergarten. Song Jinyao looked over as if she had been hit hard, covering her mouth incredulously. His voice trembled a little. The clouds returned to. Mom! Song Yungue shouted again with a sobbing voice. Song Jinyao saw the small security guard who had just been kicked out of Song Group by her at the entrance of the alley. At the moment was holding her children, one in each hand. Moon in. The clouds return. Song Jinyao pushed away Hijaji who was in her way, not caring that she was still wearing high heels. Desperately, he ran toward the two children. The two children also broke away from Yi Qing's hand when they saw their mother and ran towards her. Mother and son hugged each other tightly. The rest of the kindergarten quickly surrounded the trio when they saw this. Yi Qing, on the other hand, could no longer endure the dizziness that kept coming, and tiredly leaned back to sit on one of the air conditioner outboards on the side of the road, looking at the mother and son who were finally reunited, laughing softly. Let mommy take a look. Song Jinyao was flustered and checked the two children from head to toe several times. After confirming that none of them were injured, only then did he hit the ground running to look at Yi Qing, who had walked out holding the two children. Ah! Song Jinyao covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock, scared by Yi Qing's current miserable appearance, only to see that his entire white sleeve had been completely drenched in blood, and his lips were pale, without a trace of blood. At the moment half leaning against the curb, his arms hanging limply. There was also blood that kept flowing down the arm through the handkerchief, mixing with the stream of wastewater coming out of the air conditioner. In just a few moments, the area was dyed a bloody color. Song Jinyao hurriedly squatted beside Yi Qing and held Yi Qing's shoulders and shook them a few times. Yi Qing, are you alright? Yi Qing endeavored to open his eyes a slit and looked at Song Jinyao. Mr. Song, I don't know if I'm okay right now, but if you keep shaking, something will really happen. As soon as the words left his mouth, his head lolled and he fainted. Yi Qing, big brother. Song Jinyao and the two children exclaimed in shock almost simultaneously. Song Jinyao's eyes reddened as she looked at the onlookers, her voice carrying a hint of a crying tone. Quickly help you guys. Hurry up and take him to the hospital. It was then that the onlookers reacted and rushed to help lift Yi Qing up and place him on the backseat of Song Jinyao's Maybach. Song Jinyao similarly settled the two children in the backseat and instructed, you two keep an eye on him. And remember to yell for mom if anything happens. After saying that, he sat back to the main driver and was about to start the Maybach with a hasty kick of the gas. Jiaji reached out his hand and stopped Song Jinyao. In Song Jinyao's puzzled eyes, he pulled open the passenger seat and sat up. While pulling on the seatbelt, he said, in case there's anything, I can help. Song Jinyao didn't doubt it and drove fast towards the Magic City Song Central Hospital. Along the way, while waiting for the traffic light, he turned back from time to time to check Yi Qing's current state, only to see that Yi Qing had already made fainting movements, obviously in a state of unconsciousness, but his fingertips were twitching. The heart could not help but feel a little anxious. Throttle up a few more points. Seeing this, Jiaji hesitated and asked, this little brother is? Song Jinyao put all her thoughts on driving the vehicle and subconsciously replied, he's our company's security guard. Jiaji nodded and muttered, oh, that's good. What did you say? It's okay. The Maybach pulled right up to the front door of the emergency clinic. The dean who had gotten the news early had already called all the directors Song Hospital could use downstairs in advance. Hurriedly, Yi Qing was pushed into the operating room. Only after the lights in the operating room came on did Song Jinyao's hanging heart slowly drop. Pulling over two of the children, he asked solemnly, Yun Gue, tell mommy what happened today. The two children were gradually calming down as well. Hearing their mom's question, Song Yunhue's small mouth deflated and said with a huff, after school, I went out of the school gate with my brother, just waiting for mom at the door. There were two big bad guys that just stepped in front of us. Lift up your shirt and pick us both up. If it wasn't for this brother, mom, we won't see you again. Wow. Song Yungue jumped into her mother's arms and bawled her eyes out. Song Jinyao wrapped her arms around her daughter in pain and looked at her son again. I saw my son sitting on the metal chair in front of the operating room, his little head bowed down, a teardrop falling down his shirt. Just then, the door of the operating room was heavily pushed open from the inside, and Dean Fu, whose white coat was all stained with blood, walked out with an anxious face. Song Jinyao's heart thumped as she looked at his expression. Hurriedly, he stood up and greeted him. Dean, what's wrong? It's not going well. The patient has lost a lot of blood and needs a blood transfusion. Then hurry up and lose. Song Jinyao said hurriedly. Therein lies the problem. The patient's blood type is somewhat unique. Dean Fu gulped and said with difficulty, it's Rh-negative type O blood. Song Jinyao was struck by lightning and froze in place. Rh-negative. Panda blood type. Chapter 20 First Aid. Song Jinyao's gaze subconsciously looked toward her two children. Her two children. Also Rh-negative type O blood. It's an extremely rare blood type. 1 in a million, so to speak. But none of that is the point right now. The point is, what about Yi Qing? Song Jinyao hurriedly said, doesn't the hospital's blood bank have any stock? Dean shook his head with a hard look on his face and gave the same look to the two kids. No, there's no way the hospital would go to that much trouble to stockpile this kind of blood. The fastest way to do it now is to contact the Mordor Central Blood Bank and see if there's a matching blood type there. In case there's none on the blood bank side either. Although the dean hadn't finished his words, Song Jinyao still heard what he meant. In case there was none on the side of the Magic Capital Blood Bank, Yi Qing would surely die. Song Jinyao was so anxious that she was spinning around on the floor, and the dean sighed quietly and hurriedly went to make a phone call. A flash of determination flashed through Song Yu's eyes as she heard the conversation between the two. Secretly, he stood up and ran towards the nurse's station under Song Jinyao's watchful eyes. Just then, Black Pineapple. Those eyes are moving. The cell phone rang, and Song Jinyao subconsciously felt for her cell phone from her pocket. Picking it up, I realized it wasn't my own phone ringing. Song Yungue painstakingly pulled at Yi Qing's changed clothes, and from the inner pocket of his pants, he fished out his cell phone. Mom, it looks like Big Brother's cell phone. Song Jinyao took Yi Qing's cell phone and answered the incoming call. Hello, Brother Yi, where are you in Magic City? Song Jinyao heard a female voice coming from her ear, took a deep breath and slowly said, Yi Qing, he's in the resuscitation room right now. What? The female voice was visibly shaken, and there was a crackling sound on the other side of the phone, like the sound of a woman suddenly standing up and accidentally scattering desktop things all over the place. What the hell? What's going on? And who are you? The caller on the other side of the phone hurriedly followed up with a series of questions. Yi Ching is my child's savior. But none of that is the point right now. The point is that Yi Ching is in dire need of Rh-negative O-type blood. Are you Yi Ching's family? Is there any blood source we can contact? Usually with Rh-negative blood, there is a registration at the local blood station. Just like her two children, even before they were adults, they were registered early on the blood bank side. Which hospital? The female voice asked again. Magic City Song Center Hospital. Got it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other side of the phone hung up in a hurry. Song Jinyao could only sit on the chair and pray that the Mordor blood bank had a suitable blood type. Even if it cost her more, she couldn't let the two children's savior just die in vain. On the other hand, the Magic City Raising Yunnan Mantle Hotel. Su Yingzhu came to Magic City in order to meet her brother Yi Ching. Brother Yi Ching didn't want to see her, so she took the initiative. A good man was afraid of stalking a woman, and with her appearance, she didn't believe that Yi Ching would be hard-hearted. Whoever thought that just settled in the hotel, before he could have a hot meal. He heard from Yi Ching's cell phone that Yi Ching was being resuscitated. Su Yingzhu gritted her teeth and still decided not to tell Uncle Yi and Auntie Yi about this news. Auntie Yi was still in the capital and was inevitably emboldened by the news. Yi uncle, on the other hand, do not know where. The last time in the Yi family dinner vaguely heard that Yi uncle recently busy in a big project. He should be very busy right now and not be disturbed until it's urgent. After thinking about it, Su Yingzhu picked up her cell phone and called Elder Su. His father, after all, was in existence that had carried a gun, and would have had some access to that. Hello, Dad, can you contact Rh-negative blood in Mordor? It's brother Yi Ching. I don't know what kind of blind bravado is going on again. Now in the emergency room of the Song Central Hospital in Magic City, in urgent need of a blood transfusion. Aha, yes, please, Daddy. Su Yingzhu hung up the phone, still a little uneasy. Calling a special car from the hotel, he hurried toward the Song Central Hospital in Magic City. At this very moment, Magic City Central Blood Bank, Zhuang Rongxuan, the director of the blood bank, had just returned to his office after inspecting the work. Just about to pick up my thermos to catch my breath. The red hotline on the desktop rang very abruptly. Zhuang Rongxuan's breath was choked by the sudden call to the blood bank's red hotline. It's a dedicated line that only registered characters of that kind can call in directly. Zhuang Rongxuan hurriedly picked up the phone, and heard a neutral voice coming from the opposite side. Xiao Shuang, I'm Su Aigua. The voice just briefly made a self-introduction, and Zhuang Rongxuan sucked in cold air continuously when he heard the name. Geez, surprisingly, it's this one. At that moment, he replied with a serious expression. Old chief, you say? There is something important that needs to be done by me. Does your blood bank have any Rh-negative O-type blood? Check and I'll wait to hear from you. Zhuang Rongxuan hurriedly opened the internal system and searched the internal system for news about Rh-negative O-type blood. The system is slow. Zhuang Rongxuan didn't hold back and kicked the computer mainframe. The mainframe hummed as if rebelling against the violence of Station Master Zhuang. When the system came out with the result, he said in a hurry, Old chief, after checking, there is still 2000 cc in stock. May I ask if you need it? If you have it, whatever you use, send it to Song Center Hospital through the fastest way possible. Repeat, yes, by the fastest way possible. Send the blood to Song Central Hospital. Hearing his reply, the other side hung up quickly. The corner of Zhuang Rongxuan's mouth curled into a bitter smile, but he didn't dare to slack off much. Prepare to go downstairs and prepare the blood yourself. Prior to this, arrangements were made for the blood bank staff to activate the Level 1 emergency response program, which hadn't been used in several years. Helicopter transportation. The helicopter was the fastest option he could think of, and soon the entire blood station was all busy. Someone to file, someone to apply for airspace. Procedures that originally required multiple approvals were directly crossed over to him for signature. Just as the managers of the blood bank handed over 2000 cc of blood to Zhuang Rongxuan, the cell phone suddenly rang again. With a helpless face, Zhuang Rongxuan took out his cell phone from his pocket and glanced at the notes. Hello, old Fu? Why did you think of calling me? He had phone numbers for all the directors of all the hospitals in Mordor, but generally, every hospital had stockpiles of blood. Not so much as a direct link to him here. Once the hospital director's call comes directly to him, it means something big is definitely going on. Zhuang Rongxuan inwardly prayed. Never conflict with these bags of blood in your arms. Human life is at stake. Only to hear Dean Fu on the other end of the phone said hurriedly, Director Zhuang, do you have Rh-negative O blood in your blood bank? There is a patient in our hospital who is in urgent need of blood transfusion. Hiss. Fear of what will come. What a way to hit these bags of blood. But the whole blood bank. It's true that there's no second stock. Helplessly, Zhuang station chief could only reply. Came one step too late. Lao Fu. RH negative typo blood, only one inventory. Just now was ordered away. If you can't, a little blood protein transfusion first? Hello, old Fu? Taking down his cell phone to see that the other side had hung up. Chapter 21 Blood Test. Zhuang Rongchuan quickly explained to his men to see if he could invite a few of the panda blood types registered in Magic City. Human life is at stake. He didn't dare slack off, but there was only so much he could do. The helicopter pilot hurriedly pushed open the door. Director, the plane is ready. Shall we leave now? Zhuang Rongchuan nodded with an ugly face and personally picked up the cold box. Accompanied by a couple of paramedics, they boarded the helicopter. It wasn't until the aircraft had elevated into the designated airspace that the helicopter pilot turned his head abruptly. Asked, Director, which hospital are we going to? Song Center Medical Hospital? Station Master Shuang always felt something was wrong. Isn't old Fu the director of Song's hospital? It's a big flood. This blood should be from the same person. What was this patient's status that could make a big shot and a director of a tertiary hospital call at the same time? With an anxious heart and a desire to explain, Zhuang Rongchuan pulled out his cell phone and called Dean Fu. Sorry, the phone you dialed. Su Yingzhu hurriedly got out of the car, picked up her bag and rushed towards the hospital, all the way to the door of the operating room. It was too late to wipe the sweat from his forehead, take out his cell phone, and call Yi Qing's number. Black Pineapple. Those eyes are moving. The cell phone rang in the operating room, and Su Yingzhu followed the sound. A woman who was uncharacteristically beautiful was seen sitting in a steel chair in front of the emergency room with her palms together. Something kept coming out of his mouth. Su Yingzhu looked at the woman's looks and frowned lightly, hangs up and walks toward the woman. Song Jinyao was praying to the heavens without stopping, expecting a miracle to happen, enabling Yi Qing to turn the corner. Suddenly, he felt a blackness in front of his eyes. A figure stood in front of him. Follow the figure and look up slowly. Struck by the same thought. What a pretty girl. Are you? Cell phone. Su Yingzhu said succinctly. Ah, good. Song Jinyao passed Yi Qing's cell phone over with her hands and feet. Su Yingzhu took the cell phone and didn't say anything more, sitting down beside Song Jinyao and looking closely at the door of the emergency room. Not a moment later, Dean Fu walked down the stairs with an ugly face. Standing beside Song Jinyao with difficulty, he said, Mr. Song, the blood bank side said that there was no more blood. The two women were struck by lightning as they listened to his words. Song Jinyao's face was bloodless as she hurriedly got up and asked, No blood? How is that possible? Is there any other way, Dean? The Dean shook his head, sighed quietly, and turned to go into the operating room. Song Jinyao sat back in her chair with a lost soul, covering her face with both hands, muttering in disbelief. How? Just then, a small nurse led Song Yuan towards the few people. Mr. Song, the little friend insisted on donating blood to his brother. I told him that blood donations have to be paired. For example, it says no blood transfusions between immediate family members, especially between brothers. But the kids just won't listen. You manage. Song Yu was furiously stomping her little legs, trying to break away from the little nurse's hand. I am RH negative typo blood. I can save big brother's life. No! Song Jinyao snapped, slapping Song Yu's eye on the back of her head. You're only a few years old. Donating blood will kill you. Why not? Su Yingzhu heard the conversation between several people and stood up to go toe-to-toe with Song Jinyao. Didn't you say that brother Yi Qing became like this to save your child? What's the point of letting him give some blood? Song Jinyao similarly stood up, shielding Song Yuan behind her. Do you have any humanity left? He's only 3 years old. Su Yingzhu sneered. Humanity? You're talking to me about humanity? Didn't brother Yi Qing do this to save your child? Who on earth is inhuman? You. Just as Song Jinyao was about to return the angry scolding, Song Yu took the initiative to stand out from behind Song Jinyao after gently tugging on her sleeve. The tiny face was filled with a determination unbecoming of the age and looked to the nurse. Sister, I googled it. 3-year-olds have about 500 milliliters of blood in their bodies, and it's only when they lose 20% of their blood that they're at risk. Saying that, Song Yu was breaking her little fingers and counting something. So, as long as it's less than 300 milliliters, it won't affect my body. Mom, 150 milliliters each for my sister and I might be able to save my big brother's life. Song Yuan gently pushed her mother's hand away and took her sister. My sister will definitely do the same. Right? Sister. Song Yunhui nodded with the same firmness. Song Jinyao looked at the two children's stubborn eyes. Her lips twitched, turned around with impatience, and waved her hand. Mom, don't worry. It's fine. Song Yunhui gave a shallow smile to comfort her mom. The duo took the nurse by the hand, left and right, and headed for the nursing station. A trace of intolerance flashed across Suingju's face as she turned to follow. After a few people left, Song Jinyao sat back in her chair as if she had lost her soul. Hojaji has been hiding away. Fearing that Song Jinyao had just approached him, he wasn't that capable of getting the legendary panda blood. After seeing the two children leave, he gently sat down next to Song Jinyao and tried to hold Song Jinyao's hand. Snap! Song Jinyao subconsciously swung out a slap, right on Hijiaji's face. Without even looking at him, his eyes murmured wordlessly, "Leave me alone." Boom! A loud noise rang out, startling Song Jinyao and the hospital crowd. The doors of the emergency clinic were blown back and forth by a gust of wind, hitting the wall hard with a loud thud. Song Jinyao subconsciously looked toward the outside of the hospital, and saw a helicopter hovering out of the sky at high speed. A man hurriedly ran down from the helicopter, letting the gusts of wind from the helicopter blow the 3 or 2 hairs on his head. The man was carrying a medical specialty box in his arms. "Quick! Rh negative O negative blood, who wants it?" Song Jinyao stood up incredulously when she heard the man shout. "What did you say? Is this?" The man nodded, ignoring Song Jinyao. Soon, several nurses took the medical kit in the man's hands and flew inside the operating room. Yi Qing was lying on the operating table and had actually been somewhat shallowly conscious. He just couldn't keep his eyes open no matter how hard he tried. Just now he wanted to curse. This ING doctor. The stitches don't give him any anesthetic. It hurts like hell. Along with the input of blood, Yi Qing felt that his body was becoming more and more powerful. With an effort, he moved his fingers. "Hey, Dean, look. His fingers are moving. It's good that it's moving. And moving means it's going to wake up soon." Amidst the expectant voices of several medical personnel, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes after a great deal of effort. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old man in a white coat looking at him with an expectant face. The lips quivered gently, making a faint sound. When the old man in the white coat pressed his ear over, Yi Qing used the last of his strength in his body and fought to say, "Hit, anesthetic, doctor, it hurts, me." Then the head tilted and he passed out for real. Chapter 22, Failed Blood Pairing. Inside the nursing station, the closed steel door prevented the crowd inside from hearing the roar of the helicopter. The nurse had just taken small needles and flicked them at the fingertips of both children, took a little blood sample for lab work. Suingju tenderly pulled the two children and thanked them repeatedly. "Suppose Brother Yi Qing is able to turn things around. If you guys want anything, sister will buy you anything." Song Yunhui patted Suingju's hand like a small adult. "Sister, no need. Big brother was also injured like this to save us. That's all we're supposed to do." "Yes, yes." Song Yueji chimed in as well. Just as the three of them were lost in emotion, the little nurse from the nursing station pushed open the iron door and walked in, sit back down at the computer and operated in quick succession. Suingju took a few steps forward and asked somewhat anxiously, "Nurse, are the lab results out? Can I offer it?" The nurse shook her head and pointed to the computer screen. "Not so fast. It'll be a few minutes." Suingju stood by the computer with a disappointed look on her face. Just then, this nurse took a call and hurried out of the ward. Only Suingju and two children were left behind. Suingju sat down in front of the computer, her fingers rapidly tapping F5. Not a moment later, there was a sharp knock on the door. Song Yu was on her tiptoes, laboriously pulling the iron door open, when she saw Song Jinyao standing outside the door with an excited look on her face. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Song Jinyao surveyed Song Yu's eye from head to toe, especially on his little hands, looking at them carefully several times. After seeing that there was no pinprick, she cried tears of joy and wrapped her son in her arms. The blood bank side sent the blood over. "Yi Qing is out of danger. You don't have to give blood anymore." "Really? Mom, big brother is really out of danger?" Song Yunhui similarly ran forward, both eyes glowing. Song Jinyao nodded solemnly and stood up, holding a child in one hand, looking towards Suingju, who was still sitting in front of the computer and slowed down after hearing the news. "Yi Qing is fine and came out of the operating room right away. I'll take the two children first. You don't have to worry about the medical expenses. I've already made a good call on the hospital side." Suingju nodded dumbly and watched the three leave. The finger unconsciously tapped F5 again. The computer screen refreshes with a brand new page. Suingju subconsciously looked away. Blood type matching results. Blood donor, Song Yueji, Song Yungue. Blood requirement, Ya Qing. Matching result, unqualified. Matching suggestion, after analyzing the blood of the three parties, there is a high degree of genetic match, and it is suspected that there is a direct family relationship. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Suingju raised her hand and rubbed her eyes incredulously, looking toward the screen again. See more clearly this time. The genes are highly compatible. Immediate family relations are suspected. Unable to help himself, he muttered, "This system is broken, isn't it? Or does Uncle Yi have some untold secrets out there?" With a puzzled expression, Su Yingzhu printed off this result. This lab result is then deleted on all sides on the hospital's internal system. After making sure not a single trace remains, carefully, he folded the unique report up squarely and tucked it into his inside pocket. The heart was still worried about Yi Qing's safety and decided to put this matter down for the time being. Inside the most luxurious suite of Song Central Hospital, Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes. Fei twisted her head and looked out the window. The sky outside the window is already dark. From this angle, you can see the stars. And I don't know what time it is. It just felt dry like sparks were coming out of his throat, trying to lift my arms. More than that, he couldn't muster a single ounce of strength, especially the entire lower half of the body, without a single bit of sensation. A flash of panic flashed through his heart for no reason. I don't think so. It was clearly an arm injury. So how come the entire lower half of his body was unconscious? Stop it, for God's sake. I don't have kids yet. The Yi family has 3 generations of single-parent families. We can't leave old Yi with no one to inherit his hundreds of billions. When the body gradually regained a little strength, Yi Qing's arm laboriously lifted the quilt and looked downward, after seeing the familiar 2 nines. Take a long, slow breath. Fortunately, Comrade Lao Yi doesn't need to be extinct. But why are the legs so numb? It's as numb as going to the bathroom and looking at your cell phone for too long. With a bit of a pinprick-like tingling sensation, effort to pull back the covers. Just see a nice big lump nestled by his leg. Long, inky hair spread out on the bed. The whole man was curled up in a ball, both arms resting on his thighs, and there was a thin purring sound. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched, and he effortlessly reached out and patted his hand. Wake up, you're pressing on my leg. Oh, you're awake, brother Yi Qing. When she lifted her head, Yi Qing was able to see the face clearly. No makeup, some haggardness on her small face, 2 dark circles under her eyes, sleepy eyes, dazed and confused, and there was even drooling around his mouth. After seeing her, Yi Qing was shocked and was about to lie down and pretend to faint. Su Yingzhu, how did she get here? She is here. Is not the old mom and old leaves know that they are now in the hospital lying board? After a moment, Yi Qing felt someone pinching his nose. In his heart, he knew that it was Su Yingzhu who was playing a prank. He didn't slowly open his eyes until he almost suffocated again. In a weak tone, he said, Yingzhu, what brings you here? Su Yingzhu clasped her hands on her chest. Humph, brother Yi Qing, if I didn't come, you would have died, you know? Saying that, Su Yingzhu sat on the bed, breaking her fingers and talking about what she had paid, 1 item at a time. Do you know how much trouble my old man went through for you? Thousands of miles to transfer blood. Helicopter delivered, you know. And, you know how much you scared me when you were lying in the emergency room. Both eyes blinked hard to squeeze out a few tears. Yi Qing reluctantly raised his hand and placed it on Su Yingzhu's head, gently smoothing down her somewhat messy hair. This trick was tried and true for Su Yingzhu. He saw Su Yingzhu like a kitten, closing her eyes in enjoyment. In no time at all, he fell asleep at his feet, making a thin snoring sound. Yi Qing withdrew his hand, only to feel that he didn't have a single bit of sleepiness, grabbed his cell phone, which was sitting next to his bed, and tapped the screen. Late at night around 11:30 p.m. and it's almost a new day. There were also a dozen missed calls. There's Lao Wei, there's Su Yingzhu, there's Zhang Wei, and there's an unmarked cell phone number that just called half an hour ago. And it's Su Yingzhu who didn't answer. After thinking about it, I called Lao Wei back first. In a weak tone, he said, Hey, brother Wei, have you seen my note? I didn't think that the old Wei first came a female voice from over there. Turn over. Take a temperature. Only then did the old Wei have a more half-dead voice. Brother where are you? From now on, I'm leaving the identity of the head of the security brigade to you. When Yi Qing heard this news, he was so shocked that he immediately sat up. What the hell? Old Wei, what did you say? I say, from now on, you'll be the head of security for Song Group. Chapter 23, Mom, I really did see Ultraman today. After hanging up, the corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched as his mind kept thinking about what old Wei had said. On the phone, Wei said he went through that morning fall. It was only when I went into the hospital that I was checked for a severe herniated disc. Plus it's getting old and time for an honorable retirement. Already sent a message to the personnel site to recommend him for the security brigade leader. That's really something. It's a pity, old Wei. I've already been fired by Grand President Song. Yi Qing thought furtively and hesitated. Call the number with no notes. Meanwhile, Soup City 1. Song Yujie and Song Yungue had just been kidnapped in the morning, and were currently up in arms and not sleeping, tossing and turning and fighting in bed. You grabbing my stuffed animals. Me tearing up your cartoon animations. As soon as Song Jinyao turned off the lights, Song Yun-gue began to cry. At this moment, Song Jinyao was sitting at the end of the bed with a lifeless expression on her face. Look at the two kids who are making a mess. Suddenly, the phone rings. Song Jinyao picked up her cell phone and saw that it was Yi Qing calling, then lifted her finger and gently placed it on her lips. Shoo, it's your brother Yi Qing calling. The two small children heard their mom's words and stopped messing around on the bed, lying on their lefts and rights by their mom's legs, looking at her expectantly. Song Jinyao picked up the phone and was just about to open her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. A moment later, Yi Qing on the other side of the phone said, hang up without talking. Song Jinyao hurriedly said, don't, it's me. The expression was inevitably a bit awkward. Only in the morning had Yi Qing been expelled on trumped-up charges, and at noon he had saved his two children. Yi Qing. Song Jinyao continued. Thank you for saving my child. And I don't know how to thank you. Does your wound still hurt? It's okay, it doesn't hurt as much. The two of them talked awkwardly for a few moments and fell silent. Seeing that her mother didn't say anything, Song Yuan anxiously stood up and stuck next to the phone and said loudly, Big brother, I really thank you for today. Seeing this, Song Yun-gue also climbed up, and the two of them scrambled to give Yi Qing a quick thank you. And Yi Qing, who was in the hospital, heard the words of the two children. A faint smile. That's when it came back to me what a big deal I had done. He's the one who stepped up and saved two kids. If a reporter had been there, he'd be on the Mordor Evening News. Yi Qing only felt an inexplicable bravado in his heart at this moment, and smiled as he said to the other end of the phone, there's nothing wrong with you two, is there? It's okay, big brother. We're not hurt. Big brother, I still want to give you a blood transfusion with my sister today. A touch of warmth faintly floated in Yi Qing's heart. Children are simply the cutest creatures in the world. Give the phone back to your moms. Will you? You guys go to bed early. You have school tomorrow. Yes, day. Brother. Hello. Again. The awkwardness of looking at each other. Forget it, Mr. Song. Go to bed early. Yi Qing was silent for a moment and didn't know what to say. Aha. The female voice returned to that coolness once more and hung up of her own accord. After a few moments, a text message came through. Thanks for today anyway. And I'm sorry. Yi Qing gently put down his cell phone and looked out the window. Thoughts. Well, the phone call was made, so it's time for you two to go to bed, isn't it? Song Jinyao took a left and a right and patted the two children's buttocks, urged them to hurry to bed. The two children scrambled for Song Jinyao's embrace. I want mommy to hold me. No, you get up. Mommy is mine. Song Yunhui milkily dragged her brother's arm. Song Jinyao helplessly held her forehead. How did this start again? For no reason at all. I remembered my first love. If only the child's father were still around. The kid sure wouldn't dare make a scene like that. Looking at the children who were playing around, Song Jinyao's moth brows gradually inverted. In a stern voice, he said, that's enough. Still sleeping or not? Turn off the lights. Sleep on your own. Saying that, Song Jinyao raised her hand to pick up the remote control and turned off the lights. The room was plunged into darkness. Song Jinyao had thought that the two children would be able to stop for a while. What she didn't expect was, the lights had just been turned off for a short while when Song Yungue cried out in a small voice. Little hands clutched their sleeves. Mommy, I'm scared. Can you call brother Yi Qing again? Song Jinyao hesitated, lowered her head, and looked at Song Yungue, who was holding her arms tightly. The whole little face was watering, and even in the darkness, the two big eyes were glistening with tears. Song Jinyao sighed quietly, picked up her phone, and called Yi Qing's side again. Hey, are you asleep? Did it bother you? The kids are scared. Can you say a few more words with them? It's a real pain in the ass, he said, and added hastily, fearing that Yi Qing would refuse. Hospitals. Yi Qing received the call and listened to Song Jinyao's request. Covering the microphone, he whispered, that's fine. Just as well I don't have much to do. Moving gently to avoid suing Zhu, he put on his slippers and went to the balcony. The late-night wind in Magic City was exceptionally comfortable, gently blowing on his body, and his daytime fatigue dissipated a lot. Yi Qing sat down on the lounge chair on the balcony. In a soft tone, he said, hi, kids? Still not in bed? Let me tell you a story. Want to hear it? Yes, brother. A tender female voice rang out. The story is called Snow White. The wicked queen was jealous of Snow White's beauty and tried to trick the princess into eating the poison apple. The little boy's voice rang out, brother, it's too outdated. Isn't it true that the 7 dwarfs saved Snow White in the back, and then the prince showed up to save her heroically? Yi Qing smiled and ignored him, continuing to pause. Then the princess said, I'm sorry mother, I'm on a diet and don't want to eat. Cough, cough, cough. Song Jinyao's violent cough rang out. Yi Qing smiled and continued, it's not over yet. And then, guess what? Even Song Jinyao couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" "Ha ha." Snow White failed to lose weight and ate into a big fat man. The king worried about Snow White's marriage. The whole world to the princess to recruit a husband. Even the wicked queen has put down the guardedness in her heart and has taken the initiative to organize the princess's marriage. Then, the prince of the next kingdom, hearing of Snow White's beauty, came to the door to ask for her hand in marriage. Speaking here, Yi Qing paused. Sure enough, it piqued the curiosity on the other side of the phone. And then what, brother? Song Yunhui's timid voice rang out. Later, then the prince fell in love with the queen at first sight. Happily ever after together. Song Jinyao, Song Yungue, Song Moonin. Yi Qing didn't get a response and wasn't annoyed. Continuing, there's still the next story. Do you still want to hear it? Enough. It's not early. Song Jinyao's somewhat gnashing voice came out. Please don't hang up until I finish putting the baby to sleep first. A few minutes passed. A soft song came from the other side of the phone. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Yi Qing always had a familiar feeling when he listened to the song. Isn't that the voice of that little brat's mom from My Mom is a Tigress? My Mom is a Tigress equals Song Moon is in? The equations are simplified. So, the tigress is Song Jinyao? Chapter 24, Nameless. Two thin snores came from the other end of the line. Sleeping? Yi Qing asked in a small voice, listening to Song Jinyao's gentle lullaby. He was getting a little sleepy. I didn't expect usually cold and domineering female president in private actually have this side. No one would believe that. The lullaby stopped, and Yi Qing fondly paused the recording. Sleep. Thank you. Song Jinyao reverted back to that cold tone. The two of them fell back into a silent atmosphere between them, and Yi Qing quietly listened to Song Jinyao's breathing, only to feel sleepy. Mr. Song, then I'll go to bed too? Song Jinyao spared no words and replied. Aha. Yi Qing hung up the phone, set the recorded lullaby to play in a loop. With a gentle lullaby and a gentle night breeze. Just lay back in the recliner and slowly fall asleep. Thompson. Song Jinyao wrapped her arms around the two children, her eyes clear, without a hint of sleepiness. Images of today's child abduction kept flashing in a loop in my mind. A pang of fear welled up in his heart for no reason. Children. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And she wouldn't see her two children. Thanks to Yi Qing. Who the hell is it? Could do something like kidnap a child. Song Jinyao thought to herself. It cannot be ruled out that there are bandits who see money in their eyes and are desperate enough to do such a thing. But there is an even bigger possibility that Song's group is a business rival. Currently, the highest concern of Song Group is that piece of land located next to the Huangpu River, and all other projects are progressing in an orderly manner, and the biggest rival for that land is. Late at night, Song Jinyao's expression was a bit grim as she gritted her teeth and said, Yi. Right at this moment, Song Yunhui's tiny body curled up tightly into a ball and shrunk into Song Jinyao's arms. Her small hands clutched the soft pajamas into a ball, and Song Jinyao couldn't even peel it off with great effort. Muttering dreamy words, Mom, I really did see Ultraman today. Song Jinyao was stunned. Two teardrops flowed out of the corners of her eyes in a split second, turning around and tightly embracing her daughter. Yeah, it was Ultraman who saved you today. Tonight, Song Jinyao stayed up all night. Early the next morning, after dropping off two children at kindergarten with two huge black eyes, it was only then that Song Jinyao received a text message from her driver. Xiao Sun. Mr. Song, excuse me. I need to take some time off. My wife is about to give birth. I hope you approve. Song Jinyao hesitated again and again, gave Xiao Sun the approval for the leave, and also transferred $5,000 over. Since she had her baby, she knew how hard it was to raise a child, gave Song's group an explicit rule up and down the line. Whenever maternity leave is granted, regardless of whether the employee is a man or a woman, the supervisor must unconditionally authorize it, provided that proof can be provided. Even if she needed little Sun especially lately, she couldn't break the rules she'd set. Song Jinyao returned to the company with a yawn, her entire body exuding the meaning of a stranger not to be disturbed. It wasn't until he sat down in the wide boss chair that he felt a little bit of vigor gradually surging through his tired body. Sunglasses? Didn't take them? Her eyes inadvertently saw the sunglasses that Yi Qing hadn't taken away, and Song Jinyao curiously took them into her hands to play with them. It's only upon closer inspection that I realized there's a lot to be said for the sunglasses. Logo blurred around the edges. Mirror support is noticeably loose. Gilt somewhat faded. Lost a laugh. What the? So it's a fake. Song Jinyao lowered her sunglasses and raised her hand to rub her brow. An inexplicable feeling of celebration came over me for some unknown reason. A few days have passed and it's almost the weekend. During these few days, Yi Qing was tortured in the hospital. This Su Yingzhu also didn't know what kind of wind she had drawn, wanting to portray the persona of a virtuous wife in him, so that he didn't have a moment to spare from morning to night. Yi Qing was lying on the hospital bed, looking lifelessly at the busy Suing-ju. Come, brother Yi Ching, drink water. Yi Ching opened his mouth, and this was already the 6th time in this hour that Suing-ju picked up a glass of water. Brother Yi Ching, eating an apple? Yi Ching shook his head. This was already the 3rd apple today. Most of all, Suing-ju's knife skills sucked, and when she wasn't allowed to peel the skin, she had to do it. The peeled apples aren't much different than the cores. Suing-ju had a red face. Then brother Yi Ching, do you need to go to the toilet? I'll shake it for you. Yi Ching stretched out his hand and pulled Suing-ju's high ponytail, which was tied up for convenience. I say, don't you have something to do? No, what's wrong brother Yi Ching? Suing-ju turned her head with a smile, holding a piece of bread in her hand. Brother Yi Ching, come open your mouth. Saying that, Suing-ju picked up the bread and stuck it over. Yi Ching vaguely smelled a rancid odor and twisted his head to reject this piece of bread that was already on his lips. Rancid. Suing-ju picked up the bread and sniffed. It shouldn't be. I just bought the bread today. Yi Ching twitched his nose, only to feel the rancid odor getting stronger and stronger. Reaching out his hand, he pulled Suing-ju's sleeve and sniffed it carefully. It's not the bread that's stale. It's you. Suing-ju immediately retracted her sleeve, not moving and pretending to sniff. Her pretty face without any powder instantly turned red, and she said in annoyance, it's not all because of you. I didn't even go back to the hotel for the past few days when you were hospitalized. I've been here to take care of you, where there's time to clean up after yourself. Yi Ching pulled up the quilt, covering his mouth and nose, only revealing an eye, and his slurred voice came out from the quilt. Then hurry up and go wash it. It stinks. You. Suing-ju was extremely angry. Her eyes darted around a few times, seeing Yi Ching's arm that was bandaged like a mummy, grabbed it and took a bite out of it. Blah blah blah. So salty. After biting into it, he spat out a few more bites in a row. Yi Ching's old face turned red, waved his hand and muttered, I'm not the wound, can't see water. It's also a few days without a bath. Salty point is not very normal. It's you. You're a little girl. You're all rancid and shy. Suing-ju stomped her foot in annoyance and blankly glanced at Yi Ching. Then I'll go back to take a shower first. You be good here. Remember, don't run around blindly. Saying that, she picked up her bag and fled like she was leaving the hospital room. After Suing-ju left, Yi Ching got out from the blanket and slowly took a long breath. I've been tossed around by this little ninny for the past few days. I don't know if he's in the hospital recovering from his injuries or suffering. Day after day, he was nagging him in the ear, and his ears were getting calloused from hearing it. Yi Ching turned around and got out of bed, ready to take a shower. It wasn't like Suing-ju hadn't tried to scrub his body for him in the past few days. How could the witty man not understand Suing-ju's inner thoughts? Refused several times in a row. He hadn't showered in a few days, and he was a little disgusted with himself. It's already hot in Mordor, and you don't take a shower for a few days. Even if the hospital room is air-conditioned, he didn't even have to sniff. The rancid odor was faintly detectable from the ward's collar. Gorgeously, he went into the bathroom and removed the hospital gown from his body with his intact arm. Should not say, really worthy of the Song Hospital's VIP ward. The shower is used in high-grade goods. The spray of water is like a mist, and it is comfortable to sprinkle on your body. Just as Yi Ching was taking a bath, Song Ji-nyao gently pushed open the door of the ward and walked into the ward with soft footsteps. Yi Ching, are you better from your injuries? There was no response for a long time, and the ward was empty. Song Ji-nyao was inevitably a little anxious in her heart. In the past few days, before the two children went to bed every night, they needed to have a phone call with Yi Ching before they could sleep with peace of mind. In all reason, she should properly thank Yi Ching for sending the two children to Yichangshi early this morning. After letting Auntie Wang make 2 small dishes, he himself personally cooked and stewed a pigeon before coming to visit Yi Ching. Now, Yi Ching is not even in the ward? Yi Ching, where have you been? Song Ji-nyao's voice was a little anxious. The balcony isn't there. Neither did the building. Song Ji-nyao stood at the door of the bathroom, inwardly pushing it open without any hope. A wave of heat pounded through the doorway, so humid that the moisture instantly dampened his glasses. Through the vague vapor, Song Ji-nyao saw Yi Ching's neck, 8-pack abs, as well as, Chapter 25, biting in the wrong place. Yi Ching grimaced and covered his arm. Just now, when Song Ji-nyao pushed the door in, the scene was chaotic and the situation was urgent, so he used his injured arm to urgently block it. The spray from the shower instantly dampens the gauze and penetrates the wound. Yi Ching looked at Song Ji-nyao speechlessly. Mr. Song, don't you even knock on the door before entering the bathroom? Song Ji-nyao nodded and abruptly shook her head, overwhelmed to look at Yi Ching's arm, only a few minutes out from the bathroom. The whole gauze was then soaked with blood that came through, and it looked ghastly. Yi Ching sat at the head of the bed, looking at the dumbfounded Song Ji-nyao, and pointed to the emergency call bell at the head of the bed. I said, call the nurse. What are you doing? Ah. Oh. Song Jinyao's hands were so busy that she pressed the call bell. While waiting for the nurse to come, Yi Qing only felt more and more pain at the wound, so painful that he had to walk around the ward to divert his attention. The wound on his arm was stitched up, but the force of the blow just now made him feel that it was showing signs of disintegrating again. The pain kept coming like a tidal wave. Soon after, a nurse rushed in with the news. As soon as he saw Yi Qing get his arm, his expression immediately became serious. What's wrong? How did it get so bad? Taking a few quick steps, he tugged Yi Qing and pressed him forcefully on the hospital bed. Before Yi Qing is ready to tear the gauze on his arm, just a little bit of it was torn open, and Yi Qing almost jumped up in pain. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts like hell. Will you lighten up? The nurse stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words, so anxious that tears were about to fall out of her eyes. Mr. Yi, can you not move around? I need to remove the gauze to see what the wound really looks like. Can I get anesthesia? Yi Qing grimaced and looked at the nurse and asked. The nurse shook her head. No, Mr. Yi, in your current condition local anesthesia can't find a position at all, and with general anesthesia the director can't possibly approve it at all. The only way to see exactly what's wrong is to remove the gauze first. Either you want to think of something that will take your mind off things? Song Jinyao stood at the side, listening to the nurse's words. Her expression was a bit tangled. Suddenly, stretching out his arms, he moved gently to embrace Yi Qing in his arms. Only for a moment. Yi Qing, who was originally still crying out in pain, was immediately suffocated in his arms. Song Jinyao looked at the nurse. Take it apart. Ah. Oh. The nurse looked at Song Jinyao dumbfounded, slowly removing the gauze on Yi Qing's arm after hearing the order. Yi Qing only felt his eyes go black, and his entire face was instantly squeezed in the center by softness. This is? Facial cleanser? Thoughts subconsciously drifted away. Hiss. Then it was perceived that the nurse at the arm had begun to move. In Song Jinyao's arms, the pain, though still strong, wasn't that unbearable. Along with the opening of the gauze, the inner layer of the gauze has been tightly bonded with the blood reed of the wound. Just bear with me. It might hurt slightly more later, Song Jinyao said with a gentle voice. Yi Qing subconsciously wanted to turn his head and look at the wound. Just how much pain? To be able to make Song Jinyao say those words. Just turn my head. Zira's voice came. Groove. A sharp pain came out from the wound, hurting him so much that his fists clenched instantly. Eyes instantly widened and subconsciously opened his mouth. Whatever is in front of your mouth, bite it. Pain. It hurts. He didn't think the stitches hurt as much as they did. Good thing. The intense pain faded away almost instantly. Yi Qing trembled and let go of his mouth. Slowly leaving Song Jinyao's arms, he saw several deep teeth marks on the white shirt in front of him. Raising his head to look at her, he saw Song Jinyao's small face pale, similarly clenching her teeth tightly, her bite muscles protruding high. Because of the severe pain, there were already very visible teardrops emerging from the eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Yi Qing then realized that it was Song Jinyao that he had just bitten. The corners of his mouth twitched as he muttered, I'm sorry. Song Jinyao shook her head, and the moment the nurse twisted her head, her arm once again exerted force, using Yi Qing's head to block just the right amount of water stains. The sound that came out was slightly shaky because of the pain. Hiss. Nurse, quickly take a look. How's his wound? The nurse who was checking the wound raised her head and said in a relaxed manner, it's nothing serious. It's just that the blood scab hasn't fully coagulated before it gets wet. Just sterilize it and rebandage it. I'm going to get the bandages ready. After saying that, and without looking at the duo's current dissimilarities, he hurriedly pushed open the door to the hospital room to go prepare the bandages. Only after the nurse left did Song Jinyao slowly push Yi Qing away, her small face white, one hand clenched over his chest. Yi Qing sardonically extended his hand. Mr. Song, are you alright? Either I rub it for you? Scram! A somewhat grimacing voice came out from Song Jinyao's mouth, followed by a glare at Yi Qing. Forcing himself through the pain, he walked into the bathroom. Yi Qing looked at her somewhat vapid footsteps and hesitated, not following her in. The heart couldn't help but feel a little guilty. With that kind of severe pain, he had no choice but to subconsciously bite down hard on whatever it was, even if it was his own finger. I don't know how Song Jinyao is doing now. A few minutes passed and Song Jinyao didn't come out of the bathroom. The nurse instead pushed the nursing cart in. Without any further ado, he pulled Yi Qing's arm. Bear with me. I'll bandage the wound for you. Yi Qing was worried about Song Jinyao in his heart and allowed the little nurse to work on his arm. Yi Qing urged hurry up. The little nurse looked up suspiciously, her hands moving. A few moments later, he tied the gauze and pushed the cart out of the hospital room. Yi Qing got up and stood at the door of the bathroom, hesitating for a moment, slowly reaching out his hand to knock on the door. Mr. Song, do you need something? Do we need to call a doctor? It's okay. A weak voice came from the bathroom. Yi Qing just stood at the door, waiting for her. After a few moments, Song Jinyao walked out of the bathroom, her face looking slightly better. The blouse was a bit disheveled, and the lapel, which had been poking into the waist of his pants, was drawn out, obviously undressed to check on the wound. Yi Qing asked again, Mr. Song, there's really no need to call a doctor? Song Jinyao shook her head in a pretense of composure and sat back down in the escort chair, her movements still having a hint of unnaturalness. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. When Song Jinyao wasn't paying attention, he pulled open her collar. Worried, he looked inward. Bang! The door to the hospital room heaved open and slammed against the wall with a loud thud. The voice appears before the person arrives. Jinyao. I asked Changxi and she said you came to see. Hijaji stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The cell phone in his hand unconsciously slipped to the ground. Chapter 26 Pigeon Legs. Song Jinyao covered her chest, her neck all the way to her entire pretty face, vaguely revealing a flushed pink color. Yi Qing, who was sitting across from her, covered his face and smiled sarcastically. Jinyao, what's going on? Hijaji's face was ugly as he looked around at the two. Song Jinyao ignored him and just stared at Yi Qing dead on. Hijaji's expression changed in a stormy manner, and he turned his gaze to look at Yi Qing in a sinister manner. Explain to me, what do you mean by your actions just now? Yi Qing listened to Hijaji's commanding tone, and in his heart, somehow, a nameless fire suddenly appeared. 2 lifetimes half too old comrade Yi had educated him a little. Do not be humble. Meet in good people. You and good to people. When you meet one of those grifters that you don't know and still look all high and mighty, just beat him up. Where the hell did you come from for me to explain it to you? You. How had Hijaji ever seen such a person? Without a word, he opened his mouth to curse, stammering for half a day. He couldn't say anything, and his face was suffocatingly red. Looking for a fight you, he said, rolling up his sleeves and going forward. What? You still dare to make a move? A touch of ruthlessness surfaced within Yi Qing after a long time. Song Jinyao's slap was crisp and loud. Yi Qing, who was most annoyed by people slapping his face, only felt the anger in his heart increase at this moment. It was like a barrage of words. Look at that pussy look. A big man still wears makeup. The foundation on his face is peeling, big brother, and he still has the face to order others around. What? I'm your father, I have to give you answers? Get the outta here. Hijaji, who had always been seen as gentle and elegant, was now being talked about by Yi Qing to the pain point. With a strange cry he was about to pounce forward. Scram! Yi Qing stretched out his foot with a quick eye and kicked Hijaji heavily with a thud. Hijaji sat on his butt on the ground, covering his stomach and clenching his teeth with a hideous expression. You! Yi Qing heard this bastard still dare to curse. From the hospital bed abruptly sat up, raised his foot to continue to step on. Enough! Song Jinyao let out a furious shout and stopped in the middle of the two. Brother what are you doing here in the hospital looking for me? Turning his head to look at Hijaji, who had fallen to the ground. For some reason, Hijaji, who had originally looked particularly handsome, only realized Song Jinyao after hearing Yi Qing say that. Hoka Chi's face had a thick layer of foundation, and even his eyebrows were carefully groomed. Jinyao, I heard that you were in the hospital and guessed that you came to see this little security guard. Thinking that he saved the child after all, I also came to take a look at him. Hijaji's words emphasized the little security guard a few points heavier. His tone aggrieved. Yi Qing heard his words and took a few steps forward. His intact arm raised and pretended to be about to swing again. Hijaji was scared and took a few steps back. His mouth said defiantly, "Poof, a small security guard is a small security guard. Not up to par. Ha, that's still better than not daring to fight back." Yi Qing coldly mocked and sat back on the hospital bed. Enough! Yi Qing! Song Jinyao turned around and shouted harshly, interrupting Yi Qing's words. Turning his head, he continued to look at Hijaji. Big brother since I've seen it as well, I see that the scene has become like this, or else you should return first? I've prepared a big gift for little security guard Yi today, wait for me a moment. Hijaji pushed Song Jinyao away and stood in front of Yi Qing, just looking at him condescendingly. Saying that, Hijaji reached out and pulled out a thick pile of banknotes from his pocket. Looking at the thickness, it was $20,000. Boy, stretch out your hands, lower your head, and this money is yours. As if he was sure that Yi Qing would do as he said, Hijaji changed into that beatific smile again. Yi Qing slowly lowered his head. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smile. Ha ha, after living for so long, this is the first time I've seen someone trying to buy my face with money. Back in the day, I didn't give a when someone wanted to pay me 7,000 for my face, so who the hell are you? Bang! Yi Qing lifted his hand, received the $20,000, and slowly stood up amidst Hijaji's triumphant smile. Snap! a thick dozen banknotes fell on Hijiaji's face, and the banknotes suddenly flew around the ward like flying flowers. After doing all of this, Yi Qing lifted his head heavily, his mouth with an indulgent smile. Asterisk 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 off Nima. Do you believe it or not? Labor can smash you to death with money. Enough. Yi Qing. Song Jinya glared at Yi Qing and reached out to pull Hijiaji, pushing him out of the hospital room. Yi Qing sat back on the hospital bed. A few bills in the office wobbled and floated in front of his body, and Yi Qing shook the covers and shook those bills on the ground. After about half an hour, Yi Qing saw Song Jinya heavily push open the door and push in aggressively. Nor did he sit down, but just stood at the end of the bed with his arms folded over his chest, just looking at him quietly. Yi Qing muttered and turned his body around, not looking at Song Jinya. Song Jinya huffed, "You shouldn't have done that. The Yi family is very powerful in Magic City," Yi Qing said without looking back. "So what? You?" Song Jinya didn't expect Yi Qing to say this, and sat down in the escort chair without any anger. Seeing that Yi Qing still left the back of her head, she reached out her hand and forcefully broke over Yi Qing's head, and said with a single word, "Although, you saved 2 of my children, but you really can't use this as a talisman." Yi Qing sat up and surprised Song Jinya face to face. "So, listening to you means that you will protect me, right? And, you're not firing me?" Song Jinya sighed at his words, always feeling that he was not on the same channel as the jumpy man in front of him. Waving his hand helplessly, he said with hatred, "You're young. You can't be a small security guard for the rest of your life, right?" Yi Qing immediately hit the snake on the stick. "Actually, it's not impossible for me to be the boss's wife." He only dared to say this because he saw that Song Jinya seemed to be in a good mood today. Song Jinya didn't even think about it, spitting out a single word in a concise manner, "Get lost." Cut STH. Yi Qing slowly lay back on the hospital bed. Song Jinya sighed quietly, bending down to open the lunchbox she had carried in early in the morning. "Seeing as you're the injured one, I won't hold it against you for what you did today." Saying that, he opened the lunchbox and found out the pigeon he had stewed. Not caring about the greasy stars sticking to his hands, twisted up a pigeon leg and put it to Yi Qing's lips. "Taste. I stewed it myself." Yi Qing slowly opened his mouth and tore off a piece of shredded meat, chewing it slowly. "There wasn't a single taste of pigeon meat in my mouth, only a revolting salty fishy taste." Yi Qing's attention wasn't on the pigeon's legs, and he stared blankly at Song Jinya, who was close by. Slowly, he reached out and pulled her long hair, which was cascading down her back slightly, to one side of her body. "Mr. Song, you really smell like a human wife. Get out." Chapter 27 Discharge. Yi Qing from the VIP ward. "Right? You can be discharged." Yi Qing scratched his ears and asked the little nurse again without getting tired of it. "What did you say?" "I said, you can be discharged." The little nurse repeated, word for word. "Woohoo!" Yi Qing cheered. Taking advantage of Su Yingzhu's absence from the hospital, he changed his clothes and hurried out of the hospital. Anyway, Song's hospital is owned by Song Jinyao. He didn't even have a hospitalization certificate, and he didn't have to do any messy procedures to be discharged. He was afraid that if he stayed in the hospital any longer, he would either lose his life or his body. Su Yingzhu has been perverted to the middle of the night with a video camera to secretly record him sleeping. Anyone who opens his eyes to see a top-faced camera does not scare half-dead. Casually stopped a cab at the curb. "Master, go to Song's mansion." The cab started smoothly, and the roadscape flashed by quickly outside the window. Yi Qing picked up his phone and looked over the chat records since he was hospitalized for this period of time. There are Zhang Wei's, but most of them are some previously used webcams. The netizens are still the same, sending him private photos every day. Followed by a sentence, "Brother, there is a PK tonight. Oh, can you come and see your sister?" Yi Qing at first did not want to pay attention to these netroots, and then once really annoyed after impatience, will be wrapped into a mummy arm, took a picture and sent it over. Who knew that these netizens had transferred several $1,000s to him, saying that they wanted him to buy some supplements. Yi Qing didn't understand, but was satiated. For the first time, I realized that Netflix could be used in this way. In fact, what he wanted to see most was the concern of the old comrade Yi and the old mom. For so long, the two of them coincidentally did not send him a message of concern. It made him feel all tingly inside. Just as he thought that, old Ye's avatar on his cell phone screen suddenly flashed on. Yi Qing hesitated and picked up the phone. "Hello, Dad. From what Yingzhu said, you've been injured for the past 2 days?" Yi Qing first did not speak. "Want to hear what Comrade Yi said first. How's that job? Is it still intact?" Sure enough, old Yi is so out of tune. The first time is not to focus on his son's safety, but to focus on his grandson first. Yi Qing didn't have the good sense to say, "Thanks to your blessing, it's almost gone. Open. You can also blame this on my head. Not let you go home and try with Yingzhu." "What? Are you still in the rebellious stage? Yi Qing spat. Dad, I don't think we need to go through the whole reconciliation thing with our family's wealth, right? Hold it. Let's not talk about this first. I'm here to inform you that there's a business summit in Magic City next month, and you happen to go with me to attend it. Remember, don't forget, the summit is full of contacts you'll use in the future, so pay attention. Don't be a slob when you get there. Okay? Remember. Yi Qing had just finished speaking when old Ye's side hung up. Old Ye's gaze swept over the duo who were scowling, and a trace of disgust flashed across his expression. Undisputed waste. Waving his hand, he greeted Wang Jiansen who was on the sidelines. Looking the two up and down, he contemplated for a moment. You see to it, I'll go and prepare what I'll say to Song Jinyao tomorrow. Saying that, he turned around and left. Okay, Mr. Yi. Wang Jiansen nodded respectfully and kept watching Yi Changhua leave this conference room, twisting his head to look at the thin man and the fat man. He violently extended his foot to kick the thin man in the stomach. Waste. Rubbish. It's not just for you to deliver 2 children safely to Song's mansion. Look at you. One wounded and one crippled. Trash. The thin man rose from the ground, flopped down on his knees, and crawled on his knees towards Wang Jiansen. The voice was slightly shrill and aggrieved. Big brother, we really didn't want to hurt the 2 children. It was a kid who suddenly intervened. 2 of our brothers accidentally fell for him. Fatty followed suit and nodded his head in agreement, and the 2 brothers went into hiding after that day, running to several clinics before they were able to heal the injuries on their bodies to the tune of 70 to 80%. Only then did he rush back to resume his orders with Wang Jiansen. Off. Do you realize what a big deal you 2 have ruined? Yidong itself is asking you 2 to send the child back as a way of reminding Song Jinyao that we're keeping an eye on her. Now it's good. Stealing a chicken doesn't work. Song Jinyao's side already thinks we're trying to kidnap her child. You guys realize how much trouble this will cause for tomorrow's negotiations? Wang Jiansen was furious and was spinning around on the floor. The skinny man hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and flipped out the photo of Yi Qing that he had taken at that time, and handed it to Wang Jiansen with a crying face. Big brother, look, it's this kid that's spoiling our fun. Wang Jiansen took the cell phone and subconsciously glanced at it. Eyes suddenly rounded. His fingers rubbed the screen, putting Yi Qing's face to the maximum. And remembering what General Manager Yi Sr. said on the phone with General Manager Yi Jr. just now. At that moment, he only felt that the sky was spinning and there was a sense of unreality. The fat man stood up and came to Wang Jiansen's side, pointing his finger at the cell phone screen, telling Yi Qing's doings line by line. Big brother, this kid, he even hit me in the head with a slate. Look at that. Several stitches. Fatty said, peeling back his scalp and showing Wang Jiansen the hideous wound. A few stitches were sewn crookedly on the scalp. Wang Jiansen looked disgusted and copied his cell phone and smashed it on Fatty's wound that was just showing signs of healing. Bang! The force was so strong that the fat man was lying on the ground in an instant, his legs stomping on the ground a few times and fainted. Wang Jiansen grabbed the collar of the thin man's shirt and cursed with a sinister expression. Don't you guys see who this kid is before you make your move? That's little Mr. Yi Dong only has this one son. Ah! The skinny man's mouth involuntarily opened wide, and he stared blankly at Wang Jiansen who was fuming. With turbulent lips, he stammered, Big brother. You mean that? Wang Jiansen nodded with an ugly face, and in a moment, once again grabbed the collar of the skinny man, pointed his finger at the tip of the skinny man's nose, and explained word by word, remember, this matter, can't let anyone know. Do you understand me? Get lost if you understand. And I don't care what way you leave the country, whether it's Southeast Asia or Africa. Forget about going to Southeast Asia. There's our company's latest project over there. Buy the most recent flight to Africa, and then hide. This matter rot in the stomach. 10,000 must not let Yi Dong and little Yi know you too. Otherwise, no God can save you too. The thin man nodded, dragging up the fat man who had collapsed to the side and laboriously walking out the door. Wang Jiansen sat back on the sofa, only feeling dizzy in his head. Mr. Xiao Yi, what do you call this mess? Yi Qing returned to Song's building and entered the security room. The security room was still as it had been when he left, the note restored to its original shape on the table. Just as he sat down in his chair, the intercom in front of him jingled. Yi Qing picked up, and Grand President Song's voice came out. Back at the company? Aha! Come to my office first when you get back. Okay. Yi Qing slowly paced around the park, walking in the shade. The dappled sunlight poured down in thin streams. For the first time, he surveyed Song's park in such a calm mood, and it was obvious that both the old Song general manager and Song Jinyao had put a lot of effort into the park. The entire park, but wherever visible to the naked eye, there is greening, and cleaning ants from time to time to sweep the leaves. The entire park is clean. It wasn't the peak time for the building to come in and out. Yi Ching entered the lobby, didn't wait for the elevator, and went straight up to the top floor. Just as he exited the elevator, he saw Song Jinhao standing in the doorway with her hands clasped to her chest and her back against the wall, nodding slightly when she saw him and turning around to enter the office. Yi Ching cleared his throat and followed Song Jinhao's S into the office. Entering the door and just sitting down, Yi Ching didn't have time to speak. Snap! A bunch of car keys were thrown in front of the table. Song Jinhao clasped her hands to her chest and leaned back in her boss chair. Can you drive? Will, can you drive a Maybach? Menqing, Mr. Song. Yi Ching's chest slapped. Okay, then you'll be my driver for a while. Yi Ching reached out and picked up the car keys. There was great joy in his heart. Doesn't that mean that you can stay close to CEO Song? At that moment, his legs tensed up and he saluted towards Song Jinhao. Yes, sir. Chapter 28 Cartoon Keychain. Don't play the living treasure. Take me to a place first. Song Jinhao blankly glanced at Yi Ching without a good mood, picked up the Hermes bag on the desktop and walked out of the president's office a few steps ahead. Song Jinhao walked in front, and Yi Ching just followed behind her ass, shaking the Maybach keys in his hand. His eyes looked Song Jinhao's back up and down, hair coiled up, swan neck slender, a few strands of broken hair swaying with the pace. From behind, the body was beautifully shaped and the tight wraparound skirt outlined the perfect curves. The calves were fine and white, no stockings were worn, and the heels clattered with a tingling gait. Yi Ching thought she was so beautiful. Yi Ching, go back to the office and get it for me. Song Jinhao abruptly stood still. Yi Ching was still in a daze, and crashed straight into Song Jinhao. Song Jinhao was wearing high heels and was hit by Yi Ching in such a way. Her feet slipped and her whole body fell backwards. Yi Ching panicked and stretched out his arms. One hand took the bend of the leg, the other took the neck. Song Jinhao was very light. He didn't have to exert much effort to pick Song Jinhao up. Princess hug. The two men's eyes were facing each other, and Yi Ching clearly saw that Song Jinhao's cheeks to the root of her ears were instantly covered in flushed red, and there was an inexhaustible amount of panic on her face. Yi Ching's mind swiftly recalled a few dog-blooded TV dramas he had watched before, in which the male protagonist usually closed his eyes and kissed the female protagonist after picking her up like this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few exclamations rang out in small voices in the office. Just as Yi Ching was imagining things, Song Jinhao struggled to get off the ground. Her face returned to normal and she pushed Yi Ching away. Going back to pick up my stuff by myself on my heels. Yi Ching stood still, staring blankly at Song Jinhao's back. She just blushed, didn't she? At this time, a dude near the aisle straightened up and pushed Yi Ching. His expression exaggerated. Awesome. Man. Ugh. Generally handsome. Yi Ching smiled and waved his hand, his tone full of complacency. But, you're not trying to chase after Mr. Song, are you? Yi Ching withdrew his gaze and looked at the dude. What? No, a beauty of Song Jinhao's caliber. Whoever looks at her is not confused. Looking the dude up and down, he teased. What? You don't like Mr. Song? We're all men. Don't say you can dislike Song Jinhao. He saw the dude shaking his head in panic as if he heard a horrible joke, waving his hands back and forth. Bro, are you from our company? Yi Ching nodded. The dude stuck his head over, looked around, and whispered, is our company cannot know that Mr. Song has a nickname in the company? What nickname? That nickname for Mr. Song is Pretty Face Rakshasa. Yi Ching froze after hearing this. It's hard to combine the word Rakshasa with Song Jinhao, who sings lullabies. Losing a laugh. Not really, bro. Mr. Song is still very gentle. Okay, especially. Yi Ching wanted to pull out the recording from his cell phone and give the dude a listen to what the pretty-faced Rakshasa in his mouth was like in terms of gentleness. Ugh. Anyway, if you listen to me, don't hit on her. It's always right. As this dude spoke, he suddenly covered his mouth and pointed his finger behind Yi Ching. Yi Ching twisted his head around and saw that Song Jinhao was holding a pair of document bags in her arms, standing right behind him, looking at them coldly. The gaze swept from left to right, and all the employees who locked eyes with her lowered their heads and focused on their work. Yi Ching snorted and made a gesture of please. Song Jinhao dumped the documents in his arms, stomped her high heels and turned around. A queenly air. Everywhere you go there is silence. The employees at the elevator entrance who were originally waiting to go downstairs saw the cold as ice Song Jinhao and backed away. With Song Jinhao as the center of the circle, no one dared to approach within a radius of 5 meters. Yi Ching just followed Song Jinhao downstairs unhindered until he got into the Maybach and waited for Song Jinhao to sit down in the back row. Yi Ching had the intention to tease him, starting the vehicle and waiting to exit a safe distance. A foot of gas slammed down. The Maybach violently scurried out. Song Jinyo finally ceased to have that cold and icy poker face and looked at Yi Ching in annoyance. What are you doing? First time driving. First time driving. No experience. Yi Ching snorted and twisted his head to look at Song Jinyo. Mr. Song? Where to? Song Jinyo covered her chest and said without a trace of humor, Wandering Time Cafe. Alright. Yi Ching nodded his head and entered Wandering Time Cafe in the Maybach vehicle's own navigation. Slow Time Cafe was 20 kilometers from Song's building, all the way out of the district. The traffic on the way was very congested, and Yi Ching was a little skeptical of life. A few hundred meters is a traffic light, and vehicles stop on the road at a lick. Yi Ching was a bit bored and looked at Song Jinyo through the rearview mirror, finding that although her eyes were closed, she was actually secretly squinting a slit, her eyes just staring straight at him. She was spying on me? His heart was secretly happy for no reason, and he took the opportunity to ask, Mr. Song, do you have a boyfriend? The document bag Song Jinyo was holding tightened a few points and slowly said, You're the first person who dares to ask me this question as a driver. After a moment, no. Yi Ching continued to pursue. Then Mr. Song, the father of the child is? He was always uneasy without asking this question, although Song Yu was saying that the baby's father was dead, but Yi Ching, who was in this circle, knew that there was another possibility that the child's father had gone in. Song Jinyo's tone was a bit impatient. What do you want to do by asking so many questions? Chasing me? Yi Ching was stunned, pondered, and asked in an uncertain tone, Can I? No can do. And shut your mouth. Yi Ching smacked his lips, his eyes looking ahead, and the car fell into silence. Stealing another glance at Song Jinyo from the rearview mirror, he saw that she still had that cold look. Yi Ching wanted to break the awkward atmosphere and said, Mr. Song, why don't we do a brain teaser? And without waiting for Song Jinyo to agree or not, Yi Ching started with excitement, Mr. Song, the little earthworm asked Mommy, Mommy, where did Daddy go? Mr. Song, where do you think Dad went? Song Jinyo closed her eyes and ignored him. Yi Ching smashed his mouth and directly announced the answer. Mom said, Dad accompanied someone to go fishing. Ha 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 ha. Yi Ching laughed, and from the rearview mirror, he saw that Song Jinyo didn't say anything. Not funny. Mr. Song, then let's have another one. Chow Chow visited Liu Bei with Chow Chong, and when he entered, Chow Chow said, Chow Chow has come to visit with his young son. Mr. Song, guess what Liu Bei said? Song Jinyo. Ha ha. Liu Bei said, come all the way here. Why bring fruit? The air conditioning in the car all seemed to go a few degrees colder for a moment. Yi Ching laughed a few times and turned his head to look at Song Jinyo. Seeing that she still had that cold poker face, smiling a few times, he turned his head and focused on driving. In a place that Yi Ching could not see, Song Jinyo's hand tightly gripped the pillow on the side. Her teeth clenched tightly for fear of the slightest change in her expression. The Maybach, in stop-and-go traffic, stabilized in front of the Slow Time Cafe. Yi Ching wanted to get out of the car and open the door for Song Jinyo. Isn't that how it plays out in dramas? One hand protects your head, the other pulls open the car door for the bully. Just before he reached the back seat, Song Jinyo pushed the door open herself, clutching the document tightly in her arms, and entered the cafe without looking back. Che, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Yi Ching kicked the stones on the side of the road. The stone dripped and rolled down to a roadside stand. Yi Ching was bored and slowly walked over. The owner of the roadside stand was a grandmother with gray hair, and bits and pieces of keychains were arranged on the rolled hemp rags. Yi Ching squatted down and at first glance, he fell in love with a cartoon keychain. On the cartoon keychain is a cartoon image of a man and a woman in the middle of the two, one holding a pair of small children by one hand. The more Yi Ching looked at it, the more he liked it, holding it in his hand and playing with it, clicking it. The keychain breaks off from it, split in two with several magnets in the cross-section. The grandmother smiled and said, Young man, do you like it? This is a couple's model. After you buy it, you and your wife can also have a pair of children. Yi Ching lost his smile, shook his head, swept the code to pay, and tied the keychain to the Maybach's car keys before looking up at the grandmother. Grandma, then I'll thank you in advance for your kind words. Chapter 29. My wife is having a baby. Inside the Slow Time Cafe, Song Jinyo slowly handed the information bag in her hand to Yi Jiaji with a tangled expression. In the packet was an equity pledge contract. She was prepared to use the shares of Song's hospital, Song's car dealership, and many other companies in her name to secure the loan. Yi Jiaji took the pouch, flipped it open and examined it very carefully. Only after finishing did he look at Song Jinyo with a smile and said with confidence, Jinyo, just don't worry. For tomorrow night's banquet, the ones I've invited can all be the male sons from the capital side. Each of these gentlemen's families is not bad, as long as they are willing to give me a few points. Plus these stakes of yours. The district's more than $1 billion. It's no big deal. Seeing that Song Jinyao was still uneasy, Hijaji took out his cell phone and searched for it, finding a photo and putting it in front of Song Jinyao. Look, this is one of the most important gentlemen coming tomorrow night, Su Xingwei, the son of the Su family. You know, the Su family is a resounding presence in the capital, and second only to the Yi family up and down the country, and with his face alone, he can lend out more than $1 billion from the bank. And the Lin family, Wang family, it can be said that apart from that godforsaken, never exposed son of the Yi family, almost all of the famous sons of the entire capital will be there tomorrow night. Song Jinyao carefully went over these people's information, her palms clutching sweat. Logically speaking, at this level of hers and Hijaji's, it was still a bit inadequate to face this kind of top gentry. Song Jinyao couldn't help but confirm again. Will they really come? Hijaji patted his chest and assured. You have to trust me. I'll step in. How can I possibly not be able to handle it? Oh, you just relax. Dress up tomorrow and give them a good impression. Those gentlemen are no different from us. They all have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. We can afford what they can afford. And we can't afford what none of them can afford. Only after hearing him say this did Song Jinyao feel slightly more at ease. There was no need for her to be so cautious. The entire song group was said to be scenic, but in reality, it was only a midstream company in the entire Magic City. Compared to those behemoths, crushing her was no different than crushing an ant. Just like Yes, what's exposed now is just the tip of the iceberg, and what's hidden deep under the water is still unknown how deep it is. Plus that land, it's becoming her obsession, and generally speaking, that kind of prime real estate, she can get a loan out on her land. I don't know what tactics Mr. Yi used, but all the banks in Mordovia heard that the collateral was that piece of land. They all stayed away from it. Song Jinyao stood up with a heavy heart and slowly walked out of the cafe. Just out of the cafe, he saw Yi Qing's back. At the moment he was squatting on the road edge looking down at the ants, and holding a piece of want snow cake in his hand, was crushing and crushing with his fingertips, spreading the powder finely around the perimeter of the ant's nest. Song Jinyao suddenly just wanted to laugh. It's really carefree. Shaking his head, he went around Yi Qing to the back seat on the other side of the vehicle and said, Yi Qing, drive back to the company. Okay, Yi Qing responded, quickly crushing the want snow cake in its entirety and plugging up the ant nest. Just the palms of my hands and fingertips were covered in crumbs of wanted snow cake. Just wanted to find a random leaf on the side of the road to wipe his hands. When suddenly, through the reflection of the rearview mirror, he saw Hijaji out of the cafe, and at the moment was furiously raising his leg and kicking towards himself. Even got up and dodged. Zira, the sound of cloth and leather crumbling. Hokachi's legs showed a zigzag horse. The angle between his legs clearly exceeded 180 degrees, and his suit pants shattered in half from the crotch, revealing his pink panties. The expression was hideous and frightening. Yi Qing's expression converted from dismay to a smile as he smiled and squatted down, gently patting Hijaji's face with his hand. Boy, trying to pull a sneak attack and pulling the wool over your eyes, are we? It was only when I lifted my hand that I realized that my entire palm was covered in cookie crumbs mixed with the foundation from Hijazi's face. Greasy and disgusting. Hastily and wickedly, he rubbed cleanly on Hijazi's white shirt. The mouth also spat out. I've told you before, a big man's family, don't put these things on your face every day. There's no place to put a face to a face. Right at this moment, Song Jinyao rolled down the window of the car, and from her angle, she just couldn't see Hijaji, who was on the ground in a zigzag. Yi Qing, hurry up and go back to the company. Okay, Yi Qing responded, pulling open the Maybach and intentionally slamming on the gas in the handbrake state. Black smoke billowed from the exhaust holes of the Maybach and puffed out onto Hokachi's face, combining with the thick foundation on his face. The whole thing looked as miserable as it could be. The granny, who had set up a stall by the roadside, held up her glasses between the bridge of her nose, and vaguely saw a beggar sitting in front of the cafe. His face was black and white, and even his clothes were broken and ragged. Muttering a few words, he stepped forward with a hobbled gait. Pulling a few dollars out of his wallet, he placed them in front of Hijazi. While shaking his head, he muttered, poor baby yo. On the Maybach, Yi Qing thought about Hijaji's tragic situation and accidentally laughed out loud. Song Jinyao asked curiously, what are you laughing at? The smile at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth grew wider and wider. Thinking of Song Jinyao and Hijaji's relationship, he hurriedly closed his mouth. It's fine. I thought of something happy. What is it? My wife is having a baby. Put. Ha 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 ha. Che. Song Jinyao twisted her head in disdain and looked out the window. After returning to Song Group, Yi Qing parked the car and returned the keys of the Maybach to Song Jinyao. Is this? Song Jinyao looked at the originally bare car keys, which were now hanging on a string of cartoon key chains. Yi Qing waved his hand with full concern. I bought it from the old granny on the roadside. I saw her pitiful, so I bought such a string. See if you like it? A tangle flashed across Song Jinyao's brows as she picked up the keychain and scrutinized it. The female on the keychain looked a lot like her, even with the same pair of glasses on her face. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, her gaze looking to the male on the other side. Her mouth pursed into a line. The male, on the other hand, lowers his head and gazes at a pair of children. The four living cartoon characters look like a happy family. Shaking his head, he said under his breath, too childish. Yi Qing immediately hit the snake on the stick. Give it back to me if you don't like it. Song Jinyao gave him a blank look, put the key into the inner pocket of her suit, and entered Song's mansion without looking back. Yi Qing, on the other hand, turned around and went back to the security room, lying prettily on the bed and playing with his cell phone in a half-recumbent position. The new order of personnel had not yet come down. He belonged to the exclusive driver of President Song at this moment, and did not have to stand guard in a miserable manner or go out in the field. As long as Song Jinyao didn't order him, he could sleep in the security room. It's an easier job than security. My mom is a tigress, big brother. When you can accompany me to play games, Since he knew that, my mom is a tigress, was Song Yuan. He didn't intentionally break it up. He wanted to hear more about Song Jinyao from Song Yu's mouth. He couldn't play the game since he injured his arm either. And Song Yuan just read it in his cell phone every day. The two children hadn't been going to school in the last few days either, since the last kidnapping incident. Song Jinyao had let the two children stay home from school for the time being. The time was just right. Yi Qing decisively got up and opened his laptop, right now. On the number. Chapter 30, Buying Clothes. Before going on the number, Yi Qing first found a few beautiful women to play with him from his friends list. The kind of person who is beautiful and has a sweet voice and good skills. Yi Qing is mainly lazy. He doesn't want to operate. With these young ladies around, he can win by picking a cat to hang on and brush his jitterbugs. A few games down, in the midst of Song Yu shouting in a mouthful of sister, the several beautiful escorts were clearly caught up in the path. They have said that they will not charge Yi Qing for playing with them this time, as long as they bring Song Yu in next time. See you later, sisters. Song Yu's sweet voice rang out in the voice software, and a few of the escorts clearly had work to do and went offline to take orders without playing a few games. Yi Qing put down his cell phone, and Song Yuan said, "What? Brother is true to his word. He really found you a few beautiful sisters to play with, right? Aha!" Song Yuan's voice couldn't hide her excitement. Ding dong, the cell phone rings. It was a message from Song Jinyao, and only then did Yi Qing notice that it was getting dark outside, and the crowd in front of the security booth had started to thin out. It's obviously past the point of closing. Yi Qing was shocked. Damn. I almost forgot that I was now Song Jinyao's full-time driver and had to transport her to and from work every day. It was really almost bad. And after greeting Song Yuan, he hurriedly hung up his voice and dashed towards the office building. When Yi Qing arrived downstairs, he saw this scene. Song Jinyao was leaning against the Maybach, her brows filled with impatience, lifting her wrist to glance at it every now and then. When she saw him, she didn't say anything, and with a cold grunt she threw the car keys toward him, opened the back seat herself and sat in. Yi Qing hurriedly got into the car, not daring to speak, sneaking a look at Song Jinyao from the rearview mirror. The backseat President Song was expressionless, and when she saw that Yi Qing was peeking at her, she also glared back viciously. Yi Qing immediately twisted his head. A woman in a rage is not to be messed with. The Maybach drove out of the park and blindly circled the road. Where are you taking me? Song Jinyao's cold voice came out. You didn't tell me where to go either. Yi Qing muttered. Song Jinyao's head was full of black lines, helplessly stroking her forehead, and she said only after a long time, "Fine 'em all. I'll go buy some clothes." Okay. Yi Qing familiarly turned the car around and drove towards the Magic City IFC. Yi Qing asked, "Is it okay for the IFC, Mr. Song?" Although with Song Jinyao's wealth, there shouldn't be much pressure to spend money at IFC, he still asked this one more time. It's not like we haven't heard this kind of thing before. There is a small boss to treat dinner. Just joined the driver AWOL took the boss and guests to go to the upscale Michelin restaurant. The boss could not pull the face to leave. Pardon the Michelin, a meal ate tens of thousands of dollars. Turns out the profit on that order was only a few tens of thousands of dollars. When the driver, sometimes you have to learn to guess the leader's mind. Yi Qing quickly sank into the role. Whatever. Song Jinyao clasped her hands to her chest and faked a nap on the seat. Yi Qing didn't bother him when he saw this, and the vehicle arrived at the IFC between a block and a stop. The underground parking lot of the Magic City's IFC is empty. High prices mean that this place is isolated from most people's imagination. There is a joke that if you come to IFC with $1,000, it's only enough to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. You come to IFC with $1 million and can barely meet the spending threshold. Bring 10 million and you can spend it all in one day here too. After parking the car, Yi Qing twisted his head only to realize that Song Jinyao had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her head was leaning against the car window, a few strands of hair hanging down on her bare forehead, and her brow was furrowed even as she slept. It was as if there were some uncountable worries. Yi Qing looked a bit mesmerized. After so many days, for the first time, he could scrutinize Song Jinyao so carefully. From other people's mouths he had more or less heard of Song Jinyao's legend. At that time she had just graduated from high school. The old Song general manager was seriously ill. Song's group was caught in a situation of internal and external problems. Song Jinyao then entered the ownership of Song Group at the age of 18, and in the eyes of countless people looking at jokes, Song Jinyao brought Song Group back from the dead. This weight was half a bell. Song Jinyao looked up sleepily with a confused and cute expression. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Song Jinyao asked, rubbing her neck. "Seeing that you're asleep, I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer." Yi Qing smiled and got out of the car to open the door for Song Jinyao. Under the dim light of the underground garage, Yi Qing just looked at Song Jinyao's back, about 10 centimeters of high heels. It can be seen that the woman has been wearing very accustomed to walking in front of the slinky. What Yi Qing didn't expect was that Song Jinyao seemed to rarely come to this kind of shopping mall, and stood in front of the electronic guidance system and gesticulated for half a day, not knowing where to go. "Never been here, Mr. Song?" Song Jinyao shook her head as her hand continued to gesture on the screen. Yi Qing's heart soured for no reason, then combined with those rumors. In his heart, he thought, in fact, this woman is also pathetic extremely. More than half a month after joining, Yi Qing did not see her have any additional entertainment activities. "I guess it's the same after all these years. Mr. Song, what kind of clothes do you want to buy?" Yi Qing asked. "There's a private party tomorrow night. I have nothing but professional clothes. No other clothes." Song Jinyao muttered a few words. "Then follow me." Yi Qing took the initiative to turn around and lead the way. IFC he has been here many times before. Every time a female anchor parachuted in. After eating and drinking what should be done. Always need to buy a bag to be considered a complete process. Since there is an important private party, dressing up surely can't be like now, wearing a professional outfit. On those occasions, those in professional attire are either at the top of their game or at the bottom. Yi Qing led the way, bringing Song Jinyao to the entrance of the Chanel store and took the initiative to introduce it. Little Chanel has had a less than stellar reputation in recent years, but the genuine Chanel has a touch of playfulness without losing its professionalism in the eyes of those who know what they're doing. Also, these are some of the top blue-blooded luxury brands in the world. Song Jinyao was dumbfounded. These are really knowledge blind spots for her, and she's just stepping into the working world at the beginning of her girl-loving phase. All the clothes, over the years, have been hand-customized professional attire by a professional tailor. It's either an OL dress or an OL pantsuit, and the colors are either black or white. From her point of view, standing in front of the counter does not show the least bit of cowardly eloquent. Yi Qing suddenly feel that he seems to still have so a throw charm. Song Jinyao twisted her head away, her small face having a slight blush. "Mr. Song, what do you think of this one?" Yi Qing picked up a strapless neck-hanging chiffon tunic with a few pearls dotted around the neck collar. The whole is not flashy, but there is sophistication everywhere. Song Jinyao took it and looked it up and down a few times. The guide at the side also played a timely assist. "Miss, this dress is simply like it was customized for you." Yi Qing swished and gave the guide a thumbs up. "So good at talking." Yi Qing could see a faint touch of joy in Song Jinyao's eyes and was instantly relieved. Without moving, he opened his cell phone and found out his mom's number, then shoved the phone in the hands of the guide, who also had the good sense to give an okay gesture. These luxury stores, Yi Qing went in only need to report his mom's name can go wherever is VIC treatment. Greeted warmly by the shopper, the duo entered Chanel's exclusive reception room. Chapter 31, Shooing the Princess. Yi Qing sat down on the sofa in the VIC reception room. The guide just now had the good sense to bring over a cup of tea. "Enjoy your meal, sir." Yi Qing waved his hand. His eyes kept staring at the locker room, full of anticipation for Song Jinyao's grand entrance. Ever since he met Song Jinyao in the office for the first time, Song Jinyao was wearing professional clothes. You know, the thing about professional clothes is that you don't get tired of looking at them except in bed, and the longer you look at them anywhere else, the less interesting they become. Beckoning, the guide standing on the side immediately trotted forward with a fawning expression. "Sir, may I ask what you need?" Yi Qing waved his hand. "Bring out those high-fashion items that are not displayed to the public." The guide didn't hesitate and said excitedly, "Yes." Having just swept around the store, Yi Qing didn't see any other clothes that were more suitable for Song Jinyao other than that chiffon shirt. In fact, it wasn't inappropriate. The first time he came to accompany Song Jinyao for shopping, habitually he subconsciously thought that it was also a date. Why wear mass-market models when you can have high fashion? Soon, several Chanel store guides solemnly rolled out several dresses from behind the curtain in the box. Yi Ching got up and picked his way through. The locker room behind him rattled, and Yi Ching twisted his head, his eyes brightening, only to see Song Jinyao wearing that chiffon bodice that he had picked out. The A-line version of the blouse girdling the thin waist, the snow-white shoulders generously exposed, and the entire curve of the swan's neck smooth and fluid. Yi Ching swallowed his saliva. Beautiful. Unlike those netizens before her, Song Jinyao had the air of a young lady from a famous family. The soft light shone on the pearls of the collar, reflecting Song Jinyao's snow-white skin even more snow-white. In an instant, the guide and Yi Ching in the box were instantly dumbfounded, and from the moment Song Jinyao pushed open the door to the dressing room, the entire box was silent. Song Jinyao twisted and turned around, shyly asking Yi Ching, "Does it look good?" Yi Ching nodded stupidly. A few guides froze for a moment and applauded frantically. This time it was no longer a compliment. It was a heartfelt admiration for Song Jinyao. "Miss, seriously, you're like an angel sent by God to save the earth." Yi Ching took the professional clothes that Song Jinyao had replaced in her hands and pointed to the several dresses in front of her. "You try these on. Since tomorrow night's party is especially important to you, civilian clothes are actually still a bit inappropriate." Song Jinyao nodded. A few steps forward, in a few pieces of high-definition dresses in the selection of half a day, looking for a not-so-exposed pure black dress, turned and went into the dressing room. Yi Ching took advantage of Song Jinyao changing her clothes and exited Chanel after saying hello to the shopper. Follow the memory of the Jimichu counter. Since you have to match, suitable heels are also a very important accessory. Jimichu, Zhou Yangjie, belongs to the kind of beauty that men can also appreciate. CL and Valentino over the years. After the marketing numbers, it has long had an unspeakable meaning. Only Jimichu, noble and elegant. Just entering the store, Yi Ching was attracted by a pair of rhinestone-encrusted high heels, which were different from the others, locked inside a glass counter, with a few lights dedicated to this pair of shoes. "Beautiful." Yi Ching pointed towards the counter, and a guide immediately greeted him. "You have a good eye, sir. This one crystal shoes is Avril series, from the tip to the heel of the shoes densely affixed with Swarovski crystals, a total of more than 7,000 crystals. Do you think it looks like Cinderella's crystal shoes in the fairy tale?" Yi Ching's eyes burned as he stared at the high heels, and in his mind, he couldn't help but fantasize about Song Jinyao wearing these shoes. Tender white feet tucked into glittering heels. Every step is a flourish. "Sexy. Pack it up." "Ha? Yes sir." The counter girl wanted to introduce it again, but she didn't expect the man in front of her to be so dry, and immediately went to open the bill with a joyful smile. "Sir, 29,900 yen? Would you like to take a credit card or bookkeeping?" Yi Ching will tell his mother's cell phone number to the cabinet lady, and as expected, his mother is also VIC in Jimichu, or the top of the line. This level of Vic. Don't even talk about bookkeeping, take it for nothing. Under the eager eyes of the counter girl, Yi Ching held the crystal shoes and returned to Chanel. Song Jinyao had already come out of the dressing room and was currently looking around in front of the mirror. Yi Ching silently stood in the doorway, just quietly watching her. Unlike the chiffon blouse from before, this black dress can be completely described as starched. Not in the light, just a usual ordinary black dress. Once there is a light hitting it, fine broken light like water waves shines. Snow-white swan neck is equally exposed. A few thin wisps of partial bubble sleeves vaguely penetrate the skin. The thin waist is full. It can be said that compared to those supermodels on the stage, Song Jinyao's figure is conversely more suitable for this dress. Cough. Yi Ching coughed gently, slowly coming behind Song Jinyao's back and, "Mr. Song, you are so beautiful." This was a heartfelt admiration from Yi Ching. Song Jinyao's small face floated through a flash of red, also very satisfied with this dress, looked around, and did not see the clothes hang tag. Curious, she asked the teller, "How much does this gown cost?" The expression of the teller standing on the side was stunned, subconsciously looking at Yi Ching. "Ma'am, Chanel's haute couture is not normally sold to the public." Yi Ching's quick eyes and hands tugged at the teller, and with his eyes signaling, the teller understood Yi Ching's meaning in seconds. Of course, that's normally the case. High fashion gowns are usually tailor-made, and since the lady matches this gown so well, it's also available for sale normally. "How much?" Yi Ching again I signaled. The teller once again seconds to understand, the heart under the calculation. "Ma'am, it's only 100,000 yen if this one. So expensive." Song Jinyao spat out her tongue. She had heard that Chanel's gifts were expensive before. She didn't expect it to be so expensive. But looking at herself in the mirror, the more she looked, the more she liked it, and pulled her bank card out of her purse and handed it to the teller. "Swipe it." The teller took the card. exchanged a glance with Yi Ching, turned around and retreated. Song Jinyao saw the shoebox in Yi Ching's hand at this time and asked curiously, "What is this?" Yi Ching signaled Song Jinyao to sit down, and slowly opened the box under her gaze. The crystals on the shoes blossomed brightly under the light. Song Jinyao raised her hand to cover her mouth with an incredulous expression. Yi Ching took advantage of Song Jinyao's daze and lifted Song Jinyao's little bare foot on the ground and gently set it in. "Avril, Jimiko crystal shoes?" Song Jinyao said in surprise. Wanting to retract her foot, Yi Ching didn't let her. With that, he placed 2 crystal shoes on Song Jinyao's feet before raising his head to look at her. "Like it?" Song Jinyao nodded dully and looked at Yi Ching again, slowly saying, "No one told you? These shoes are usually a gift from the groom to the bride when they get married?" Yi Ching's eyes abruptly glowed after hearing this. "Then can I chase you? Get out." Chapter 32, Cinderella's Crystal Shoes. Chanel counters have home delivery. Yi Ching also saved his leisure and walked out of the counter behind Song Jinyao with both hands empty. Looking at Song Jinyao's back, Yi Ching took a few quick steps and stood shoulder to shoulder with Song Jinyao. Suddenly asked, "Mr. Song, have you ever been in love?" Song Jinyao subconsciously nodded her head, and abruptly shook her head. "So Tsuki Akari and Yunkue are? Why are you asking so many questions? Do you really want to chase me?" Song Jinyao smiled. This time she didn't tell him to get lost, and said very calmly, "I've even given birth to a child. You don't mind?" Turning around, she just silently looked at Yi Ching. Yi Ching's throat choked and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. "Say you don't mind? What man could not mind?" As if Song Jinyao had guessed the answer in advance, she lightly turned around. "So, keep some things to yourself, so you don't end up with an unpleasant situation. What is the child's father?" Yi Ching took a few steps forward and chased after him. "First love. It can also be said to be a one-night stand." Song Jinyao shook her head. There were some thoughts in her gaze, and without hiding them, she just blurted them out. Yi Ching was silent, his steps slowing down. When he saw Song Jinyao for the first time, even though he had gotten a little unpleasant that time, truth be told, no man could guarantee that he wouldn't be moved when he saw Song Jinyao. He's a bit of a colorist. But hearing Song Jinyao say this, it was like there was a hurdle in his heart. That hurdle was not that high to say the least, and it was not that easy to cross over. Yi Ching silently looked at Song Jinyao's back. Suddenly, standing in place, he shouted towards Song Jinyao, "Mr. Song, why don't we try?" Song Jinyao's pace paused for a moment, but only for a moment, continued to walk forward without even looking back. The corners of his mouth quirked up in an involuntary smile, then slowly retracted. Yi Ching's brain was like mush as he looked at Song Jinyao and suddenly stepped forward and pulled Song Jinyao's hand. Under Song Jinyao's stunned gaze, Yi Ching solemnly said, "Mr. Song, do you believe in love at first sight? I can try." Song Jinyao snorted and peeled away Yi Ching's hand. "I think you're seeing money." Yi Ching breathlessly patted his head, wanted to ask her if she had ever heard of Yi Changhua, thought about it, but didn't say anything. Then Mr. Song, honestly, do you have a crush on me? Song Jinyao stopped and looked Yi Ching up and down. Her mouth said without mercy, "No." "Ugh." Yi Ching sighed, lost in thought as he walked behind Song Jinyao. The two of them ignored each other for the rest of the day and just walked to the car in silence. Yi Ching drove and Song Jinyao sat in the back row. The radio in the car blared the song Like You in a very inopportune manner. Fine rain and wind wet the streets at dusk. Wipe away the rain eyes looking up for no reason. Looking into the lonely evening light. It's that sad memory. Once again, my heart is filled with countless thoughts. Like you. Yi Ching gently hummed along. Song Jinyao sat in the back row, silently looking at Yi Ching. The neon outside the car flashed across Yi Ching's face, and judging from his appearance, he was a man who couldn't be beat. Between adults, once you pierce that window, it's either two lovers or a fish out of water. Saying that she didn't have a good feeling for Yi Ching, Song Jinyao told a lie. But that good feeling was mostly gratitude to Yi Ching for saving her child and the touch of ecstasy that she had just put on the crystal shoes. And he was just a small security guard, and now maybe a full-time driver. But it wasn't as if she minded Yi Ching's identity much. Just don't want to hold him up. After all, single moms don't have a good reputation in society. And Yi Ching is still so young. Gaze back. The memory returns uncontrollably to that unseemly online love affair. The memories have long been blurred. In fact, only a piece of obsession remains. Just think of seeing that person again. And to think, it was so hurriedly left without a proper goodbye. Perhaps in that green eyes, she had long since become some Thai woman, a laughingstock in her brother's conversation. Song Jinyao couldn't help but feel a little sad, only feeling that her life had been ruined by that misdiagnosis slip. Looking at Yi Ching's side face, for the first time, an emotion of regret surfaced in his heart. The song slowly dissipated and silence settled over the Maybach. Yi Ching parked his car inside the exclusive garage of Thompson's, didn't get out of the car, and just silently watched Song Jinyao's back. Distracted, he pulled out his cigarettes and lit one up, leaning on the car window for a long time. He couldn't echo. Ding dong, the cell phone rang several times in a row. I'll take that as a joke today. And thanks for the crystal shoes. When I was still a student, I saw these shoes in a magazine and fantasized that one day in the future, someone who loved me would put these Cinderella crystal shoes on me by hand. Thank you, at least for this moment. I don't want to lie to you. I still have that much of a soft spot for you. Tomorrow, I hope you think twice about whether you still want to be my temporary driver. Grass. Yi Ching violently stomped out the cigarette and pressed the gas. The Maybach drove up the road like a madman, and a thunderbolt flashed with a rumble outside the window. Dots of raindrops crashed down on the car windows, and Yi Ching didn't turn on the windshield wiper. Eyes as blurry as the windows of the car, the streetlights outside the window flickering and slowly dispersing light in the pupils. He admitted that he was moved by Song Jinyao. That state of mind was like a child not being able to get their favorite candy. Tangled and complicated. Maybe that candy wasn't the sweetest, but it was definitely wanted. Yi Ching violently parked the Maybach on the side of the road as soon as he could, pulled out his cell phone, and called Song Jinyao. Yi Ching let out a light laugh. Hello? Can a child sleep without my call? Ha! The kids got impatient a long time ago. Song Jinyao stood in front of the window, phone in hand, and watched as bits of raindrops hit the window. Suddenly he laughed out softly, his heart relaxing for no reason. Yu Zai, Yun Gue, your brother Yi Ching is calling you. Turning his head, he hurriedly greeted the two children. Song Yuzai and Song Yun Gue, who were originally fighting, immediately ran over and spoke to Yi Ching left and right. Brother, mommy brought home a particularly nice pair of shoes today. It's got diamonds all over it. He. Yi Ching held his cell phone in one hand and silently listened to the child's voice over there. Laughing softly, he waited until both children were asleep before hanging up. After finishing the entire pack of cigarettes, he opened his communication list and found Old Leaf. Hello, Dad, still up this late? Can you give me a company in Mordor? I want to exercise myself. Chapter 33, Old Ye's first meeting with Mr. Song. Early in the morning, the sky is still in the hazy gray and blue. Yi Ching got up earlier than the alarm clock, only to feel full of exuberance. Without a bit of sleep, drove the Maybach to the downstairs of Song Jinyao's home. Heartfelt. Last night, Old Ji told him that after a while, he would give him a real estate project in Magic City to run. He planned to wait until that time to tell Song Jinyao the good news. Little security guard, gorgeous turn into a domineering president. That scene, to be as cool as it is. Song Group's working hours were usually 9 a.m. And Song Jinyao would arrive at the office around 8:30 a.m. Yi Ching looked at his cell phone. The time was now 8 o'clock. Song Jinyao should be going out soon. Sure enough, not long after the car had just stopped, Song Jinyao walked downstairs with her bag on her back, followed by two little followers. Yi Ching honked the horn and rolled down the window. Smiling brightly, he said, "Good morning, Mr. Song, and two kids." When Song Yu and Song Yungue saw Yi Ching, they excitedly ran over and waved. "Good morning, big brother. Mom said you're taking us to the zoo later. Is that true?" Yi Ching froze and glanced at Song Jinyao. Seeing that she gently nodded, Yi Ching looked at the two children. "Yes, after I drop off Mom, I'll take you to the zoo." Wow. The two children ran back to the elevator with a bounce in their step. After the two children returned to the elevator, Yi Ching looked at Song Jinyao and patted the co-pilot. "Mr. Song, sit here." Song Jinyao blankly glanced at Yi Ching, took a few steps to the backseat boss seat, pulled open the car door and sat in. Che. Yi Ching skimmed his mouth. Starting the vehicle, Yi Ching secretly looked at Song Jinyao from the rearview mirror, and happened to see Song Jinyao looking at him as well. Between the two of them looking at each other, Song Jinyao's face brushed red and lowered her head. Ha ha. Yi Ching drove the car beautifully. "Mr. Song, did you dream about me last night?" Song Jinyao. Seeing that Song Jinyao didn't say anything, he didn't get annoyed and asked again, "The zoo is?" "Mr. Song, you don't think you want me to get on good terms with the two children in advance, do you? Get out." Familiar rolling words, familiar flavors. After a while, Song Jinyao explained, "I have a very important meeting today. The child is at home and is not at ease." Yi Ching nodded. Along the way, Yi Ching kept looking for topics to talk about, and Song Jinyao responded in one way or another. The car soon stopped in front of the company. Yi Ching waved goodbye towards Song Jinyao, who ignored him and walked into the building without looking back. Pride. Yi Ching skimmed his lips, turned the vehicle around, and drove towards Townsend. Song Jinyao stood in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows and kept watching the Maybach go away. Turning around, She walked over to her desk and pulled out the notebook from the safe that she held so dear. Hesitating for a moment, he slowly flipped it open. On this earth where the road is far and the horses in a hurry, it is good that you and I are safe and joyful. Green. Song Jinyao's fingers brushed over the handwriting. Suddenly realized, how could one's mind not recall any memories of Qing? There are also particularly vague. The lines and columns in this notebook are really all about your own complaints that you have nowhere else to put them. Except for this quote on the cover. She had already, without realizing it, made this notebook her spiritual support. Song Jinyao whispered, "It's been 4 years already." Just then, the secretary pushed the door in hurriedly without even knocking. Mr. Song, Mr. Ye's car is here. Song Jinyao rubbed her face and abruptly stood up, walking towards the window to look down. Just to see a car parked brightly beside her president's exclusive parking space. There were several other cars looking for parking. Is the conference room ready? Song Jinyao twisted her head to look at her secretary, who nodded with a grave expression. Go! Song Jinyao picked up her jacket. She had just stepped out of the building when she saw Wang Jiansen get out of the main driver's car, jogging quickly to the back seat and pulling open the door. Song Jinyao's gaze condensed. Parked the car a long time ago, specifically waiting for me to come? Yi Changwa strides out from the back seat in a black suit with a straight body. The suit is ironed until there is not a single crease. Song Jinyao just stood on the stairs and didn't go up to greet them, extending her hand early. Mr. Yi, hello. Yi Changwa similarly let out a light smile and took the initiative to extend his hand. Mr. Song, it's better to see than to hear 100 times. The two hands almost gently touched and hurriedly separated. Mr. Yi, please come in. Without saying another word, Song Jinyao took the initiative to lead the way, leading Yi Changwa and his group into the building. The spacious conference room was obviously meticulously cleaned and the air smelled of air freshener. The two parties took their seats on either side of the long conference table, and Song Jinyao nodded toward the secretary. The secretary rose, turned on the projector, and the motorized shades slowly fell. On the big screen, it was a PPT made by the marketing team on Song Jinyao's side, and the secretary came up to explain. In the dimly lit conference room, Song Jinyao scanned a circle of the other team, her gaze looking back at Mr. Yi. He was looking at himself too. Song Jinyao suddenly asked, Mr. Yi, did you do what happened to my child? Yi Changwa nodded with a smile and suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the secretary's speech, pulling out a tape recorder and lightly placing it on the table. On the recording comes the voice of Kenson Wang. No one picked up the children? You delivered the 2 children safely to Song's group. Another male voice rang out, okay, Mr. Wang. Yi Changwa shrugged his shoulders and fell to explaining, did you hear me clearly? Our side is talking about bringing the 2 children safely to you. Song Jinyao withdrew her gaze and looked at Yi Changwa expressionlessly. Mr. Yi, a piece of land. Why bother? It's not like cooperative development won't work. And, legally speaking, you are also breaking the law by doing this. Jason Wang pulled out his other cell phone. A pre-recorded video was playing in the phone. The 2 brothers, the thin man and the fat man, walked into a police station with their heads hanging down. Song Jinyao's breath hitched and her brain was dizzy. These people do things. It was so perfect it made her want to clap her hands a little. Looking to those around himself, you guys get out first. Mr. Song, the secretary said anxiously. I said, you guys go out first. Song Jinyao twisted her head impatiently and bellowed. After everyone had gone out, there was only Song Jinyao's lone figure on one side of the long table, facing the opposite row of people alone. Song Jinyao raised her head and hissed, her voice somewhat pleading. Mr. Yi, why do you just have to stare at this piece of land? Your Yi family is so big that it actually doesn't lack such a project at all. I can't figure it out. I really can't. I know, you're a powerful man, but it's not as bad as your wife and children. So why don't you just leave business matters to business means? Yi Changwa silently listened to Song Jinyao's words, smiled and leaned on his hand, asking rhetorically, several $1 billion of profit? Wouldn't Mr. Song fight for it? Song Jinyao was silent. Yi Changwa let out a light laugh and reached out his hand to take out a document, throwing it towards Song Jinyao. Song, take a look. Song Jinyao caught the flying document, and at the first sight of the title, her expression was serious. Agreement on the transfer of land, A and B, adhering to the principle of equality, voluntariness and compensation, have reached an agreement on the transfer of land. Quickly flip through a few pages and find the page labeled price. Party B undertakes to acquire this parcel of land in full from Party A at the price of 150,000,000 yuan, capitalized 150 million rounds. When Yi Changwa saw Song Jinyao see the price, he slowly got up, and the row of people beside him also got up at the same time, and for a while, In the conference room, the tables and chairs rattled. Song Jinyao suddenly raised her head. Mr. Yi, suppose that Song's group is able to gather enough money for the development. Would you still intervene? Yi Changhua froze at his words, as if he didn't expect Song Jinyao to say that, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded his head. Sure, why should I interfere when you can develop it yourself? But, little Song, I'll give you just 1 day. 1 day later, if you don't give me an answer, Yi Group's development in that neighborhood will be postponed indefinitely, and at the same time, that contract you're holding will be automatically nullified. On the way out the door, Yi Changhua suddenly turned his head and said meaningfully, of course, I can also guarantee that I will absolutely, positively not harm your 2 children. Chapter 34, Ultraman and the Hebrews. Song Jinyao sat dumbfounded in her office chair and rubbed her face. For a moment, some confused Yi Changhua in selling which kind of secret, only feel a wave of worry, like a cloud coiled in the heart. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and made a video call to Yi Ching's side. The video connected, and Yi Ching on the other side of the phone was holding up a marshmallow in one hand, with a pair of peach heart-shaped devil hair ornaments on her head. What? Come on, the kids are feeding the rabbits. The corner of Song Jinyao's mouth hooked up into an ugly smile. Show me the child. What's wrong with you? With such an ugly expression. Who bullied you, tell me? Yi Ching said on the other side of the phone. Song Jinyao lay down on the recliner and let out a long breath. Ugh. It's an abominable old. Who? So what if I tell you? You can't afford to mess with me. Show me the baby first. Yi Ching turned the camera. In the footage, Song Yujie and Song Yungue are sprawled on the ground, covered in filth, each holding a bucket of carrots. Mr. Song, this radish costs $20 a bucket. Can you reimburse me if I can't get an invoice? Yi Ching's voice came from the other side of the phone. Song Jinyao was amused by Yi Ching's words as she snorted and shouted towards the camera, Moon is in. The clouds are returning. Look at mommy. The 2 little brats heard their moms shout and hurriedly turned around and trotted over. Song Yujie's little face still had a dirt mark on it. Mom, come and play together. Song Yungue also cheered and shouted, Mom, the rabbit is so cute. Come over and play together. Song Jinyao's heart softened for a few moments, and looking at the 2 carefree children, a sudden surge of the idea of either going to play too. What? Coming? I'll pay out of my own pocket if you come and buy you a few carrots as well. Yi Ching turned the camera around and smiled as he seduced Song Jinyao. Che, who cares? Song Jinyao pouted at the camera and picked up her bag. Wait for me, said again. When Yi Ching saw that Song Jinyao had the intention to come, he was overjoyed and hurriedly greeted the 2 children as they got up. Come on. Your mom said for us to wait for her at the door. The 2 children got up reluctantly and bounced to Yi Ching's side. Uncle Yi, will mom really come? Song Yungue asked as she looked at Yi Ching with 2 bright eyes. Under Yi Ching's strong request, the 2 children managed to change their mouths and called him Uncle Yi. Yi Ching squatted down, took out a wet towel, and wiped the hands of the 2 children with gentle movements. In a low voice, he asked, Does mommy never play with you guys? The 2 children nodded in unison, a joy they couldn't hide on their little faces. Mom is busy working and needs to earn money for you to spend. Yi Ching wiped clean Song Yu's dirt marks on her face. A little nudge on the tip of each person's nose. Mommy's a little upset today. How about you guys give her a kiss when you see her? Aha! The 2 little ones nodded excitedly and took the initiative to hold Yi Ching's hand, walking towards the entrance of the zoo. When it was time for Song Jinyao to come, Song Yu was tugging on Yi Ching's sleeve and pointing her finger towards the vendors at the entrance. That look, just like Su Yingzhu when she was a child. It looked like a child wanting something. Yi Ching followed the direction of his finger. Just in front of that vendor were children's toys, and a cross fence with a mask tied to it. Uncle Yi, can you buy me one? Yi Ching waved his hand and said with great bravado, Buy whatever you want. At this moment the 2 kids just wanted one of the stars in the sky. He would have to pick one off. Not to mention a couple of masks. Song Moon was torn between expressions, back and forth between Terra and Deja. Yi Ching squatted down and said in a good way, Look how handsome Tyrol is. There are 2 horns on his head. Song Yu was nodding in excitement. Saying that, Yi Ching pointed to the masks of Terra and Father of Otter and said to the boss, Terra take 2. Father of Otter take 1. After scanning the payment, he took the masks and put a tyro on each of the 2 children's faces and put on Father Otter himself. The trio made a beautiful sight at the entrance of the zoo. Yi Ching was also carrying a Hebrew alien mask in his hand, squatted down and handed the monster mask to Song Yujie, and instructed in a malicious manner, When mom comes, sneak this mask to mom to put on. Okay. Song Yu nodded with an excited face. Soon, Song Jinyao's beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the zoo. Song Yungue topped with a Terra Ultraman mask and ran forward quickly. Song Jinyao also squatted down and hugged her daughter. Song Yu was sneaking up behind her mom, taking advantage of her hugging her sister. When her mother wasn't looking, she put the mask of the Hebridean on Song Jinyao's face. Mom, don't take it off. Song Yu is here. Song Jinyao snapped, about to remove her mask. Yi Qing's quick eyes and hands stopped her movements. Where all? A piece of the child's heart. Song Jinyao sniffed, and only then did she stop. After looking the two children up and down for a few moments, and then glancing from side to side, and seeing that there were no suspects, he slowly stood up. Uneasily, he asked Yi Qing, this morning, were there any suspicious characters? Yi Qing was stunned and said, no, the children are having a great time. Hearing her say that, she hurriedly followed up with, what? Is something wrong? Song Jinyao hesitated for a moment and said, someone might misbehave with the child in the next 2 days, just like last time. Hearing her say that, Yi Qing froze. Then what should we do? Call the police? Song Jinyao shook her head, can't call the police. No one will believe the police either. Yi Qing took a few deep breaths, looked at Song Jinyao, and suddenly patted his chest and said, otherwise, I'll protect the child 24 hours a day these days? Seeing that Song Jinyao didn't say anything, Yi Qing stretched his biceps and patted them. Brother is the father of Ultra. Okay, isn't it something that should be done to protect the little Ultraman? Song Jinyao's crisp laughter came from underneath the mask, reaching out her hand to straighten Yi Qing's mask for him. The horns are crooked and you're still the father of Otter. Song Jinyao just walked around the zoo with the mask of a Hebridean, noticing that people passing around, men and women, young and old, covered their mouths and snickered when they saw her. Curious, he asked Yi Qing, what are they laughing at? Ha ha ha, let's take a picture. Yi Qing couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. With that said, he pulled out his cell phone and the mother and son cooperated by gathering under the camera. 2D jazz and a Hebrew starman plus the large face of the father of Otter. The little Ginas are still better than that victory hand. Click. Yi Qing passed the photo to Song Jinyao and couldn't hold it in any longer. Lying on the roadside railing and laughing maniacally, Song Jinyao picked up her cell phone, saw the picture Yi Qing had sent and reached out her hand to remove the mask from her face. Yi Qing. A gnashing voice came out as Song Jinyao's small pink fist madly smashed on Yi Qing. Yi Qing raised his hands to beg for mercy and hurriedly ran a few quick steps. He flees, she chases. Agoo. Song Jinyao suddenly let out a cry of pain, and Yi Qing immediately turned his head. Song Jinyao was seen bending over and covering her ankle with a pained expression. Look at that. Looks like a broken foot? Yi Qing's heart was startled, and he hurriedly stepped forward and squatted down, nervously asking, is there anything wrong? What he didn't expect was that Song Jinyao changed her previous pained look and reached out her hand to grab his ear. Smiling, he said, run. You're not a fast runner. Yi Qing. Women are so fickle. Yi Qing was still uneasy to find a stool for Song Jinyao to sit down. Pinched Song Jinyao's small feet left and right to look at half a day. See no signs of swelling after a brain crash knocked on Song Jinyao's head. Let's scare you. Song Jinyao's small face slightly reddened, retrieving her feet from Yi Qing's hands and about to put on her shoes. Wait. Yi Qing interrupted her movements. Crouching down, he took off his board shorts and just stepped on the ground in his socks. Lifting her head to look at Song Jinyao, she said with some annoyance, coming out to play and still wearing high heels, don't you mind being tired? After saying that, he cupped Song Jinyao's feet and put the board shorts on her. After doing so, he stood up, picked up Song Jinyao's high heels, and crooked his chin. Let's go. It's not easy to accompany the kids out for a trip. Song Jinyao sat on the chair and just stared blankly at Yi Qing. Yi Qing saw that Song Jinyao was hesitant to move and turned around to tease. What? Falling in love with such a gentle and considerate me? Get out. Yi Qing walked barefoot in front, holding Song Yuan. Song Jinyao held Song Yunhui and walked behind. As Song Yunhui walked, she coldly said, Mom, you just seem to be bubbling pink all over. Chapter 35, what's up? Isn't your sister-in-law pretty? Around 8 p.m. Yi Qing followed the navigation and drove Song Jinyao and the two children to the front of a private club on the Bund. Incredulously, he pointed to the doorway of the clubhouse. This is where you said the dinner was? Song Jinyao nodded and asked, what's wrong? Yi Qing's mouth twitched. No, it's fine. You go early and come back early. Remember to call me if anything happens. Okay. Song Jinyao squatted down and drew up the pair of Jimichu's crystal shoes. Then keep an eye on the child. I'll try to finish my errands and come out earlier. Song Jinyao instructed a few words and turned to leave. Yi Qing smacked his lips as he watched Song Jinyao's figure disappear inside the clubhouse. What dinner party pick of this Thai place? This will be their gang in Magic City in order to have a place to stay. The place was purposely bought and renovated into a comprehensive club with KTV, bar, hotel and restaurant. Yi Qing wasn't involved at the time. He didn't have that much money, but when the ribbon was cut he was standing in the very center cutting the ribbon. He came to play a few times during college, then got bored and stopped coming. This place, isn't it closed to the public? Yi Qing sat in the car and muttered. In the meantime, Song Jinyao nervously walked into this clubhouse, and He Jiaji, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, greeted her in a hurry. What have you been doing? What took you so long? Song Jinyao shook her head and asked, are they all here? I've been here for a long time, just waiting for you, my auntie. Ouch. He Jiaji was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, guiding Song Jinyao to the box. Remember, this scene is not like the past. Maybe at other meals or parties, you're in the highest position and people need to suck up to you. But here, we can only put our heads down and we must follow when people raise their glasses. People can do what they want, but we must have a full glass. Remember? Hijazi walked on, rambling on and on. Song Jinyao's gaze surveyed this clubhouse, this private clubhouse. She hadn't been here before, and she hadn't heard of it. She couldn't figure out that there was such a large private clubhouse on the Bund, which was an inch of land. The decor is understated and minimalist, but reveals extraordinary luxury everywhere. Soon, the two arrived in front of the largest box. Hijazi turned around and gave an okay gesture. Song Jinyao nodded in response. The door to the box slowly pushed open and powerful DJ music came out from inside. Song Jinyao's breath suddenly caught, only to see the box, on the sofa, filled with men and women. Almost every man was accompanied by a scantily clad woman. Song Jinyao stood in the doorway, somewhat at a loss for words. She didn't know where she was supposed to go. She couldn't have imagined how a promised dinner party could become like this. Yo, is this the legendary CEO Song? A man sitting in the very center flirted out. Immediately after that, he slapped the ass of the woman beside him and said without mercy, get lost, make way for the main seat for our big president Song. Hijazi bent aside and greeted everyone with a fawning smile. Song Jinyao twisted her head around and looked at Hijazi, as if it was the first time she had seen him like this. Hush, go on, that's Mr. Su. Hijazi pushed her again. Song Jinyao bit her lip and walked towards the small round stool in front of the card table. No, I'll just sit here. Seeing this, Su Xingwei let out a disdainful sneer and didn't say anything more, his eyes signaling down. Another man picked up a glass and placed it in front of Song Jinyao. Boo! Opening the bottle of champagne and placing it in front of Song Jinyao in one piece, his eyes kept provoking. The entire box was instantly silent as someone got up and turned the music off. Everyone's eyes were all on Song Jinyao's body. Song Jinyao gritted her teeth, held up the champagne that was half her height, and poured a full glass. Raising his wine glass, he looked at Su Xingwei, and after seeing that he didn't make any movements, he didn't get angry. Leaning down to touch the wine glass in his hand to Su Xingwei's on the table, the cups crunched together. Mr. Su, first time meeting, I'll toast you first, Song Jinyao said in an unassuming manner, followed by a drink. Only then did Su Xingwei's expression change, similarly lifting his glass, and under his leadership, everyone in the box raised their glasses together. After everyone had put down their wine glasses, Song Jinyao stroked her skirt with one hand and slowly sat down. Sit in style on even a small round stool. Su Xingwei leaned forward, both hands propped on the coffee table, his eyes full of oppression. From what Kaji said, you came to us for a mortgage? Song Jinyao nodded and picked up the file bag that was placed beside her and opened it, personally handing out a copy of the document to the great young men sitting in the row in front of him. You can see that they are all exceptionally high-quality assets in the Magic City. There's the hospital. There's also a car dealership, and a business center, and I've had it valued, and it's probably mortgaged for about $2.5 billion. Song Jinyao gulped nervously, her fingers subconsciously entwining together. The eyes began at the far left, watching the expressions on each of the great young men's faces, except for Ho Ka-chi. Each of the young men carefully looked over the information in their hands. The female companion beside them peeked at the information while looking up every now and then with a surprised look on her face. 200 million. In the middle of the day, Su Xingwei casually dumped the documents on the table and leaned back on the wide sofa with his hands on his chest. Shaking his head back and forth, he said, 2.5 billion is no problem. But we want 200 million. Doing this for you is a big risk we need to take. 2. There were also a few great young men who chimed in. Song Jinyao's lips were bitten blue as she listened to their words. Abruptly, he looked up. Can it be less? Su Xingwei didn't even count, and refused with his mouth open. No, if so many of us join together, not 200 million is simply not enough to share. Song Jinyao got up disheartened, bowed slightly and said, sorry, I'll go out and think about it. Just as she went out, the man beside Su Xingwei immediately jumped up. No way, brother Su. This is too dark for you. Turning around and trying to hack $200 million. Old Wang, shut the hell up. Can't you see there are so many people here? Su Xingwei's eyes flicked to Hijazi. Hijazi got up, smiled fawningly, and took the initiative to light Su Xingwei's cigarette. Brother Su, I told you it was a big deal. No way. It's too exciting. I need to go out and get some air. The man surnamed Wang shook his shirt and let out a long breath. Even with their group's family history, $200 million had never been earned so easily. In the meantime, Yiqing sat in the car and played 2 games and glanced at the time. Song Jinyao had been in there for almost an hour. Pulling a cigarette out of his pocket, he was just about to light it when he saw the 2 sleeping children in the rearview mirror. Pull the door open and get out of the car and lean against it, trying to light a cigarette. Rummaged through my pockets and realized I don't even know where my lighter went. To know, for a smoker, the most difficult thing is not to have a fire without cigarettes. Is the damn cigarette on the mouth without fire. Just then, across the street from the clubhouse, a man stepped out, head down, one hand protecting his mouth. A sudden flash of fire reflected across his face. Yiqing looked at him in a daze. Through the reflection just now, he always felt that that person looked like that brat from Uncle Wang's family. Wang Buotao? Shouting loudly, he saw the man across from him raise his head in reaction. Sure enough, Yiqing was overjoyed in his heart and quickly waved his hand. Hurry up and roll over. Who the hell are you? Wang Buotao's mouth twitched and rolled up his sleeves to see which ungrateful one dared to tell him to roll over. He just approached and saw Yiqing's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Yi, why are you here? Wang Buotao was surprised, not expecting to run into Yiqing here. Didn't you fall out with your family because of Su Yingzhu? Yiqing snatched the cigarette he was holding in his mouth and just turned to it, lighting his own on fire. Enjoyable deep breaths. Only then slowly said, put fart. Which blind rumor you listen to? My dad, Yi Cheng. If I damn well break with old Yi, who's going to inherit old Yi's hundreds of billions? Say, Brother Yi, why are you here? And what's this car? Wang Buotao pointed to the vehicle behind Yiqing. Yiqing smugly patted the Maybach. My daughter-in-law's. So what? Your brother, I'm capable of it. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Really? Wang Buotao's mouth opened wide in dismay, and his cigarette crashed to the ground. Pointing at the Maybach, he then pointed at Yiqing. You married a wife? Yiqing nodded his head prettily. Ugh. Big difference. The relationship has pretty much reached that point. Song Jinyao wasn't around anyway, so he wasn't blowing it off as much as he wanted. Brother, what kind of person is sister-in-law that can make a prodigal son like you take heart? I'm going to show you. And don't you dare tell my father or your father and the others. You hear me? Under Wang Buotao's repeated assurances, Yiqing took out his cell phone and found a photo of Song Jinyao from the photo album. He was the one who took the sneak peek at the zoo. And in the photo, Song Jinyao was holding a carrot in her hand and feeding it to the deer. Her eyebrows curved into a crescent moon because she was happy. And she was more adorable than even a fawn. Wang Buotao stared blankly at his cell phone. Yiqing saw that he didn't respond and flipped out the next one. In the photo, Yiqing dragged Song Jinyao's hand and tried to take her to touch a tiger. Song Jinyao wanted to mold and was scared. The whole person was cute and cuddly, slightly squinting her eyes. Her little hand was reaching for the tiger's butt. What? Isn't your sister-in-law pretty? Yiqing held up his cell phone, proudly showing off. Chapter 36. Brother Yi brought his sister-in-law here. Yiqing watched Wang Buotao run back to the clubhouse as if he had seen a ghost. Skittishly, he didn't follow. In case he followed him in and ran into any princess he knew, and then ran into Song Jinyao, there would be no excuse. Bang! Wang Buotao hurriedly pushed open the door of the box with an exaggerated expression. The crowd looked at him in amazement. Wang Buotao looked around. Get lost. Get the hell out. Saying that, seeing that the scantily clad women were still inactive, they rushed forward and yanked them up. Go, 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 go. Su Xingwei narrowed his eyes falsely and said, calm down. What is this for? Can't calm down a bit, Wang Buotao said in a hurry. Seeing that those women were still clinging to each other and didn't care about anything else, one by one, they yanked them up and shoved them toward the door. Only after seeing all the women go out did she sigh in relief and sit on her butt next to Su Xingwei. Lifting his glass and gulping it clean, his gaze turned to the others. Scanning the room, mysteriously lowering his voice, guess who I ran into? Don't play riddles, Su Xingwei said without a trace of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I ran into Brother Yi outside the door. Wang Buotao danced with an exaggerated expression. Su Xingwei's leg that was originally resting on the coffee table was instantly lowered, and he twisted his head to look at Wang Buotao in dismay. Which Yi? Who else could we call Brother Yi? Yi Cheng? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? Shouting came from the box all of a sudden. Then hurry up and go call in Ah. Yi came to stand at the door. What are we doing here? There were a few other people just thinking about going out. Wang Buotao hurriedly stopped it. Don't. Can I still not call Brother Yi in? You don't want to come in purely on your own. Almost forgot to get down to business with you guys. After saying that, Wang Buotao paused and twisted his head, his expression even more exaggerated. Super big news. Brother Yi said he brought his sister-in-law here. Su Xingwei, what? My sister is here? Said he got up in a hurry and was about to head for the restroom. Wang Buotao tugged at him. No. Brother Su, don't be so excited. It's not your sister. It's another woman. Who? Only then did Su Xingwei let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this and took a sip from his wine glass. Guess. Which one is sister-in-law? Wang Buotao's expression was excited as he played a riddle. It's urgent. Hurry up. Yeah. Wang Buotao deflated his mouth and swung his chin toward the small round stool. That one. The crowd's eyes went toward the small round stool, associating it with something. Pust. The wine Su Xingwei drank into his mouth hadn't been swallowed and puffed out of his mouth. Fingering the small round stool and pointing to the door, he said with a stuttering shock, you mean, the sister-in-law in Ye's mouth is that? 5 billion? Wang Buotao nodded excitedly. Big news, right? Also, Brother Yi said that he wouldn't let us tell our family about this news. Said he wanted to give Uncle Yi a surprise when the time comes. Then this, Brother Su, we're still here. The one who spoke pointed to the small round stool, and then to the papers scattered on the table. And Nima yo, don't forget who we all hang out with at home. Su Xingwei hurriedly said. Quickly, wrap it up. Saying that, Su Xingwei got up in a hurry and stuffed the ash cigarette butts and empty wine bottles on the table into the trash can. The others rushed to follow suit. Some people go to turn on the lights. Some go to turn on the exhaust fans. The smell of perfume mixed with the women in the room flew away. What's more, some people grabbed brooms and started sweeping up the crumbs of melon and fruit peels. Meanwhile, the lounge area outside the box. Song Jinyao pursed her lips and sat on the sofa. Her head was already starting to get dizzy after a few glasses of wine. Jiaji came out to see her, and is now sitting on the sidelines, persuading her bitterly. Jinyao, seriously, 200 million isn't really expensive. Think about it, Song Group. In fact, is this close to being a real top company? If you can have this opportunity, you should take it. Song Jinyao stroked her forehead and waved her hand and said with some impatience, don't say anything first. Let me think about it. She's also torn. 3 billion is actually enough to get started and even get a few buildings up for pre-sales. But that's $200 million, and these people are going to take $200 million out of their hands by opening their mouths. Jiaji was torn for a moment, patted Song Jinyao's shoulder, and said, then come back in when you've thought it over, and I'll go in and see if we can talk about it again. Song Jinyao waved her hand. Jiaji got up, went to the door of the box, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. He was dumbfounded. Su, what are you guys? Su Xingwei was holding a rag and wiping the desktop, and without lifting his head, he cursed, flabbergasted ninny. Hurry over to help. Go find a few mopping cloths, and mound the floor. Jiaji froze, suspiciously stepped forward, rubbing his hands together. Brother Su, you see it's like this. Can you take those 2 points of mine and even out 1 point to return to Song Jinyao? 200 million is still a bit much after all, isn't it? Off. Give back your 2 points. Don't you know what background Song Jinyao has? You really almost killed us, and still think of earning her money. You are not afraid of having a life to earn but not a life to spend? Wang Buotao was sweeping the ground. Seeing Jiaji blocking the way, he pushed him away and ignored him, puffing and puffing, sweeping the melon peels on the ground. Ho-ka-chi, Song Jinyao has a background? How come he doesn't know? They grew up playing together. The best in their circle is old Mr. Song, but it is the old Song always in front of these male children. Also dare not call it big, right? Are you going to do it? If you don't move, you should go to hell. Su Xingwei saw Jiaji with the second little cutie, same as standing in place, said in no good humor. Jiaji hurriedly obeyed and took out a mop from the bathroom, following Wang Buotao's lead and started mopping the floor. 10 minutes later. Done. Su Xingwei raised his head, wiped his sweat, and surveyed the box in a circle. See, the original pandemonium of the box has now bright hall, large main lamp wide open. The glass floor is like a mirror, able to reflect the silhouette of people. Shao He, go invite Mr. Song in. Su Xingwei greeted the crowd and sat down on the sofa, deliberately leaving the main seat empty. A few people sat together in a confined manner on a dozen meters of sofa, enough to leave 2 meters of space empty for Song Jinyao. Jiaji nodded dully and pushed out the door to Song Jinyao's body. Somewhat tangled, he said, Jinyao, a result has been renegotiated inside. You see, want to go in and listen? Song Jinyao stood up silently, already a bit disoriented from the wine. Listening to Ho-ka-chi, he silently stood up and walked towards the box. Reach out, push away. A beam of light shone through the doorway and onto her body, and the Chanel bodice was suddenly flooded with starbursts. Song Jinyao froze abruptly. Chapter 37 will give you an extra $200 million. Is this? Song Jinyao's jaw dropped as she looked at the scene inside the room. There was no trace of the previous pandemonium, and none of those obnoxious women were there. A faint scent wafted through the air. It's the smell of air freshener. The cocky guys who were arrogant and domineering before were crowding on the sides of the couch, leaving the centermost couch empty. Su Xingwei saw her. Smiling, he got up and pointed at the very center of the sofa with his hands in an inviting manner. Song Jinyao suddenly felt a bit scared. How did these bad guys suddenly become like this? Mr. Song, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Please have a seat. Su Xingwei took the initiative to stand up and walk to her side, redoing a gentleman's inviting gesture with one hand. Song Jinyao's lips opened and closed, and under hesitation, she slowly walked to the centermost sofa and sat down. Hokachi tries to follow, but Su Xingwei kicks him away under the table. Immediately after, Su Xingwei took the initiative to move the small round stool across from Song Jinyao and said right to the point, Mr. Song, a few of us have renegotiated. With all these assets of yours, we'll help you pledge $2.5 billion from the bank. Not a penny less. You don't have to worry about the interest rate. It's based on the lowest base rate of 1.5%. Is that okay, old willow? Su Xingwei stood up and took the initiative to pull up one person. Introducing Song Jinyao, this is the son of Magic City Bank's director Lu Keifu. Old Chairman Lu has basically left things alone now. The Magic City Bank. He calls the shots. Lu Keifu bowed slightly and greeted Song Jinyao with a smile on his face. Song Jinyao's eyes lit up as she pulled out her cell phone and wanted to add an emblem. Their company's usual counterpart is the branch president of the Magic City Bank. Where would you normally get access to Chairman Lu's son? Unexpectedly, Lu Keifu waved his hand and refused her request with a smile. Mr. Song, I don't dare to add your emblem. Don't worry about the loan. I'll make sure it's done properly from my side. Song Jinyao skimmed her mouth and retrieved her cell phone. I subconsciously thought that this person is still looking down on myself. Otherwise I would not even add a message. Su Xingwei just stood there, rubbing his hands together and hesitating for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mr. Song, also, we have a request. Song Jinyao looked at him curiously. Mr. Song, a few of us would like to take some shares in your project. Not much, just 200 million. The others in the box nodded their heads in unison. Song Jinyao looked at the crowd suspiciously, wondering what they were selling. How it's nothing like that look you just had. And what's with the uppercut to pay? Su Xingwei, Mr. Song, just give us a normal share according to your investment ratio. Hiss. Song Jinyao couldn't help but suck in a cool breath. This Duke Su, who was the most powerful of all, even brought a bit of pleading with him when he said this. What the hell is going on in this world? Seeing Song Jinyao's expression, Su Xingwei gritted his teeth and took the initiative to open his cell phone. Mr. Song, in fact, we don't have too much money, but if my brothers put it together, we can still come up with 200 million. Old Lu, we'll call the money to you tomorrow, and you'll uniformly remit it to Mr. Song. Brothers, are we all okay with this? The great young men in the audience nodded their heads. Song Jinyao stroked her forehead, although she didn't know what was going on. But since they were going to give it hard, there was still a reason why they didn't want it. Forcing himself to be drunk, he picked up the bottle of champagne and was about to pour it. Don't! I'll do it! Su Xingwei snatched the champagne and first put a few ice cubes in Song Jinyao's glass, slowly pouring the bottle with a focused expression. The pale yellow liquor stops in its hands just as it bubbles over the ice. Immediately afterward, all glasses were filled for everyone present, including his own. First cup. Let's wish us a happy cooperation with Mr. Song. Several people picked up their wine glasses and gathered around Song Jinyao, scrambling to clink glasses with her. Song Jinyao just drank it cup by cup. Drink slowly and get high. By the end of the day, she offered a toast and couldn't care less. Anyway, Su Xingwei poured her only a little bit of wine, while they all had full glasses. No loss. Meanwhile, Yi Qing leaned against the car, fingertips holding cigarettes. The ground is full of cigarette butts. Do not smoke. Just let it burn. The two children were still sleeping soundly in the car. Impatiently, he pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock a.m., and it had been almost 3 hours since Song Jinyao went in. If it wasn't for the two children being in the car, he would have gone in to find Song Jinyao. 10 more minutes. If you don't come out, we'll go in and get her. Yi Qing silently started counting down. Just then, from the clubhouse door, two women in black uniforms laboriously hitched and pulled Song Jinyao out of the doorway, followed by a couple of drunks who were walking with a wobble. Yi Qing's gaze snapped. Su Xingwei, Wang Buotao, Lu Kafu, how are so many? Hurriedly taking a few steps forward, he took Song Jinyao from the two women and looked at these few people in annoyance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How could it be you guys? How can you let her drink so much? Yi Ching looked at Song Jinyao with heartache. Song Jinyao had almost lost consciousness and was mumbling drunken words that were inaudible. Wang Buotao was still barely conscious, raising his hands with a red face and misty eyes. Brother Yi, heaven and earth are kind. It's really not that we have to drink so much. Hiccup. It was sister-in-law. Sister-in-law drank too much and dragged us away from leaving. 7 or 8 people. Frozen drank a dozen bottles of champagne. Su Xingwei walked with a wobble and reached out her hand to try to take Yi Ching's arm, which Yi Ching dodged. Su Xingwei pounced on the Maybach, her eyes mesmerized. Brother Yi, haven't seen you for more than a year. I miss my younger brother to death. Come give me a kiss. After saying that, he hugged Maybach and kissed him hard, making a crunching sound of boop. Yi Ching looked at such goods speechlessly. Carrying Song Jinyao, he nodded at the heads of the people one by one and asked the two receptionists standing aside to find a way to find a hotel for these individuals to settle down. As he nodded, he noticed He Jiaji, who was standing at the end of the line and couldn't even stand properly, and his mouth kept chanting, Jinyao, Jinyao. Yi Ching called over Wang Buotao and pointed at He Jiaji and asked, "The stupid dog is?" Wang Buotao grinned a silly grin. Hey, this stupid dog wanted to make a play for his sister-in-law today and asked a few of us to step in. Then after realizing that it was his sister-in-law, all of us guys didn't dare to do anything wrong. But, Brother Yi, after the brothers found out that this stupid dog seems to have designs on his sister-in-law, they purposely dunked this son of a for several rounds. Yi Ching stomped his foot out, and He Jiaji fell limply onto the concrete floor in the process. Go, get 2 ice cream cones and get around him so the car doesn't crush him. There were 2 barely conscious people carrying a couple of ice cream cones from a parking space off to the side, setting them in a quadrangle next to He Jiaji. Seeing this, Yi Ching also ignored this group of drunkards, kicked away Su Xingwei who was French kissing Maybach, and assisted Song Jinyao into the car. The throttle goes down and the Maybach pulls out of the parking lot. Su Xingwei was frantically drunk and blurred with tears as she cried out towards Maybach, Brother Yi, how could you be so cruel? Wang Buotao hard dragged the wolf-howling Su Xingwei back to the clubhouse, and when he passed He Jiaji, Su Xingwei suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the vomit instantly gushed out, just vomiting on He Jiaji's body. The young lady who had originally wanted to help He Jiaji up immediately withdrew her hand in disgust. Forget it, just let him lie. Chapter 38, The Hegemonic President and the Little Stepford Wife. Please urge for more work. The night was thick, and Yi Ching opened the window a crack so as to dispel the smell of alcohol in the car. A cool breeze passed through the crack in the window and hit him in the face. Turning his head, he looked at Song Jinyao. She was seen lying on her side in the seat, grunting a hard hum from her mouth, squirming every now and then, her brow a little less cloudy than it had been before. The coiled ink-colored hair was a bit messy, and there were a few strands of hair that fluttered in front of her forehead along with the breeze. Yi Ching slowly stretched out his hand and took this opportunity to touch Song Jinyao's small face, smoothing out the strands of messy hair for her. Just touching it, the touch was as tender as an egg white that had just been peeled away from its shell. Song Jinyao gave a sudden call and frowned gently. Suddenly his arms were wrapped around him and held tightly in his embrace. The mouth murmured, "Green." Yi Ching gently smiled, letting Song Jinyao hold his arm just like that. Starting the vehicle's auxiliary drive, his gaze occasionally looked at Song Jinyao. For the first time, I realized that the beautiful president actually has this cute side. Drunkenly, she took off that mask of forced strength and curled up into a ball, hugging his arm as if she were hugging a rag doll and sleeping soundly. Through the rearview mirror, the two children were head to head, huffing and puffing. The feeling that this is actually quite good popped up inside without realizing it. Unconsciously, the vehicle parked downstairs at Thompson's. Yi Ching got out of the car and woke up the two children first. Wake up. Yi Ching moved gently shaking the two children awake. In the sleepy state of the two children, Yi Ching compared his index finger and made a shushing sound in advance. Shoo, don't make noise. Your mom is asleep. Ah, Uncle Yi, are we home yet? Song Yungue rubbed her eyes and looked at Yi Ching in a daze. Yi Ching reached out his hand and rubbed Song Yungue's head until he rubbed both of her goat horns apart before putting his hand down. Laughing, he said, "You guys go home and open the door while I take your mom upstairs." The two kids nodded, yawning as they hopped out of the car and headed upstairs first via the single-family elevator. Yi Ching kept watching the two children go upstairs before turning to the passenger side. Reaching out his hand, he pushed Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao's body immediately tipped to one side, and Yi Ching was quick to hold her up. Seeing that Song Jinyao had just touched the evening breeze, tiny goosebumps immediately floated up on her arms. Yi Ching took off the jacket he was wearing and gently draped it over her body for fear of waking her up. Only after finishing did she cross her arms in amusement and look at Song Jinhao. Can't drink and still drink so much. This woman. Really? Leaning down, he called out Song Jinyao's name in a natural way. Jinhao, we're going home. Song Jinhao didn't respond, and Yi Qing reached out his hand and picked her up by the waist. Song Jinhao immediately stretched out her arm and wrapped it around Yi Qing's neck. Her little head naturally pressed against his chest. Yi Qing's heartbeat suddenly sped up a little. Lowering his head, he looked at Song Jinyao's somewhat less tranquil sleeping face, long eyelashes bushy now and then, and words whispered from his mouth so that one could not hear them clearly. The years seem to favor her exceptionally. Even if she has passed 25 years old, her small face still has a child's face. If you take off your glasses, I could be in a teenage drama. Yi Qing hugged her and weighed her. It was a bit weighty, but completely acceptable. One step at a time, he returned to Song Jinyao's home. The two children had gone ahead and turned on all the lights in the house, which was spacious and bright in its large square meters. This was the first time he came to Song Jinyao's home, and even though he was still holding Song Jinyao in his arms, he couldn't help but curiously survey the house. The overall decoration of this house was a cream style, very different from Song Jinyao's office, cozy and comfortable. The soft light hit her face, as if it was a bit uncomfortable. Song Jinyao raised her hand to block it in front of her eyes. Yi Qing shouted, "Moon in, Yun Gue, which is your mom's room?" The two children had changed into their pajamas and emerged from one of the bedrooms. "Uncle, it's here." Under the guidance of the two children, Yi Qing carried Song Jinyao and walked into Song Jinyao's boudoir, and his eyes lit up. Just as I walked in, a scented breeze hit my face. Not that strong perfume smell, but a shower gel mixed with a floral kind of smell. It's not harsh, but makes for an extra pleasant smell. The decor is equally cozy and creamy, with soft, non-harsh lighting and a lived-in feel. A dozen cartoon rag dolls littered the large, wide bed. Even the sheets are those cute type sheets covered in red peach hearts. There is an exceptionally large floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. Yi Qing subconsciously looked at the mirror, and he himself felt that the image was quite beautiful. His body was already in good shape. There was no lack of exercise over the years, and he still maintained his 8-pack abs and an upright posture. Throughout the day, his beard regrew slightly stubbled, taking a few moments off his schoolboy demeanor. There was also a stunningly beautiful woman in a princess dress in her arms. The crystal shoes on the princess's feet glittered with bits of broken light in the reflection of the mirror. Yi Qing muttered, "If only there was a crown." He suddenly had the idea of recording the scene. Yi Qing took out his cell phone and handed it to Song Yungue, smiling, "Little friend, can you take a picture of uncle and your mom?" Song Yungue also looked at the mirror. Both eyes almost became peach-shaped. Repeatedly nodded. Taking the initiative, he took his cell phone and clicked it to freeze the scene. Turning over the cell phone, he began to admire it. His little mouth perked up with words, "Uncle, look, it looks like a novel where the overbearing president is holding a little petite wife." Yi Qing lost his smile and drew out his hand to rub Song Yungue's small brain. "At a young age, where did you learn all this?" Turning around, he bent down and tried to place Song Jinyao on the bed. Whoever thought? Song Jinyao tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and wouldn't let go even in death. Yi Qing broke away, and she unconsciously lifted and hugged back. Yi Qing knelt on one knee on the bed, maintaining a bowing position, his face close to Song Jinyao, only a palm's distance away, and he could already smell the slight scent of alcohol emanating from her mouth. There was a click, the sound of a photograph being taken. Song Yunhui held his cell phone up in his hand and took another picture. Yi Qing's old face reddened. This posture is too ambiguous. Change to the wall and the legendary wall thud is exceptionally similar. In desperation, I saw a Winnie the Pooh bear of equal height on the bed. Reaching across, he managed to get away by fishing through the gap between the two and swapping the bear with himself, only to see Song Jinyao hugging Pooh Bear tightly, turning to lie on her side, one leg resting on the bear's body, and continuing to fall into a deep sleep. Yi Qing wiped the sweat coming out of his forehead, even though Song Jinyao was not too heavy, but the person who drank off the tablets, his whole body couldn't use any force, all because he was holding him like this. Rubbing his sore arm, he took the cell phone in Song Yunqi's hand and glanced at the time, 12 a.m. Sharp. With a startled heart, he raised his head to look at the two children in the room and urged, "It's already late. Shouldn't you guys go to bed?" Song Yu had long been yawning non-stop in her chair, and when she received Yi Qing's prompting, she leapt onto the bed without saying a word. Yi Qing hurriedly stopped him and said in a dignified manner, "You too, you're not small anymore. Do you still need your mom to sleep with you?" "Uncle won't let us sleep with mommy." "Is it because uncle wants to sleep with mommy?" Song Yu was tilting her head, looking at him in disbelief. Yi Qing's forehead was filled with black lines as he slapped Song Yu's ass and copied a child with one arm. "At such a young age. I don't know what your mom lets you watch. found a bedroom and put the two little ones on the bed. Standing beside the bed, Yi Qing made a stern face, put on an adult appearance, and said seriously, "You guys have to learn to be strong and independent on your own. When uncle was your age, he would have already slept by himself. Actually, no one remembers anything before the age of 3, but all little kids have to have this step, quitting mom, as the first step to real growth for little kids." At Yi Qing's insistence, the two children obediently lay down on the bed. Yi Qing mimicked the scenes he had seen in TV dramas and gently patted their backs. A lullaby was hummed in a whisper. "Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Ha ha. Uncle, you sing so hard." Song Yuan suddenly raised his head and covered his stomach as he laughed out loud, and even Song Yun Gue began to laugh as well. Yi Qing was greatly embarrassed. Just then, there was a sudden sound of dry heaving from the next room. Yi Qing immediately got up and hurriedly dropped a sentence, "You guys hurry up and go to sleep," and then quickly ran to Song Jinyao's bedroom. Chapter 39, Sleep Well. Yi Qing pushed the door open in a hurry. Seeing that Song Jinyao was lying on the side of the bed and dry heaving, Yi Qing hurriedly found a trash can to catch it near Song Jinyao's mouth. Song Jinyao coughed a few times and violently vomited up a large amount of wine. The room was immediately filled with a large amount of alcohol. Yi Qing pinched his nose and reached out his hand to gently pat Song Jinyao's back. His tone was a bit scolding. "I let you drink so much. Now you know it's hard, don't you?" Song Jinyao vomited for quite a while, but fortunately she didn't seem to have eaten anything, other than the smell of alcohol. There wasn't any pungent other smells in the room. Song Jinyao raised her head, her eyes mesmerized, and the corners of her mouth slowly hooked into a silly smile. Langer looked at Yi Qing in confusion. "You're Chung. Ching. You. Why are you here?" Yi Qing didn't pay attention to her words, but continued to gently pat her back and said, "Throw up some more. You'll feel better afterward." Song Jinyao lay on her stomach, her head tilted to the side, and wiggled her hand with great effort. Indicates no vomiting. Only then did Yi Qing pick up the trash can and find the bathroom to dump the vomit in the toilet. Finding a rag, he crouched down relentlessly to sweep up the few bits of vomit splattered on the floor. Song Jinyao looked up, her eyes in a confused trance as she looked at Yi Qing's back, and suddenly smiled foolishly. Yi Qing turned his head when he heard the laughter, stretched out his finger and tapped it on her nose, dotingly saying, "It's just you all. Can let me serve you like this." Song Jinyao opened her mouth and tried to bite Yi Qing's finger. Yi Qing dodged over with his quick eyes and looked helplessly at the drunken Song Jinyao. Crossing her arms, she didn't hold back and slapped Song Jinyao's ass. "Snap. Make a crunching sound. Be a good boy and go to sleep." Song Jinyao raised her head with blurred tears and muttered, "You hit me." Yi Qing couldn't stand the look in her eyes and squatted down to tenderly rub the place where she was beaten. Softly, "Be a good boy and go to sleep." "Okay." Song Jinyao obediently nodded, her legs tightly clamped around Pooh Bear, and she turned around and closed her eyes to fall into a deep sleep. After her breathing stabilized again, Yi Qing went outside the living room, found the water purifier, and received a cup of warm white water. Carefully holding Song Jinyao in her arms, she said softly as if she were a small child, "Come, drink some water." Song Jinyao opened her mouth and obediently took a few sips of water. Yi Qing held her gently like this, and he didn't let go of his embrace until Song Jinyao finished half a cup of water. He saw Song Jinyao gently rubbing herself in his arms, finding a comfortable position before drifting off into sleep. The little hand was still clutching his sleeve. Yi Qing gently combed Song Jinyao's long hair like he was jerking a cat, watching her brow remain slightly furrowed even as she slept. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a wave of pain in his heart, reaching out to gently smooth her brow. Without realizing it, he just leaned against the bed and slowly fell asleep. Song Jinyao woke up in the middle of the night from the wine and slowly opened her eyes. Then she realized that she was sleeping in a man's arms with her clothes on. There was a faint smell of tobacco that was making its way to the tip of his nose. Abruptly sitting up, through the faint moonlight outside the window, he was relieved to see Yi Qing's face. He was sleeping so deeply that he didn't even notice when he got up. The moonlight sprinkled on Yi Qing's face. Song Jinyao gazed at him quietly like this, a faint blush flashing across her face. Suddenly, the ghost reached out his hand and gently stroked Yi Qing's face, tracing his brow, his nose, his stubble. It was the first time since she could remember that a man had held her in his arms while she slept. Song Jinyao withdrew her hand and rose with gentle movements, taking out her cell phone from her bag. She turned on the home's surveillance equipment and began reviewing the security footage from downstairs all the way to the bedroom. In the picture, Yi Qing's movements were very gentle and he didn't take advantage of her drunkenness to make a move on her. The moment she saw herself wailing and trying to bite off Yi Qing's finger, Song Jinyao couldn't help but cover her face, not believing herself that the person in the picture was herself. The video played until the moment Yi Qing tenderly hugged her to sleep. Song Jinyao put down her cell phone, and through the color of the night, she took a deep look at Yi Qing and suddenly smiled. The shyness on his face was a few points more intense. Gingerly, he stepped out of the bedroom and went to check on the two children first, briefly brushing his teeth and washing up after seeing them sleeping soundly. Standing in front of the bed, he looked at Yi Qing, who was still leaning against the head of the bed in deep sleep. Song Jinyao somewhat hesitantly dawdled for a few seconds before gathering enough courage to bury her head into Yi Qing's embrace once again, greedily sniffing the faint smell of tobacco on Yi Qing's body. Just for one night. Anyway, she was drunk. At an angle she couldn't see. The corners of Yi Qing's lips curved up into a light smile at the same time. Gentle and incomparable. Click. Yi Qing was awakened by the sound of the door lock opening and instantly opened his eyes, subconsciously looking out the window. The sky had just cleared. Gray and hazy. So early. Who is it? Alarm bells went off in Yi Qing's heart. Here to kidnap a child? Or a thief? It is reasonable to say that both are impossible. In a neighborhood of the level of Townsend, the security guards are patrolling 24 hours a day and will not let the bad guys take advantage of the situation. Yi Qing gently put Song Jinyao down, opened the door and looked out through the crack. Only a short-haired, middle-aged woman with a bag of baskets in her hand was standing at the front door of the living room, changing her shoes. Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, not a bad guy. If it was a bad guy, there would be no changing of shoes when he entered the house. Upon further inspection, the woman twisted around just enough to place the vegetable basket on the coffee table. The face was familiar. It was the same Auntie Wang that I had seen in the food market before. Auntie Wang? How did she get here? Yi Qing was shocked and subconsciously closed the door to his room. Sitting in front of Song Jinyao's makeup mirror, he was puzzled. According to the treatment that Comrade Lao Yi gave her, there's no reason for her to give up that job in the original city. There is a lot of money and little work, and you only have to work so many days a year. Things happen for a reason. Yi Qing was suspicious and couldn't help but pull out his cell phone to ask Olji if he knew he worked at Song's group. But it shouldn't be. Even if you know he works here in Song Jinyao, it's not so bad to transfer Auntie Wang all the way from the original city to the Magic City. Unless, but what was there in Song Jinyao's house that could attract Olji? Yi Qing pondered, and suddenly had a flash of light. 2 children. Yes. In conjunction with the previous kidnapping incident, to make Olji make such a big fuss, Song Jinyao must have something Olji wants in her hands. Yi Qing couldn't help but slap his thighs, ready to push Song Jinyao awake to tell her about this. Seeing her sleeping soundly, the outstretched hand slowly withdrew. Forget it. It's not so bad for a while. Let her sleep. Immediately afterward, he sat down in his chair and yawned, his eyes closing involuntarily. Open your eyes again. It was fully light outside the window and the entire bedroom was empty. Chapter 40, Mr. Yi, should we? Begging for a rush. Yi Qing sat up from the bed with a jerk, not bothering to think about why he was sleeping in the bed. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. Anxious, he pulled open the bedroom door and looked around, only to see that the living room was empty as well. Not a soul in sight. Song Jinyao? Song Jinyao? Song Yuan? Song Yungui? No one answered even after a few calls. A quiet heaviness inwardly. A few people were absent. He called it that, and Auntie Wang wasn't there. In his heart, he prayed that things wouldn't be like he imagined. If that was the case, he really didn't know how he would face Song Jinyao in the future. Yi Qing hurriedly picked up his cell phone and called Song Jinyao. After a few seconds of beeping, a mechanical female voice came from the other side of the microphone. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Yi Qing couldn't help but burst out a national curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurriedly put on his jacket and opened TikTok's applet on Jitterbug. Placed a cab order to Song's group. His priority on the taxi software was given by TikTok's operation to directly adjust to the highest level, and the nearby drivers, no matter whether it was a special car or a bite-sized order of online car, were the first to see Yi Qing's order on the cell phone pop-up window. A special car soon took his order. Waiting for the car to come, Yi Qing repeated the call a few more times. At first, it was still a continuous hang-up, and later, sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off, came directly from the other side of the phone. Hearing this voice, Yi Qing's heart instantly raced to his throat. He couldn't wait to run downstairs, and his somewhat trembling hands pulled out cigarettes from his pockets, wanting to smoke a cigarette to calm his mood. Snapped. The lighter dropped to the ground with a crunch and he was suddenly a little scared. In the meantime, the conference room on the topmost floor of Song's building. This was a conference room that only the shareholders of Song Group were qualified to enter. At this moment, inside the conference room, the noise was flourishing, and the shareholders present were mingling with each other, their gazes poking and prodding at Song Jinyao, who was sitting in the deputy lower hand seat. Just now, Song Jinyao made a public announcement about Song Group's successful financing. The shareholders present were not without some consternation. The Song Group was a typical family-owned enterprise, and almost all of the shareholders in the room, except for a few shareholders' representatives, had either a tight or close relationship with the Song family. So, within the Song Group, there are hardly any secrets. They had known for a long time about the problems that land was experiencing, the severe underfunding that had even affected the normal operation of other industries. Some people looked forward to pulling Song Jinhao down, while others secretly thought of ways for Song Jinhao. Now, Song Jinhao surprisingly said that the funding issue has been basically solved. Even old Mr. Song Jinhao's real father, who was sitting at the top of the table, couldn't help but look at his daughter twice more. Song Jinhao coughed lightly, drawing the attention of the shareholders over, playing with the remote control of the projector in his hand. With a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he leaned on his hands and his fingers gently pressed the buttons. At once, a picture flashed across the wide Fresnel hard screen. It's a public bank balance with a long list of numbers on it. $270, 000, 270 million rounds. It's the loan issued by the Magic City Bank, and the investment money pooled by that group of rich kids, transferred in 2 batches. After seeing Yi Ching, Su Xingwei, several people how dare to have the idea of taking advantage of some Song Jinhao. Early in the morning after waking up, urged Lu Kaifu expedited the review of the loan application. That's $2.7 billion, and there's no record in the history of Magic City Bank, a large private bank, of a loan application going through so quickly. Of course, the fact that it could be passed so quickly was inextricably linked to the high-quality collateral that Song Jinhao had taken out. But, it's that fast. So fast that Song Jinhao was a bit shocked after receiving the secretary's call, and came to the company in a hurry after moving Yi Ching to the bed in a hurry. After double-checking the balance in the public account, this AGM was urgently called. Song Jinhao looked around the circle, very satisfied with the expressions on the shareholders' faces, and said in a deep voice, "Now, let's proceed to the next topic. That is, the specific plans associated with this project and the steps to move forward. There's money in it, so of course we have to grab the development." When the shareholders heard Song Jinhao's words, their minds were unconsciously hoisted, each with their own thoughts. There are those who are construction crews and those who want to be second-hand contractors selling. Song Jinhao turned the PPT to the next page without looking back, her eyes excited. In fact, this piece of land, with her a small dream, she wanted to build this neighborhood, as the castle-like. One of them, the castle-style villa at the top, must be reserved for yourself. It was a wish she had never told anyone, and it was the reason she had made sure to keep the land for so long, even with all the difficulties she had encountered. Song Jinhao started chattering about her plans. Old Song General Manager Song Yuanshan looked at the PPT on the big screen and frowned from time to time. Yip's headquarters. Yi Chang's face vaguely flashed a trace of anger. Holding the phone in his hand, the stubble that he couldn't shave in time bounced back and forth from time to time. Old Willow. In the end, how to get? The other banks didn't have any problems, but your side approved the loan, and even sent all the money over early in the morning. Yi Changwa angrily cursed towards the phone. His voice was extremely loud, scaring Su Yingzhu, and Wang Jiansen and others who were sitting on the side. A few people hurriedly sat upright. Even Su Yingzhu was sitting in a half-owed chair. Alas, old Yi Ah. I don't know which brat in my family has fallen for something, not even informing me of such a big deal. Now is really no way I'll allow Yi. The contract is now in my hands. Now we just go to the lawsuit. We'll not have the slightest chance of winning. The voice was full of helplessness, and the corner of Yi Changwa's mouth twitched as he thought about it and hung up the phone, throwing the cell phone in his hand casually on the table with a thumping crunch. His eyes looked towards Wang Jiansen and asked rather helplessly, "What do you think should be done about this now? She's rich now, and this land isn't even our turn for soup now. Can we really interrupt the development of the commercial center? With billions of dollars weighing on our hands, is it really as inconsequential as we make it sound? But if we really invest, tens of billions of dollars will be thrown down. All for her. Still thinking of giving my boy a better program. This really makes that stupid kid look bad." When Wang Jiansen heard this, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Wasn't it you who promised Song Jinhao with all your heart?" Nonetheless, on his face was a face of righteous indignation. "Yi Dong, otherwise, he said, making a neck-wiping gesture with a vicious expression. Yi Changwa was a bit disorganized just now, and it was only then that he remembered to pick up this play. Abruptly looked to Auntie Wang, "Xiao Wang, what is the situation of those 2 children?" Aunt Wang took out her cell phone and opened the positioning app. On the screen, 2 small green dots flickered on the map. "Mr. Yi, I've long since put in the GPS navigation in the child's school bag. Where the child is now is completely within our grasp." Yi Changwa was overjoyed and took the cell phone. Su Yingzhu watched Uncle Yi's movements. A flash of intolerance flashed across her face. She came here today because she wanted to ask Uncle Yi about the blood type identification report. Seeing him acting like this, he didn't look like he was very familiar with Song Jinyo at all. Under hesitation, he secretly reached out his hand and twisted up 2 cigarette butts that Yi Changhua had just twisted out. With something to say, he hurriedly said goodbye to Yi Changhua and left Yi's mansion. Chapter 41 Purpose. The specialized car made a sharp brake and stopped at the main entrance of Song Group, leaving a deep rut mark on the foreign gray ground in front of the entrance. The driver hadn't even stopped, so Yi Qing gave him an early settlement of the fare and hurriedly pushed open the door to get out of the car. Jogging all the way to the security booth at the entrance, he still had some impression of the security guard on duty today, one of the batch of security guards from Song's group who entered the same batch as him. Because of the rapid running, he was a little out of breath on his knees, and his breath did not smooth out the hurriedly asked, "Brothers, Mr. Song did not come to the company today?" This security guy looked at him doubtfully. "Which Mr. Song are you talking about?" "Ugh, Mr. Song Jinyason. Oh, that's early, I thought you said old Mr. Song." Hearing him talk about Song Jinyo's safe arrival at the company, Yi Qing's hanging heart dropped by half, pulling out a few huazi from his pocket that he hadn't smoked a couple of times and patting them on his chest. "Thanks, man." Turning around, he flew towards the building, and the employees traveling in the park curiously looked at the flying Yi Qing. He was on his feet, avoiding the staff coming and going, until he got on the elevator. Then he leaned heavily on his knees, breathing heavily. Lifting her hand, she tapped another female employee in the elevator. "Sister, do me a favor and press the elevator." The female employee looked at him. Her face abruptly turned red, embarrassedly twisted her body and said charmingly, "Handsome guy, which floor to go to?" "Who? To the top floor." "Okay, wait, what are you doing on the top floor? The penthouse isn't allowing our junior staff up there today, don't you know?" Yi Qing breathed heavily twice before he felt his throat, which was a bit dry and scratchy from sprinting, recover slightly. Lifting his head, he forced a smile. "Do you believe me when I say I'm going to find my girlfriend? Che, in the entire Song group, who doesn't know that there's only one woman on the top floor, and that's our president Song?" The woman smiled disdainfully, but still pressed the elevator to the top floor for him. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The shareholders meeting is being held on the top floor today, and Mr. Song has thrice given notice in the internal group that no one from the basic level staff can go up and disturb it. If it's light, you'll have your salary deducted. If it's heavy, it'll make Mr. Song remember you, and you won't have any good luck in the future." Yi Qing gritted his teeth. This is full of crap. With the gradual upward movement of the elevator, it seemed that Song Jinyao had indeed given the order. The employees who entered the elevator all glanced at the top floor button that was glowing red, turned around and left the elevator without looking back. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Yi Qing was hurriedly about to head towards Song Jinyao's office when an arm blocked his way. It's Song Jinyao's secretary. Yi Qing had seen her before, but she should have no impression of him. The eyes under the little secretary's black-framed glasses narrowed slightly, and she said angrily, "Who are you? From that department? Don't you know that the top floor is not allowed to come up today? Get out of the way." Yi Qing's tone was a bit impatient. Seeing that the little secretary was still stubbornly stretching out her arms, she violently pushed her away and walked towards Song Jinyao's office. "You, stand still. You really can't go." The little secretary didn't seem to expect Yi Qing to dare to push her away. A hint of crying in her voice as she stomped her feet in place, hurriedly chasing after Yi Qing. Yi Qing reached out and twisted the door handle, and the spacious office was empty. Retracting his hand and closing the door. This top floor, there were only a few rooms. Not here. In the next room, under the anxious shouts of the little secretary, Yi Qing unscrewed the door of the conference room, pushed the door straight in and instantly froze in place. "What's this? A meeting?" Yi Qing looked around and saw that a group of scantily clad men and women were surrounding the long conference table, all of them looking at him in surprise. Song Jinyao stood under the big screen, a laser pointer being held up in her hand as she stared at him dumbfounded. Yi Qing scratched his head, embarrassed, slightly bowed and apologized. "Sorry, everyone, I'm looking for Jinyao for something. Sorry for the disturbance." Saying that, he walked over to Song Jinyao's body, and with a hand on her wrist, he walked towards the door. He sensed Song Jinyao struggling a few times, and his hand subconsciously gripped Song Jinyao's wrist with strength, almost dragging and pulling her out of the door. "What are you doing?" Song Jinyao violently broke free, somewhat annoyed. The meeting was in good hands. What was this Yi Qing mad about? Yi Qing fiercely reached out his hand and pressed down on Song Jinyao's arm to wallop her against the wall. Voice a little dry from just running. "Shut up. Listen to me. I'm guessing that hired babysitter in your house might have a problem." Song Jinyao was originally still a little impatient, When she heard Yi Qing's words, she violently froze, as if she didn't expect Yi Qing to be in such a hurry to actually want to talk to her about this matter. I asked you when the nanny went to your house. Song Jinyao pondered dumbly for a moment and said uncertainly, just a few days ago? Yi Qing had a fruitful expression on his face as he continued to pursue. I'm asking you if it was before the child's abduction. Song Jinyao nodded. That's right on the money then. That nanny's real purpose is the two children. Yi Qing said in a very certain tone. You now should immediately confirm where the child is now. Safe or not. Don't you care why I know? Just think of it as a man's sixth sense. Yi Qing finished in one breath. Song Jinyao nodded hesitantly and pulled out her cell phone, which, as expected, was on flight mode. Yi Qing hated it with some teeth. Song Jinyao didn't know how worried he was about him. His phone call didn't stop on the way, and he kept calling Song Jinyao, afraid that something would happen to her. She's good. Didn't answer his phone connection when she saw him, didn't even text him back. Song Jinyao went out this morning and sent the child to the kindergarten teacher's home before coming to the company, and specially gave Song Yuin to take the cell phone, called Song Yuin and beeped a few times. Song Yu's sweet childish voice came through the microphone, sounding like a few murmurs. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Song Jinyao tapped on the speakerphone and asked in front of Yi Qing, did you study seriously at the teacher's home? How many words did you learn? There was silence over there for more than 10 seconds before Song Yuzai continued, Mom, learned a lot of words, and the teacher even bought us ice cream to eat. After Song Jinyao heard this, she slowly took a long sigh of relief. Then Mom will be busy first. When Mom finishes her work she'll go pick you guys up. When he was done, he hung up and shook his cell phone. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, still uneasy to urge, anyway, you listen to me. Tonight will be that nanny aunt dismissed. What do you need to do in the future? The big deal is that I will help you do it. Song Jinyao abruptly laughed, winking provocatively, that's your real purpose, isn't it? Yi Qing probed the black line and stretched out his hand to give Song Jinyao a brain crash. What does the little head think about every day? Cough. A sudden cough came. The two of them turned their heads to look, and saw that the little secretary was covering her face with both hands. Her face to her neck was all pink, and she was still grunting with a hard mouth. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Song Jinyao's face instantly turned red, viciously stomping on Yi Qing's foot, shyly and angrily blankly glancing at her. She turned around and entered the conference room. In the meantime, Yi Group invested amusement park. Yi Changhua Yi boss is smiling, holding a child with one hand. Both children's attention was focused on the ice cream in front of them. It's too easy. Chapter 42, The Song Family's Relationship. Yi Changhua really didn't expect it. The two children were at the home of the kindergarten teacher that Wang Jiansen had paid off, sending Xiao Wang to step in. Without using any violent means, he easily brought them out. Just pulled out 2 tickets to an amusement park. These 2 kids just got on the bus. Yi Changhua still inwardly abided by his promise to Song Jinyao that he would absolutely, positively not harm her 2 children. But he didn't say he wouldn't take the 2 kids with him. At the very least, sugarcoating was a form of bondage in disguise. At this moment, Yi Changhua had already figured out that he was ready to take the capital's high-end educational resources and high-quality human resources to do some benefit swapping with Song Jinyao. At least, spending a little money will give that stupid kid at home a better start. It would also allow for the development of those few parcels of land around him that could be developed in a logical manner. Grandpa, we want to ride the bumper cars. There's a long line. Song Yungui licked a mouthful of ice cream and pointed at the end of the queue with both eyes glowing. Yi Changhua squatted down, wiped a handful of sweat from the child's face due to the heat, and said gently, then Grandpa will go and negotiate with the staff. How can you let such a small child queue up? After saying that, Yi Changhua waved his hand, and Wang Jiansen, who was following from afar, immediately stepped forward, revealing their temporary top-level VIP in front of his workmen. He was carrying the bags of 2 children, and Song Moon looked funny as the little bells on the bags jingled and crunched. He just showed his card in front of the staff, turned around and gave an OK sign to Yi Changhua. Yi Changhua then smoothly took the 2 children through the back door and into the middle of the bumper car venue. Holding Song Yuan pinned into his lap, he placed Song Yunka to his side and personally started the bumper car. Bang! This bumper car crashed into someone else's vehicle. Wow! Song Yu exclaimed in an excited streak. Yi Changhua lowered his head and smiled, looking at the 2 small children. He suddenly associated them with that brat at home. Day after day, he was discouraged from having grandchildren. At this moment, Yi Qing was sitting on the boss chair in the middle of Song Jinyao's office, looking at each other with the small secretary opposite. You really didn't see it? The little secretary immediately shook her head and swore to the heavens with 3 fingers. I swear, but whenever I saw you wallop our Mr. Song, heaven will strike 5 thunderbolts. Yi Qing helplessly stroked his forehead, with a black line on his face, looking at the little secretary who spoke out of turn. Your quality. Song Jin-yao let you be her life secretary? Ah. The little secretary opened her mouth wide in a dumbfounded manner, indicating that she didn't understand the meaning of Yi Qing's words. Forget it, I said. If you see it, you see it. Don't tell the other employees. Remember? The little secretary stamped her foot with a red face. I said I didn't see it. Yi Qing lazily ignored her, boredly turned the boss chair around, and for the first time properly surveyed the furnishings and decorations in Song Jinyao's office. As you can see, Song Jinyao's office is decorated in that common new Chinese office decoration style. A wide mahogany table and a wide swivel boss chair. In the back are rows of clear bookshelves with decorative books such as How to Be a Man and The Charm of Language. How come all the bosses' offices look like this? When I become a boss in the future, must be like those domineering CEOs, with a black and white office and minimalist and cool decor. Yi Qing spat a few words and swiveled his boss chair. There were two computers on the table. One was off, one was on, and on it was the surveillance screen of Song's group up and down. He was stunned as his eyes swept over the screen and saw Song Jinyao's figure, standing on the stage with an unsightly expression, talking to the people below the stage about something? Why does Song Jinyao's face look so foul? Hastily clicking on that surveillance screen and turning the sound up to maximum. What do you care what my relationship is with that guy? The old man sitting in the main seat under the stage immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Humph. Don't forget that there were conditions at the time for letting you take over the group. First, during the time you take over the group, you don't look for a date. And if you do, you have to go through us. Second, Dad, in front of so many people, do you have to speak so harshly? On the screen, Song Jinyao covered her head and interrupted him. That's old Mr. Song Jinyao's father? Yi Qing put the screen to the maximum and took out his cell phone to capture old General Song's face. Prepare to memorize this face. This may be his future old man. Save the future meeting and then do not recognize. Poof. The Song group was handed over to you by me. Don't forget that you are merely holding my shares on my behalf. In the future, this share is going to your brother. And look at that plan you designed. What the hell? Such a good piece of land. And you designed it like that. In all my years in business, I've never seen a neighborhood with such wide spacing between buildings. And how much did it cost to build all low-rise villas, or castle style? And how much are you going to sell it for? Old Song always asked questions in succession. Song Jinyao silently listened to the old Song general manager's words and abruptly raised her head. Her tone stubborn. I'm the president of Song Group now. I have the right to decide anything. Or, if you want to see that I just can't do it, you'll remove me and leave the company in the hands of that no-good loser. Old Song general manager Song Yuanshan slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at Song Jinyao about to say something. Half a dozen times he blew his beard and glared. And without a word he sat down again with a grunt. Yi Qing leaned on his head and looked at both eyes, knowing for the first time the secrets in Song Jinyao's house. So he has a brother? Listening to the dialogue, family relations aren't too harmonious either. The brain turned immediately and beckoned the little secretary over. What for? The little secretary stood in front of the table, her hands tangled. Yi Qing asked in a deep voice. Whose people are you? Mr. Song's. Which Mr. Song? The little secretary didn't expect Yi Qing to ask this, and said without the slightest hesitation, Little Song's general manager. That's fine. Then tell me about these twists and turns within the Song group. Mr. Song has a younger brother? Yi Qing pulled a chair in front of him and forcefully pressed the little secretary to sit down under his refusal. The little secretary opened her mouth and slowly said, I'm not too sure about the specifics. I can only talk to you about what I know about little Mr. Song. Aha. Xiao Song always entered the company at the age of 18, and as soon as she arrived, she sat in the position of president, and not many people served her at that time. At that time, Song's group had internal and external problems, and a number of its companies had reached the point of that kind of bankruptcy, and the company's cash flow was so tight that it was often tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall. Then Mr. Song showed his excellent business talent, fixing up every single enterprise, using superior means to revitalize those companies in only 3 years, and also using his shrewd investment vision to swing through the stock market, acquiring a large number of high-quality companies. And then, until 4 years ago, Chapter 43, rubbing the little feet, requesting a rush. Yi Qing saw that the little secretary was selling out, and hurriedly urged. He was listening to the excitement. To put it mildly, after all this time, I didn't really get to know Song Jinyao. According to Song Jinyao's kind of workaholic style, the little secretary was the one who stayed with Song Jinyao the longest. Hurry up? The little secretary gulped. Later, Ms. Song got pregnant. Yi Qing was stunned, and a dark poke in his heart hurt, like a needle, stabbing him violently in his heart. It hurts. It's sore. There was a sudden silence, an obscure expression on his face. The little secretary didn't notice Yi Qing's dissimilarity and continued. Later on. Ms. Song was in the late stages of pregnancy and didn't have the means to come to the company often. After all, they are twins with an unusually large belly, so they can only be admitted to the hospital for constant observation. Old Mr. Song then arranged for that younger brother of Mr. Song to take advantage of this opportunity to take Mr. Song's place. That person is a returnee. All day a shrewd look. Mouth every day to say Song is always a turd. Did not go to college. The little girl family can do well what the company words. As soon as he came, he tossed the company around, promoted a bunch of grassroots, and put all of Mr. Song's beloved ones into some nooks and crannies of unimportant positions. Later, the company's stock price has been on a downward streak since he took over. Just when he was about to continue to fold, the little secretary broke off as if she was very satisfied with her break, looking at Yi Qing's expression expectantly. And then, the corner of Yi Qing's mouth hooked into an ugly smile. The little secretary said here, hand dancing, later at that time, Mr. Song was pregnant already 9 months. The hero returned. Use strong-arm tactics to get your brother out of the company and get it back on track. The ambulance was parked downstairs at that moment, and it was with that kind of determination that Mr. Song returned to the company. The little secretary seemed to admire Song Jinyao so much that she couldn't hide the compliments from her mouth. Yi Qing, slowly calming down, he asked undeterred, do you know who the baby's father is? What's the name? The little secretary hesitated for half a day and shook her head. I don't know. Mr. Song hasn't said anything about these things to anyone. We also waited for Ms. Song to show her pregnancy before we realized that Ms. Song was pregnant. Yi Qing was silent for half a day, tilting his head back and leaning on the boss chair. He waved his hand for the little secretary to leave. Thinking to myself about something. The question of who the father of his 2 children really was getting to be a bit of a distraction. Even though he was particularly fond of those 2 children as well, there was still a great deal of resentment. Thoughtfully, returned his gaze to the screen. On the screen, Song Jinyao was holding a laser pointer in her hand, as if the words of old Mr. Song just now hadn't affected her. Is chattering about the plans for the project. There's going to be a recreational area here so the little kids can have a place to play. A pool is going to be built here so that the owners can swim when it's hot. This project of ours must be repaired to become the entire Magic City. No, it's even typical of the whole country. Yi Qing silently looked at her, gradually becoming infatuated. The color of the sky turned late. Yi Qing's cell phone has been charged several times. The meeting on Song Jinyao's side had continued until now, without even stopping. Idle and bored, he did ask Song Yu to play games together. My mom is a tiger fighter. Big brother, I'm studying today, so I won't play games. He was also completely relieved to see the words coming from his little friend. It does seem like the kids are okay. On the screen, the shareholders were having a heated discussion. They asked questions and Song Jinyao then answered them. This had been going on all afternoon, and Yi Qing couldn't help but be a little impressed. This woman stomped the sky-high high heels. Pavilion 1 stop is a day. The face did not change a little. Finally, with a round of applause, Song Jinyao bowed slightly and stepped off the stage, pulling the door open and walking out. Yi Qing immediately got up and hid behind the door. It was just time to get off work. Yi Qing let the little secretary leave first. He was now the only one in the entire president's office. Click. Song Jinyao pushed open the office door with a tired face. Just as she tried to turn on the light, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out from behind the door and hugged her from behind. She struggled a bit as a low voice came through. Don't move. Hold for a moment. Hearing that it was Yi Qing's voice, Song Jinyao hesitated for a moment. Without speaking or turning on the light, she silently turned around and shrunk into Yi Qing's arms. In the darkness, 2 silhouettes clung to each other. Tired? The man asked. Song Jinyao nodded, the tip of her nose crossing Yi Qing's chest. Yes. Can't you be tired? Hook up with these people all day long and you can't get a word wrong. And his own father doesn't side with himself. On the side of the shareholders, or rather, on the side of that loser. She can only pretend to be strong. She had fantasized about coming home from work to a warm embrace like those usual women. Now, it seems to be there yet. Greedily sniffing the smell of tobacco on the man's clothes, Song Jinyao murmured, tired. Yi Qing listened to Song Jinyao's murmured words, and the little nagging in his heart then dissipated. Trying to reach out his hand to turn on the light, Song Jinyao refused. Don't turn on the lights. Just do it. Yi Qing was silent and withdrew his hand that wanted to turn on the light. Heartbroken, he stopped and Princess hugged Song Jinyao, who also very obediently used her arm to stop her neck, easing back into the boss chair, and not changing positions. Still holding her like this, Song Jinyao didn't struggle, leaning her head against his chest and closing her eyes. Yi Qing reached out his hand, removed the high heels on Song Jinyao's feet and threw them on the ground. cupping her tender white little feet. Stinks. Song Jinyao lowered her head, her hair ruffling over his chin, her earlobes reddening in the night. Let me rub you. You're exhausted from standing all day. Yi Qing wiggled her ankles, his fingers gently pinching Song Jinyao's 2 small feet. Soft, tender, pink nails like cardamom. The color of the moon spilled onto Song Jinyao's face through the gaps in the shutters. Yi Qing distinctly saw that Song Jinyao's eyes were reflecting all over him, full of tenderness and fondness, and there was a thick flush on both cheeks. After pinching half a day, from the surveillance, Yi Qing saw that the shareholders had all left from the conference room. Yi Qing took the initiative to put Song Jinyao down and reached out to pinch her nose in her puzzled eyes. Shedding? Che, who cares? Song Jinyao's mouth was heartfelt as she twisted her head. Well, time to go, time to pick up the kids. Only then did Song Jinyao react, getting up in a panic to put on her shoes, taking a few steps to pull open the door to the room. The two of them walked out of the office side by side. As soon as she was out of the office, Song Jinyao reverted back to that cold and lofty stance. Yi Qing couldn't help but lose a bit of his smile, chuckled darkly and whispered, "What a good pretender. What did you say?" "Didn't say that." The two got into the car. Yi Qing started the vehicle. Maybach into the traffic. A stop to the kindergarten teacher's door. "Buckle up." Song Jinyao gently knocked on the door. The door of the room had no intention of opening, and there wasn't a single movement in the house. Yi Qing's heart was startled. His eyes narrowed slightly as an ominous premonition surged through his heart. There's no one in the house. Bang, bang. This time it was he who reached out and hammered heavily on the door. "Call the kindergarten teacher." Twisted his head, his expression serious as he looked at Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao's hands were trembling a little, likewise thinking of something. Pulling out his cell phone, he called his kindergarten teacher, pressing the wrong buttons several times as he panicked. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is off. Please dial again later. The call has been forwarded to the mailbox." Yi Qing then saw Song Jinyao's little face swish white and bloodless, lips parting. He looked at him helplessly. No one answered. Off. Chapter 44. Something's wrong. Fight for the child. Yi Qing reminded Song Jinyao. Now there is no better way. Can only hope that the teacher can still adhere to the bottom line of professional ethics. Cannot do that heartless thing, the child's phone call. Yi Qing honestly, he actually did not hold much hope. Sure enough, when Song Jinyao hung up the phone with trembling hands, her body went limp and was about to lie down. Yi Qing was quick to reach out and hold her. "What's the situation?" "Shut down." "Again. Shut down." Yi Qing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The kindergarten teacher turned off the phone, and the child also turned off the phone. Things were really as he thought they would be. Now the last hope is home. Go home and take a look. Yi Qing didn't hesitate to hold Song Jinyao's hand towards the vehicle. Song Jinyao's whole body was now like a marionette doll. Her bright eyes were gray, and she didn't have a single bit of strength in her body. As soon as I got in the car, I started whimpering and wiping my eyes every now and then. Inside, self-loathing had long been boiling over, continuously choking out. "It's my fault. I should have listened to you in the morning." Yi Qing clenched his teeth and pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. He couldn't care less about speeding or not at this moment. He just wanted to hurry back to Song Jinyao's home. The Maybach sped down the road, left and right, eliciting an ear-splitting honk. Yi Qing roared all the way, except when he encountered a red light. He almost never failed to reduce his speed to less than 100 miles per hour. "Call the property in advance, or I'll wait to hit the pole." Approaching Thompson, Yi Qing turned his head to look at Song Jinyao and shouted. Song Jinyao trembled as she picked up her cell phone and dialed the property number in a panic. "Hello, MS. Song, how can I help you?" The good soundproofing in the car allowed Yi Qing to hear the voice coming from the other end of the microphone. Song Jinyao couldn't smooth out her breath and stammered. "Open the pole up, child." Yi Qing was anxious and violently snatched the cell phone. "Take the pole up by the door. We're in a hurry. If we don't take it away later I'll hit the pole." "Yes, sir." The property owner hung up. Yi Qing handed the phone back to Song Jinyao and gritted his teeth. Keep calling the children and teachers." Song Jinyao picked up her cell phone and repeatedly kept dialing the two cell phone numbers that were turned off. Did the babysitter aunt act any strange before she left the house today? Song Jinyao silently shook her head. And after half a day, only then did she stutter a bit and say, "Originally, she was supposed to finish cleaning up the house before she could get off work after we left. But this morning she said that she had something to leave first. That's all. Nothing else out of the ordinary." Yi Qing's heart sank upon hearing this. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The foot of the gas pedal and a deep foot, and soon arrived at the Townsend. It was half an hour's journey. He drove there in 15 minutes. The security guards at the entrance are standing at the gate waving their hands in the direction of this side, and the railing is already raised high. Yi Qing drove the car without the slightest intention of slowing down, and drove directly to the downstairs of Song Jinyao's house. It was too late to stop the car. He parked it on the side of the road, and the two of them quickly pushed open the car door. Song Jinyao first hurriedly ran towards the upstairs. Yi Qing raised his head and glanced at the darkness of the floor of Song Jinyao's house, without any light coming through. No one's home. The two little ones didn't come home at all. Hurriedly chasing in, Yi Qing realized that the elevator had already closed the door and started to slowly climb upwards. Yi Qing stood at the entrance of the elevator. A bit toothless, can't go up without an elevator card. You know, this kind of one-family-only elevator in a high-end neighborhood. You can't go upstairs without an elevator card. Yi Qing's gaze abruptly turned to the survival channel on the side. Gritting his teeth and hesitating for a moment, he violently stomped his foot on the ground. 24 floors is 24 floors. Having made up his mind, he took a violent step and pulled back the step ladder of the survival tunnel and fought his way upward. The first few floors were quite easy, but the further back Yi Qing went, the more he felt his chest burning hotly and his breathing was like a bellows. Inwardly worried about Song Jinyao. Don't look at that woman who usually looks strong, but she's actually very fragile inside. Moreover, if it was really old Ji who had done this, he had to stop Song Jinyao from calling the police in her excitement. When he panted and crawled to the door of Song Jinyao's house, he saw that the door of Song Jinyao's house was wide open and all the lights in the house were on. Song Jinyao just sat dumbfounded in the center of the living room with her hands on her knees and didn't say anything. Yi Qing's heart thumped. He couldn't catch his breath. Slowly stepped forward, squatted down and hugged her tightly, whispering reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here, aren't I?" Song Jinyao was trembling badly in his arms, and no matter how softly he spoke, he was like a walking corpse that couldn't listen to a single word. Yi Qing was secretly anxious in his heart and really had no choice but to forcefully cup her small face and lift it up. Only her small face was white, her lips were bloodless, and her eyes were empty like a broken rag doll. After seeing that it was him, Song Jinyao finally had that much color on her face. Her lips wriggled and spat out a few slurred sounds. "Wow!" snapped, shrinking into his arms and bawling. Yi Qing heartbreakingly hugged her and patted her back with gentle movements. "All right, don't cry. Listen to me. Trust me. I will do everything in my power to get the two children back for you, no matter what it takes. Just stay home, don't go anywhere, and don't answer the phone no matter what sounds you hear or what calls you get. Trust me. Wait for me to come back." After Yi Qing said this, he hurriedly got up, then immediately remembered something and turned around to hug Song Jinyao tightly. The admonition was, "And don't call the police until I get back." Grabbing the spare elevator card that was sitting on the shoebox, he headed straight downstairs without looking back, until he sat in the car, hesitated for a moment, and called Lao Yi. In his heart, there is still a trace of expectation that it is not Lao Yi. If it is not Lao Yi, he can still help him find the child through the Yi family's connections in the Magic City. Beep. A couple of busy beeps came through. When the phone was connected, Lao Yi opened his mouth first. "Hello. What are you doing calling me so late? No money to spend?" Yi Qing gritted his teeth and tried to make his tone as calm as possible. "Father, where are you?" "Jonathan, yeah. Magic City. Sure enough. Where are you in Mordor now?" "At the office. What's going on?" "Wait for me. I'll come to you right away." Yi Qing hung up the phone in a hurry. 9 times out of 10, it was old Ji who did it. Otherwise, with his character, what's he doing running to run devil run for nothing? Foot slamming on the gas, the Maybach once again careened through traffic. "Don't get in trouble, please, old Yi." Chapter 45, Talk about the conditions. Lao Yi, thanks for the reminder. After hanging up the phone, Yi Changhua inexplicably lost a laugh and looked at Wang Jianchen. "It's okay, it's that brat in my house. I don't know what kind of crazy he's been smoking in the middle of the night, and he's talking about coming to see me." Wang Jianchen compensated for the smile. He did not dare to comment on the relationship between Yi Dong and little Yi. The two of them laughed for a while. Yi Changhua paused and continued. "Where were we talking about just now?" Wang Jianchen reminded. "Is the child awake yet?" Yi Changhua clapped his hands in a good mood. "Yes. Have those two kids woken up yet?" Wang Jianchen shook his head. "Didn't wake up yet. Sleeping soundly, calling them for dinner." Yi Changhua laughed out loud. "It's been a whole day of fun. Can you not be tired? Not to mention them. This old man of mine is almost tossed apart." Although he said so, Wang Jianchen clearly saw a sweet and happy meaning from that face of his. Saying that, Yi Changhua picked up an itchy scratch on the side and gently pounded his back. He tossed around with his two kids today, and because of his VIP, he didn't have to wait in line for any of the rides at the amusement park. In addition to those with height requirement restrictions, the ordinary program as long as two children are interested in, he almost all personally accompanied the place several times. And the teenagers on the bumper cars don't care that he's such an old man. clunking around and catching him. Yi Changhua let out a light laugh. Let's scare Song Jinyao today, and you can call her tomorrow morning. Wang Jiansen nodded. Just then, bang! A loud bang. Yi Changhua's exclusive office was kicked open. The two were stunned as to who was so bold as to kick in this door. Don't you want to die? Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Yi Qing, old man. In or out? Yi Changhua immediately had a black line on his face and waved his hand, letting Wang Jiansen go out through the small door first. Yi Qing's figure appeared at the entrance of the room, his face full of impatience. After seeing Yi Changhua, he didn't say much and said right to the point, old man, did you kidnap 2 children today? Yi Changhua was stunned, did not think that his son rushed to come in a hurry to say this matter in the middle of the night. How did he know that? Yi Changhua couldn't help but be a little curious. After a moment's hesitation, he sat back down on the wide couch and shook his head with a smile. I can't understand what you're saying. Stop it, old man. That's usually the first thing prisoners say when they're interrogated. As soon as Yi Qing heard old Ye's words, he understood that he was the one who did this. Hanging a heart down, but sitting in front of the old leaf, grabbed the cigarette box to shake out lit up and took a deep breath. He said miserably, don't be so secretive, old man, give me the child, and let's pretend this never happened today. Lao Yi also lit a cigarette. This time did not deny. What is the relationship between those 2 children and you? Let you so anxious? Yi Qing froze. What do those kids have to do with him? It's so solid. Old Yip. That's a spot-on question to ask. After a pause, the image of Song Jinyao sitting on her knees and bawling her eyes out flashed through her mind. Shaking his head, he dismissed those sour and ridiculous thoughts of his. The child's well-being is the most important thing right now. The baby has nothing to do with me. The baby's mom has something to do with me. Come on, give me the 2 kids and I'll take them. Old Ji took a deep breath of smoke and slowly spat it out. Those 2 kids are worth more than $1 billion. Are you sure you want to take it away? Old man, don't you talk to me about money or not. I don't care what you want to do, but the child is innocent. You can't involve the child in this dirty business. Old Ji abruptly asked, what is the relationship between the child's mother and you? Yi Qing was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, it might be my girlfriend. Yi Changhua choked on the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. It was only after a long time that he slowed down his energy. His face was suffocated with a reddish color, and he looked at Yi Qing with wide and unbelievable eyes. What the hell do you say again? Yi Qing covered his face and said in a broken voice, I said, that's my girlfriend. I'll kill you. Old Comrade Yi was enraged and copied the crystal glass ashtray on the side, making a gesture to smash at him. Who wouldn't be a good choice? A single mom with 2 kids. Why? Isn't Ingju better than her? Yi Qing took the initiative to reach out his head and gently touched it on the ashtray in Old Ye's hand. As expected, the color was strong. Old Yi didn't even mean to smash it down. Yi Qing stretched his neck. You smash it. If you smash it to death, let my mom give you another one. Let's see if you still have it. I'll beat you to death. Old Ye's face was red with anger. Yi Qing quickly grabbed the ashtray, muttered, how old is he still pretending every day? Kidnapping a child is against the law, you know. I don't want to see you in jail next year. Old Ji sat down with an exasperated sigh, and said in a good-natured manner, the ticket was torn. What? Yi Qing looked at Old Ji incredulously and pulled out his ears. Say that again? I said, rip the ticket up. Old Yi. Yi Qing's eyes instantly turned red. Old Yi, his mom, and Song Jinyao went through several times like a horselight. Yi Qing sat down deflatedly and asked hesitantly, it wasn't you who moved, was it? Old Ji shook his head. How could I possibly do something that leaves a handle? Saying that, he lifted his watch and glanced at it. The person who did the errand is almost done turning himself in by now. Boom! This news hole. Yi Qing's scalp numb, lowered his head to cover his head, scratched his hair into a bird's nest, lifted his head helplessly and hissed, really? Where are the remains of the child? Old Yi stared at Yi Qing's expression dead on, observing his every move, stubbed out his cigarette, and said in a deep voice, lying to you. Oh, Yi Qing raised his head violently and looked at Old Ji with red eyes, with an incredulous face. A moment later, gritting his teeth, he copied the crystal ashtray. You lied to me? Can this even be a ing joke? Yi Changhua sat in his original position and didn't move. Yi Qing was deflated again and lowered his head in shame. Say it. How can I give the child to me? You gave me $1 billion. I'll call the police. Do you believe Old Yi? Yi Qing raised his cell phone and put the phone interface in front of Old Yi to display it. It's fine if you don't pay. After you finish the business summit next month, come back to the capital with me to get engaged to Sue's girl. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and looked at Old Ji. Can you change the conditions? I said, no feeling means no feeling. Then you give me a grandson. It's always okay for me to raise a grandson if my son doesn't compete. Yi Qing sat back on the sofa in a funereal manner, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge is there between Song Jinyo and you, so that you can go through so much effort to plant nannies and kidnap them? Told you. At least $1 billion? You're really young." Olji turned his back and stood in front of the window, looking down on the splendid splendor of the magic city. "And you must sever your ties with Song Jinyo. I don't care how you two met. Anyway, in our family, it's impossible for you to marry such a woman." Chapter 46, Do You Love Me? Yi Qing heard Olji say this. Without taking it seriously, he smiled and got up to Old Ye's side. Eyes likewise looked down toward the floor. The Magic City's nighttime skyscrapers are lined with tall buildings, and looping commercials play on the buildings near the CBD. The night view is extremely beautiful. Instead, his gaze looked not far away, which was Song Jinyo's home. After a moment, Su asked, "Dad, what exactly is the situation with those more than $1 billion? Comrade Lao Ye's hand traced a line along the river, pointing into the distance. "There's a piece of land there that's kind of a suburb right now, I guess, but I've bought a big chunk of land and I'm going to develop it into a new urban area." Song Jinyo occupies the very center of that land. Fearing that Yi Qing didn't understand, Olji explained it again in detail. In other words, it's when the watermelon was just taken out of the refrigerator, and someone dug up the centermost piece. Yi Qing looked in the direction of Old Ye's finger, didn't see anything, but understood what Lao Yi meant. "It's the ice coke that's worth $3. But the first sip is worth $2.50. No wonder Old Yi went through so much trouble." Yi Qing was silent and turned around to pat Old Yi's shoulder. "Where's the baby? I'll take her back first." Old Yi remembered something, smiled faintly, turned around with his back to a small room in the office, and gently pushed it open. The room was dark, no lights on. The curtains did a good job of isolating the light pollution brought by the windows, and Yi Qing raised his cell phone and used the light to look inside the house. Unlike the scene he had imagined, the atmosphere in the room was cozy and harmonious. On a large, fluffy bed, Song Yujie and Song Yungue were sleeplessly sprawled out on the bed, huffing and puffing. Yi Qing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Olji really didn't do that illegal thing, didn't imprison the two children in some abandoned basement. Putting the cell phone in his pocket, under the watchful eye of Lao Yi, he walked into the door of the room and gently nudged Song Yuan awake. "Move gently. Wake up. It's time to go home. Your mom is still at home waiting for you guys to come home." Perhaps hearing a familiar voice, Song Yu opened her eyes in a sleepy manner, and through the light outside the house, she smiled after seeing that it was Yi Qing. "Uncle Yi." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, seeing that Song Yu had no intention of waking up Song Yunke even after she woke up. "Come home with me. Mom is waiting for you." Song Yu was nodding. The princess picked up Song Yunhui and led Song Yuan out of the room. Yi Changwa stood right at the door of the room, watching Yi Qing's movements, and didn't say much. The arm gripping the doorknob was bruised. Song Yu looked at the grandfather who had brought them to play for the whole day today with a smile on her face and waved sweetly, "Old grandpa, then we'll be off." Yi Changwa's hand that was gripping the door handle dropped, and in a place where Yi Qing could not see, he secretly gave Song Yu a response in. On his way out the door, Olji said, "Think about what I said." Yi Qing paused, didn't respond, and left without looking back. He went downstairs, placed the two children in the back seat, and started the vehicle with an obscure expression on his face. Olji didn't give a precise word tonight either. Listening to him that way, there should be no further action against the two children, and the land, despite his resentment, is not expected to be tossed again. In my heart, I remembered Old Ye's last words for no reason. The connection with Song Jinyao must be severed. Their Yi family, they won't allow him to marry such a woman. The meaning of Old Ye's words was very straightforward. Song Jinyao was a woman who had an unmarried child, and marrying Song Jinyao, he understood the latter without saying it. But, who can tell with something like feelings? Under the effect of hormones, it always makes people subconsciously forget some of the other person's own shortcomings. Song Jinyao was like the bottle of ice coke. Yi Qing suddenly felt a bit of a headache that hurt so much that he couldn't fit it in. The vehicle, without realizing it, returned to the downstairs of Song Jinyao's house. Yi Qing picked up Song Yungue. Song Yu was carrying the two of them small school bags in front and behind, and the three of them just went up the stairs without any haste. The expression on Yi Qing's face was very ugly and stony, and even the atmosphere in the elevator was a bit gloomy. Until he entered Song Jinyao's home, he hadn't been able to organize his emotions. The gate was wide open. The room was very silent, and Yi Qing looked at the gate. Suddenly there was a feeling of not wanting to go in. He was actually a little afraid of seeing Song Jinyao now. Perhaps it was Song Jinyao who heard the sound of the elevator and hurriedly ran to the door of the room. Just see the scene in front of you. Yi Qing held his daughter. The son obediently stood aside. Anxiously, he took a step forward and hugged his son tightly. Tears swished down her face and she choked in a low voice. Child, my child. Song Yu, puzzled and scratching her hair in confusion, reached out to wipe her mom's tears in disbelief. Mom, what's wrong with you? Song Jinyao didn't say anything and just hugged her son tightly and cried. Yi Qing stood still and sighed lightly, waiting for Song Jinyao's emotions to calm down. Song Jinyao cried for quite a while, checking her son up and down and realizing that he hadn't suffered a bit of damage before she slowly stood up. Come on, get in the door and talk. Yi Qing carried Song Yungue and walked into the house where the two children had slept before, placing the child on the bed first. Song Jinyao also led her son into the room and held him on the bed. Yi Qing got up and leaned against the closet, silently watching Song Jinyao's movements. She was seen gently changing both children into their pajamas, as if she was quickly calming down. Gently patting Song Yujae's butt, he sang that lullaby in front of him. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Sleep, sleep, mommy loves you. Yi Qing's nose was suddenly sour, lightly biting the tip of his tongue. His emotions unconsciously loosened somewhat. Song Yuan, obviously sleepy, accompanied by a lullaby, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The duo walked out of the room gently. Yi Qing walked behind and gently closed the door of the room. Just after turning around, Song Jinyao hugged him tightly. Tears wet his clothes in a flash. The voice was choked with sobs. Yi Qing raised his hand, wanting to pat her back. Afterward, he slowly lowered it again, his hands hanging lightly at the sides of his body without movement. Song Jinyao cried for a while, tearfully lifting her head and raising her hands to hold his face. After a long moment of scrutinizing, he said nervously, well, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? Were you hurt? And where did you find the baby? The corners of Yi Qing's mouth twitched as he slowly shook his head, moving gently to push Song Jinyao away. I'm fine. And, don't ask. And don't do anything. I assure you that the two children will not be in any danger afterward. After saying that, he slowly took a step and turned around to leave. Song Jinyao silently looked at her, her heart panicking a little for no reason, just like when she lost her most important toy when she was a child. She had a feeling that Yi Qing would never reappear once he left like this. Taking a few steps forward, he violently hugged him from behind, complaining, what's wrong with you? Can you tell me what's going on? Yi Qing stopped where he was, his lips were biting blue and white as he stood silently. There was no response to Song Jinyao. Without turning his head back, he didn't turn back no matter how Song Jinyao cried, just faintly asked, Song Jinyao, do you love me? Chapter 47 Love. Waiting for half a day. He didn't wait for an answer either. Yi Qing felt so ridiculous that if there was a Gotham in this world, he would be more of a joker than Jared Leto. It all started with his self-serving. How could a woman like Song Jinyao fall in love with him? Shaking his head, he moved gently to peel away Song Jinyao's arm. Without looking back, he pressed open the elevator and turned around for a moment, glanced at Song Jinyao. Only her eyes were swollen in a circle. Even if she was red from crying, there was a broken beauty on her delicate little face. There was consternation all over the little face. Yi Qing violently flung the elevator card in his hand towards the room. The elevator gradually sank, and so did his heart. After going downstairs, without driving Song Jinyao's car, he took an aimless walk in the neighborhood. Suddenly, laughing at myself. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The only son of the Yi family would still be hurt by a woman. Yi Qing pulled out his cell phone, made a call to Su Xingwei. Hey, Yi, why did you think of calling your brother? Yi Qing, got any money? What do you want? Yi, I want to be happy. Where? I'll pick you up. See, brothers are just more reliable than women. Kicking a piece of gravel off the ground, he said toward the phone, Thompson, then wait for me. My brother has arranged it properly for you. After hanging up the phone, he wandered around downstairs, bored, his thoughts racing, looking back on a rather magical month. Suddenly, a warm embrace held him tightly from behind. Love. It was Song Jinyao's voice. Yi Qing. Oh, why are you downstairs? Thinking of you. You love me even though my status is that of an unmotivated little security guard? Love. Love. Yi Qing's heart seized up fiercely, wanting to harden his heart and push Song Jinyao away, but his body couldn't help but turn around and hug her tightly. The two were just downstairs, clinging to each other. The night was like water, and the gentle wind blew through, and I don't know to whose heart it blew. Neither of the two spoke, not wanting, or rather not daring, to break the momentary silence. Yi Qing's hand slowly stroked Song Jinyao's back. It was warm skin, a living, breathing person, not a cola. A few strands of hair shook gently in the night breeze, scraping against his face as much as his heart. Yi Qing didn't close his eyes and silently looked to the rear. There was a row of streetlights there, stretching out in parallel lines into the distance, and finally, at the end, converging into a single line. The body in his arms shook suddenly, and Yi Qing returned to his senses. Lowering his head to look, he saw that her hair was a bit messy, her small face was full of stubbornness, and in her beautiful clear eyes, she was reflecting his figure. Looking deeply into each other's eyes, it was as if she was no longer the high and mighty president at this moment, just a young girl fresh out of school and in love. Ha! Yi Qing abruptly smiled, once again opening his arms and embracing Song Jinhao into his arms. Is that a confession? Song Jinhao squirmed a bit, her mosquito-like voice resounding, not really. Which girl takes the initiative to confess to a boy? Yi Qing didn't respond. It would be a great pity in life if confessions were placed in such scenes. Suddenly, Song Jinhao raised her head, her red lips slightly opened, and she pouted, I'm cold. Yi Qing saw that Song Jinhao was only wearing a light white lady's shirt, removed his jacket and tenderly draped it over her body. Immediately after that, he took the initiative to hold Song Jinhao's hand, and the two of them didn't say anything to anyone since that statement, just silently walking downstairs. Suddenly, the drops, an ear-splitting honk broke the beautiful silence. Yi Qing frowned and raised his hand, covering his eyes. The car was on high beam. It was hard to see the exact model in the night. Yi Qing did not have the good sense to spit out which high beams in the neighborhood in the middle of the night. The light dazzled him a little. The vehicle slowly approached and finally stopped. It's a Cullinan, pulling down the window. Su Xingwei's face was revealed from it, tawdry to the extreme, with sunglasses in the middle of the night. There was also a young woman in a short black silk dress on the passenger side. There's a saying, the passenger side of a luxury car breeds black silk. Yi Qing was afraid of the vehicle hitting Song Jinhao just now, and was now blocking her behind with one hand, so that Su Xingwei didn't see Song Jinhao for the first time. Su Xingwei, Yi, what are you doing wandering around downstairs in the middle of the night? Get in the car. Go have fun. Yi Qing hastily gave him a wink. Just forgot about this one. Grandma, this kid is usually unreliable, but this time he arrived so timely. Su Xingwei was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see Yi Qing's expression, squeezing his eyebrows and saying, Brother Yi, get in the car. Tonight's girl is a thief board. Yi Qing helplessly stroked his head and yanked Song Jinhao out from behind him. As expected, Song Jinhao turned into that cold and icy look again, and was sizing up Su Xingwei with her hands on her chest. Asked, where is the girl extra board? Yi Qing stood behind him and hurriedly waved his hand towards Su Xingwei. Su Xingwei saw Song Jinhao reacting to this and was about to start the vehicle with a kick of the gas. Song Jinhao's quick eyes and hands blocked in front of the car, followed by a blank look at Yi Qing. Where are you going? Take me there. Yi Qing. The kind of place Su Xingwei was going to was something he could take Song Jinhao to? Just look at the girl next to him, and bring your own girl tonight, either a bar or a hotel. Yi Qing reached out and tugged on Song Jinhao, wanting to pull her home. Song Jinhao broke free and propped her hand on the car window, her gaze sizing up the girl and smiling. Take me with you, Su Xiao. Wait for me to change my clothes. After saying that, without waiting for Su Xingwei to refuse, he turned around and walked towards home. Halfway to the road, he came back and pulled Yi Qing back, once again urging Su Xingwei, don't ever leave. I was just about to find a place to have a good chat with your brother Yi. Holding Yi Qing like this, until they got on the elevator. Song Jinyao's expression was extraordinarily serious. She abruptly turned her head to Yi Qing and asked, how did you and Su Xingwei meet? Yi Qing smiled sarcastically, housemate, college roommate. Really? Song Jinyao said meaningfully, and didn't say anything more as she entered the house. When she was about to enter the bedroom, Yi Qing wanted to follow her in, but she was turned away. The click was the sound of the door to the room being unlocked. Yi Qing sat back on the sofa and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Sending emblems to Su Xingwei. Did you book a bar or a hotel tonight? Hotel Yi. Hurry up and switch to the bar. I'm all paid up. Alright. I don't know if there are any more decks this late. Asshole. Loose tables are fine. Yi Qing finished his instructions, deleted the chat log cleanly, and sat on the sofa waiting for Song Jinhao. This wait was half an hour, and Su Xingwei sent several emblems in a row to urge. Click. The door to the bedroom room opened. Yi Qing's eyes lit up and his breath suddenly caught, surprised by Song Jinyao's current outfit. Only Song Jinyao was wearing the same Chanel chiffon top she had bought earlier, and a pleated skirt underneath. The main thing is, surprisingly, her legs were wearing black stockings, and her snow-white skin was hidden under the black silk fabric. Full of temptation. After all this time, he hadn't seen Song Jinyao dress like this, not even in an OL outfit. He suddenly regretted why the hell he didn't go to the hotel. Chapter 48, Come back to my house tonight. He had a hobby in his last life that he hasn't changed in this one. That's leg control. Yi Qing had never hidden this preference of his. It's just that he hasn't told anyone about it. Only his raised jitterbug number can attest to that. Now, gobble. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, his gaze subconsciously rested on the pair of black silk legs, and then instantly moved away. So straight, so thin, and reinforced at the toe. So tempting. Yi Qing swore. Of all the legs she'd seen in her life, these definitely ranked in the top 5. Eyes only glanced away before retracting their gaze, angling upwards at the ceiling and snorting. You're really going, aren't you? I wasn't even planning on going. Song Jinya shuffled over to him with her little slippers, crossed her arms, and said with a smile on her face, I'd like to see where you're going to have fun. Yi Qing's heart was even more shocked after hearing this. Bad. There was a knife in the words. At that time, what kind of wind did he draw to call Su Xingwei here? With the kind of coin and kidney spilling play they used to do, wouldn't someone like Song Jinya blow up if she went? Thinking, he pointed to the bedroom where the children were staying and warned, what about the children? Aren't you afraid something will happen again if you leave? Song Jinya didn't give it a second thought and opened her mouth. Didn't you promise me that the children would definitely not be in trouble again? Besides, Song Jinya paused, and an imperceptible blush flashed across her face. Why don't you just come home with me tonight? Yi Qing froze. What did he just hear? Going home with her tonight? Hiss. Thoughts drifted away instantly. A breath of cool air poured straight into his throat, adrenaline surging wildly at the words. Go! Yi Qing stood up, put on his jacket and headed for the door. Let's go later. You can help me pick out a pair of shoes first. See which pair is suitable? Song Jinya pulled open the closet at the door and called out to Yi Qing. Shoes. Yi Qing took a few steps backwards to the closet, his brain long out of control. His eyes went to Song Jinya's shoe cabinet. 90% of them are all kinds of high heels, although most of them were kind of on the formal side of professional shoes. He just glanced over and saw that there were a few other pairs that just looked particularly sexy. It was a little too embarrassing to watch, and it was too hard for a man to watch this. This woman definitely did it on purpose, but so want to do. Yi Qing's old face blushed, pointing to a pair of side hollow red bottom CL high heels. I think these are just fine. Song Jinya blankly glanced at him and slowly picked up the pair of high heels, deliberately moving slowly to put them on her feet. The movements were gentle, but seductive. Yi Qing strongly stalked his face and carefully watched her movements. If you have to watch it, you have to watch it. If we don't see it now, what if we can't see it later? Good things needed to be treasured. But the thought of that line about going home with her tonight was the only thing he could care less about right now. Song Jinya put on her shoes, stood up to try and heel, and was looking up and down at the fitting mirror in front of her. Satisfied, he nodded and said, these shoes haven't been worn yet since I bought them. They look okay, don't they? Yi Qing looked at Song Jinya in the fitting mirror and nodded dully. This is what is called pure lust. A small perfumed beige chiffon top and a gray and black pleated skirt. The black silk did not look out of place on her body at all. Instead it added a lot of mature woman's temperament to her. The 10-centimeter high heels added to a long leg that was even more unbelievable, combined with her childlike face. In one word, absolute. Let's go. Song Jinya smiled gently and took the initiative to take Yi Qing's arm. The sound of high heels clattering knocked on Yi Qing's heart, gradually merging with the heartbeat. Through the reflection of the elevator, Yi Qing looked up and down at the reflection of the duo on the wall. Gulping, he asked, why are you dressed like that? Song Jinya arched her eyebrows, her big eyes blinking a few times, and lengthened her tone. Of course it's for you. Your brother is surrounded by beautifully dressed female companions, and I'm not losing face by being unkempt? Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. So understanding? He wanted to say to Song Jinya, the female companion on the passenger side of that Su Xingwei kid is definitely a temporary one. You don't need to compare yourself to her. After thinking about it, he dutifully kept his mouth shut again. The cheap but also sell good that called the two lack, not called the gentleman. He leaves someone since the crossover. There is no kind of habit when the willow under the favor. When the two of them got off the elevator, that Su Xingwei kid's car was arrogantly parked in front of the building. Before Song Jinya got into the car, she twisted up two fingers and slit them over Yi Qing's mouth like a zipper. There was a threatening look in the smiling eyes. Yi Qing nodded hesitantly, getting into the car and settling down in the back row. Through the rearview mirror, he squeezed his eyebrows and gave Su Xingwei a look. Su Xingwei nodded without moving. Starting the vehicle, Cullinan drove out of the neighborhood and joined the traffic. Song Jinya clasped her hands on her chest and asked towards Su Xingwei, Young Su, how did you and Yi Qing meet? Yi Qing wordlessly gestured his lips in the rearview mirror. Housemate. Su Xingwei, we're roommates, so you must be very close to each other in college. By the way, what college did you go to? Su Xingwei's gaze went to the rearview mirror. This time he didn't understand Yi Qing's lips, thought for a moment, and said, Magic City University. After Song Jinya heard this, she narrowed her eyes falsely and blankly glanced at Yi Qing, her eyes like knives. Aren't you a student at Magic City Transportation University? Yi Qing smiled sarcastically, going out. Identity is all self-given. Ha! When he filled out the application form at that time, the university he filled out was the Magic City University of Transportation. And at that moment, he was afraid that old Yi would find him in some way. Now, it takes a lie to make up for a lie with a million lies. Song Jinyao snorted coldly, but didn't ask anything more, her gaze looking out the window. Her mood was a little complicated. Suddenly she felt a little bit like she couldn't understand Yi Qing. She always felt that he had some secret he was hiding from himself. Contact so short, more than a month since the time. The experience between the two said no more, said no less, but very magical. Now that I think about it, that loan the other night, maybe it really wasn't like Hokachi said. It was all by virtue of his face that this group of great young men were willing to lend money to themselves. Judging from Su Xingwei's attitude towards Yi Qing, it might be a bigger reason because Yi Qing was also there that night. Song Jinyao's eyes peeked at Yi Qing, and saw that he was secretly peeking at himself, glancing down to his legs. Retracting her gaze, the corner of Song Jinyao's mouth hooked into a smile, her heart relaxing for no reason. Pervert. A soft chuckle, so faint that no one heard it. Without moving, she moved her legs a few points towards Yi Qing's side, sitting in a ladylike manner. Look if you want. It was meant to be dressed like this for him to see. For the confession that had just been made, maybe it was hormonal, maybe there was a hint of impulse, but she felt that if she didn't chase down the stairs at that time, then Yi Qing would definitely disappear without a trace in her life, never to appear again. So she was thankful that, at least in this moment, she had no regrets. Chapter 49, I give him an explanation? The words he asked couldn't help but come to mind. Would you still love me if I was a little security guard? Song Jinyao's head carefully and repeatedly pondered this question. For some reason, it suddenly made me want to laugh a little. What with the magical opening, the little security guard and the big president, anyone else who hears it will probably die of laughter. And dog-blooded dramas don't dare to shoot like this. Yeah, it's such a disparity between the two. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two people are just like the clouds in the sky and the floating dust on the ground. The wind and the cow and the horse can't be connected. But she still couldn't control herself from liking Yi Qing. He still remembered when the child was kidnapped for the first time. And his own big brother, his expression of fear of getting into trouble was a stark contrast to Yi Qing. A man's bosom and bearing are manifested in this moment. She was an unmarried woman. And Yi Qing was such a good man to waste his youth on himself again. Song Jinyao suddenly lost a little. Her eyes darkened and she turned her head gaze to Yi Qing's green face. His eyebrows were clear and full of the intentionality of a young man. It just occurred to me that the teenager sitting next to him hadn't even graduated from college yet. And it was his intelligence and courage that made him act not at all like a man of his age. Ugh. Sighing softly, his heart was sour. The two of them were not compatible with each other in the end. And it had nothing to do with their status, but only with her. There had never been a moment when she blamed her earlier self for the misdiagnosis as much as she did now. She sighed languidly. Think of it as a nice dream. I don't know when I'll wake up, but at least it's good for now. Thinking of this, Song Jinyao wanted to reach out and hold Yi Qing's hand. However, she realized that long before she got into the car, Yi Qing had already held her hand tightly, and her movements were so gentle that she could not even feel it. At this moment, she thought that even if Yi Qing was a deadly poison or a flourishing lamp, she, a fragile butterfly, would have to fly to the flame, even if only for a moment. The vehicle, without realizing it, stopped in front of a bar. A few reception boys from the bar were full of smiles and came forward to solicitously pull open the car door for a few people. Yi Qing got out of the car. The air was filled with a mixture of alcohol and various perfumes, which made him go into a trance. Speaking of coming, it's been a long time since I've been to a place like this, too. Layers and layers of intertwined drums even in the outdoors are constantly reaching the ears. A large group of redheads in green hair is waiting for the arrival of the Gold Master. Men and women are squatting in front of the bar. The main attraction is a paperweight. Yi Qing subconsciously looked at Song Jinyao, and as expected, he saw Song Jinyao's brow furrow gently, and was keenly noticed by him. Taking a few steps forward, he stood in front of Song Jinyao's body and asked, "Either let's go back? This place is too noisy." Song Jinyao stubbornly shook her head. Her red lips pursed slightly, and there was actually a hint of a leap in her expression. Reaching out, he kept shaking his arm, pouting. "I haven't been to a place like this before." Yi Qing froze. Goosebumps instantly popped up all over his body. Who could stand this pampering? Yi Qing, who had seen Song Jinyao like this for the first time, had a soft heart, a soft mess. Come to think of it, judging from what the little secretary had said about Song Jinyao's experience, it did seem like she didn't have the time to come to this kind of place. After hesitating, under the guidance of the receptionist boy, he took the initiative to hold Song Jinyao's hand and entered the bar familiarly. Dang, dang, dang. Just inside, stirring music blasted out of the stereo. the drums hitting hard on the heart. Yi Qing felt that it was very noisy. More than that, he wanted to listen to the clattering sound of Song Jinyao's high heels, crisp and charming. The crowd cheered amongst themselves. The lights danced wildly around the bar, and the big screen jingled with gold coins blowing up in colorful eggs. Bunny girl-clad waitresses carried bottles of expensive liquors back and forth through the narrow aisles. The dance floor was filled with people, and Yi Qing turned his head to look at Song Jinyao. The neon light crossed her pretty face every now and then, and she was seen with her red lips slightly widened and a surprised expression. It seemed as if he hadn't expected the inside of the bar to look like this. "Still want to go in?" Yi Qing asked loudly. Song Jinyao's eyes were glowing as she nodded her head repeatedly in excitement. "Fine," Yi Qing said helplessly. "It's a good thing that Su Xingwei, this kid, is still reliable, and didn't let them stand at the loose table, but still made an appointment for a card seat." The location of the card table wasn't much better, but it was pretty much right in the center of the stage. The four were guided to their seats at the card table by the receptionist, who held a tablet in his hand. It's a little confusing to figure out exactly who to give the order to. He had just seen clearly that the four men were coming down from Cullinan. It's logical that the bosses sit in the back, but that chauffeur boy is covered in flashy luxury brand logos. The Richard Mill on his wrist was tartly revealed, and every now and then he lifted his wrist to look at it. But the question is, the man in ordinary clothes, his female companion by his side was so pretty, not the regular mediocre kind. In the setting of a bar, it was out of place like a fairy that had fallen into the dust. Su Xingwei beckoned towards the reception, and Song Jinyao hurriedly got up and took the tablet in the reception's hands first. "Sweetly," he said, "let me do it. Su Xiao, you helped me so much, it's only right that I should treat you." Su Xingwei's gaze subconsciously looked towards Yi Qing, who waved his head towards him, meaning don't reject it. Su Xingwei was very sensible and didn't push back. Song Jinyao took the tablet and just scanned it, coldly venturing out, "So expensive." Yi Qing snorted out a laugh and reached out his hand to rub Song Jinyao's head, explaining, "All the bars in the country have this price. Otherwise why would this place be called the Pinjin Cave?" He understood Song Jinyao. Normal people usually have this kind of doubt when they enter a bar for the first time. A normal bottle of beer is more than doubled a few times in a bar. It's more than doubled a dozen times. But what he cared more about was Song Jinyao so expensive. With her worth, buying this bar couldn't be said to be as bad as playing it. But she unclenched her heart and said what her heart really wanted to say. "She's just so real. And expensive is expensive." "Lovely." Su Xingwei's female companion's expression took on a hint of hidden contempt. Yi Qing, as if he had expected it, twisted his head and glanced at her coldly, then withdrew his gaze and chose a suitable set meal for Song Jinyao's side. "Just this one. We can't drink more than that." Yi Qing chose a set meal of 24 beers plus a fruit plate, just enough to satisfy the low consumption of this card seat without wasting it. The marketing guy left with a rather disappointed expression. Su Xingwei waited for Yi Qing to finish his work before he sneakily leaned over and hooked his 5 fingers, signaling Yi Qing to follow him first. Yi Qing's gaze was introspective. He greeted Song Jinyao, got up and followed Su Xingwei out, all the way to the bathroom. The two looked at each other. Yi Qing took the initiative to take out a cigarette and dispersed one, taking the initiative to say it. "What is it that you're looking for me for?" Su Xingwei stared with his eyes, his expression exaggerated as he asked, "Brother Yi, it can't be, you really found Mr. Song?" Su Xingwei's expression was exaggerated as he repeatedly asked after him. Yi Qing nodded silently. "What about my sister?" "Well, let's not talk about my sister for now. What are you going to explain on Uncle Ye's side?" Yi Qing silently remembered old Ye's last words, threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, leaving Su Xingwei with a handsome back, saying the answer that has long been prepared inside, "I'll give him an explanation? I'll give him an explanation for the leg that's on me?" Chapter 50. People who love you will always find a million reasons to love you. On the way back to the card table, Su Xingwei hastily pulled Yi Qing's arm. This time, he didn't say anything about that aspect, and his expression was a bit tangled. "Brother Yi, do you need to call some more people over? Mr. Song alone? Ah, no sister-in-law." Looking at Yi Qing's expression, Su Xingwei hurriedly changed her words. "Sister-in-law, drinking is actually really quite scary." Su Xingwei was a bit frightened afterward and secretly reminded Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't take it seriously and smiled, drooping Su Xingwei's shoulders. "It's not enough for us brothers to drink more." "You say so?" Su Xingwei returned to the card table with Yi Qing with a bitter face. There was also no communication between the two women left at the card table. The woman Su Xingwei had brought with her clasped her hands on her chest and sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her gaze fixed on the direction they had left. On the contrary, it was Song Jinyao, both eyes shining brightly as she stared at the stage, her body gently swaying to the rhythm of the music. Yi Qing sat his butt back down next to Song Jinyao, reaching down and bending over to take a fork to pick up a piece of watermelon and put it to Song Jinyao's mouth. Try it. It's expensive for a reason. At least the watermelon in the bar is still very good. Song Jinyao obediently opened her mouth and bit off half of the watermelon in one bite. Pushing Yi Qing's hand and passing it to his mouth, he said, "You eat the remaining half piece." "Good." Yi Qing smiled and didn't push back. Following Song Jinyao's example of oling and swallowing the remaining half of the watermelon in one gulp, the chilled watermelon instantly burst in the mouth. As sweet as the duo's current mood, the two of them locked eyes and Song Jinyao turned her head away with a red face. They had a new bartender at the front of the deck, a young lady in a JK suit. This was now being lightly set up in front of each person, filling glasses with ice, with grace and movement. There was a lot of "have a nice evening" going on. Wait for her to pour the wine. Cheers. A few people clinked their glasses. Yi Qing temporarily put down those concerns in his heart and picked up the glass without hesitation and raised his head to drink the cold beer. When the bartender left, the atmosphere was awkward. There was a glass of mulled wine between a few of the men, out of place in the paper-thin atmosphere of the bar. No communication or banter. Embarrassing as hell. Su Xingwei's side was purely at a loss as to how to speak. This atmosphere was too awkward. In the bar, shouldn't be all shapes and sizes of eating men and women, or empty or lonely. 2:1 can see in each other's eyes the desire called need, followed by a couple of drinks. It's time to do what you do. Now this. What a difference from those young, green kids just out of school. Dorky as hell. Thinking, he apologetically picked up his wine glass and pretended to raise his watch to take a look. "Brother Yi, I still have something to do later. I can't be accompanied for the time being. You and sister-in-law have a good time drinking." Yi Qing, on the other hand, couldn't wait for him to hurry up and leave, mainly because he still had such a girlfriend with him. If Song Jinyao asked later, he wouldn't know how to introduce himself. Smiling, he lifted his wine glass and touched it with Su Xingwei. "Then I won't stay. You go ahead and get busy. I'll talk to your sister-in-law. I'll also return after sitting with Jinyao for a while." Su Xingwei finished the glass of wine and hurriedly dragged up that female companion to leave. For a while, only Yi Qing and Song Jinyao were left on the widecard seat. Song Jinyao looked at the wine piled up on the table and gently smacked her lips. "What can be done? There's still so much left. Can I return it?" Yi Qing shook his head. "Then drink." Yi Qing forgot about the advice Su Xingwei gave him and accompanied Song Jinyao as he drank wine one after another. He thought he had it under control, but in reality, Song Jinyao, who had practiced in the shopping mall for so many years, was no worse than him in terms of alcohol consumption. Several cups in a row. Even if the degree of this beer was low, his brain couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. After a few glasses, he slumped down on the soft couch and waved his hand with a smile. "Take a break. Take a break before you drink." Song Jinyao put down her wine glass and raised her arms, joyfully dancing to the rhythm of the music. "Happy?" Yi Qing asked coldly. Song Jinyao retracted her gaze and nodded excitedly. Taking advantage of her drink, she took the initiative and leaned against his shoulder. Yi Qing was stunned and slowly raised his hand and wrapped it around her fragrant shoulders. Song Jinyao's red lips were slightly open. Wet breath accompanied by sweet, silky wine breath kept spewing out on his face. It tickled him and made him a touch disoriented. Song Jinyao suddenly stretched out her hand and gave it a false handshake towards the front, saying, "You know, I actually very, very early on, trying to escape that life. This place actually gives me a sense of paradise instead." "What?" Under the blasting music of the bar, Yi Qing didn't hear too well and asked loudly. It's fine." Song Jinyao withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened, and gently tapped on Yi Qing's side face. The two took advantage of the darkness and held each other tightly. Song Jinyao went limp in Yi Qing's arms without any image, suddenly raised her head and asked, "Yi Qing, let me ask you, what do you like about me?" The sweet and delicate voice passed through his ears and went through his body like an electric current. Yi Qing froze and lowered his head to look at Song Jinyao carefully. Those eyes, gentle and bright, were softly anticipating his answer. Yi Qing smiled, locked eyes with her without embarrassment, and said heartily, "Liking you. It started with your beauty." Reaching out immediately afterward, he gently nudged at her nose, or perhaps it was the pigeon leg? "I don't know if you believe, or rather, feelings this thing who can say accurate, like a person actually does not need any reason. Love the person will find millions of reasons to love you." Hearing Yi Qing say this, Song Jinyao's face flushed red and bit her rosy lips as she shrank towards Yi Qing's arms, murmuring in a low voice, "A million reasons. Then I want to find those millions of reasons too." She didn't know that this almost murmuring voice, which even she herself couldn't hear clearly, was clearly heard by Yi Qing. Yi Qing also do not know why he can hear, but will wrap his arms around Song Jinyao with a few more points of force. Song Jinyao pushed him away, abruptly sat up, reached out and picked up the bottle of wine, first poured himself a cup, and then poured a cup for Yi Qing. raised his glass and said, "Well, drink. Sadness should not be the style of the two of us. And then there is still so much wine. It's a pity to waste it." "Good." Yi Qing smiled and nodded. As they drank, before they knew it, 24 beers were all in the duo's stomachs. Song Jinyao was just as Su Xingwei had said. Drinking alcohol was exceptionally scary. One glass after another. The more you drink, the more you get excited. And you can't stop. After finishing the last of the bottle of wine, his eyes were visibly dazed and he hiccuped, waving his hand. "Waiter, keep the drinks coming." Yi Qing was likewise a bit dazed, but at least he was able to maintain the most basic level of sanity. Waving his hand to dismiss the receptionist girl who greeted him, he smiled and calmed Song Jinyao down on the sofa. "All right, drinking is almost done. We should go home too." Next, gently took off Song Jinyao's high heels for her. He still maintains the most basic thinking. With Song Jinyao this state, wearing high heels not out of 10 steps away from the foot will be broken. Song Jinyao looked at him with a happy face and took the initiative to raise her leg, allowing Yi Qing to do it. 5 toes curled up and unraveled. Seeing Yi Qing's eyes looking straight up, he laughed a little, bent down, pasted on the side of Yi Qing's ear, gently said, "You carry me, carry me, go back and let you see enough." Chapter 51. Go far, far away. Yi Qing sniffed with a jolt. Of his own accord, he turned and crouched down, patting himself on the back. "Princess, please get in the car." He. Song Jinyao smiled sweetly and leapt up from the sofa to pounce on Yi Qing's back. Clenching one hand into a fist, he shouted, "Punch Acres." Yi Qing had just left the bar door with Song Jinyao on his back, the cool night air on his face. It made him shiver violently. An even stronger wave of dizziness then flooded his brain. Cab drivers who had long been waiting for customers to come to the door of the bar swarmed the bar. "Dude, take my car." "Where to? Boss? Going or not?" "Boss." The sudden sound of conversation sent his brain into a tizzy. Opened his mouth, somewhat confused. Just then, the arm that was wrapped tightly around him lifted and pointed in one direction. "Yi Qing, that's our home." The little head kept shrugging against his neck, and a few strands of broken hair from his forehead scraped against his skin, bringing him suddenly to his senses. Lightly biting the tip of his tongue, he smiled apologetically at these cabbies. "Sorry, my girlfriend asked me to carry her back." Then, pushing through the crowd, carrying her high heels in one hand and barely dragging Song Jinyao with the other, she walked towards the direction of Song Jinyao's finger with the same steps. On the side of the road in Magic City, Yi Qing just carried Song Jinyao on his back. Beside me was a steady stream of vehicles, one speeding by. The street lamp pulled Yi Qing's somewhat shaky figure for a long time. Song Jinyao tilted her head and looked at Yi Qing's side face, smiling fondly. "Yi Qing, do you think can we really keep going like this?" Yi Qing didn't answer immediately. His eyes looked into the distance and he was just about to open his mouth. A small hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. In an open and very cheerful tone, he said, "Alas, it's better not to make those flags blindly. The words spoken will be blown away by the evening wind." Yi Qing was silent, only clamping the arm dragging Song Jinyao a few points tighter again, where he couldn't see. Song Jinyao gently blinked her eyes and secretly wiped the few tears that had just sprung up on Yi Qing's collar. After walking for a long distance, Yi Qing suddenly smiled and said, "It's just you. You still let me carry it back so far." But he didn't get a single response, only the sound of steady breathing from behind him. Yi Qing was dumbfounded. Asleep? Song Jinyao seemed to be very drunk, and the arm that was stretched out in front of him was still twitching a bit from time to time. Yi Qing turned around and stood on the side of the road, extending his hand and stopping a cab, placing Song Jinyao in the back seat with gentle movements. He sat down with his butt in the back seat, panting. He explained, "Master, go to Townsend." The vehicle started smoothly, and the master cab driver peeked through the rearview mirror every now and then and asked, "Boy, is this yours?" "Yi Qing, girlfriend." The driver's master smacked his lips, his tone somewhat envious. The young man's good fortune is good. Yi Qing didn't have the habit of judging people, let alone this was Song Jinyao, and didn't pick up on his words, feeling only a growing dizziness in his brain. The gentle glow of the street lamps poured right through the car windows, creating a distinct line dividing light and dark. Yi Qing was in the dark, Song Jinyao was in the light. Yi Qing lowered his head and gazed tenderly at Song Jinyao's side face, her small face with a trace of wine after the charming agar nose from time to time slightly wrinkled. Even with the surrounding skin also has some fine lines. It could be seen that Song Jinyao wasn't sleeping soundly, and her long eyelashes that had been brushed with mascara kept fluttering. Yi Qing reached out his hand and gently lifted Song Jinyao, helping her change her position and gently placed Song Jinyao's head on his lap. Just like that, back at Song Jinyao's home, early the next morning, when the sunlight shot through the dappled glass windows, Yi Qing was tickled awake. The alcohol from the hangover made his brain raw, and Yi Qing shook his head down in some confusion. Only then did he reluctantly open his eyes and raise his arms, shielding them from the harsh sunlight. The first thing you see when you enter is the ceiling. The sensation of moist breath on his earlobe and the sight of his face was what woke him up. Yi Qing twisted his head. It's Song Jinyao. At some point, she had finished removing her makeup, her small face clear, and when she saw him awake, she spread a smile. That smile was like a chestnut snow first clearing. Under the sunlight, the face glowed with a glistening luster. Yi Qing could not help but look a little dumbfounded. Song Jinyao tenderly picked up a cup on the bedside table, smilingly handed it over, and said, "Honey water, for relieving alcohol." Yi Qing's heart warmed as he took the water cup and gulped down the honey water in one gulp. Dry throat as a long drought. Honey water sweet, which makes let the bitter mouth is not so difficult. Putting down the glass of water, he looked at Song Jinyao. She was only seen to have changed into a set of pajamas, obviously having gotten up and back into bed. "Where are the children?" Yi Qing asked as he lay down tiredly. "You got up late. I dropped the kids off at kindergarten first, and that teacher didn't show up early in the morning. I explained the situation to the director, and that teacher shouldn't show up again, and there are bodyguards by the children's side, so don't worry, there shouldn't be anything wrong." After Song Jinyao explained, she similarly laid down on Yi Qing's side. One arm was inserted under Yi Qing's neck and just wrapped his hands around it. Positioning his head in a comfortable position, he just slowly closed his eyes. Yi Qing asked, "Not going to work?" Song Jinyao shook her head, the tip of her nose gently rubbing against his neck, murmuring, "Rest for a day. It's actually not that bad." Yi Qing similarly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. In the meantime, Su Yingzhu hurried to Song's hospital early in the morning. "Find that little nurse who did the blood test earlier." Opening the door, he said, "Find me the blood samples of the two kids from before." The young secretary remembered the girl who looked too pretty to be true, but shook her head decisively. "No." Su Yingzhu asked. "Why, ma'am? The hospital has our hospital rules and regulations. Let's not talk about whether we can give it to you or not." "No, we really can't." Frozen Su Yingzhu grinding his lips. This little nurse still oil and salt. Su Yingzhu hated her teeth, fiercely pulled out a bundle of cash from her bag, and stuffed it into the little nurse's arms without counting. "Give me the blood sample and the money is yours." The little nurse immediately smiled with joy, looking left and right for a moment, her mouth saying, "I really can't. The hospital has rules, but the body is very honest to get up. I have a new lab test. Miss, if you don't have anything else to do, please cool off under that big tree on the left in front of the hospital." Su Yingzhu nodded and turned to walk out of the hospital. Not long after, that little nurse changed into a civilian clothes, sneakily stuffed a tube of long-separated plasma in Su Yingzhu's hand. "It's a good thing you got here early. A few days later these samples would have been uniformly destroyed by us." Su Yingzhu took the nod and got into the car without looking back. Chapter 52 Medical Birth Certificates. Su Yingzhu sat in the car, holding the small tube of plasma, which had been separated clearly by the centrifugal apparatus. In front of his eyes, he carefully examined it. There was an inexplicable feeling of irritation in his heart, which could not be dispersed. Just after the college entrance examination. To see the results of the college entrance examination, take a small card blocked in front of the screen, afraid that the next moment the screen leaks out is not the expected results, but also afraid of results beyond imagination. That's the kind of mood. The driver of the main car turned his head and asked in due course, "Where are we going now, miss?" Su Yingzhu leaned heavily on the back seat of the wide sofa and gritted her teeth. "Find a place on the map that can do a blood identification." "Anywhere, the faster the better." Yi Qing woke up from this one back to sleep until close to noon. Feeling only his left arm sore and numb, he was about to lose consciousness and twisted his head to look. He saw Song Jinyao still maintaining the sleeping position of lying on his arm, her face facing towards him, one of her legs resting on him without any regard for image. The whole thing clung to him like a wombat. Yi Qing looked at his sleeping face and suddenly wanted to play a prank. Twisting a small handful of Song Jinyao's hair with his free right hand, the motion slid gently over her face, forehead, eyebrows, all the way up to her nose. "Achoo!" Song Jinyao sneezed violently and opened her sleepy eyes, and after seeing that it was Yi Qing's prank, she wasn't annoyed and opened her arms with a smiling face. "Cuddle." Yi Qing laughed lightly and hugged Song Jinyao, and the two of them rolled a few times on the bed. Song Jinyao pressed against him and had the tendency to close her eyes again. Yi Qing hurriedly stopped her. "Almost done and on. Time to get up." Song Jinyao sat up and stretched, showing her perfect curves to Yi Qing in a big way through her pajamas. Yawning, he asked, "What time did we sleep in?" Yi Qing's body didn't get up either, and reached out his hand to take the cell phone on the side, tapped the screen to look at it. 10:34 p.m. "It's almost noon. Don't you need to pick up the kids?" Song Jinya shook her head and said, there's no need to pick it up. The kindergarten side will arrange a lunch break. Song Jinya twisted her head and looked at Yi Qing. It's almost mealtime. Do you have anything you want to eat? Fondue? Roast? Japanese food? French food? 4 questions in a row made Yi Qing's compulsion to choose go out the window. Yi Qing tangled for a moment, also cannot say a reason. Open the public review flipped for a moment. Powerlessly. He put down his cell phone again. Doesn't have a restaurant that can solve all these problems at once? Yi Qing thought to himself. Or else, I'll cook for you? Song Jinyao suddenly turned down and looked at him with an expectant face. Yi Qing considered for a moment. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Sat up and clapped his palms together. Okay, let me taste your handiwork. And see if you can take up the title of a good wife and mother. Then get dressed and go grocery shopping. Yi Qing got up numbly after hearing this, putting his clothes on in 3 or 2 tries, and twisted his head to look at Song Jinyao. Seeing that she was still sitting on the bed in the duck-sitting position without moving, she said knowingly, why don't you change your clothes? Scram! Song Jinyao had a red face and stood up to push Yi Qing out of the room. Yi Qing was speechless for a while. A woman's mind changes just as fast. He came home last night to show you, and now he's even changing his clothes to avoid suspicion, and he's not even thinking about that. Song Jinyao did not allow to see. Yi Qing could only sit back to the living room in boredom. The sofa in Song Jinyao's house was comfortable and soft to sit on. Lying down, the whole body was sunk in half. Still a man who enjoys himself. Yi Qing, who knows that it's not good for a woman to go out without a half a clock and a point to get ready, was bored with fiddling with the things in Song Jinyao's house. The coffee table is clean. In addition to a box of toilet paper, even melon candy and so on are not prepared. I can see that this woman should not have any guests in her home. There wasn't much to see in the living room, and he wanted to get to know Song Jinyao a little better. It was said that it was only at home that you could tell the truest form of a person. In the house, he found Song Jinyao's study and drilled in. Her study was a mess. So messy that it seemed like it hadn't been organized in a long time. The doors of the bookcases, some closed and some wide open, didn't contain the decorative books that lined the blue folders like in an office. The desktop was cluttered with papers and documents piled up in all directions, one flying around in the east and one flying around in the west. Taking the time to wait for Song Jinyao to get ready, Yi Qing wanted to help her organize herself. Pick up a document in your hand. It was Song's hospital's first quarterly statement, and Yi Qing briefly scanned it. He doesn't know or understand anything about the hospital side of things. Old Ye's investment map has everything but hospitals. But as you can see from this statement, the hospital is making a lot of money. Yi Qing picked through Song Hospital statements, sorting them into a pile. Another document was picked up, a financial statement for the car dealership. Yi Qing carefully counted the number. The scale of Song's group looked large, but it was actually very loose. It's always a stick in the east and a hammer in the west. The good thing is that it's all positive industries, and from the financial statements, it rarely loses money. These industries include hospitals, shopping malls, car dealerships, real estate, and even some factories. Yi Qing, in accordance with the category, all the documents will be sorted and organized. Looking at the brand new desktop, OCD guilty of this, he nodded with satisfaction. That's a much better look. After waiting for half a day for him to get such a sloppy desktop in order, Song Jinyao's side still had no intention of going out. His hand rested unconsciously on the handle on the drawer, pulling it open and shutting it again with one motion. Eyes glanced downward, catching a glimpse of a green document. Unlike the other disorganized documents, this one could tell that Song Jinyao had kept it well, square and regular stacked up. Even in this cabinet there are just these 2 documents. So special treatment? What is it? Yi Qing didn't hold back his inner curiosity and picked up this document. At first glance, you see the birth certificate in big letters. This is Song Yuezai and Song Yungui's birth certificates? Yi Qing muttered. His mood was suddenly a little complicated. Hesitating for a moment, slowly turning over the 2 documents. Newborn baby's name, Song Yungui. Sex of newborn, female. Time of birth, August 7th, 2020, 13:55. Birth weight. Yi Qing quickly swept a glance, his eyes quickly pulling down. Mother's name, Song Jinyao. Age, 21. Yi Qing's hand kept blocking over the information about the child's biological father, and he was a bit torn. It's heartbreaking to watch, but not to scratch and claw. He guaranteed that if he didn't read on and just close this document today, he would lose sleep tonight. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to move his palm slowly. Chapter 53. At that moment he had just crossed over. Father's name, age, nationality, Yi Qing. The answer was simply much more unexpected than even he had imagined, and he had speculated many times in his mind as to what the father of the child really was, but it really didn't occur to me that there wasn't even any information on the birth certificate. Yi Qing pursed her lips and returned the birth certificate to its original place in the cabinet, head tilted back on his arms as he slumped back into his chair, thoughts cluttering his mind. Numerous thoughts, both present and absent, kept surfacing in the brain. And the child's date of birth, August 7th, 2020. What was he like and what was he doing at that moment? According to the normal projection of time? Yi Qing scratched his hair in annoyance. The sashaying nature of the man makes him usually not remember anything at all. Yi Qing took out his cell phone and opened the browser. Search for, how long does a woman usually stay pregnant and give birth? An endless number of promotional ads popped up on his browser, and he forced himself to hold his tongue, picked a sci-fi that seemed a little more reliable and clicked in. Pregnancy gestation is normally normal at 37 weeks, 42 weeks, but there is a possibility of preterm labor. Fingers flipped back and forth across the page and opened the calculator again to do some math. In the middle of the day, he helplessly threw his cell phone on the desktop, ********. I just ing crossed over at that moment. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up. It's the kind of heartbreak that comes from knowing the answer ahead of time, but not being able to resist finding it. Both eyes stared straight at the door of Song Jinyao's bedroom room across the street. Indescribable nagging emotions kept tumbling through his mind. Click. Just then, the bedroom door across the hall opened. Song Jinyao walked out of the room, carrying her bag in her hand. The body was dressed in a long, white, plain dress with vertical knees. There is not a single embellishment on the skirt. Song Jinyao glanced around and saw Yi Qing, who was sitting in the middle of the opposite study. Under the two eyes facing each other, Yi Qing's face was expressionless and his eyes had a slightly darker look. Song Jinyao's heart thumped as she slowly walked into the study. First, he glanced at the papers on the table. After seeing that they were neatly organized, quickly walking behind Yi Qing, he reached out his hand to knead his shoulders for him and tenderly said, "What's wrong with this? Such an ugly expression?" Yi Qing stood up and reluctantly withdrew his emotions, revealing a fake smile. "It's fine. I'm a little sleepy. Aren't you going to cook? Let's hurry up, or this meal will be finished in the afternoon." Saying that, he took a few steps towards the outside of the house. Song Jinyao didn't follow him and silently watched his back. Her lips wobbled lightly, flushed with pallor, and the hand carrying her bag was clenched tightly and bony. Yi Qing was the first to open the elevator, and when he saw Song Jinyao still standing dumbfounded, he hurriedly waved at her. "Hurry up! What are you doing?" Song Jinyao suddenly showed her face and smiled. That smile was like the first bloom of the morning sun, gentle and bright. "Go!" Song Jinyao smiled as she picked up her bag and took out a pair of small white shoes from the shoe cabinet and put them on. As she put on her shoes, her long hair cascaded down to cover her cheeks, and a mist faded into her eyes, looking up and disappearing again. Song Jinyao slightly tilted her head, carrying her bag in both hands. Her entire body was like a small white flower struggling to grow towards the sun. Towards Yi Qing, who was standing in the elevator. He asked, "How is it? Is it good?" Yi Qing nodded. Stepping into the elevator, he was once again confronted with the reflection of the two of them in the mirror. Song Jinyao arched her eyebrows and pulled out her cell phone to take a picture of the duo's reflection. "Yi Qing, don't you think we're a good match now?" She tilted her head and asked. Yi Qing looked at his reflection in the mirror. Song Jinyao took off her usual professional outfit and wore a small white dress. "It looks like a college student just entering college. Clear and nice." Taking a deep breath, he opened his palms in front of Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao also stretched out her hand and placed it amongst Yi Qing's palms. Without realizing it, the two of them interlocked their fingers in a natural way. Just after arriving downstairs, Yi Qing pulled out the car keys from his pocket, and Song Jinyao took the initiative to grab the keys from him. Smilingly, she said, "I'll drive myself from now on, and little son will be back from his vacation soon." After saying that, she covered her mouth again at once and explained in a hurry, "I don't mean that reminding you of your work. I mean, I can drive myself from now on." Yi Qing smiled disinterestedly, reaching out his hand to rub Song Jinyao's head. "You don't have to say that. I was planning to just quit. I can really eat your soft food all the time." Song Jinyao's pace lurched and didn't pick up on his remark. The two of them got into the Maybach. Song Jinyao started the car and asked, "Tell me first, what do you want to eat?" Yi Qing ordered with great interest, "Braised spare ribs." "Well, there's also scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and it's best to get another fried chicken." "Okay, all according to you." Song Jinyao nodded with a smile. The Maybach pulled out of the garage and blended into the traffic. Now is the noontime. Is catching the morning rush. Maybach in the road a stop. Half an hour. The two of them to the supermarket. Yi Qing held Song Jinyao's hand, found a cart, and entered the supermarket accompanied by each other. Ribs, scallions, garlic, and soy sauce, tomatoes, eggs. Song Jinyao took the initiative to push the vehicle and pick and choose the ingredients. Yi Qing, on the other hand, watched her movements with interest. She looked as if she came to buy her own groceries quite often. Couldn't help but open my mouth and ask, "Do you often cook for yourself?" Song Jinyo continued to pick fresh tomatoes in her hands and said without looking back, "Right, or else, after living alone for so many years, you'll starve if you can't cook. My dad won't let me come home. Says he's upset to see me, and that stepmom of mine doesn't like me, and the babysitter isn't too comfortable, so I'll have to cook for myself." She spoke lightly of her experiences as if she were talking about someone else, not herself. Yi Ching listened in his heart, but his heart was sour. He had met the old Song general manager. In the surveillance footage, it does seem like old Mr. Song is that way, just using this daughter as a tool to earn money. Yi Ching couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Even if it's no good? You can't just ignore your own daughter. What exactly did he figure out? The corner of Song Jinyo's mouth hooked up as she smiled and shook her head, not answering Yi Ching with this answer. After picking out the tomatoes, both hands clapped. "Alright, let's just grab dinner at home first." When lining up to check out, Yi Ching wanted to take out money, but Song Jinyo grabbed it and paid the bill first. "Keep your money for yourself. I can still take mine back to the office for reimbursement." On the way back, Yi Ching continuously asked Song Jinyo about her family several times. Song Jinyo always avoided this question by looking left and right. Later, she couldn't bear Yi Ching's questioning. Taking advantage of a stoplight to stop the car, he twisted his head to look at Yi Ching, said, "It's because my father dreamed of letting me marry a rich second generation so that we can join forces and use our strength to grow Song's group. Then I had a baby and shattered his fantasies for good." Chapter 54. The person in front of me is a sweetheart. Well, is this the answer you wanted to hear? Song Jinyo looked at Yi Ching with a smiling face. Yi Ching, taking a deep breath, he smiled in the same way. "Then when will you take me to meet your father?" Hearing his words, Song Jinyo giggled and burst out laughing, her branches shaking with laughter. "Stop it, he doesn't even want to see me. How can he still see you?" "Well, that may or may not be the case. In case he takes a liking to me and marries you to me." Song Jinyo seemed much happier when she saw that Yi Ching's expression didn't change. The words didn't stop along the way. Yi Ching opened his cell phone and connected to the car's Bluetooth. "Still have the song Like You on a single loop." After so many years of listening, he had long since gotten used to the song. The rain and the winds wet the streets at dusk. Wipe away the rain, eyes looking up for no reason. Looking into the lonely evening light. It's that sad memory. And once again, my heart is filled with countless thoughts. There's still a moment of laughter left in my face. I like you. It's the same song, and listening to it again is already a different state of mind. Last time, the same Maybach was still only two people inside. At that time, Yi Ching was the driver and Song Jinyo's status was still that of a boss. Last time, it was Yi Ching who followed with a gentle hum. This time, it was Song Jinyo, who was sitting in the main driver's car and driving, who gently hummed along. She has a nice voice. Not as high as the original, but it sounds sweet. Speaking of which, why are you using this song as your ringtone too? When the chorus ended, Yi Ching looked at Song Jinyo and asked, "Because like, this song, it's actually a tragedy then. People who love each other, separated for some reason, and then torn apart with nostalgia." Song Jinyo was silent for a moment. This answer she seemed to have thought about for a long time. Yi Ching was looking out from her eyes. A flash of hesitation was instantly followed by determination, as if the answer had been pondered in his mind countless times. Yi Ching didn't know who she was thinking about, but he thought that if Song Jinyo left right now, he would tear his heart out. "What about you? And why?" Song Jinyo asked. "Me." Yi Ching's thoughts gradually jumped back to that night, when the memories all came back. He later learned the source of this cell phone ringtone. It was Lexameter7, who shared it with Yi Ching, and she said that she liked the song so much that Yi Ching set it as his cell phone ringtone. After thinking about it, Yi Ching fell to saying, "There was a girl who said she liked this song, so I set it as my cell phone ringtone until now." That said, it was followed by an explanation. "Of course, it's not that I miss it, I'm just used to it now." Song Jinyo laughed after hearing this. Her eyebrows arched and the corners of her mouth hooked up in a curve. He, Yi Ching, don't you think we're just hurting each other right now?" Yi Ching also laughed, and as he laughed, the two of them fell silent. The two of them in the car were silent. Only Like You in the car non-stop single song loop. When he returned to Song Jinyo's home, Yi Ching took the initiative to pick up the bag filled with ingredients. Song Jinyo scrambled to grab the other side of the bag's carrying handle. Stubbornly, she said, "I can't let you carry it alone." Yi Ching didn't reject her kindness, even though the bag of ingredients wasn't heavy at all. After Song Jinyo swiped her card and pulled open the door to the room, she let Yi Ching put the ingredients in the kitchen before turning around and pushing Yi Ching to the living room. "Well, you can watch a little TV or something and just wait for dinner." Yi Ching wanted to help, He could actually cook. Just not very well. But he could help cut up the vegetables. Song Jinyao's arm made a gesture as she forced him onto the sofa. It's not that I don't want you to help. It's that I want you to eat my cooking. And I'll accomplish so much less if you interfere. Yi Ching obediently nodded and silently looked at Song Jinyao's back as she turned to leave. She was seen tying on her apron with skillful movements and pulling the ribs out of the shopping bag. Picking up the kitchen knife, there was a loud thud in the kitchen. Yi Ching took his gaze back, pulled out his cell phone, and began to brush up Shakeology. Although his fingers were naturally sliding on the screen, his mind was not on these videos in front of him, and his gaze drifted unconsciously in the direction of the kitchen from time to time. Song Jinyao's movements were very skillful, cutting vegetables, preparing ingredients. Everything was so organized. She wore her long hair up in a headband, revealing her graceful swan neck. Yi Ching thought about it and tapped on his cell phone, setting the recording of Song Jinyao singing a lullaby at that time as his cell phone ringtone. He barely recalled the years. After so many years had passed, the original owner's memories had an almost imperceptible effect on him, and the obsession for legs 1.7 meters only left those few props. Do the math. It must have been 4 years since she died. Yi Ching had been thinking of going to give her a bouquet of flowers to honor the memory for the dead, but he had not been able to get news of her. The person in front of me is the beloved, and the moon at the bottom of the sea is the moon in the sky. There was happiness within reach right in front of her, so why should she let a fleeting passerby affect Song Jinyao's mood? Thinking about it, Yi Ching gazed out the window in a daze. Yi Ching? What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Song Jinyao's voice came from the kitchen, yanking Yi Ching's thoughts back from the clutter. He adjusted his gaze and looked at Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao was holding 2 freshly washed green onions in her hand, and was standing in the kitchen doorway, looking at him with a smile. Ah, nothing, unconsciously dazed. Yi Ching rubbed his face and asked, is the meal ready? The ribs are already stewed, and the scrambled eggs will be ready soon. Song Jinyao shook the green onion in her hand and turned back to the kitchen to continue ding-dong. Yi Ching silently looked at Song Jinyao's back. Standing up, he eased his footsteps and wrapped his arms tightly around Song Jinyao's body from behind. Closing his eyes, he greedily sniffed the body odor coming from her shoulder. Song Jinyao froze in place with a spatula in one hand, struggled to move a few times, and scolded with a laugh. What are you doing? I still have to stir fry? Don't move. That's how it's done in TV dramas. Usually when the male protagonist wraps his arms around the female protagonist like this, the female protagonist will be touched 1,000,000 times. Yi Ching said in a deep voice. Oh, you also said it was a TV show. No dish in a TV show will ever be battered. But this is reality. Song Jinyao laughed and pushed Yi Ching away. Not getting annoyed, tapped the iron skillet with the spatula in his hand. Yi Ching opened his eyes and saw that the eggs in the pot already had a charred style. Hurriedly let go of Song Jinyao. Then you stir fry. I'm going to watch some TV shows for a while to study and learn. Yi Ching waved his hand and sat back on the sofa. Find a dog and pony show on TV beautifully looking. Upon seeing the dog-blooded scene of the hero and heroine rubbing shoulders at the elevator door, Yi Ching couldn't help but curse angrily. Dog director. Shooting like this is it? Is really not afraid that someone will send you a razor blade. Although he said so, Yi Ching forced himself to drive twice as fast, just to see when the male and female main characters would recognize each other. Just in the nick of time, the doorbell jingled. Yi Ching fondly tapped the TV series to pause. Standing up, he pulled open the door to his room. Outside the door stood 2 men. One the property owner of the neighborhood and the other in a suit. Chapter 55, Unless He Loves Me Like a Bone, bringing the dogma to an end. The plot is almost here. Yi Ching frowned and asked, you guys are? The 2 men were visibly stunned to see him, and the man in the suit poked his head into the room and glanced from side to side, muttering, it shouldn't be? How come so soon? Yi Ching pushed the man out of the door against his shoulder and impatiently continued to pursue. What do you do? The property worker smiled. Sir, may I ask if Ms. Song is home right now? Who is it? Yi Ching? Song Jinyao wiped her hand on her apron to wipe the water stains and walked to the door. After seeing the 2 standing outside the door, their eyes changed. They hurriedly pulled Yi Ching away and pushed him onto the sofa. You go in first and wait a bit. I have something to say to these 2. After seeing Yi Ching go back, Song Jinyao once again wiped her hands and stretched out her hand to shallowly shake with the 2 of them before then separating. Eyes signaling down. Go out and talk. When Song Jinyao closed the door to her room, the man in the suit took the initiative and said, Mr. Song, do you really want to sell this house? The driver took Suingzhu to find a biological identification center that could do affinity testing. Suingzhu stood in the doorway, looking at the traffic outside. Her heart was mixed, and she took several deep breaths. Turn around and walk into this biometrics center. Registered. Pay up. When handing over the few cigarette butts and the tube of serum in her hand to the white coat, Suingzhu tried to snatch it back from her. She inexplicably had a premonition that that child definitely had something to do with Yi Qing. Otherwise, in the hospital, why would that Uncle Yi's mouth song always be so worried about Yi Qing? There's no such thing as coincidence in the world. The white lab coat took the sample and turned around and said, "Come by in 7 to 10 days on a weekday to get the results." Suingzhu clenched her fists and asked in a tangled voice, "Can you hurry up? I'll add money." The white coat said lightly, "No." Suingzhu withdrew her hand in some frustration and just turned around. The white coat called out to her, "Hey, wait, what's wrong? Seeing as you're here alone, and being a woman, there are a few things I'd like to say. Actually, the one who came to the paternity testing center already had the answer in his heart, didn't he? And the results that came out of our place, in all probability, it's the same as what you had in mind." Suingzhu turned around with a crying face, "No, I'd rather wait for the results." After Song Jinyao gently closed the door and returned to the room, Yi Qing curiously asked her, "Who was that person wearing a suit and tie just now? It's really formal on a hot day." Song Jinyao smiled and replied, "Nothing, just an insurance seller. Come and eat." When she finished, she went into the kitchen and set the stewed ribs and tomato scrambled eggs on the table. Yi Qing couldn't help but rub his hands together as he smelled the aroma of the ribs. The sweet and savory aroma of the ribs kept going up your nose, and they looked so red and oily that just looking at them made your appetite go up. Song Jinyao served 2 bowls of rice, placing the bowl with the pile of bubbling rice in front of Yi Qing, who took a look at it, and there was only a small pile of rice in her bowl. At that moment, he asked in disbelief, "Why do you eat so little? Can you get full?" Song Jinyao smiled and explained, "You think a woman's figure is natural? It's actually mostly maintained by controlling your diet." Yi Qing picked up the bowl and pushed the piled up rice partially to Song Jinyao. "Eat more. What's the point of losing weight with your figure?" Song Jinyao's eyes shone brightly and didn't reject Yi Qing's good intentions. Clipping a chopstick of rice and stuffing it into his mouth, he only felt sweet, from his mouth all the way to his heart. During this meal, both of them were busy pinching food for each other, and even Song Jinyao ate the bowl of rice cleanly. After the meal, Yi Qing took the initiative to take on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Song Jinyao just leaned on her head, smilingly looking at Yi Qing's busy back. The curves of her mouth couldn't be put down. The bright sunlight shone through the window and straight into the house, sprinkling on Yi Qing's body. He was bubbling with light. Song Jinyao gradually became infatuated. This life was the kind of life she had longed for when she was in school. You don't have to be stressed out and busy every day. It's nice to have one person and a small pet, but it's best not to be bothered by children. Yi Qing washed the bowl and wiped his hands clean, looking at Song Jinyao foolishly looking at himself. I couldn't help but step forward and grabbed her nose. "Get over it, will you? I'm too handsome to be looked at like this." Song Jinyao rubbed her nose in pain, looking at the man in front of her who was destroying the atmosphere, grinding her small tiger teeth in anger. He lunged forward and took a bite of Yi Qing's nose. The two of them spread out on the sofa and watched the doggone TV show that Yi Qing had found. Song Jinyao was half lying in Yi Qing's arms, patting her small stomach. "So bracing. Ming is going up another pound." "Really? Let's see." Yi Qing had a scowl on his face and raised 2 fingers to take a few steps on Song Jinyao's waist. 1 fork. Bifurcation. 3 forks. 4 forks. 5th fork didn't even go all the way. "What kind of diet do you have here every day? This waist is thinner than any actress in a TV show. That has to be maintained too." Okay. Once a woman chatted about her figure, even Song Jinyao couldn't avoid it and started mouthing off about how it wasn't easy to lose weight. Yi Qing took advantage of Song Jinyao's speech and slowly lowered his hand downward, which she noticed and pressed it down. "What for?" "Ha. Kind of can't help it." Yi Qing hemmed and hawed. "Can you wear it again? Last night I just looked but didn't touch." Yi Qing rubbed his hands together and smiled lewdly. "Night." Song Jinyao blankly glanced at Yi Qing and continued to draw a big pie. Yi Qing bristled and spat. "And, it's no fun." The two bantered half-heartedly as their eyes returned to the TV, and I have to say, the dog-eared drama was just addictive. Without realizing it, the two of them saw the point where the kids were getting out of school. Song Jinyao held the pillow tightly in her arms, unable to take her eyes off the TV. Just see the man and woman on TV who are about to break the ice and live happily ever after. Yi Qing paused the TV and glanced at the progress bar, realizing that the episode was only halfway through. He said breathlessly at that moment, "Let's go." "Don't watch it. There's definitely a misunderstanding at the back." "Not at all. It must have ended just like this." Song Jinyao averted her gaze fondly and grabbed the remote control, watching the drama while putting on her shoes. As expected, the man and woman on TV. Another perfect miss. Song Jinyao was speechless, her expression tangled. The two of them went downstairs, and along the way, Song Jinyao kept discussing the drama on the TV with Yi Qing. Yi Qing was open-mouthed. using Song Jinyao's words to hit her. A TV show is a TV show, not reality. Look at that man and woman entangled. Obviously turning back can solve things. They froze and walked to the corner of the street before turning back. What do you think they're after? Song Jinyao unhappily bristled. That's still romantic like you said. Okay, then what would you do if you were the female lead? Yi Ching started the vehicle and asked Song Jinyao with a smile. Me? I probably wouldn't turn my head. I'd hide far away, in a place where the hero couldn't find me unless he really loved me to death. Chapter 56. You can leave when the baby is asleep. 200 more calls for reinforcement. Yi Ching started the vehicle. The journey was very smooth. There was no traffic jam, which put him in a much better mood. Right. Forgot one thing. Can you stamp an internship certificate for me? Yi Ching suddenly thought of such a thing. At the beginning of the second half of the fourth year of college, the school has an internship assignment for every student, which is euphemistically called a social practice class, but is actually used to increase the school's employment rate. If there is no proof of internship, then credits will be deducted and graduation will be deferred. His credits for these 4 years were just about stuck on the line for graduation, and he had planned to ask Lao Yi for this favor. Thinking about it later, with old Ye's character, he must have sneered at him when he found out about this. Now with Song Jinyao, it was just the right time to accomplish this. Song Jinyao stared at the words, then said, fine, go to the personnel yourself to get a certificate, and I'll personally stamp it for you at that time. Yi Ching said excitedly, is that position filled in as I please? Is it okay if I fill in as the president's personal secretary? All according to you. Song Jinyao was amused by Yi Ching and casually agreed. Hearing Song Jinyao say this, Yi Ching beautifully secretly thought about the reaction of the group of blind people in the dormitory after seeing his internship certificate. There was even that much anticipation. Then we'll go to the office first thing in the morning and get it stamped, and I'll be able to get back to school early to turn in my work. Song Jinyao suddenly asked, then which university are you from anyway? Well, Magic City University, Department of Business Management. Didn't Su Xingwei say that last time? Ha, it's still true. So why did you fill out the application as false information when you were applying for the job? Yi Ching stayed awkwardly, not knowing how to answer this question. Old Yi and Song Jinyao are now not to say they are life and death enemies. That's almost the same. Once the real reason is revealed, he guaranteed that Song Jinyao will not kick him out of the car directly, but will also be a stink face. And from now on, the two people will be cut off, and will not communicate with each other. For the sake of his personal safety, Yi Ching thought about it and neutralized the language. It's that guy. My father. He, I guess, is a bit controlling. I had to apply for a job at your company because I was annoyed with him at the time. Song Jinyao saw a ghostly expression and snorted, you're teasing the little cutie. Playing? Really? I swear to heaven. Yi Ching stood up 3 fingers and swore to heaven. Luckily, Song Jinyao did not continue to pursue the matter, and Yi Ching let out a long sigh of relief. The Maybach slowly parked in the kindergarten's parking lot, and the two of them got out of the car and went to the entrance of the kindergarten, just in time for kindergarten drop-off. At this time, the kindergarten entrance was full of crowds. Song Jinyao broke free from the hand held by Yi Ching. What's wrong? It's okay. It's not good for the kids to see. Yi Ching closed his mouth, not knowing how to take this from her. Song Jinyao, this woman is like this. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Only after waiting and waiting did the figures of Song Yuezai and Song Yungue appear at the entrance of the kindergarten. Song Jinyao had one hand in one, leading the small children to the car, pulling away from the main driver and sitting in after settling them in the back seat. The little kid kept chattering in the car and told Song Jinyao about the things that happened in the kindergarten today. It's nothing more than who grabbed whose toys again and who's pulling their pockets today. Song Jinyao was listening with great interest, but Yi Ching was a bit bored. In Song Jinyao's stunned eyes, he held the steering wheel with one hand and took out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it over to the two children. What are you doing? Let the kids play for a while. The two children received the phone and were instantly beaming with joy. Song Jinyao frowned. Song Yujia, give me the phone. Ugh, just let the kids play. Yi Ching reached out and swept over Song Jinyao. Song Yu uttered her thanks in a sweet voice. Uncle Yi, you are so nice. It'll be a bad eye. Song Jinyao muttered a couple sentences under her breath. Whoa! A sudden gasp came from the back seat. Uncle Yi, you're that also? The big brother who gave us full skins. Song Yu exclaimed in shock as she covered her mouth with her small hand after seeing Yi Ching's ID. Yi Ching smiled and nodded. What also? What skin? Song Jinyao pursued. It's okay. Just think of it as a little secret between us men. Yi Ching winked. Sneaky. When the Maybach stopped under Song Jinyao's house, Yi Ching realized a problem. That's the matter of where he's going to stay at night. A few people got out of the car and Yi Ching froze in place. It's a little disheartening to just leave. Go back to the office. It's still a bit of a bummer. Song Jinyo seemed to have sensed his difference and twisted around to give him a blank stare. You'll leave at night when the kids are asleep. Okay, got it. Yi Ching immediately followed joyfully up the stairs. Back at home, Song Jinyo rubbed her shoulders and sat down on the sofa and pressed open the TV series to continue watching it. Yi Ching then urged the two children to go into their rooms and study obediently. He couldn't help but inwardly give himself credit for letting the two children sleep alone at the time. So damn prescient. Walking out of the child's room, he sat his butt down next to Song Jinyo and looked at her with a smirk. I think you were hinting at something just now? Get up. No. Song Jinyo's small face turned red and raised her pink fist to keep smashing on Yi Ching's body. Yi Ching joyfully grabbed her small fist and placed it on his mouth and gently kissed it. Flirting? Then I'll really leave when the baby falls asleep. Get lost. Song Jinyo had a red face and made a strong effort to push Yi Ching hard. Order takeout, order takeout. Let the kids eat early and go to bed early. Yi Ching pulled out his cell phone and ordered a whole bunch of food with and without. Soon, the property owner personally delivered the takeout that Yi Ching had ordered. Yi Ching ate very little, almost having one chopstick without the other to hold the food. The two children still didn't understand why this favorite great uncle was in their house and thought he was the one who had come to protect them as he had done the other day. Almost as soon as they finished eating, Yi Ching urged the two children to go to bed, a few points more aggressive than Song Jinyo. After tossing and turning in the room for most of the day before the two children fell into a deep sleep, Yi Ching wiped his sweat and walked out of the room. Song Jinyo was still sitting on the sofa watching the dog-blooded drama, with the intention of not going to sleep until she finished catching up tonight. Yi Ching walked to the door with a smile on his face and said loudly, I'm leaving after the children have gone to sleep. Song Jinyo waved her hand without even returning her head. Click. Bang. Yi Ching pretended to close the door, but actually stood behind it. As expected, the sound of snapping slippers rang out, and Song Jinyo ran to the door of the room. Yi Ching fiercely stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Fell for it. Bad guy. Song Jinyo's red face was flushed from her neck to behind her ears, like a ripe peach. Early the next morning, Yi Ching was awakened by the alarm bell. At the same time that he opened his eyes, Song Jinyo also opened her eyes at the same time. As soon as the two of them locked eyes, Song Jinyo twisted her body with a red face. Yi Ching laughed out loud, and just as he laughed out loud, Song Jinyo covered his mouth. Die you. So loud. Yi Ching blinked his eyes to show that he really wasn't laughing before Song Jinyo slowly lowered her hand. Yi Ching pointed at Song Jinyo and breathed a little heavier. Only Song Jinyo was half wrapped in the quilt, her snow-white shoulders exposed in the air. The early morning sunlight poured on her face, and her whole body was like a muse. Chapter 57. Immediately, another scuffle. Yi Ching reached out and nudged at Song Jinyo's lower lip. He. Song Jinyo immediately raised her small pink fist and smashed it on Yi Ching. Hurry up and go la. You go out and buy breakfast first. I'll go wake up the kids. Is it really to get breakfast? Seeing that Song Jinyo was showing signs of bubbling the teapot, Yi Ching stopped teasing her and got up to put on his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Not a minute later he walked out again with a new toothbrush and a new razor in his hand. Bad smile. You've been planning this for a while, and you were pretending there last night. Song Jinyo covered her head in the quilt, only revealing a head, and muffled voices came from under the quilt. Get out. Hey. Still being cute. Yi Ching struck a stupid pose, and Song Jinyo immediately wrapped the quilt into a chrysalis shape. Smother your head completely under the covers. Yi Ching hemmed and hawed, contentedly returning to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Song Jinyo's heart is fine, and the razor she bought is the kind that looks smooth and incomparable, and it's not gross at all when you shave your face. Yi Ching shuffled out of the bathroom. Song Jinyo loosened the quilt and reverted back to that half-face smothered into the quilt. Yi Ching moved gently and lightly tapped on her forehead. Then I'm going out to buy breakfast. Is there anything you want to eat? Song Jinyo's face instantly turned red with shame at his kiss, and she muffled her voice. Shengjian. And duck blood fan soup. Well, let's just wait for the food princess. After Yi Ching finished speaking, he sneakily pulled open the bedroom door and tiptoed out after seeing that there was no movement in the children's room. Song Jinyo had been silently watching Yi Ching's figure, and only got up slowly after seeing him leave. It just felt like my whole body was falling apart. The tender white little feet had just touched the ground when a tearing pain came. Hiss. Yi Ching was refreshed and bought a few Shengjian and duck blood fan soup, the Magic City specialty kind. Humming a little song and carrying breakfast in her hand, she joyfully returned to Song Jinyo's home. The two kids were already up and, having slept early last night, were energetically clowning around in the living room early in the morning. Yi Ching from the bag will be raw fried out. Song Yu in the excitement immediately to get on the hand. Yi Ching eyes quick to slap on his hand, pretending to be authoritative said, first go brush your teeth and then eat. Oh. The kids puffed up their faces as you scrambled to the bathroom to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Song Jinyo heard the commotion and walked out of the bathroom. and was wiping her wet hair with a towel. She was wearing just a light nightgown, and the sunlight penetrated the clothing to reveal excellent curves. The little white feet just stepped on the floor, seductive to the core. Yi Qing froze for a moment and took the initiative to welcome her, hugging this delicate body tightly and greedily sniffing the body fragrance coming from her shoulder. Song Jinyao just pretended to break free twice and pouted, "There's still the children. When are you going to tell the kids?" Yi Qing's hand began to move blindly again. Hearing Yi Qing ask this, Song Jinyao's hand, who was originally going to block Yi Qing's movements, froze for a moment and said sullenly, "Let's talk about it. It's not time yet." Immediately after that, she pushed Yi Qing away and walked over to the dining table to pull out her chair. As if to stop Yi Qing from continuing to pursue the general, excitedly pulled out a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. The small hand gently fluttered to smell the flavor. A face of enjoyment. "Ah, it's really been a long time since I've had this bite. Eat up then. Eat and drop the kids off. I'll finish stamping just in time to get back to school and turn in." "Aha." Song Jinyao unwrapped the disposable chopsticks and beautifully picked up a piece of duck blood and stuffed it into her mouth, snapping her hand up to fan her lips. Phew, so hot. Despite this, she didn't bother to spit out the duck's blood, probably because of the reason that last night's thorough communication was clear. Song Jinyao was again different from the past today. The original her still often held a stance in front of him, but now she was letting go a lot. Song Jinyao picked up a shangjian, tore open a small breech, puffed and blew for half a day, and then took her lips to test the temperature. Smiling, he handed it to Yi Qing's mouth. "You eat it too." Yi Qing just wanted to open his mouth. Ahem. Song Yunhui secretly poked and hid behind the wall, revealing half of her little head and just staring straight at the two of them. Song Jinyao immediately withdrew her hand with a red face. Yi Qing was also a little embarrassed and pointed outside the house, "I'm going to have a smoke." When Yi Qing went out, Song Jinyao immediately hooked her finger to her daughter behind the wall, her eyes filled with threats. After Song Yunhui timidly walked over, a brain crash bounced off her little head. "Where did you read all this stuff at such a young age? And you're still suggesting people with coughs." "Mom! Shame!" Song Yunhui made a face and ducked away to climb onto the table before Song Jinyao's slap swung up again, grabbing a sashimi with his hand and shoving it into his mouth. When he finished dropping his child off at the kindergarten, Yi Qing drove his car towards the Song Group building. Having just parked his car downstairs, Yi Qing had intended to have a loving hug with Song Jinyao and had just stretched out his arm. There was someone just outside the car banging on the window. Yi Qing pulled down the car window in anger. A rash. Standing outside the car was surprisingly the old general manager Song, with his trademark white hair and his body still pretending to wear a tang suit, and a man standing beside him. That man, on the other hand, was wearing a straight suit, and on the bridge of his nose, like Song Jinyao, he had a pair of gold glasses, and the whole person looked like an elite do-gooder. Yi Qing saw his face and couldn't help but secretly spit, "Sven scum. Either a beast or scum. Serious people who wear suits in the summer." After Song Jinyao saw the two, her small face instantly turned white and froze in the car. "Who are you?" Old Song always blew his beard and questioned Yi Qing. Yi Qing patted the steering wheel. "A full-time driver." "Poof." Old Song general manager very obviously didn't want to get entangled with Yi Qing. His eyes passed through Yi Qing and looked straight at Song Jinyao and said, "What? Waiting for me to ask you to get off?" Song Jinyao bit her lip and pulled open the car door to get out. Slow. Yi Qing stretched out his hand to stop Song Jinyao and exchanged glances with the two people outside the car. Taking the initiative, he got out of the car and came to the passenger side, pulled the door open and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Song, please get off." He also purposely emphasized the word general manager Song. It seemed that Yi Qing's action gave her courage. Song Jinyao clenched her fists tightly, glanced gratefully at Yi Qing, got out of the car and directed her gaze at the old general manager Song, and said coldly, "Can I wait until I'm done with my work for the day to say what's going on?" After saying that, he turned his gaze back to Yi Qing. His tone softened a bit. "Then you go to the personnel to prepare the information first, and when I call you to go upstairs after you're done, you'll go upstairs again." After explaining everything, Song Jinyao carried her bag and entered the building with her heels clattering. Old General Song grunted in exasperation, glanced at Yi Qing, turned around and followed him in. The man wanted to follow suit, and was stopped in his movements by Yi Qing's outstretched arm, his gaze looking downward. Yi Qing was smiling and stretching his arm, holding a cigarette in his hand, and said towards him, "Slow down. Let's smoke a cigarette together before we go." Chapter 58, Pink Diary. The corners of the man's mouth twitched as he pushed his hand to politely refuse Yi Qing's cigarettes. "Thanks. Don't smoke. Che, that's a shame." Yi Qing lit the cigarette to himself, enjoying a deep inhale and exhaling the smoke towards the man. The man took a few steps back at the sight, frowned, and asked, "What is your relationship to my sister?" "A dedicated driver, specialized in driving." Yi Ching slowly exhaled smoke. Hey buddy, what's your name? Yi Ching guessed that this man was the punk in the mouth of the little secretary and sized him up with interest. Hearing the little secretary say that Song Jinyao wasn't on good terms with their father and son, Yi Ching, in order to back Song Jinyao up, deliberately mixed up and teased him at this moment. It was even a little provocative. Song Jinda. Oh, Song Jinda get acquainted. My name is Yi Ching. Yi Ching just sat in the car and didn't have the intention to get up, taking the initiative to extend his hand and waved it. Boring. Song Jinda pushed the glasses between the bridge of his nose, didn't shake Yi Ching's hand, and turned his body around to enter the building. Yi Ching watched him leave and threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out after smoking half of it, waving the keys to the Maybach in his hand. He likewise entered the building. Department of Personnel. Because it was on the first floor, the people in the personnel department all saw that scene of old Song's general manager. It's being eaten enthusiastically at the moment. Hey, do you guys think Song Dong is taking over the company again? How can it be? Mr. Song's shares in his hands over the years have long exceeded Dong Song's. Right. I do think it's very possible. Isn't that son of Song Dong here too? Say, how did that security guard get mixed up as a driver? This span is too big. The focus of the previous Miss Yen dog who added Yi Ching's emblem was different. Buckle. Yi Ching pushed the door in after knocking on it, and immediately, the girls in the room subsided. After all, as a small supporting role in the incident of the conflict between the big and small Song leaders, Yi Ching was also included in their discussion. Now the main man is here, or Song's driver. Gossip words and then accidentally threw him to Song's ears. That is the end. Yo, is this chatting? Yi Ching saw that the office was quiet, and smiled and joked. Crowd. So no sense of boundaries this one. Who that can handle the internship certificate? Yi Ching didn't get annoyed when he saw that the atmosphere had gone cold. Scanning around the office, he saw the young lady who had added his emblem earlier to eat her tofu and took a few quick steps to follow her. Get an internship certificate. Ah, yes. How could this young lady think that Yi Ching could be mixed up as Mr. Song's driver? How dare she be reckless at this moment? And immediately find out the template of the internship certificate on the computer. Printed out a document and personally taught Yi Ching how to fill it out. In the meantime, the president's office on the top floor of Song's building. Song Jinyao waved away the small secretary and sat powerlessly in the boss chair, both eyes staring blankly at the computer screen. As soon as her dad showed up this morning, Song Jinyao knew what kind of things he wanted to do. Nothing more than to see that she had solved the problem of funding that piece of land, and now she wanted to jump out and pick the peaches. Leave the puzzle to her and show up with your son when you're close to getting a positive return. Ha! What a beautiful thought. Song Jinyao cursed through clenched teeth. It's been like this since she was a little girl, and ever since her mom died and her dad remarried. The whole thing has been like a different person. Even in the group's most crisis time is ready to run away to foreign countries as a scoundrel, causing her even did not go to college to come back to take over the company. Song Jinyao thought silently. Bending down, he subconsciously pulled the pink diary out of the safe. This was also a habit that had been maintained over the years, and every time she was treated unfairly or encountered something unhappy, Song Jinyao would always make some records out of habit. Flip open your notebook, take off your pen cap and start writing. Dad came to the company again today and brought Song Jinda with him, and by the looks of that, they won't rest until they do something today. What should I do? How far should I go before they let me go? I really don't want to kick them out of the company. The words were like sobs. Song Jinyao was almost writing through gritted teeth. The heart hated to die with them. Her mother left a will before she died. When she became an adult she could inherit her shares, plus the operation of so many years. In the breakdown of shares, Song Jinyao's shares have long exceeded her father. Even though her dad was still the chairman of the board of directors, she could almost always tear Song's group down to an empty shell whenever she wanted to. She just didn't want to do that. Bang! The heavy sound of the door opening rang out, and the pen in Song Jinyao's hand gave a conscious lurch. Could you, Song Jinyao? Your secretary even dared to stop me. Song Yuanshan's voice rang out, and he started cursing before he even entered. The little secretary followed behind with a crying face, and was pushed away by Song Yuanshan, sitting on the ground with a butt done. Song Jinyao's brows furrowed as she gently put down the pen in her hand. Dad, don't you have an office? What are you doing in my office? You still have the nerve to say that. I don't even have anyone to clean my office. Do you even have me in your sights? Song Yuanshan took a few quick steps and started cursing when he came to Song Jinyao's side. Halfway through cursing, Song Yuanshan swept his gaze around the table. The words, Dad, kicked out of the company, were vaguely visible in the pink diary, and with a startled heart, she jerked her hand out to pick up the diary. What are you doing? Song Jinyao hurriedly blocked it. The two men each held half of the diary in midair and grabbed it. I'd like to see how you made me up. Zira. The sound of paper tearing, The diary split into two in the hands of the two, and Song Jinyao nearly fell over from the violent recoil. Song Yuanshan, however, didn't even look at him, turning over the half of the diary in his hand and flaming up after just one glance. Good, you white-eyed wolf. Raising you so much you even tried to kick me out of the company. He violently yanked Song Jinyao up and headed for the door. Go. Let's go home and let our family members take a good look at what kind of wolfish ambitions the CEO of the Song Group, who has been in charge of the group for so many years, is harboring. Song Jinyao kept struggling with a sobbing voice. But she was after all a woman. In terms of strength, how could she break free from old Mr. Song's wrist? The young secretary stepped forward and tried to help Song Jinyao. Snap! Song Yuanshan slammed an ear slap on her face and scolded angrily, "Get lost, Nima. Don't you know that I'm still the chairman of the board?" After cursing, he practically dragged Song Jinyao hard into the elevator. Meanwhile, Yi Qing joyfully smiled and entered the elevator with the blank internship certificate. He was ready to go to Song Jinyao's office to fill it out again. And just now he asked the girl to fill it out for him as a vice president. The girl was dead set against it. Yi Qing is ready to find his big baby, President Song, to make the decision. The small form is filled out, and the official seal is stamped. Wouldn't it be great to go back to school and pretend to be a BOD? Chapter 59 Discoveries. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the topmost floor. Yi Qing waved the key of the Maybach on his finger and happily exited the elevator. Although Song Jinyao had explained to him that he would go up when she called him, he thought to himself that it would be better to finish the internship certificate before anything else. Moreover, old Mr. Song came again today for some unknown reason, and he was a bit worried about Song Jinyao and wanted to come up early to take a look. Yi Qing kept fantasizing in his mind the image of him kicking the Sven scum, exuding a kingly aura to shock old General Manager Song, and Song Jinyao looking at him adoringly again. What about the little secretary? Halfway to the road, sudden footsteps, always feel shortcomings. What about Song Jinyao's naturally dull little secretary? As the only person in the company who knew about the relationship between the two of them, he was still planning to put on a show with this little secretary. As it turned out, the little secretary's desk seat was empty, and the person was nowhere to be found. Forget it. With a hefty smile, he took a few steps to the door of Song Jinyao's office. The door was open and there was no movement inside. Yi Qing was suspicious and quietly stuck his head in to take a look around, but he didn't see anyone. Song Jinyao is not in the office. Neither was her dad or that Sven scum brother. Where did it go? Why isn't anyone there? Yi Qing muttered a couple sentences to himself and carefully stepped into the office. He had just gone in and didn't dare to move around just yet, fearing that someone would suddenly drill out to see him being so wanton in Song Jinyao's office, sitting boarded up on the parlor sofa. You still had to give Song Jinyao some face in the company. Half an hour had passed and still not a single person had come in. Yi Qing really couldn't help but take out his cell phone and call Song Jinyao. Do. A few busy tones sounded and the phone was hung up. A mechanical female voice said, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial later." The mechanical female voice. Yi Qing's heart tightened. Hanging up again. The last time I hung up was the time the kids were kidnapped. It really shouldn't be according to reason. Song Jinyao, she promised, said she would never hang up his phone again. Another accident? Still going to another meeting. Yi Qing hurriedly got up and unlocked the door and walked towards the office seat. He remembered that there was a computer with company-wide surveillance on it. If it's not on the monitor either. The words caught in his throat as a sense of foreboding surfaced in his mind. Yi Qing sat down in Song Jinyao's office seat and couldn't wait to operate the mouse. Opened all the company-wide surveillance videos on a split screen and scanned them carefully. The heart darkened abruptly. The three men didn't show up on the entire company's security footage. Asterisk. Why do I encounter this every day? Yi Qing pursed his lips and spat. Immediately after that, he pulled out his cell phone and called old Ji. "Hello, Dad, where is it?" Old Ji's mellow voice came out from the other side of the phone. "Something has come back to the capital. Do you have something to do? Back in the capital? You didn't do anything, did you? No. Say something. It's okay. You did what I told you last time." Before old Ji could finish, Yi Qing hurriedly hung up the phone. Old Ji said that he did not do it. Then it is really not his doing. This point of credit old Ji still speak. Yi Qing called Song Jinyao again. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Asterisk. Throw the phone on the desktop." Yi Qing looked at the surveillance screen and tapped the surveillance that was facing the downstairs door to open it. Select history to rewind at 5x speed. After a few moments, his eyes glazed over and a slight tap of his finger paused the image. In the picture, old General Manager Song was tugging Song Jinyao's wrist towards the outside of the building, and Song Jinyao's body language was full of struggles. Yi Qing cursed angrily. "Damn you! It's really you!" Just as he took a step to follow, he realized that his feet were stepping on something hard and a little bit diaphragmatic. Curiosity prompted him to look down. It was half a notebook, with that side of the paper facing upwards, and it was densely scribbled. Bending down and picking up the notebook, Yi Qing flipped it from side to side, always feeling that the cover of this notebook was familiar, as if he had seen it before somewhere in the depths of his memory. After a brief scan, the dense handwriting on top of this book was Song Jinyao's notes. He stood still for a moment and opened the diary. Start flipping from the last one. Today the group is short of money again. No bank is willing to lend us money. It's a bad mood. I went to the car dealership today to inspect the work, and I realized that not a single car had been sold there, and I scolded that manager and felt so guilty. Today's mood is good. The branch's financial report is sent up, all positive performance. Good mood. Reward yourself with a bowl of rice noodles. The diary was dry, but the font was bellicose, and most of it consisted of Song Jinyao recording what had happened in the company. After a few more quick pages, I finally saw something different. The kids will be going to kindergarten soon, and it's finally a relief not to have to get up early every day to make formula and worry about them peeing their pants again. Dad called again today to scold me. It must be that woman behind it again. The children can write Arabic numerals crookedly. My babies are so smart. They must have inherited my excellent genes. It's New Year's Eve again, and no one wants us, so we can only hold our children and work overtime at the company. So boring. Yi Qing. The further back this journal goes, the more other things are recorded on it, with a paragraph almost every other day. The front half of the diary's paper is a little yellowed, and the corners are still slightly curled, making it look a little vintage. Yi Qing flipped through page after page, and his understanding of Song Jinyao's inner depths steepened. Chang, our baby is born. When he saw this article, Yi Qing was struck by lightning. Those dusty memories instantly flooded into his mind, and he gradually recalled why this diary looked so familiar. Snapped open the title page. On this earth where the road is far and the horses in a hurry, it is good that you and I are safe and joyful. Green. The handwriting is crooked and childish. Yi Qing only felt a blackness in front of his eyes and couldn't help but curse off the top of his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is my gift to, leg length 1 meter 7. Brain was suddenly a little dizzy and it was hard to express how he felt right now. The fragments of the original owner's memories that had long been discarded gradually rushed into his brain, flashing in and out of his mind like a movie. Yi Qing couldn't help but start flipping from the front page. Thank you. This is the first time I've ever received a gift from anyone. I'll treasure it. You have to prepare well for the college entrance exams. After you finish the exam, I'll recruit you to be my secretary. I went to the hospital today and the doctor told me I have cancer. It's still advanced. I don't want to leave any regrets at the last stage of my life. The good news is that I don't have to die. The bad news is that I'll never find you again. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I've never heard anything from you. Chang, you're like a nightmare in my life. Chapter 60, Dismissing Song Jinyao. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's add up. Yi Qing felt his brain suddenly spinning a bit. It turns out that Song Jinyao is the one, with legs that are 1 meter and 7 meters long. He said that those usually inexplicable feelings of familiarity came from nowhere. He stumbled a few steps and fell back into his boss's chair. Dead memories gradually came flooding back. Dad, is there a woman in Mordor who just died recently? A pretty young and rich kind of woman? No. Haven't heard. Hello, can you check the identity of Presidential Suite 8888? I'm sorry sir, we are not authorized to disclose information about homeowners. Big brother, we were trying to give you blood. Who the hell is the baby's father? I don't know. First love. Or a one-night stand. If you will. Boom. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth slowly hooked into a bitter smile. Song Yuan. Song Yun Gai. No wonder she didn't say anything when he asked Song Jinyao who the father of her child was. It's not that she won't talk about it. It's that she doesn't know who the father of the child really is or what his real name is. The two are only in an online relationship and don't even know their real names. At that time, the bright moon was there, and it once shone on the return of colorful clouds. Song Jinyao had given this name at the time, thinking that it was also to mourn the hasty online love between them. Yi Qing was paralyzed in the boss chair, only feeling that he couldn't lift a bit of strength from his body. The shivering hand picked up the diary again and carefully turned over a few pages. Looking at Song Jinyao's record of taking care of the child day and night, her eyes gradually wet with tears, and her eyes were a little blurry when she looked at any of the fonts. Halftime. Bang! 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 The knock on the door rang out. Phew! Yi Qing exhaled a long breath as if he was relieved and forced himself to open the door. It was the little secretary who was knocking on the door, and at the moment she was gray and tears were creeping down her cheeks. After seeing Yi Qing with a sobbing voice, he asked, "Why are you in General Manager Song's office?" Yi Qing. He was in no mood to make explanations with the little secretary and asked hurriedly, "Where did Mr. Song go?" The little secretary shook his head. "I don't know." Listening to Song Dong's meaning, "It seems like he wants to take Mr. Song home. Go." Yi Qing's brows furrowed as he put down the diary in his hands. Pulling the young secretary, he headed for the elevator. He was afraid that old Song would always lose his mind and do something to hurt Song Jingyao. It was too late to review the previous memories. The crunch now was to find Song Jingyao first. Pulling the little secretary hurriedly on the Maybach, Yi Qing's eyes looked dead ahead to manipulate the steering wheel. Because of the rush, the Maybach was pulling down a long rut marked deep on the ground. In the meantime, outside of Magic City, Song's villa, Song Jingyao tried to jump out of the car on the way, but the door was locked by the child lock and couldn't be opened. So it was like that all the way back home. Song Yuanshan parked the car and looked at his daughter impatiently, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "There's no need for me to ask Grand President Song to get out of the car, is there?" The corner of Song Jinyao's mouth twitched as she pulled open the car door. Once again, I set my feet on this long ago place with a bit of reminiscence in my eyes. The big trees in the yard had grown a few more points taller, and compared to a few years ago, they were even more lush, so that even the sun couldn't shine on them. The little building is still the same little building, just not your own home. Song Jingyao had already resigned herself to this broken family, resigned to her dad. Silently, he followed behind Song Yuanshan without saying a word. At this moment, the entrance to the villa had long been piled high with those of her relatives. Everyone was scrutinizing her with righteous indignation. Song Jingyao inexplicably wanted to cry a little. Although she has long been resigned to her fate, she is still sour inside. She has been in charge of the Song group for so many years. She is very good to these relatives, and the dividends at the end of each year are issued on time and in quantity. At the moment, looking at them with that look in their eyes, they all hated her as if they could eat her. They're all named Song. Go! Song Yuanshan, who was walking in front, saw her stop and turned around violently to yank her. Song Jingyao was caught off guard when she was yanked so hard that she fell to the ground with a twist of her ankle. Paroxysms of pain came clearly from her ankle. Song Jingyao deflated her mouth and stubbornly raised her head to meet her relative's eyes. The group of people standing on top of the high stairs saw her fall, but none of them were willing to lend a hand. Some even had an excited look on their faces. Song Jingyao forced herself to endure the sharp pain coming from her ankle and limped up towards the villa. "Get out of the way." Lips parting, he said to a relative who was in the way. Perhaps Song Jinyao's tone was too intimidating. The relative who had originally intended to watch Song Jinyao's joke slowly stepped aside, but her expression still carried a hint of color. "Hey, do you have any manners? I'm your second aunt." The corners of Song Jinyao's mouth twitched as she ignored her, holding onto the door frame as she entered the villa. Her eyes swept around the house. There was not a trace of what she had left behind, unfamiliar as if it were someone else's home. Scanning heavily twice over the photo of the man and woman hanging on the high wall, he withdrew his gaze. The picture on that wall, which had also featured her, was now replaced with the three of them as a family. At this moment, the crowd outside the house had walked into the house and were talking to Song Yuanshan to understand the specific situation. "Big brother, what the hell does your daughter mean? What do you mean kick us all out of the company? Is she that capable?" "Quiet." Song Yuanshan grumbled under his breath and sat down on the sofa with a big horse, the walking stick in his hand slamming heavily on the floor. His eyes looked at his daughter, scrutinizing her up and down for a moment before violently slamming the half-diary in his hand on Song Jingyao, and bellowing in a stern voice, "Explain it to us, won't you, Grand President Song?" Song Jingyao just stood still, bending down to pick up the half-diary. The corner of his mouth inexplicably hooked into a cold smile. "Explain? Explain what?" "Explain that my shares have surpassed yours, forcing you to pressure me only by means of kinship plus blood? You." Song Yuanshan didn't expect Song Jingyao to say that and coldly raised his palm. "Fight. That's all you can do to beat me with this daddy status. You fight. After you beat us, the love between us will be considered completely at an end." Song Jinyao's voice gradually became a bit hysterical. She didn't expect that her father, who hadn't hit her since she was a child, would be ready to raise his hand and hit her. The onlookers' relatives were obviously startled by Song Jinyao's cries, and the woman who called herself Song Jinyao's second aunt tried to help Song Jinyao sit down. "Get lost." Song Jinyao swung over with a slap, demonstrating outwards like a frightened kitten. "Ha, Jinyao, your father didn't mean that. Right, as long as you return the shares back to the company again, then you'll still be the president of our Song group." Song Yuanshan snorted coldly. "There's no need to beg her. As long as the shares of so many of us add up to more than her, I'll still be the major shareholder of Song Group. It just so happens that everyone is here right now. Let's have an impromptu shareholders meeting." And the topic of the meeting, the removal of Song Jinyao as president. Chapter 61, I Want Money. Inside the large villa, All the relatives heard Song Yuanshan's words. They were all stunned, and then a wave of ecstasy surged to their hearts. Everyone's faces were beaming with joy, without the slightest concern for Song Jinyao, who was still standing in place. At this moment, they even started discussing how to divide Song Jinyao's shares. Jinyao, it's not Aaron talking about you. Why do you think you kicked us out of the company when you were doing fine? You're the president of Song Group. Your father pays you tens of millions of dollars a year. How can you do something like this? Jinyao, tell third aunt how many shares of the company you still have outside? What's the point of asking? Wouldn't a quick check on the internet tell you that? Hurry up and check. Listening to the noisy sounds around her, Song Jinyao slowly closed her eyes and squeezed out a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. That's a relative. That's a relative of the extended family. In the face of profit, affection is like dog, a toy to be trampled on at their leisure. She'd had so many years of hard work, not to mention credit, that if she clocked in and out of work, she'd definitely be at the top of Song Group's overtime attendance list. Now, Song Jinyao inwardly abruptly sprang up. This Song Group's president who loved to be whoever when the idea, and more strong, coupled with his guilt over Yi Qing, Song Jinyao's heart was a little cold, and she wanted to sell that house and take the two children to hurry out of the country. Knock! Song Yuanshan once again heaved his cane on the ground, and for just a moment, everyone in the living room fell silent. Song Yuanshan's sharp eyes scanned the circle and paused for a moment. Now, start voting by show of hands. Swish! What the relatives didn't expect was that the first one to raise her hand was Song Jinyao. Only Song Jinyao was seen standing against the wall, her face pale and dull and her slightly opened eyes, but she still firmly raised her hand. Hissed, no need to vote. I, together with Dong Song, already have exactly enough votes to put together a veto, but I have a prerequisite. My shares in the company cannot be given to you for nothing. You guys have to pay for it out of pocket. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and the second aunt took a step forward to help Song Jinyao. Jinyao, we are all relatives. Isn't talking about money hurting our feelings? Don't touch me. Song Jinyao snapped, struggling to dodge the woman's outstretched arm. You guys don't give me the money. I'll just dump it right on top of the stock market. I'll see which one of us can hold out. Song Jinyao shouted through gritted teeth, her gaze turning to everyone present. Not even Song Yuanshan was spared. The crowd merely glanced at each other, and the relatives present felt nothing but numbness in their scalps. What kind of desperation could have emitted that kind of look? Horrible, like they had a deep grudge against them. Jinyao, don't be like this. Shut the up. I just want money now. Good. Take it easy. We'll get the money together. Relatives now how dare to provoke Song Jinyao. Not for other reasons. Just say she is going to sell shares in the stock market. That is a shocking big thing. With Song Jinyao's determined character, she would definitely not release her shares slowly, and would definitely sell them directly after submitting an official letter to the Magic Exchange. It's the one that will cause a panic stampede, and with all their family money, there won't even be crumbs left by then. Alright, then draw up a contract, and each family will gather up the cash and see how much they can come up with. Song Yuanshan roared, looking at the group of relatives with disdain. When the crowd quieted down, their gazes turned to Song Jinyao, who didn't seem to have expected things to turn out this way, and her hands on her crutches were trembling a bit. He's scared. Looking into his daughter's eyes, he was a little scared. Jinyao. Song Jinyao ignored her father's gaze and turned toward the house with difficulty. Forget it. You guys gather the money first, and give me a call when you have enough. After the words were out of his mouth, he limped toward the house. The crowd eyed her back and only felt a distinct depression. The moment Song Jinyao turned around, clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes, but she couldn't turn back. Turning back would only show these relatives how helpless she was, and they would then become even more aggressive, pouncing on her like wolves and tigers to tear her apart without any crumbs left. Tears fall and cannot be wiped. You can't stop walking with a broken foot. And she has kids. And 2 kids who just started kindergarten. She needs money. Song Jinyao took one step at a time towards the main door, and as she went out, her gaze once again unwillingly scanned this courtyard once more before turning her head to leave. She waited until the house was completely out of sight before sitting down slowly on the curb in exhaustion, hugging his knees, crying softly. She didn't even dare to cry too loudly for fear that it would reach the yard. My feet hurt. Yi Qing was on the verge of putting his foot inside the gas pedal. This little secretary is really unreliable. Pointing out a road can be wrong. The Maybach went up the elevated walkway and circled around several times. It was hard to find this neighborhood where Song's family lives. At the moment, the Maybach was circling around the neighborhood like a headless fly. Are you sure it's this neighborhood? No? Yi Qing's right. I kept jumping wildly and couldn't help but ask the little secretary. The little secretary swore. It's here all right. I came here once when I delivered the financial report 2 years ago. Yi Cheng, 2 years ago? This naturally dull little secretary's memories from 2 years ago aren't very reliable, are they? The vehicle had just turned the corner in the lush neighborhood, and Yi Cheng already had no hope for her. The little secretary immediately and excitedly called out, "Stop! Halt! It's Mr. Song." Yi Cheng's feet subconsciously hit the brakes. The eyes looked in the direction of the little secretary's finger, and the heart that was hanging in the air was high again before it could be lowered. Only Song Jinya was seen sitting on the side of the road, her hands clasping her legs and burying her head in her knees, her long hair draped over her shoulders swaying slightly from time to time. Is she crying? Yi Cheng pursed her lips and parked her car. Getting out of the car, he quickly ran towards Song Jinya, who seemed to be crying miserably. Even when he was all running in front of him, he didn't even notice. Yi Cheng slowly squatted down and raised his hand in a gentle movement to smooth her hair. What's going on? Crying like this? Song Jinya lifted her head. Her small face had already been drizzling with pear blossoms. Yi Cheng frowned, looking at Song Jinya's appearance heartbroken. Which dares to bully Song Jinya like this? Yi Cheng only felt a nameless fire burning in his heart. Trying to hit someone. Song Jinya choked back a sob, raised her head, and through blurry eyes, complained. It hurts. Where does it hurt? Ugh. Everywhere hurts. Song Jinya's little mouth deflated high. Yi Cheng burst out laughing, smiling and rubbing Song Jinya's head, lifting his other hand to wipe the snot and tears from her face. It's okay, I'm here. Wow. Song Jinya cried out in a wow, flinging herself into his arms and sobbing until she couldn't catch her breath. Chapter 62 discussed the purchase price. Yi Cheng patted Song Jinya's back to comfort her while his eyes gradually filled with a murderous aura. Good boy. Stop crying and tell me what's going on first. Song Jinya huffed and shook her little head in his arms, muttering, they're so bad that they want to nominate me for removal as president, and made me hand over my shares. Ha! Yi Cheng sneered. Song Jinya's speech was very vague, but he kind of understood all these twists and turns of the Song family. So this is a joint effort to bully Song Jinya. Just this group of relatives. It looked like his fantasy scene was coming true. Kicked the Svenskam and strongly crushed his old father-in-law. Ugh. Just this goods also want to be his Yi Cheng's father-in-law. Dream on. He, the only son of Yi Changhua, the woman of the first heir of the $1 trillion group's heavenly character, could not let this group of Karami bully him. Yi Cheng wasn't going to reason with this group of goods. But, considering Song Jinya's interests, if he rushes straight in and punches and kicks him, that's not called being a hero. That's called being a two-bit man. Song Jinya still held a large number of shares and had to exchange them all for money before she could make a move. Not by force. It's money and power crushing. Thinking about it, Yi Cheng squatted down and tenderly said to Song Jinya, I'm going to go in. Do you still want to come in? Song Jinya shook her head repeatedly. Don't. You can't afford to mess with them. Ha! Yi Cheng bragged. If it wasn't to take care of your emotions, I'd make them disappear on Earth, you believe it or not. Wait. Watch me earn back your honor. Yi Cheng took his sleeve and wiped Song Jinya's nose in tears, and aggressively walked towards the courtyard. Song Jinya reached out to stop at the first opportunity, but failed to do so and could only watch Yi Cheng's back. The little secretary handed her a packet of tissues. Song Jinya took it and hurriedly urged, hurry up and go in and watch. Don't fight again. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Song's relatives are discussing the distribution of shares. Those who usually have some money saved up are smiling now, while those who have no cash reserves have a bitter look on their faces. The shares left behind by Song Jinya were just too flavorful, enough to be called a cash cow. And the piece of land. Their mouths watered at the thought of that land, which was the true path to heaven. Originally I thought I could only have some side dishes, but now that such a great opportunity is in front of me, I don't grab it. Silly X. The biggest vested interests, Song Yuanshan and Song Jinda, were also happy inside at the moment. Song Yuanshan was solving a big problem in his heart. He had long sensed that he had lost control of the company, and now there was no one up and down the Song group to listen to his orders. Song Jinda, on the other hand, felt that the Song clan group should have been in his pocket, and that he had made the mistake of experience the previous time, so this time he was sure to make those people look at him in a different light. Everyone in the entire room all had evil intentions, but there just wasn't anyone who was thinking about Song Jinya, just as a few people were still thinking about how to press the price from Song Jinya. Bang! Yi Cheng kicked the closed door open. His eyes swept around the room, memorizing the faces of those who were smiling extraordinarily under the stunned expressions of the crowd. Just these people must have bullied Song Jinya most ruthlessly at that time. A heartthrob of his size was bullied by them to pearly whites. To use a classic phrase, you've got a ing death wish. Song Yuanshan, who was sitting on the main seat of the sofa, saw Yi Cheng barging in. His face instantly sank as he angrily shouted, who is the brat who doesn't know his manners? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Hear that? Yi Qing smiled faintly. The corner of his eyebrows raised lightly. His already angular curves became even more untamed. And he paused. Your families. I'm here to back up my wife. Song Yuanshan slammed his walking stick on the ground. Bang! Song Jinda hurriedly caught his father's cane. And the moment he raised his head his expression was hideous. You. How come you can't even curse? Brother-in-law. Yi Qing grinned as he dragged a female up from the sofa and asked, what's the name? The woman's brain could not turn. And she said without thinking, second aunt. Oh, Ergu. She had the biggest smile just now. After Yi Qing dragged her up, he sat down on the sofa with a big horse, copied the cigarette on the coffee table and lit it himself. The expression on his face changed from sunny to cloudy. I've just been eavesdropping outside the door. And I heard that you guys were discussing about pressurizing the price for our Jinyao? What the hell happened to your conscience? The crowd was shocked by his aura at this moment. Yi Qing was poor when he was a child, but the environment he grew up in, surrounded by all the powerful and influential people, at Song Yuanshan's level, it's not even his turn to give gifts. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this kid was definitely emboldened. Only Song Jinda, as a gold-plated turtle who came back from abroad, stood in front of Yi Qing without knowing what to do. How dare you, a little chauffeur, meddle in our family's affairs? Yi Qing laughed in exasperation at his words and looked around once again. Very well, this Song old man no wonder so favored this brat. Together with this entire Song family, this generation of male only so a single seedling. This also means that as long as this kid is beaten into incapacitation, there will only be a bunch of old and weak women and children in this entire house. Dang! Yi Qing fiercely stomped out and kicked the arrogant Song Jinda who was standing in front of him. He did not move as afraid of the opposite side of the crowd he was beaten again. And now this situation. Do not do it is that called to lack. No one in the crowd thought that Yi Qing would dare to make a move. And they were all staring at each other with jaws dropping. Especially Song Yuanshan. His eyes were wide and his beard was sticking up in anger. Stammering and pointing at Yi Qing for half a day. He couldn't hold back a fart for a long time. Yi Qing saw that Song Jinda happened to hit the sharp corner of the coffee table and was now lying on the ground wailing. After confirming that he had no fighting ability, he smiled and clapped his hands. Alright, now we can come to discuss the purchase price. The Urga standing beside him pulled out her cell phone and tried to make a call. Yi Qing's quick eyes snatched the phone and slammed it heavily on the ground, smashing it into pieces. I came here to talk business, not to bull **** with you guys. The people present all obediently shut their mouths, shocked by Yi Qing's sudden violence. Seeing that everyone was silenced, Yi Qing was satisfied, and his face continued to change from cloudy to sunny. Little Li, still peeking outside the house. Hurry in and draw up a contract. The little secretary was more afraid than these relatives. Trembling, he walked into the house and stood beside Yi Qing like a quail. Yi Qing spread his hands with a swagger. I'll have no opinion, right? I'll set the purchase price if you're okay with it. Song Yuanshan looked at his son with heartache and wanted to reach out to help him up but was stopped by Yi Qing reaching out. The furious Song Yuanshan could only glare round his eyes and angrily cursed with an angry grunt. Who the hell are you, kid? Chapter 63, My last name is Yi. Yi Qing clapped his hands. Didn't your son say so? A full-time driver. Song Yuanshan's forehead veins jumped about as he continued to pursue. Who exactly is the dependency behind you? Yi Qing smiled faintly and said lightly. My surname is Yi. As soon as this Yi surname came out, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. So quiet that it was as if a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. After a moment, Song Jinda, who had just gotten up from the ground, snorted out a laugh. Ha ha, the whole country's surname Yi has 30 million without 50 million. What are you pretending here? There were also relatives who secretly laughed along, slightly more restrained than Song Jinda, but not much better. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. There are really stupid X looking for a beating, right? Stomping out, he continued Song Jinda's kick to fly and sit down again lightly. Smiling, he looked at Song Yuanshan and cocked his head in a gesture of invitation. The main focus is a how to suit. Who? This Yi of yours is? Song Yuanshan let out a long breath with a hint of shock on his face. Yi Qing nodded, and inwardly couldn't help but give Elder Song a nod. Look at that. That's what I call professionalism. A little bit of understanding. Who is my father? Should I open my mouth and volunteer to say? Then what's the difference between him and those dumbasses who scream every day that my dad is XX? If I don't tell you, you have to guess. If you guess right, you sell your shares. If you don't, you're out of luck. The initiative is in his hands now. This group of goods were obviously afraid that he would beat them up, and now they didn't even dare to make a move or call the police. As long as they could shock Elder Song alone, it would be enough. For this share, he had just come up with a particularly diabolical idea in his head. An idea that's enough to bankrupt the Song family. Whoever has a bigger appetite, whoever has a bigger greed, the worse he will die in the future. Seeing that Song Yuanshan still had the intention to open his mouth, Yi Qing was quick to pull out a cigarette and stuff it into his mouth. Well, Master Song, can we discuss how the business will be done now? Song Yuanshan's eyebrows twitched as he hesitantly nodded. Yi Qing was just about to speak when he saw Song Jinda on the ground slowly climbing up, his svelte face extraordinarily twisted. UTE. Pop. He was halfway through his sentence when he immediately jumped in place with an ow and a muffled thud. Yi Qing snapped and retracted his foot that had just kicked out halfway. Damn. Master Song is quick out of the gate. Only Song Yuanshan still maintained the posture of wielding the walking stick, veins popping on his forehead. It was good that he could kind of scare the crowd in the room with this one. Yi Qing saw that everyone obediently shut their mouths, and only then did he look at the little secretary with satisfaction and asked, "You should have General Manager Song there." "No, Jin Yao's shareholding details, right?" The little secretary timidly replied. "Yes." Yi Qing waved his chin and signaled the small secretary to send a copy of the equity details to everyone present. Just then, Song Jin Yao's limping figure appeared at the door of the room. Seeing Song Jinda, who was bouncing around in place, couldn't help but cover his head and sigh. "After all, you've done it after all." Yi Qing hurriedly got up and helped Song Jin Yao to sit down. It was good to see that this woman did not have a holy mother. After sitting down, she did not say a word and seemed to be surveying the current situation. "Jin Yao, what's your mental price?" Song Jin Yao was silent for a moment and said, "Just the normal market price." Yi Qing was quite a bit hateful. Grinding his teeth, he looked to the crowd and threatened, "Do you all hear me? Until the contract is signed, trade at the highest closing price in this half of the month." Song Jin Yao. Relatives. On the verge, Yi Chang added, "Also, we only want cash." Seeing that no one dared to refute it, Song Jin Yao secretly stuck to Yi Qing's ear and whispered, "What's happening here?" Yi Qing replied quietly with a smile, "Your husband, I exerted my kingly aura to shock these relatives of yours." Song Jin Yao. "What? Heartbroken?" Song Jin Yao immediately shook her head. Sitting in place was a bit like sitting on pins and needles. The silence of her relatives made her swiftly a little uncomfortable, but truth be told, she was a little cool with it. Looking at the silent faces of her relatives one by one, Song Jin Yao only felt that even her ankles didn't hurt that much anymore. Yi Chang, on the other hand, was playing with Song Jin Yao's small hand, which had very few fine lines on it, and it looked like it hadn't done any heavy work. And then there's this emotional line, smooth as water from start to finish. Again, I saw that her 10 green fingers were empty. Yi Qing couldn't help but fantasize. When they got married, he would definitely buy Song Jin Yao a pigeon egg. Song Jin Yao's face was flushed by his groping movements, and she struggled for a few moments without breaking free, so she just gave up. Raising her head, she peeked up to observe the look on her relatives' faces. It was the first time she had made such an intimate gesture in front of them. Seeing that these people were all looking at their cell phones with serious expressions, they didn't mean to look at the two of them before letting out a sigh of relief. Half an hour passed, and Yi Qing analyzed through the expressions of the crowd that these people had already learned about the breakdown of Song Jin Yao's shareholding through the documents transmitted by the little secretary. Smiling, he got up and snapped the table with a crunch. Literally, with a polite smile on his face, he said, "Since everyone already knows pretty much everything about the shares, we'll leave you all alone for today. The day after tomorrow at the latest. No, before tomorrow night. I hope to see all of you at Song's mansion. Remember, just cash." Yi Qing assisted Song Jin Yao to get up and gave her a wink before she opened her mouth to speak. When she just left the gate of the villa, Song Jin Yao couldn't hold her mouth open and asked, "What in the world is going on? How could they be so obedient?" Yi Qing made a shushing gesture and pointed inside the house. In the meantime, inside the villa, Yi Qing and Song Jin Yao had just gone out when that second aunt of Song Jin Yao hurriedly closed the door, but sat in front of Song Yuanshan and shook Song Yuanshan's arm. "Big brother, it's so infuriating." Song Jin Yao's third aunt even helped out. "Yes, big brother, when has our Song family ever been so bullied?" Song Jin Yao's fourth aunt, "Big brother, should we call the police to arrest that kid first?" Song Jin Yao's eldest niece, on the other hand, was crying, "Uncle, there's not that much cash." The crowd spoke one word and I spoke another. Listening to Song Yuanshan's temples jutting out, he shouted, "All of them shut the up first." There are those who obediently keep their mouths shut, but there are also those who are fearless. Song Jinda the turtle then sneaked close to Song Yuanshan's ear and made a fierce gesture of scratching his neck. "Dad, should we?" The words were not finished, but they once again evoked the righteous indignation of the crowd. Song Jin Yao's second aunt spread her hands and spoke with a straight face, "Big brother, that kid is obviously colorful, pretending to have a backstage to flaunt in our family. Moreover, how can our big guys have so much cash? The shares in Song Jin Yao's hands are worth more than $1 billion. That is, we can't even afford to buy the house even if we sell it." Song Yuanshan didn't want to pay attention to his illiterate sister. and with an ugly face, he pulled out his cell phone and flipped through the news channels. Inside, it's still a little hard to believe. Wanted to make sure. Chapter 64. You are? After a few moments, Song Yuanshan covered his head and leaned back on the sofa with a speechless face, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bitter smile. It's pretty damn good. Other people are not clear about this gold content of the Yi surname. Can he not be clear about it? That situation is about as creepy as a small rich kid with the last name of Ma standing in front of you and saying his last name is Ma. At this time, Song Jinda saw Song Yuanshan looking at his cell phone, covering his head and not speaking. Lowering his head and leaning forward, he continued to press. Dad, do you want me to get someone to do him? Be your mom. Song Yuanshan couldn't help but rise up in a violent rage, slapping his son violently in the face. He kept gasping for air between his noses, and his eyes were red. Why didn't you get this piece of crap on the wall at the time? Look at other people's sons. They are not afraid of danger. They are well organized. And then look at this piece of slime that can't hold up the wall. Song Yuanshan couldn't help but regret a little, regretting his attitude towards Song Jinyao. The relatives were startled by Song Yuanshan's sudden slap. To know, Song Jinda is the most favored sole male child of the Song family in this generation, who is not in the mouth for fear of melting. When to give up their hands to fight. Big brother, how dare you beat up Jinda for an outsider? The second aunt rushed forward to support her nephew in a heartbroken manner. Hearing this, Song Yuanshan suddenly felt a bit hopeless in life, and waved his hand rather sullenly, like he had aged 10 years all of a sudden, and said feebly, saying that you guys are stupid, you're really stupid. The country's last name is Yi, the most famous one, the richest one. Think about the resemblance to that kid. People kicked the door first as soon as they came in, seemingly reckless, but actually using their aura to directly overwhelm all of us directly. Immediately after that, while we can't react, step by step gradually seize the initiative. Everyone was stunned to hear it. The country's most famous surname, Yi, is still the richest. Song Jinda covered her face and couldn't help but murmur, can it be? My father Yi? Song Yuanshan blew his beard and raised his cane. I'll kill you first, you rebellious son. On the Maybach, the little secretary, Xiao Li, sat boarded up in the backseat boss seat with a smile on his face that was worse than crying. This is the boss's seat. What can she, a small secretary, do? And knowing so many secrets. I don't think I'll be fired tomorrow for stepping into the office with my left foot first. And the two in the front seat. You two say something. The little secretary growled silently inwardly. In the front seat, Yi Qing drove silently, while Song Jinyao held the half-diary in the car with a pale face. Just as soon as she got in the car she saw the book. Her heart was seized up at once. She could not have imagined in any way that she would let Yi Qing discover this diary. Wouldn't this mean that Yi Qing already knew the truth of the matter? But he still came to the house. No, came to the villa to help himself out. As soon as she thought of this, Song Jinyao couldn't help but wow inwardly. What a way to go! Having your biggest secret discovered by your favorite person. Then looking at Yi Qing's current expression, Song Jinyao wanted to die. Just after getting off the elevator, Yi Qing slowly parked the car. Turning his head to look at the little secretary, he wagged his chin and said, take advantage of the fact that tomorrow you, Mr. Song, will still be your Mr. Song. Take a taxi back to the company yourself. Right. Remember to take the special car, and take the invoice to your Mr. Song for reimbursement tomorrow. The Song family's cheapness is now unused. Secretary Li, after dutifully getting out of the car, he stood on the curb and stifled a sigh. This guy really has no sense of boundaries. The Maybach drove off in a puff of smoke, but not in the direction of the office. Inside the car, Song Jinyao's face grew paler and palms gradually dampened the diary with sweat. Wanted to roll down the window and throw the diary out the window, only to find that the windows had been locked with child locks. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jinyao slowly said, Yi Qing, it's better to break up. Let's. After saying this, Song Jinyao, as if she had used up all her strength, went limp on the seat of the Maybach. When Yi Qing heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing and asked rhetorically, have we ever been together? Song Jinyao. The car fell into silence. Yi Qing secretly looked at Song Jinyao's expression through the rearview mirror, forcibly suppressing the desire to share in his heart. He said, guess where we're going now? Song Jinyao, where to? That's why I let you guess. The answer has to be found out by himself to be shocking enough. He's already shocked to the core. Leg length of 1.7 m, aka Song Jinyao has to be shocked a handful of times as well to make it work. And, leg length 5 feet 7 inches, stayed with him. Ha! You don't want to find a crappy building to kill me in, do you? When Yi Qing heard this, his face was covered with black lines, and he only felt a flock of crows flying over his head. This what brain loop? On the next road, Yi Qing deliberately kept a stern face and didn't say a word. Half an hour or so later, The Maybach slowly stopped not far from the door of the Magic City University. Yi Qing twisted the key, turned off the engine and parked the car, then waved his head, signaling Song Jinyao to follow suit. Song Jinyao was stunned as she gazed out the window. A hotel? Why did Yi Qing bring her here? Song Jinyao was suddenly a bit annoyed. Riddler was really damned what a juncture to bring her to a hotel. How come she hadn't realized before that Yi Qing was actually this kind of person? Yi Qing made a stern face, pulled away the passenger side and crouched down, patting his back. No words were spoken, but the meaning was clear. Let Song Jinyao get on the back. Song Jinyao pursed her lips, trying to reject Yi Qing, stubbornly stretching out her leg to get out of the car by herself. Only her leg had just stepped out of the car door. Yi Qing then sensed what she meant, and with a heartbeat directly intercepted and carried her up. Under the pounding of her small pink fists, in the eyes of the passers-by surprised, directly intercepted the waist to carry her, and just swaggered into the hotel, lightly stopping in front of a room door. Pulling the room card from his pocket he swiped the room open. Only after throwing Song Jinyao heavily onto the bed again did he wipe the sweat from his forehead. The room was a suite he had rented out for a long period of time while he was away at college, and it had always housed the prop. Yi Qing laughed evilly, taking a deep breath under Song Jinyao's terrified gaze. Looking at Song Jinyao, showing you a big baby. Song Jinyao lowered her head in fear and pulled back the covers to get in. Yi Qing slowly reached into the cabinet with his hand and took out a black package. Seeing Song Jinyao shrink into the quilt like a quail, he couldn't help but pat the pile. Hey, come out and take a look. Song Jinyao moved slowly to stick out her head and was stunned when she saw Yi Qing's expression. Unlike what she had imagined, Yi Qing didn't look like he was overwhelmed by hormones at the moment and was looking at her with a solemn face, holding a black package in his hand as if holding some rare treasure. Song Jinyao gulped and took the package with a trembling hand. Place it in front of your body and slowly open it. Inwardly, I couldn't help but mutter. What was so secretive? With the package unwrapped, introduced to the eye was a black silk fabric and a familiar black lace mask. Song Jinyao's hand suddenly trembled a little, and even her voice carried some tremors. You are, well, I am. Chapter 65 The Token of Love. Old flashlight? Aha! Song Jinyao violently shrunk into the quilt, tucking her head in and rolling around the bed a few times, sitting up in the middle of the day and stretching out his hand. With a tangled and complicated expression, he looked at Yi Qing and asked, what proof are you taking? Is this not enough? Yi Qingdao pointed to the black package in front of him. Seeing that Song Jinyao didn't look too satisfied, Yi Qing reached his hand into the package and pulled it out, pulled out the piece of permanent frost and pressed it. Time to say no. Song Jinyao must have been selling that kind of expensive item at the time. It still moves after a few years. Hearing that buzzing sound, Song Jinyao screamed with reddened cheeks and leapt forward to come over to grab that wing cream, which Yi Qing raised high in the air with his quick eyes and hands. No matter how hard Song Jinyao tried to scramble, she didn't let go. A few minutes passed, and Song Jinyao lay back on the bed lifelessly, spreading her hands out and laying flat on this. Yi Qing stretched out his finger and poked her slightly baby-fat face, asking, what's wrong? Shut up and lose face. Yi Qing, stroking her forehead and trying her temperature, she muttered, no fever. What kind of magical brain circuitry is this without a fever? Yi Qing asked. Hey, aren't you excited? You know I was dying of excitement when I realized the truth. Song Jinyao continued to be lifeless as she slapped off the permanent cream on Yi Qing's hand. How could this man hold up such a thing and speak to her so fondly? So what should I say now? Yi Qing smiled and leaned forward. Have you forgotten about that dog blood drama? When the hero and heroine recognize each other, shouldn't they be excited? It's that kind of forgetfulness. You know what I mean. Song Jinyao even rolled her eyes and tried to push Yi Qing's body, the corners of her mouth twitching. I'm sorry. I really can't do it. Yi Qing was just teasing her and didn't mean to make a move. Turning around and lying beside Song Jinyao, the duo looked straight into the ceiling mirror that faced the queen-sized bed. The wind from the central air conditioner whistled and blew on Song Jinyao's body, and a blush slowly floated on her small face. What? Think of something? Yi Qing heatedly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out his arm to hold Song Jinyao in his arms. Song Jinyao rolled her eyes without any good humor. Nothing comes to mind. So let me help you remember? Get out. Yi Qing was wearing a jacket. Lying always felt a little uncomfortable. Sat up and took off his jacket, revealing his firm muscle lines. Twisting his head to look at Song Jinyao, he found her curled up to the other end of the bed just like a frightened bunny, the blush on her face becoming more and more obvious. Timidly, he said, what are you doing? Strip. Ha? Aren't you going to take them off? Need it? Song Jinyao said with a single word. Aha! 1 minute over. Yi Qing, who took off his jacket, was lying on the bed with a comfortable face, and said with a bad smile, I said it was to take off the jacket and we both have a good chat. Where do you think this little dirty girl is going? Song Jinyao, who who was crawling with redness from her neck to the roots of her ears, could no longer hold back Yi Qing's flirting and fiercely kicked out. Puff! Yi Qing chopped to the floor by a nice leg kick. A great deal of anger ensued. Reaching out, he violently bullied his way forward, frantically tickling Song Jinyao's itchy flesh, making her laugh, panting and waving her hands in refusal. It's really not working. Ha ha. No, I can't. Only when Song Jinyao was really close to dying did Yi Qing stop his hand. Okay, let's talk about it. Song Jinyao blinked her eyes. Talk about what? Talk about what's happened in the last few years, and how to get back at those poor relatives of yours. Good. After the scuffle, Song Jinyao was considered to have completely let go of her ego and lay on Yi Qing's arm to find a comfortable position. The room fell into an atmosphere of silence. Ahem. Let me confirm one thing first. Yi Qing sat up again, stretching out his hand. With his thumb and middle finger apart, he said with a bad smile, this crop of mine is almost 20 centimeters. Let me measure whether your leg is 1 meter 7 or not. Song Jinyao let Yi Qing lift her legs, just as she calmed down to have time to calm her mind. 1 fork, 2 forks, 5 forks and a half. Yi Qing's hand stopped at Song Jinyao's waist. Great! You lied to me. You're not even 5 feet 7 inches. Song Jinyao blankly glanced at Yi Qing, retracting her legs back into the quilt, her small mouth pouting slightly. Shouldn't I measure you too? You do it. Yi Qing wasn't afraid of her. Real men are never afraid. Yi Qing to go to the toilet are specifically looking for the kind of 2 people in the middle of the position. Scram! Song Jinyao wrinkled her nose. Yi Qing bristled, turned around and lay down, continuing to face the ceiling to lie down. Song Jinyao's leisurely voice came out. Yi Qing, what do you think when you know the truth? Cool. Don't you think it's really meant to be? 4 years ago, I just came to Magic City. There was a long-legged goddess who fell from the sky to spring a meal on me, and I always thought it was a dream afterward. Then I searched for you for a long time. Do you know what the chances are for 2 people to meet in a sea of people if they don't intentionally look for each other? Yi Qing paused, and seeing that Song Jinyao didn't answer, he continued. It's said that it takes 1,000 times of looking back to exchange for an encounter in this life. When I was in college, my college roommate, after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend in what was obviously just a college of tens of thousands of people, the 2 didn't even see each other for the next few years. So to be able to meet again and fall in love again, I'd rather think it was meant to be. Song Jinyao looked at Yi Qing, whose both eyes were shining brightly through the reflection of the ceiling mirror and smiled faintly. Then, gently turning around, he reached out and rubbed up Yi Qing's face. But, you know what? To me, you are 2 individuals. That feelings are actually not the same at all and cannot be fused together. I love you really deeply more than that tone-deaf internet date. The words Yi Qing wanted to say suddenly choked in his throat as he similarly turned his head to look at Song Jinyao. With her eyes locked, there was infatuation and fascination in her eyes. Beyond that, there is nothing else. There was something gradually charming about the atmosphere. Yi Qing reminded darkly. Ahem. You said the atmosphere is all here. Song Jinyao's love that had been brewing inside with great difficulty was exasperated by Yi Qing's scenery-breaking words, and she could no longer hold back her open mouth to take a bite on Yi Qing's shoulder. Ah, you count the dogs. Bite you bad. 2 hours passed. Outside the hotel door, Yi Qing reluctantly looked at the package in his hand. Really throw it away? Song Jinyao clasped her hands to her chest and nodded expressionlessly. I disinfected it. It's clean. Song Jinyao blankly glanced at him and turned around to limp into the car, still wearing Yi Qing's sneakers on her feet. Yi Qing thought about it, but he was still a bit reluctant to part with it. Although this love token is a bit strange, but it's still a token of love, isn't it? Chapter 66 The Child. After sneaking the black package into the trunk, Yi Qing smiled and sat in the main driver's seat. However, he didn't forget the main event and said, by the way, Jinyao, I actually have some immature thoughts about your shares. Then don't say it. Yi Qing bristled, twisted the key to start the vehicle, and slowly backed out of the parking space. Seeing Song Jinyao's stern face, she didn't get annoyed and took the initiative to say, that, have you ever heard of what's called kettling? That's right. Didn't I ask them to trade shares with you? It's still at the highest price before the contract was signed. Do you have any good news for the stock market there? Speaking of work, Song Jinyao then began to pay attention to Yi Qing, and after some thought, said, I have a piece of land. It's about to enter the development stage. Hey yeah, that's the kind of news. First thing tomorrow morning you'll put this news out. And by the way, slowly dilute the shares as much as you can. We'll wait until the stock price pushes to its highest point. Then we'll show up late to sign a contract with them, based on tomorrow's closing price. After we absorb all their cash, we'll slam the stock price down hard. Be sure to let that group of people eat their words. The more Yi Qing spoke, the more excited he became. Song Jinyao helplessly stroked her forehead, which is as simple as you say. Song's group's basic disk is very stable. Isn't it that you can smash it down just by saying so? Had ha. Mountain Man will have his own plan when the time comes. Yi Ching sold his words. He was ready to use the strongest skill in the world, the great summoning technique. When he fell, with Comrade Ye's size, he could stomp his foot and bring Song to the bottom. Song Jinyao rolled her eyes. Silly. Stop the car. Yi Ching's feet gave a conscious lurch, and the Maybach slowly stopped at the side of the road. Song Jinyao pointed to the drugstore outside the window. Her beautiful eyes filled with a threatening tone. Nima. Yi Ching instantly understood what she meant. His feet subconsciously about to step on the gas to leave the pharmacy. Song Jinyao's eyes and hands quickly pinched his arm. Her small face red with irritation. Hurry up. You don't know you yet. Song Jinyao, this was really a case of once bitten by a snake. 10 years in fear of a well rope. Yi Ching rather helplessly threw up his hands in surrender, got out of the car and sneakily entered the pharmacy. The wind from the air conditioner whistled inside the pharmacy, and the two salesmen in their white coats chatted in boredom. His eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Ching, and he politely said, Sir, what do you need? Yi Ching acted as if he hadn't heard the duo's words, sneaking around as if he were a spy making a joint. Eyes glanced upward diagonally, heading straight for the row of prescription drugs. With black lines on their faces, the two guides helplessly bent down, lightly took out a box of medicine from the counter and shouted, Sir, the medicine you need is here. Yi Ching said angrily, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I haven't said I want. Holy, how does this guide know what he's going to buy? Yi Ching covered his nose and mouth with one hand and walked slowly to the counter, muttering, How much? $32. Vitamin C or not? Yi Ching waved his hand. Yes, all of them. That's $332. Yi Ching was furious. What vitamin C to $300? Robbery. The hand covering his mouth and face just dropped and then abruptly lifted again. 300 is 300. There you go. After scanning the code and paying, Yi Ching copied the 2 boxes of medicine on the desktop and hurriedly pushed the door to leave in the strange eyes of the guide. One of the young guides muttered, Another dead scumbag. Another older shopper snapped her fingernails and said, Be satisfied. Where do we get our commission without these people? Yi Ching also rather kindly bought a bottle of orange juice at the convenience store next door. After watching Song Jinyao take the medicine without hesitation with her own eyes, his expression was a little torn as he slowly started the vehicle. What? Heartbroken? Song Jinyao blinked her eyes. Aha! Count on you to be sensible. Song Jinyao wrinkled her little nose. Not taking this to heart, the Maybach drove towards the kindergarten, and only then did Yi Ching really react. He's so preoccupied with Song Jinyao, forgetting about those 2 kids. He's kind of completely and utterly happy to be a father. Suddenly knowing that he had 2 children, Yi Ching's brain instantly turned to glue and was somewhat unable to turn around. Without even thinking about it, he asked, Jinyao, let me ask you something. Yuan and Yun Gue, are they mine? Song Jinyao's mood, which had just turned good, instantly turned bad. Yi Ching, who still didn't know that he had said the wrong thing, was still secretly muttering, Really? Wasn't it a child you adopted at that time to avoid a marriage call? Song Jinyao's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. Slowly, she reached out her hand to pinch Yi Ching's waist, utilizing the innate skills of every woman, the great 360-degree rotation technique. Ah! Yi Ching's miserable scream resounded through the car, and the Maybach suddenly shook on the road. A minute later, Yi Ching rubbed the soft flesh of his waist with a face of fear, grimacing and spitting, Don't you want to die? What if there's a car next to you? Song Jinyao clasped her hands on her chest. Humph. After the car drove smoothly, even if Yi Ching talked anymore, Song Jinyao didn't pick up the conversation. She was annoyed, angry, going to start playing small, or the kind that can't be coaxed well. Yi Ching scratched his hair in embarrassment before realizing what nonsense he had said. Smiling sarcastically, he drove, and was in no hurry so momentarily to coax Song Jinyao. The woman is angry, just say good words and useless. This thing he and coaxing his mom to see this. The closer the Maybach got to the kindergarten, the more excited he became inside. Mud. That's his kid. He had a child before he even graduated from college. I couldn't keep my foot on the gas, and I was going faster and slower on the road. Soon, the vehicle was parked in the kindergarten's parking lot, and Yi Ching looked over his shoulder and plopped down in front of the kindergarten's protective fence. The security guards were forced to come out several times and questioned him in his half-baked Mordor dialect, Little redneck. What are you doing climbing here? Yi Ching spoke in a half-assed Beijing dialect. That's what. I'm coming over to pick up my kid. Outlanders see Outlanders and instantly go red. The security guy was furious and copied the safety net. Back off. Back off. Back off. Yi Ching had been inserted to the edge of the road before that security guy turned back to the kindergarten in a bad mood, still staring at him intently through the screen window from time to time. Hey, you little brother. How to do things this is. Yi Qing rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward to the theory. Song Jinyo looked at Yi Qing's appearance and snorted out a laugh, reaching out her hand to tug on his sleeve and snapped, "Alright, be good and wait here." Only then did Yi Qing withdraw his gaze, but on tiptoe, he kept looking into the kindergarten. Jingle bells, it's the school bell ringing. The children scurried out of the kindergarten in great numbers, and Yi Qing saw at a glance the two children who were dawdling their way out. Song Yunka was carrying a small school bag, her crocheted hair bouncing along with her steps. Song Yu was walking outside the school with a disheveled face while yawning. Yi Qing inexplicably had some feelings of near hometown shyness at this moment, and the pace he was about to take stopped, half of his body hiding behind Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao didn't have the good sense to pull him out and place him by her side. Chapter 67, Abortion? Yi Qing looked at the two children happily, trying to find myself in their faces. Song Yu had a slight resemblance to herself upon closer inspection, while Song Yunhui looked more like Song Jinyao. At such a young age, she had a clear face with two dark eyes that stood out amongst the children, allowing people to see her at a glance as the most beautiful of all the world's spirits. Song Yu-jae, on the other hand, looked from behind and looked exactly like Crayon Shinchan, with a bun face. Moon. I was. The greeting he wanted to say suddenly choked in his throat, and he smiled sardonically, even as he retracted his hand. He really didn't have much experience about this aspect of recognizing sons. He glanced at Song Jinyao as if asking for help, but received a blank stare in return, only to see Song Jinyao's pretty face filled with dislike, giving him a gesture, her lips speaking silent words. "Pussy, you don't even dare to say that." Yi Qing laughed nervously in place and scratched his hair. The two children jumped into their mother's arms, making Yi Qing envious for a while. A few people were walking and chatting at the same time, and soon arrived in front of the Maybach. Seeing that Yi Qing still didn't open his mouth, Song Jinyao was not in a good mood, so she stood in front of the door of the car, and made a gesture of invitation to Yi Qing. Yi Qing would understand, jogging all the way up to pull open the back seat, and stuffed the two children into the back seat with a brain. "Are you still okay?" Song Jinyao whispered. "No, it's too sudden, isn't it? All of a sudden I have to recognize the child. I'm not ready for it, or you can tell them?" Song Jinyao bristled. "Humph. I wasn't mentally prepared when I became a mom." After saying that, he got himself into the car. Yi Qing shook his head awkwardly, pulled open the door on the main driver's side and sat on it, ignited the fire and started the vehicle. Vehicles moved slowly down the road. Yi Qing thought of dozens of opening words, which were then denied by himself. Through the rearview mirror you could see the two kids in the backseat gleefully discussing the game. For example, what the first Zhao Yun in Mordor. What the first Yao in the National Service is their classmate next door in the next class. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and suddenly asked, "Moonin, what do you usually call a hitman?" Song Yuan blurted out, asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Qing. Song Yu felt that something was wrong just as she said it, hurriedly raising her small hand to cover her mouth, both eyes looking fearfully at Song Jinyao on the co-pilot. Fruity. Song Big Tigress once again angry. Pull down the seatbelt tuning, turn around, a body is slapped in the Song Yu in the head. Gas grunted, small age all day to learn what the stuff? Yi Qing looked dazedly at the fuming Song Jinyao. Was this still the same person who was calling in his arms? "Where's my big, sweet, beautiful president?" After Song Jinyao clasped her hands to her chest and leaned back into the car seat again, Yi Qing paused before asking again, "Moon is in. Let's say you're a center single asso, and there's a particularly powerful leopardess just squatting in the middle of the road all the time to help you catch. What would you call this hitter for putting the opposite side at 0 to 18? After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu said weakly, "Sayo." Yi Qing had a black line on his face. "When you're trying to get a fielder to catch for you, and it just so happens that the two of you happen to be on the same voice channel, what do you call out to him?" Song Yuan, obviously a little confused about what Yi Qing is saying this for, once again thinking, "Dad, hey, ahem." A violent cough rang out from the passenger side. Song Jinyao's face was flushed red, as if she hadn't expected Yi Qing to start off like this, and she coughed violently. Song Yungui's gaze, on the other hand, had been staring at the two people in the front seat, and combined with what Yi Qing had said, he felt more and more that the atmosphere was a bit weird. This scene. Hiss. Suddenly opening his mouth, he asked, "Uncle Yi, you're not catching up with our mom and preparing to be our stepfather?" Ahem. Cough. Cough. Song Jinyao's coughing became even more violent, rather like a gasping for breath kind of thing. Yi Qing's face then instantly became red and dry. This little kid is really precocious compared to Song Yuezhai. How can he say anything? Humph. I got it right, didn't I? Song Yunhui was old and relaxed with her hands clasping her chest, living as a small version of Song Jinyao. What? No no no. That kind of thing is absolutely not okay. Song Yu was shaking her head violently. Why? Uncle Yi is quite nice. If he becomes my father, where will I find a beautiful, 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 beautiful sister to play games with? The two kids had a word for each other, not treating Yi Ching as an outsider at all, and of course, not treating him as a human being, especially since Song Yu was there. Was this something that could be said in the car in front of Song Jinhao? Sure enough. What? Song Jinhao's ears twitched, her pretty face turning red from coughing as she looked at Yi Ching with shocked eyes. What kind of person did you find to accompany you in playing the game? Song Jinhao gritted her teeth. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Absolutely misunderstanding. Yi Ching smiled sarcastically. Angry Song Jinhao violently stretched out her hand to place it on his waist, probably because the child was in the car, and resentfully withdrew her hand. For the rest of the way, Yi Ching closed his mouth and kept staring at the two children through the rearview mirror. Song Yuan has long been heartless. Song Yungue is hands clasped chest, from time to time through the rearview mirror with him a glance, eyes full of scrutiny. Thinking about it, turning the car around, the vehicle turned towards the mall down the road. It was the same one that accompanied Song Jinhao to buy crystal shoes last time. The Magic City IFC Center. What for? Song Jinhao asked. There's a doll catching store here I remember. Play for a while. Yi Ching drove the car, looking familiar with the road. Who did you come with? Song Jinhao continued to pursue the question. Yi Ching. The giveaway is that his answer is to refuse to answer and dutifully keep his mouth shut. It was a good thing that Song Jinhao didn't pursue the matter further. After parking the car in the mall's parking lot, Yi Ching smiled and made a gesture of calling, signaling Song Jinhao to take the kids up first while he stayed behind to make a call. Song Jinhao nodded and took the child upstairs first through the elevator. Yi Ching scratched his hair impatiently, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and called his mom. Touch. Hey. What? Empress Dowager. It has been over a month since my son has greeted you. Yi Ching summarized the language. Red Center. Speak human. Mom. I'm not a Red Center. Fat Choi. Touch. Let's talk about something first. Hey. Mom. Give me some money. Dong Feng. Last time you swiped a few million from me at IFC I haven't settled the score with you yet. And you still dare to come back and ask me for money? Mom. It's not me who's going to spend this money. It's your oldest grandson who's going to spend it. An abortion? Mom. No. It's the kind that's already been born. Yi Ching said in a broken voice. I'll pay through the nose for this lap. You guys just give me a second. Crackling came from the other side of the phone, and Yi Ching could already fantasize about that scene. Chapter 68. Mom's coming over? What did you mean by that? Mom seemed to have found a quiet place, and her voice was the only one coming from the other side of the phone. It's literally, asking for money to spend on your oldest grandson. Kisses, pack of kisses. When did this happen? How old? 3 years old. I don't have a son like you. You find another mom. A few busy sounds came from Mom's side of the line and she hung up. Yi Ching skimmed his mouth. What kind of person this is? Say hang up the phone on hang up the phone. Is not hearing this news should not be a surprise? You two don't talk about wanting grandchildren every day. After a minute, the phone dinged 3 times. 2 texts and a badge. Minsheng Bank, dear customer. Regarding your related freeze on the bank's bank card has been lifted. It can be used normally later. I wish you to keep a pleasant mood during its use. If you have any questions, please call. Minsheng Bank, dear customer. You have transferred 1,000,000 yuan to your card no. 8888 in this bank, with a balance of 1,000,000 yuan. Blossom, wait for me in Mordor. Send a locator. Yi Ching sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is to come over and fight and kill, is it? With that temperament of his mom, he'll definitely fight with Song Jinhao when he comes to Magic City. Rushing to pull out his cell phone to call again. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please be on the air later. Yi Ching suddenly some toothache. He has not even recognized it, and then popped out a mom, which is undoubtedly on fire. Thought to do my last-ditch effort and send an emblem to Blossom Fortune. Mom, I lied to you. I just don't have money to spend. You don't have to come to Magic City. I'll go back to see you when I graduate in a while. After waiting for half a day and not waiting for Mom's reply, Yi Ching put his cell phone into his pocket and sashayed into the mall. As soon as you enter the mall, you are greeted by the exciting smell of perfume, strong and slightly off-putting. In the meantime, Song Jinhao was holding the 2 children aimlessly shopping. Her ankle was still a little painful, but fortunately still wearing Yi Ching's sneakers and did not have any major problems. There was a smile if anything on her handsome face. Even though she was in the prettiest class at the IFC, it attracts a lot of repeat business. Although it was said that what happened in the villa in the morning was still a bit nagging at her. The happiest thing today was not the recognition with Yi Qing. The depression in his heart only felt swept away. Mom, is Uncle Yi really going to be our father? Granted, the two of us didn't mind much the sudden addition of a dad, but shouldn't you have told us in advance? Mom! Song Yungue held her with one hand and nodded his chin with the other as he said thoughtfully. Song Jinyao sniffed, her two eyes suddenly flickering a bit as she half squatted down and said with a smile, then do you want a father? She didn't deny Song Yungue's words, even though biologically speaking, Yi Qing was the unapologetic biological father of both children. However, the two children now have their own thinking, and they still need to be consulted about recognizing their relatives. She can't forcefully hold two children's heads down and call them daddy to a man she's only known for a month or so. The man-child Song Yunke gently nodded his head, then we need to see how he behaves. Song Yuan on the sidelines nodded her head in agreement, holding a finger in her mouth, looking at everything in a rare way, her attention not even focusing on it. Song Jinyao lost her smile and shook her head. Just standing up, they saw Yi Qing recklessly running towards them, his feet still wearing the hotel slippers, making snapping sounds. That turnaround was a few points higher than she was. Yi Qing looked at the three people with a smile and asked, "What's up you three?" Song Jinyao rolled her eyes and limped, turning around and walking forward, leaving the two children to Yi Qing. Yi Qing rubbed the back of his head, somewhat not figuring out what was going on. Inexplicable. Muttering two sentences, Yi Qing smilingly bent down to look at the two children. What do you want? Uncle. I'll buy it for you guys. Uncle. Mom is ashamed of you. And also, the most important thing you should do now is to buy Mom a pair of shoes. Song Yunui pointed at the soles of her mom's feet and made a face. You don't even know when a woman is angry. You really aren't attentive at all. Being educated by the child Yi Qing wasn't annoyed and reached out his hand to rub Song Yungui's little head. Good boy. After saying that, he hurriedly ran to Song Jinyao's side. Sis, do you really want him to be our father? Song Yu muttered twice as she walked over to her sister. Or what? Really let mommy be alone for the rest of her life you white wolf. My sister rolled her eyes like her mom. But, Song Yu was torn in her expression. Just as the four people, one in front of the other, were having their own thoughts, a shout came out. Jin Yao. Yi Qing had just made Song Jinyao laugh when he heard such a female voice ring out. Without good humor, he twisted his head in a daze. Isn't that the same ING grifter he beat up in the hospital at the time? Only to see a man and a woman are standing in front of the LV store. The one who shouted was the one woman, who is now waving her hand with a surprised look on her face. Standing next to her is the one who wants to pay for his face. Ho Ka Chi. When enemies meet, their eyes are red. Jiaji's brows subconsciously furrowed as he watched the two men's intimate movements. Jin Yao, come over here. We're lining up and can't leave. Changshi hooked her finger, seeing Song Jinyao's intention to move. Yi Qing hurriedly assisted her towards there. Jin Yao? You busybody finally had time to come out for shopping. Changshi acted as if she didn't see Yi Qing, grabbing Song Jinyao's hand and jumping around when Song Jinyao came over. With outsiders around, Song Jinyao reverted back to that presentable appearance. The corner of her mouth hooked into a polite smile and nodded with a smiling face. Curious, he asked, what are you guys doing? Hey, don't mention it. I wanted to come out to buy a bag. Who knew that so many people are out shopping today? Changshi said helplessly. That's not so bad, right? Isn't LV a high-spending place with so many people lining up? Song Jinyao was a bit curious. What to say about you, Miss Song? Places like LV usually only receive a few groups of guests at a time. Really? Song Jinyao spat out her fragrant tongue in surprise, somewhat incredulous. Jinyao, my brother is treating you today. Oh, do you want to come in and line up together? And let my brother buy you a bag later too. Ma done. Yi Qing then reacted. The medium is not a good person. P.S. Sorry the update time is a bit netherworldly. Chapter 69, Pretending. What demons and monsters had Yi Qing never met in his life? As soon as the woman opened her mouth he knew what she was going to fart. What? Let my brother buy you a bag too. Not a brainiac can't say such a thing. LV a bag less than tens of thousands of dollars. Her family has a lot of money need to burn so to say? It was nothing more than seeing him move intimately towards Song Jinyao. And that brother in her mouth was having second thoughts about Song Jinyao. It wasn't that he had a dark heart. It was just that the straight hook aimed at him was long and smelly and he was trying not to catch it. Yi Qing thought silently, and after a pause, an idea came to his mind. Doesn't he want to buy a bag? Then let him buy it. Don't take what's given to you for nothing. It was best to buy the kind that was so expensive that Song Jinyao could have sucked in cold air. Let's get you ing loaded. Retracting his thoughts, Yi Qing smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand to the woman. Hello, my name is Yi Qing. And you are? Changshi's brows wrinkled gently and did not take Yi Qing's hand. Seeing this, Hijaji took the initiative to stop in front of Hichangshi, with an arrogant and disdainful expression. Like a proud cockerel, how does a small security guard deserve to know my sister's name? Meh. So low. The peacocks are going to start opening up and start physically attacking him. You want to play the big guy, right? Wait a minute. Honestly, he's seen a lot of rich kids. He'd never seen such a brain-dead rich kid. Yi Ching raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. Oh, a beating. Don't you? You. Hijazi, perhaps thinking of the kick in the hospital, took 2 steps backward. Afterwards, he felt as if he had lost face, and violently made up these 2 steps back, his 2 eyes glaring like the headlights of a large heavy truck going toe-to-toe with Yi Ching. Yi Ching. Song Jinyo's face was slightly unpleasant as she reached out and tugged on his sleeve. This action fell in Hijaji's eyes and made him even more furious. Yi Ching's eyes floated with a provocative meaning that only a man could understand. Good. Very good. See, Song Jinyo's wave of invisible cooperation is what's called ing spot on. Yi Ching helped Song Jinyo up, his wrist resting on her armpit, and said, Jinyo, let's go. We don't care about such a stinky bag as his. It's not like our family can't afford it. A living, breathing face of a villain, with a tone that was as intimate as it could be. After saying that, the eyes also took a particularly envious look at the LV behind them. Song Jinyo nodded towards the duo and smiled apologetically. Then we'll leave first. There's still the child. Just a few steps after turning around, a hand secretly pinched Yi Ching's waist. Deadly? What are you planning to do again? Yi Ching strongly endured the pain and raised 3 fingers, slowly comparing them down. 3, 2, 1. Jinyo. Wait. Yi Ching's footsteps lurched and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Good. Hooked. Jinyo. Doesn't he want to manifest in front of people? Then let's let him. Yi Ching said to Song Jinyo with a smile. After saying this, without waiting for Song Jinyo to refuse, he turned his head and angrily walked to Hijaji's body, lifted his finger and scolded, You're a little redneck. You have money in your pocket and you're pretending to be a big spender here. Hijazi's face was red with dislike. It was only after a long time that he spoke ironically. I have more money than you think. Alright, then let me see what it means to be rich. Don't pee when you pay the bill. Yi Ching continued to be venomous. Asterisk 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 only urinate. Hijaji clenched his fists. Say yes? Get out. After Yi Ching finished speaking, he turned around and left, his angry face just turning his head and started snickering. How did this one take the bait so easily? Song Jinyo looked at Yi Ching with a helpless face. It wasn't like she cared about such a bag. I don't know why Yi Ching has such a big grudge with Hijaji. However, looking at Yi Ching's look of triumph, she was a little soft-hearted and didn't want to go against Yi Ching's heart. She still knew the difference between outsiders and family members. Moreover, why couldn't the eye-smarter see that the Yi family siblings had the intention of targeting Yi Ching? Sighing, he gathered the 2 children in front of him. Slowly, he walked up to follow the end of the line. Yi Ching followed at the end of the team. Inwardly cannot help but spit. LV, this kind of place. Engaged in what upscale service system? What the store can only receive a maximum of 2 groups of guests at a time. If he pulls out his VIC card, the teller standing at the door strutting around stopping customers will instantly look different. Masters, inside please. I still like your bratty look. Yi Ching resisted the desire to pull out his VIC card. Seeing Song Jinyo's brows furrow from time to time. Squatting down, he extended one of his thighs out and patted it. Jinyo, do you want to sit on my lap for a while first? Song Jinyo twisted her head around and blankly glanced at him, her small face reddening as she waved her hands in refusal. Yi Ching skimmed his lips, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and skillfully opened the game. The 2 children were being bored when they heard the familiar starting sound and ran around Song Jinyo to watch him play the game. After half a handful of games, the line finally reached them. Under the polite reception of the counterkeeper, several people walked into the LV counter. Yi Ching lagged 1 step behind and stood outside the door, secretly explaining to the counterkeeper, recommend the most expensive ones in your store, such as the bags and so on more. The counter girl responded with a polite smile. Sir, we are LV here. He, I'm the VIC of your LV. Yi Ching secretly reported his mom's card number to the counter girl. The counter girl immediately changed her face. Sir, I'm very happy to help you. Yi Ching nodded with satisfaction and pointed at Hijaji, explaining in a low voice, that's a pretender, with a face that owes a jerk. Wait for those most expensive bags you have in the store. Take out whatever you have. The counter girl smiled and nodded, gave an okay gesture and invited Yi Ching in. Yi Ching entered the store and sat his butt down next to the 2 children. The 2 kids were currently playing the game with 1 life for you and 1 for me. And once they had killed the opposite side, they began to yell and scream with excitement. When the phone went black again and his teammates started to taunt with their little mouths smeared with honey, Yi Ching took over the phone with a confident face. I'll help you guys kill through the opposite side. Okay. Hijaji twisted his head at the sight, smiled disdainfully, and gently spat out 2 words from his mouth. Turtle. What did you say? Song Jinyao frowned. It's okay. Jinyao, come quickly to see if there's any bag you want? Hijaji realized that he had lost his words and quickly changed the topic. It was also the first time for Song Jinyao to enter a LV store. Looking from side to side, she was a bit at a loss at this moment. The counter girl was very cooperative with Yi Qing's words and took the initiative to walk up holding a few bags. Ma'am, take a look at these models. They're all our classic LV models. See if you want to try carrying them. Song Jinyao's gaze was instantly firmly attracted to a bag. Unlike other classic reddish-brown old-fashioned bags, the bag as a whole is golden yellow, covered with delicate embossed leather. Metal fasteners beaded in golden yellow, revealing a sense of nobility. Song Jinyao moved gently and slung the bag over her shoulder. Looking at the mirror in the counter girl's hand, the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Chapter 70. Seeing this, Hijaji smiled smugly and subconsciously glanced at Yi Qing after seeing him similarly staring at Song Jinyao. Pretending to be generous, she said, Jinyao, I see that this bag fits you well, or else buy this one. The counter girl smiled meaningfully, instantly understanding Yi Qing's meaning. As a counter girl at a luxury store, no one is more skilled at embarrassing people than they are. First did not say the price. Towards Song Jinyao introduced, Lady, you have a good eye. This one bag is our LV launched the new SPRRD40. By the LV design director handmade. The material selected crocodile skin. Hardware all by 24K pure gold to create. Especially next to the small lock. It is inlaid with diamonds. Most of all, this SPRRD40 is a global limited edition. Only one in the entire Magic City. Right here in our IFC center. The counter girl's words were not without a sense of pride. You know, this bag is a turn-off just to look at it. If it sells tonight, let's not even talk about the commission. But a promotion and a raise are all things you can think about. Song Jinyao had her bag on her shoulder, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She seldom came to these luxury stores, but she still knew the most basic directions of fashion trends. LV is actually rarely out of this exaggerated color, often with the classic red-brown. Once this color scheme, there is only one word to describe it. Expensive. Listening to the counter sister's introduction, Song Jinyao couldn't help but spit out her tongue and said in surprise, real gold ah? The counter girl nodded politely. Yi Qing immediately raised his head from the game and said, Jinyao, this bag looks like it really matches you. I'm just afraid that someone won't be able to afford it. He, not seeing sense. How expensive an LV can be. Grumpy little he instantly sank. About to pull out his bank card from his wallet. $10 million in full. Sir, the counter girl interjected at the right time. How much? Hijaji's action of pulling out his wallet stopped, staring daggers at the counter girl. $10 million in full. Sir, the teller kept a polite smile. I sell batch. What kind of crap bag is so expensive? Hijaji burst out foul-mouthed. Even Yi Qing was a bit staggered to hear the price. What kind of crap bag is so expensive? Hearing Hijaji say what was on his mind and forcing the expletive into his stomach, Yi Qing coldly grunted. A certain large sum of money wouldn't be unable to afford it. Hijaji's face instantly turned ugly, and he stammered and couldn't say a word while standing in place. Yi Qing intentionally showed a surprised expression. I thought why the great young man was so rich and powerful, and his breath was so big that he could pack down LV. But I didn't expect it to be a silver bullet that is not useful in the eyes of the beholder. Hearing this price, Yi Qing knew in his heart that plans could not catch up with changes. As long as this Hokachi is not the kind to spill coins, this bag is definitely not going to be bought. He's earned any extra sarcasm he can get now. Hijaji's lips opened and closed as he looked at his sister for help. While Li Chang she hid away after hearing the price. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Now this situation is obviously his brother pretending to fly. If we go any further, what if we set ourselves on fire? Well sir, do you need it wrapped up for you? The counter girl smiled sweetly and stepped forward, polite with a hint of coercion. She was thinking about Yi Qing's words and the VIX card, knowing that the man in front of her was not the real buyer. So why bother caring about his face? It's only right to make the rightful owner happy. Seeing that the situation was showing signs of not being able to be contained, Song Jinyao gently pulled the corner of Yi Qing's coat, signaling him to stop, and Hijaji, who was on the side, held his tongue for half a day and stammered, This is too expensive. We're just casually turning around. He no longer dared to pretend. Ugh, please, put the bag back. Song Jinyao sighed lightly, wanting to end this farce early. Slow down. Yi Qing stood up. The counter girl immediately brightened up, and ran to Yi Qing's front. Swipe the card. Yi Qing said lightly. Yes, sir. The counter girl's joyful smile blossomed, and she hurriedly answered and went to prepare. Hijaji and Hichangshi looked at each other. their faces a shade of green and white. Hiss. Song Jinyao sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Yi Qing dumbfounded. Even the two children looked straight up and scratched their ears. Several people were not cuties. The fact that the counter-sister could show such a happy expression showed that Yi Qing could really afford this bag. Where did you get all that money? I thought you said he was a small security guard. Brother? Uncle? Doesn't $10 million buy a lot of skins? Yi Qing was very satisfied with their performance and stood up gently, taking the forced chi to the extreme. He waved his hand lightly, full of concern. As long as it's what your mom likes, I'll pick it for her even if it's the moon in the sky. Not a minute later, his cell phone rang in a hurry. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. Hearing the familiar song, Song Jinyao's face turned red all of a sudden. Yi Qing smiled apologetically, and as soon as he copied the phone from Song Yuzai's hand, he walked out of the store. Answering the phone, the cursing voice immediately came. You kid, how come my credit card somehow swiped out another 10 million in the LV store? Yi Qing covered the microphone. Mom. Hey, what were you doing at the LV store? And spent $10 million. Yi Qing, who spent $10 million of his mom's money without saying a word, smiled sarcastically. Bought a bag. To whom? Filial piety for your old man. You fart. You think I don't recognize the LV store over there in Gujin? The store over there has long sent me the photos over. Those two children are the children in your mouth? Which one of those two and I is your object? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Send me a location and I'll fly there tomorrow morning. Come on, Mom. Meanwhile, inside the LV counter, several people in the audience looked at each other in disbelief. With a bright smile on her face, the counter girl trotted forward to hand Song Jinyao the small ticket and asked, Ma'am, do I need to help you wrap up your bag? Song Jinyao shook her head dully and unfolded the small ticket to take a closer look. Suddenly, he felt a little dizzy, and the whole thing had a sense of unreality. $10 million in cash? Just spend it? Or is it from Yi Qinghua? Oh my god. Song Jinyao covered her head. The two kids were clutching the gold-colored LV bag in tututang. This Thai bag is worth $10 million? I suddenly think it's okay for Uncle Yi to be our father. Song Yu murmured in a somewhat money-minded manner. P.S. Sorry for being more netherworldly. Normal update time will be resumed tomorrow. Sorry for all the readers and lords. Chapter 71, Dad. This bag is worth $10 million? Song Jinyao held the bag and looked up and down, left and right carefully. Surprisingly, she felt some heartache. $10 million to do what is not good. Yi Qing even bought such a broken bag. When the Yi family siblings tried to sneak away, Song Jinyao looked up and saw their sneaky movements, only to see that they no longer had that high and mighty arrogance that they just had. Song Jinyao's brows furrowed and her tone was a bit impatient. Wait, Chang Shi and Big Brother He. The footsteps that the two had just taken immediately gave way. While Yi Qing is away, I have a few words I want to say to you. Brother He, I honor you 1 point because of our childhood friendship, but your attitude towards Yi Qing just now made me very unhappy. I can actually roughly guess some of the reasons why. You do have some crush on me, right? Having been so nakedly dismantled, the faces of the Yi family siblings immediately turned a little ironic. He Jiaxi's lips opened and closed. A man's greatest fear was to have a female demolish his good feelings for her in public, which gave him an ominous feeling of foreboding. Wanted to die hard, but their family couldn't afford to mess with Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao paused and continued slowly, but Yi Qing is my man. I love him regardless of his status. Anyone who sees the person they love being humiliated would be upset, wouldn't they? Song Jinyao cocked her head, her tone flat. The Yi family siblings' faces instantly turned white as they watched Song Jinyao say these words so flatly. In their memories, Song Jinyao had grown up as the kind of person who smothered herself to do great things, and if she was expressionless, it meant she must be angry. He Jiaxi hurriedly pulled up his sister, nodded slightly towards Song Jinyao, and fled as if leaving the counter. The counter attendant who had just finished swiping her card had not forgotten Yi Qing's explanation, and at this moment had long been standing at the door of the counter waiting for the two of them. Waiting for the two hurried feet just stepped out of the counter. The counter keeper immediately said loudly, 2 guests. Welcome to the next visit. Smile as kind as you want. But where is this kind of welcome from the LV counter? She is deliberately embarrassing the siblings. As luck would have it, the counter girl's shout drew a great deal of attention. IFC transactions are more or less rich people. At this moment are curious to look at the two people who fled in a hurry and panic. After seeing the two walk out from LV with empty hands, their faces showed contempt. These people have a realistic view of the world, and when you go into LV and don't buy anything, they subconsciously assume you're a punchline clown character. The He siblings covered their faces in shame and anger as they fled the IFC. Song Jinyao kept watching the two of them go away before withdrawing her gaze and turning her head to look at her two children. After realizing that they were staring at her dumbfounded, her face swished red. Only then did she realize what she had just said. Something about Yi Qing being my man. Something about Yi Qing being the one I like. Mom, you're so cool, Song Yungue said dully. These words stimulated Song Jinyao more shy. Cannot help but an arm over the daughter. Jade hand pinched in the daughter's fat little face threatened. I said these words you must not say with others. Hear me. Mom, is Uncle Yi really going to be our father? Song Yuan couldn't help but say. Song Jinyao doted on him and took him into her arms as well, gently patting the backs of the two of them and said, actually, he is your father. Ha? Song Yungue violently broke free from the embrace, his dark and bright eyes glaring round, obviously startled by Song Jinyao's words. Really? Song Jinyao nodded in confirmation and took the initiative to tell the evidence. Your blood types are exactly the same. And Rh-negative type O blood is actually 1 in a million. No, you were born in my womb. Who could I not know who your father is? So my dad is actually rich? Song Yuan's focus was clearly not in the same channel as the mother-daughter duo. Song Jinyao grabbed his nose without any good humor. Your mom is also rich. Okay? Yi Qing walked into the LV counter with a lifeless face. The exhilarating feeling of having just succeeded in pretending was instantly dissipated. His mind was now filled with images of his mom and Song Jinyao confronting each other. In a family like theirs, there was a term for Song Yujie and Song Yungue's status as illegitimate children. It was true that Mom and Lao Yi wanted to hold grandchildren, but they wanted to hold the child born by Su Yingzhu. Silently walking over to Song Jinyao's side, the corner of his mouth hooked into an ugly smile. What's wrong is this? Song Jinyao reached out her hand and gently helped him smooth his tightly furrowed brow. Jinyao, my mom is coming. Yi Qing was a bit tearful. Song Jinyao was stunned, panicked, stood up and looked around at her outfit, seeing that it was still relatively decent before putting her heart down. Not now. Song Jinyao took a long breath. Tomorrow. Song Jinyao's breath hitched and she couldn't help but reach out her hand to pinch Yi Qing's arm, saying angrily, can you finish your sentence at once? Yi Qing smiled sarcastically and scratched his hair in annoyance. Song Jinyao's expression was obviously a bit flustered when she heard this news, and she couldn't sit or stand. After thinking about it, he waved his hand towards the counter sisters, and several of them gathered around and chattered. Ma'am, what do you need? Glad to be of service. Ma'am. Song Jinyao rubbed her eyebrows. Prepare a few good-looking bags. Right. Not too cheap ones. The counter sisters were immediately overjoyed, and they scrambled forward to prepare what Song Jinyao wanted. Yi Qing opened his mouth, understanding Song Jinyao's meaning in his heart. She wanted to buy a bag for her mom as a meet and greet gift, but mom really doesn't need a bag. Song Jinyao was busy at the side, and Yi Qing looked at the two children standing in front of him. Both of them were now standing exceptionally quiet and timidly looking at him, especially Song Yunhui, whose little expression made his heart melt at the sight of it. Yi Qing took a deep breath and made up his mind. The kids are innocent. Mom and dad have an agenda, but he's free. Thinking, Yi Qing opened his mouth. Do you guys know who I am? Song Yungue and Song Yu were opening their mouths, but they didn't make a single bit of noise. These two children, who had been on the independent and precocious side since childhood, looked at Yi Qing, but the phrase father could not be called out. A trace of loss flashed through Yi Qing's eyes as he reached out his hand to rub the heads of the two children. He also couldn't figure out how to break the ice with the two kids. Actually, I am your father. Yi Qing took a deep breath and slowly said. The two children didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. Father and son looked at each other. Alas, Yi Qing let out a long sigh. He didn't have a trace of his presence for the first 3 years when the kids needed it most. The children had already reached the age of remembering, and in their memories from childhood, there was only Song Jinyao's busy figure. It would be cruel to make them reluctantly recognize their relatives. Just as Yi Qing hung his head, Song Yungue timidly shouted, Dad! Chapter 72, Dad! Go short songs! Yi Qing froze. Unbelievably, she looked at Song Yunka, her voice trembling a little. What did you just call me? Dad! Song Yunhui timidly shouted once again. Maybe it was the bloodline connection. Maybe it was to see that mom's life was too lonely. Song Yungue finally shouted out such a father. Yi Qing's brain was chaotic. He had looked forward to such a father after learning he had 2 children. He has not yet graduated from the university, and even before knowing Song Jinyao, he still holds the common problems of the rich second generation. That is, the world is a big place, and I haven't had enough of such cynical ideas. But that inner stirring that comes from the mingling of bloodlines isn't fake, that emotion is truly there. It brought a little tremor to his hands. Hey, he responded. Yi Qing moved gently and touched Song Yungue's face with some embarrassment. At this moment, Song Yungue's status in his life was infinitely elevated. Song Yunhui pursed her lips, her dark and bright eyes looking straight at him, saying, But, Dad, between us, after all. The little child was trying to summarize the wording as much as possible, and was afraid of hurting Yi Qing, and was also afraid of not expressing what he meant. Yi Qing cannot help but feel a little heartbroken. Other children at this age are still in Makabaka. Baby Jojo, this daughter of his, however, was able to heart others early on. It's okay, I understand. Dad will never be absent from your lives again, Yi Qing assured them. Aha! Song Yunhui smiled happily. Song Jinyao tried to pick the expensive ones and chose 2 bags, swiping her own card. With a warm farewell from the counter girl, the 4 of them walked out of the LV counter. Yi Qing took the initiative to hold his daughter's hand, and with his other hand, he tried to carry the 2 bags for Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao saw that Yi Qing and the children were showing signs of breaking the ice, and Stole quietly asked him, "What did you say to the children?" "My daughter took the initiative to call me dad," Yi Qing replied with a smile, his tone not without bragging rights. "Really?" Song Jinyao looked at the duo and said, "Really? I thought it was you who recognized you first." Song Jinyao rolled her eyes. Yi Qing was suddenly a bit dumbfounded and twisted his head gaze toward Song Yuan. Seeing that he was gnawing on his hand, the features on his little face filled with tangles, Yi Qing smiled and said lightly, "There's no rush. A little boy? He's got to save face." Seeing that their father and daughter recognized each other, Song Jinyao was also much happier and smilingly politely refused Yi Qing's outstretched arm that wanted to assist her. "You hold the kids just fine." The movements between the two were as intimate as they could be. Song Yunhui twisted his head around and looked at the 2 of them with a faint smile. Yi Qing locked eyes with him. "Yun Gue, Daddy will take you to catch dolls, okay? Good AC. Then let's go." When the 2 children were immersed in the game of catch, the duo then had time to get down to business. Song Jinyao leaned against a crane machine, frowning with her hands on her chest. "When is your mom coming tomorrow? On which flight?" Yi Qing spread his hands, indicating that he was not sure. Furious, Song Jinyao viciously gouged him out. Yi Qing quickly changed the topic. "Right. Don't forget to release the information before the market opens tomorrow morning. Just worry about the stock market. You don't care about my mom's side. I'll figure it out." As soon as she talked about work, Song Jinyao came to her senses and asked with great vigor, "What are you going to do?" Yi Qing smiled, gesturing his hands in midair without answering positively. "Jinyao, have you ever tried to build a castle on the beach?" Song Jinyao shook her head. Yi Qing wasn't annoyed and continued, Actually, the most enjoyable thing about piling up a castle isn't the moment it's piled up, it's the moment you destroy it with a kick. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Turn the castle you built with your own hands back into a ruin." Boom! Yi Qing made a firework gesture. Song Jinyao instantly understood what he meant. "I just felt more and more excited the more I thought about it. And I was so excited that I pulled out my cell phone and started scheduling my work." While Song Jinyao was arranging things, Yi Qing similarly took out his cell phone from his pocket and walked outside the store. Dialed Lao Ye's number. Do, beep, the busy signal didn't go off twice before it picked up in seconds. "Hey, Dad, where is it?" "In Magic City preparing for the business summit." "What's up?" Old Ye's mellow voice came from the other side of the microphone. "Dad, how about a way to get that land back in our hands? Interested?" "Say," Old Ye said succinctly. "Tomorrow morning, Song Jinyao will release some news at the right time to push up the stock price. And what you need to do on your side, Dad, is to short Song Group at all costs the day after tomorrow." And it went on a chip-sucking spree after the stock jumped. "You call that stock market manipulation, Don't worry, we won't give retail investors any chance tomorrow," Yi Qing assured. "You brat, what are you selling? Didn't I tell you to clear the air with Song Jinyao?" "Dad, you're always right to just listen to me. You know how important that land is." "Got it. I'll think about it." After saying that, Old Ji took the initiative to hang up the phone. In the meantime, Magic City Ye's headquarters, Yi Changwa hung up the phone and turned his boss chair, his deep gaze looking out the window. The sky outside the window gradually had some darkness. The neon lights of the CBD had begun to emit light outward, and Yi Changwa looked at the distant darkness from afar. A light laugh. "Brat, will still think of ways to make money for his father." After thinking for only a moment, he understood Yi Qing's meaning and guessed what was probably going on. There must have been a big problem within the Song Group that caused Song Jinyao to lose control of the Song Group. In other words, Song's Group is going to be a mess. Yi Changwa thought for a moment and opened Song Group's homepage on his stock software. It's up 1.28% today and hasn't had a lot of ups and downs lately. The stock discussion forum was dead. Song's stock price was like a puddle of stagnant water since he cut off Song's loan 4 years ago. That director obviously didn't get around to making that land available to the public. But well, who can afford too much money? Yi Changwa pondered over Yi Qing's words, reached out his hand to pick up the phone and dialed the button. "Yi Dong, good evening. 1. Keep an eye on Song Group's stock price tomorrow and short it when it rises to the stop." "Hiss. Yi Dong, let me confirm. Sure it's shorting on the stop?" "Aha. I dare to take the liberty of asking, Yi Dong, why are we involved with Song's stock price again? Oh, you guess? Old Yi made a rare joke. He hung up the phone after saying that and tapped his fingertips on the desktop. He knew that little king would do what he said. Meanwhile, a piece of news stunned the financial markets the moment it was released. Song Jinyao, striking out early. Song Group, special report on the latest development progress of Lot 4397 in Magic City. Chapter 73, buy some for your aunt. On the other side of the Song family villa, laughter, mingling, and laughter were non-stop. Song Yuanshan held his wine glass high in his hand facing the relatives, although the Yu family's kid beside Jinyao is an uncertainty. Being able to take back control of the group is still not possible without more support from everyone. The relatives hurriedly followed suit and raised their glasses, and everyone's face was colored with joy and smiles. During the years that Song Jinyao had been in control of the group, they hadn't even had the qualifications to interrupt about the group. Now that Song Yuanshan was able to regain control, wouldn't that mean a steady stream of banknotes kept filling their pockets? Song Jinyao's second aunt excitedly drank the wine in her cup in one go. Big brother, I wish our company to prosper and perform even more like the sun. She was the most excited among those here now, because she had much more cash in her hands than the others and would be able to absorb the most shares when the time came. Song Jinda held up his cell phone and sent out a rather pretentious friend circle. Tonight, regain control. The accompanying picture was a photo he had taken earlier in Song Jinyao's office, and in the night, Song Jinda was wearing a British suit, holding a red wine glass in his hand, his cheeks slightly reversed to the side, and his overbearing presidential appearance was in style. This circle of friends immediately attracted a lot of likes and comments. Day go bull. Song, you haven't visited our sisters for a long time today. Philistin, JPG. All people had the mentality of manifesting themselves as saints, and the compliments from his circle of friends made the corners of Song Jinda's mouth slowly curl into a crooked smile. If Yi Qing had seen it, he would have had to kick it up again, and his mouth would have kept chanting, damn, do you know what a real bully looks like? Just then, the sullen Sanguine viciously speared the steak in front of her, when suddenly, the screen of her cell phone lit up. Sangdo raised her cell phone and glanced at it absently, covering her mouth and exclaiming, asterisk 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 asterisk. The cry of alarm drew a great deal of attention at once. Song Jinyao's second aunt disdainfully glanced at her sister, took a napkin to wipe her hands, and slowly said, what's wrong, with a startled look. How old are you and can't you be a little more stable? Now that she had taken the place of the second largest shareholder of the Song Group, she could no longer look at this sister, who was usually a spendthrift, in the eye. Third aunt's face gradually turned ironic, ignoring her sister and handing her cell phone to Song Yuanshan with an ugly face. Big brother, take a look at this news. Ergo spat disdainfully. Mysterious. Song Yuanshan took the phone, saw the title of the news, heart instantly thumped, fingers subconsciously clicked on the news. Song Group, special report on the latest development progress of Lot 4397 in Magic City. In light of Song Group's recent sharp decline in financial pressure, Lot 4397 will be. Source of announcement, Song Group President's Office. The comments section underneath the news was instantly hot and countless comments were being refreshed. That, and it's a straight up open tomorrow morning, right? My house is right across the street from that lot, and let me tell you, it's more than that. I heard from the neighborhood that G is going to develop it soon too. Is it too late to get into Song stock? Song Yuanshan briefly flipped through a few comments. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and he slammed his cell phone heavily on the ground. Then he sat down heavily in his chair, covering his head, feeling only a little weak. He would have sent this announcement even if Song Jinyao didn't, but that was after acquiring Song Jinyao's shares. Never would have thought that Song Jinyao would bypass the secretary of the board of directors and send it out in the name of the president's office to the public just like that. Bang! Pieces of the cell phone screen flew in all directions. Sangu, big brother, what's going on? Ergu was a bit puzzled. Song Yuanshan covered his head and helplessly waved his hand, his voice sounding like he had instantly aged 10 years. Turn on the financial channel and take a look for yourself. The remaining relatives sniffed and rushed to open the news app on their phones and tapped into the financial channel. It didn't take more than a minute for there to be a backward gasp. Song Jinda held up her cell phone, dumbfounded and speechless. None of them are cuties. They all knew that this announcement would be a huge boon for Song, and that tomorrow's share price would go straight to the halt at the assembled bidding. But the problem was that what they had promised Yi Qing was that they would make the purchase at the highest closing price after the close of trading tomorrow afternoon. Wouldn't that mean that everyone here would have to spend an extra 10% on acquiring shares tomorrow? The villa fell into an atmosphere of silence. After a few moments, the wealthy Ergo came back to his senses. Big brother, actually things aren't as bad as we thought. Once this announcement comes out, it will pull up the stock price. But the pulling up is not for a day or two. The shares circulating on the stock market after all account for a small part of it. It's still Jinyao who has the biggest shares in her hands. Only after hearing her say this did Song Yuanshan gradually slow down and said with a bitter smile, "It might be that Jinyao wanted to get more cash." That was all he could think of right now, and it was the only reason that could make Song Jinyao so impatient to pull up the stock price. When Song Jinda heard his second aunt say this, his eyes dribbled around a few times and said aloud, "Dad, I have friends in the securities company that can get us in the front of the line through VIP channels, as long as we buy in bulk at tomorrow's stop price. Won't this be a way for us to get a taste of all the future upside?" Song Yuanshan didn't say anything more. Waving his hand, he stood up, his figure looking like he had aged more than 10 years all of a sudden. When Song Yuanshan left, the second aunt and other relatives immediately gathered around Song Jinda and made a fly rubbing their hands together. "Jinda, see if you can help auntie get in line." The crowd of relatives are talking, and have long fantasized about the day after tomorrow and the non-stop stops in the future. 10%, 10%, 10%. For his part, Song Jinda Song de Bagong felt like he was realizing the value of his life for the first time and waved his hand with a smile. Okay, everyone gets a share. I'll $30 million. Ergu immediately said aloud. "I'll be fine with $5 million. Sangdo's expression was a bit sad. In this way, all the relatives, you and I, through Song Jinda's connections, lined up to purchase Song's outstanding shares on the stock market ahead of all the retail investors. Meanwhile, Song Jinyao, the one who started it all, put her cell phone inside the bag she just bought. In her mind, she kept fantasizing about the collapse of the castle. For her, it was not so much a castle as it was a cage to keep her in. One shutdown took her from 18 to 25, and the home company double whammy that opened her eyes every day kept her from even having a normal life. Now also found Yi Qing, that life who loved to live who passed. She anyway do not want to live a day. Chapter 74, Catching Dolls. Yi Qing walked into the store, and seeing Song Jinyao's smiling appearance, he couldn't help but spit out, "Did you eat B?" So happy. When Song Jinyao heard this, she immediately gave him back 1,000 dainty blank stares, waved her small fists and said in a petulant manner, "Will you talk IU?" Yi Qing grabbed her fist with one hand. "How is it? Is it arranged?" "Oh JBK. Now without the pressure of work." Song Jinyao, living like an 18-year-old girl, joyfully nodded her head and arched her eyebrows. Yes. Yi Qing's heart was so determined that he couldn't help but swing his fist in the air. The first time so manipulate more than $1 billion of business. Spare him some excitement. He only felt that the adrenaline kept surging wildly, and looking at Song Jinyao's 1,000 Xiaomei appearance, he didn't hold back and went forward to tightly embrace her. Boo! A hard kiss on Song Jinyao's face. Dead look. Song Jinyao pushed him away in disgust, taking her sleeve to keep wiping the drool from her face. He. Yi Qing laughed out, stretching out his finger and tapping his side face. The meaning was clear, letting Song Jinyao have a kiss as well. Don't. Song Jinyao feigned her refusal, glanced around, and when she saw that the children were immersed in catching the dolls, she stood on her tiptoes to gently tap on the side of Yi Qing's face. Cough. Song Yungue coughed out from the sidelines. Song Jinyao's face instantly reddened as if it could drip water, and she rolled her eyes at Yi Qing without any good reason. Turning around, he crouched down and ravaged Song Yunhue's little face. Yi Qing cheerfully leaned against the doll machine on the side, looking at the mother and son trio in front of him. The smile at the corner of his mouth never disappeared. Grabbing 2 coins from the coin basket with interest, he rolled up his sleeves and looked at Song Jinyao. "Say, which one do you want? Brother will grab one for you today." Song Jinyao's expression was tangled and she waved her hand repeatedly. "Aya, how old am I? How can I still like these things?" That said, her eyes went straight to one of the Pooh Bears in the crane machine. Yi Qing secretly laughed, stuffing 2 coins into the crane machine, his eyes dead set on the bear, shaking the rocker, only to see the gripper wobble and land above Pooh Bear. Subsequently, empty caught. "Hey, you've adjusted the probability of this machine, haven't you?" Yi Qing defiantly picked up 2 coins again. Song Jinyao looked on from the sidelines with hot eyes, rolled up her sleeves and squeezed him away with one but, saying, "Let me try." Yi Qing made room for Song Jinyao and cheerfully cheered her on from the sidelines. Only Song Jinyao stared intently at the bear, shaking the joystick as if facing a life and death enemy. As it turned out, even he was worse. The grabber didn't even touch the side of the bear. Song Jinyao's expression was grave as she reached out and grabbed 2 more coins in the nearby basket. The gripper grabbed the air again. "Keep taking." Caught short again. This time Song Jinyao put the coin basket directly in front of herself and put in 2 coins almost every half a minute. The gripping hand either brushed the edge or didn't have enough grip. The 2 children had just finished grabbing once and raised their hands to get the coins, only to realize that the coin basket that had been placed in front of them had disappeared without a trace. Turning my head, I realized that my mom was gritting her teeth as she kept shoving coins into the machine. "How did this start again?" Song Yunhui helplessly held his forehead inside. Yi Ching found a stool and sat down, wrapped her into his arms, pointed at Song Jinyao and asked, Yun Gui, are those bear dolls at home yours or your mom's? Song Yunhui secretly pointed at Song Jinyao. 10 minutes passed, and after the grasping hand brushed against Pooh Bear again, Song Jinyao reached into the coin basket and grabbed a handful of blanks. Turning his head as he handed the coin basket to Yi Ching, his expression was grave. Yi Ching smiled sarcastically and took the coin basket, went to the counter and cashed in $1,000 of coins again, then walked back to Song Jinyao and handed her a basket full of game coins. Why did you buy so many? Song Jinyao frowned. I don't think these are enough. Yi Ching spread his hands. Who are you looking down on? Song Jinyao was a bit upset. Half an hour later, when Yi Ching looked at the still unharmed Pooh Bear in the doll machine, he laughed out rather helplessly. I said, I thought you didn't like it? Why are you so obsessed? Song Jinyao dropped her head and glared at him, her eyes full of stubbornness. No, I won't stop until I capture it today. Yi Ching shrugged, taking the two children by the hand. He got up and went to the counter to exchange a few more coins and went to another crane machine and looked at the Pooh Bear, which was identical to the one in question. Eyes fixed, he took a deep breath and slowly cranked the rocker. Half an hour later, after watching the grasping hand grab empty again, Yi Ching didn't hold back and slammed his fist on the crane machine. The Pooh Bear, who had shifted position several times, wobbled and fell through the exit. Right at this moment, Song Jinyao, who was standing on the side, cheered out and turned her head to look at Yi Ching, with a smile on her face that she couldn't stop. The two looked at each other, followed by a tight hug and jumping for joy. Song Yungue sat on the side, leaning on his head and yawning in boredom. Song Yu has been waiting for some impatience for a long time, looking at the two of them who are excited about catching a doll. She can't help but spit out, how old are they to be so excited about catching a doll? The duo who were indulging in the pleasure had their movements lurched and turned their gaze to Song Yuezhou. Yi Ching was still a bit restrained because he hadn't recognized his family. Song Jinyao was different, smiling badly and clenching her fists as she walked up. Song Yuan, your ass is itching, isn't it? Immediately after, a handful of Song Yuan copied, placed across his lap, and swung up with a slap aimed at his butt. There was a series of pops, waves of meat rolled over. Song Yu was being beaten and screamed, Mom, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Song Jinyao took out all of her excitement from grabbing the doll on her son before relieving her energy a little. After Song Jinyao finished beating Song Yu's eye, she stood up and gently clapped her hands, a smug smile on her face. Yi Ching only felt so good, smiling and applauding from the side with his arm around his daughter, waiting for Song Jinyao to straighten up. He took the two bears out of the machine and handed them to Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao received the bears, her eyes filled with joy, and she held the two bears tightly in her arms. I thought you didn't like it? Yi Ching teased. Humph. Song Jinyao blankly glanced at him, but the bear in her arms couldn't let go of her mouth. That look amused Yi Ching and he couldn't help but lose his smile. Took out his cell phone and looked at the time and said, well, it's almost time to play today. We should go home as well. With that, he picked up Song Yunhui in his arms, while Song Jinyao held those two little bears tightly in her arms. Song Yu was following them on her ass, muttering something defiantly. Song Jinyao twisted her head when she heard this and passed a threatening look. The little brat Song Yuan immediately covered his mouth. Chapter 75 Unlocking. After driving back to the house, Song Jinyao lazily paralyzed on the sofa, her two small white tender feet stomping on the top of the coffee table left after left. 10 crystalline toes wiggled back and forth in midair, sometimes curling and sometimes stretching. Yi Ching's eyes were hot from watching. You asshole. It's not a naked seduction. But tried to sit next to Song Jinyao, but she fought to push against his back, towards the two children. He gave Yi Ching a gesture of please. The meaning is clear, go. Put two children to bed first. Yi Ching laughed and smiled, patting his chest and stating, what a big deal. Just look at brother. Half an hour later, Yi Ching looked at the two children who were messing around on the bed with a hint of rawness. The two children were clearly under the covers, but they were still hitting me and pushing you from time to time, like a pair of little enemies. As soon as he opened his mouth, the two children raised their heads, for big eyes straight at him. Yi Ching tends to raise his hands in surrender and defeat. The thought crossed her mind that Song Jinyao had just taken care of the two children for 3 years, and that she had to face these two children when she returned home after working hard every day. Really? Tough. I want to play games. Song Yuan raised her head and pouted. Yi Ching raised his arms and compared them to a fork, indicating no. Daddy, I want to play the game for a while. Song Yu was darting around with both eyes. Yi Ching snorted out a laugh. His index finger and middle finger clamped down on Song Yu's small nose, and said in a good-natured manner, it's useless to call daddy. Dad, please let me play for a while. Song Yuan stood up and kept pushing and shoving his shoulder to pamper him again and again. screamed twice more. I'll play for you. Dad. Daddy. Yi Ching immediately smiled with joy and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. This game should be played by him. Milky Voice is so much better than those fake dads. But he still made an appointment with Song Yuan, only one game. No, 2 at the most and then you have to go to bed. Aha! Song Yuan an excited nod, took the phone and opened the TV, familiarly selecting Miyamoto Musashi. Just after greeting a child, Song Yungui's side again did not allow it, grabbing Yi Ching's sleeve Milky Voice and letting him tell her a little bedtime story. Yi Ching wrapped Song Yungui into his arms, and after a pause he began to speak. If the tortoise and the hare raced, but they invited a pig to be the referee, who do you think would win? Song Yungui nodded her little brain, as if she didn't expect what Yi Ching said to be a brain teaser. The spirit is about to answer, and the other side of the Song Yuan advanced to answer. That must be the tortoise. The tortoise and the hare race who do not know. Ah? Yi Ching laughed out loud. Then you're still really fair as a referee. Song Yungui tightened the quilt, covered her small mouth, shyly and angrily followed her mother's example and rolled her eyes at Yi Ching, saying defiantly, continue. Ahem. So listen up. Dogs will woof, cats will meow, chickens will clucked. Yi Ching smiled and shook his head. Goo 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 goo. Yi Ching continued to shake his head. Song Yunki's little head was a bit dangling as she asked in a milky voice, what is that? Opportunity is reserved for the prepared. It's no fun. Song Yungui muttered. Song Yungui broke away from Yi Ching's embrace. Lying on the bed behind, the 2 little feet kept swaying back and forth, and the 2 arms lived in the little head melon. Both eyes shone brightly as they said, Daddy, tell me a story about you and Mommy. Well, Yi Ching pondered for a while, summarizing some language in his brain, automatically blocking out some forbidden words. Slowly, he said, your mother and I actually met 4 years ago. 4 years ago, she was misdiagnosed with cancer and probably wanted to find someone before she died. Just actively pursued me. Later, I came to Mordor to go to college and happened to meet with your mom. And the 2 of them fell in love at first sight and got together happily ever after. Then later, your mom ran away shy. Plus there were you 2 again. But well, Yi Ching's words changed. But I've been looking for your moms in Magic City. Yi Ching patted his chest and swore. So bloody oh. Cancer opening. Song Yunhui spat out her tongue and couldn't help but spit out her words. But the right people going round and round will eventually come together, won't they? Yi Ching laughed. Aha, our Ultraman is back after all. Song Yungui nodded and yawned not much later. Seeing that she was a little sleepy, Yi Ching grabbed the cell phone from Songyu in her hands and played the previously recorded lullaby externally. Sungyu was flailing, Aowa, my Miyamoto Musashi. Yi Ching chose to suppress it with a slap, not looking at the fact that there was still a delicate beauty outside the door waiting to be pleasured. If you miss your father, you'll get a big slap on the wrist. Another half hour or so passed, and the lullaby was on a loop about a dozen times anyway. Both children finally huffed and puffed. Yi Ching laughed evilly and pulled open the door of the room, and it was already dark outside the house. A thin quilt loomed over the couch. Bulging. Consort. I'm coming. Yi Ching slammed a hungry tiger and plopped down on the bulging pile. It's soft to the touch and not right to the touch. Yi Ching's dragon claw hand rubbed and pulled back the covers. Numb nuts. It was the giant Pooh Bear, and the bear's 2 big plastic eyes were still staring straight at him. A hand grabbed from the stomach also issued a I love you sound. Song Jinyao this badass. Yi Ching hugged the bear and walked to the door of Song Jinyao's boudoir and twisted the door handle. Click. The door to the room was locked from the inside. With a ding, the cell phone screen lit up in the darkness. Song Jinyao sent a message. Be a good boy and go to bed early and on. There are still things to do tomorrow. Looking at the text message, Yi Ching's teeth itched with anger. Sitting back on the couch, Bon Bon slammed both fists into Bear. I love you. I love you. The bear barked twice in a row. Just then, Yi Ching looked at the cartoon keychain on the car key and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Reaching out and hooking the key ring left and right clicked. The cartoon keychain snapped in 2 from it, and the cartoon keychain half jingled and fell under the couch. Yi Ching, however, didn't care that much and bent the key ring into an L-shaped wire. Walking up to Song Jinyao's boudoir, the wire slowly reached into the keyhole. This is still Zhang Wei taught him. Every time a few people in their dormitory went out for the night, and when they came back to face the tightly closed dormitory door, Zhang Wei, the doggy, would always unlock the door with a key ring. Halfway through the poke, it clicked, gently pushing open the door of the room. In the bedroom, Song Jinyao's 2 eyes were bright like light bulbs as she looked at Yi Ching standing in the doorway in shock. The mountain man has his own plan. Yi Ching violently lunged forward. Chapter 76 Knowing the Sun as a Mother. Song Jinyao flew up and kicked at him. Yi Ching was quick to hold her foot and cupped it in his hand to play with it. Why does Afe reject me without reason? Majestic said. In the darkness, Song Jinyao's face flushed red as she shrank her feet. but didn't shrink back. Then resignedly, he fell back on the bed. Hey, I'll just sleep with my arms around you, nothing else. Yi Ching immediately hurried the snake onto the stick. The next morning, the sky was just dawning, still glistening with blue-gray. Inside the bedroom, Yi Ching was huffing and puffing on all fours, while Song Jinyao was on the side, octopus-like, clinging to him. The dolls on the bed that were in the way had long been thrown to the floor by Yi Ching. Sleep, sleep, my sweet baby. The cell phone suddenly rang sharply on the nightstand. Yi Ching picked up his cell phone in a daze and answered the call. Brat, come pick me up at the airport. Mom's voice came from the other side of the microphone. The moment he heard the voice, Yi Ching's sleepiness immediately dissipated and he hurriedly sat up. Next to her, Song Jinyao let out a wooing sound. The sound was clearly coming through to the cell phone. I only heard my mom's hurried voice coming from the cell phone. Good for you, brat. There was a long speech behind it, and Yi Ching hurriedly covered the microphone in order not to wake Song Jinyao. But judging by the speed and tone of voice, Mom must have cursed really hard. Yi Ching went down to the ground barefoot, bypassing the rag dolls on the floor, and gently opened the door to the living room. That's when he let go of the microphone. Yi Ching, I'm warning you, now hurry up and come to the airport to pick me up. Don't we have a driver at home? Why don't you ask the driver to pick you up? I bought economy class on the most recent flight over without telling your dad. Yi Ching heard his mom say this, came to the spirit, sat up straight. Since Mom didn't tell Lao Yi, that means there's still a chance for things to turn around? Otherwise, with her nature, she would have definitely notified old Yi at the first opportunity. Mom, what airport are you at? Pudong. Wait for me. Be right there. After saying that, Yi Ching hurriedly hung up the phone. Getting up, he put on his clothes, picked up Song Jinyao's car keys, thought about it, and put it down again. She was supposed to get up in the morning and get to the office to work on the equity deal, and that wasn't going to happen without a car. Opened the taxi app and hurriedly called a car and just went downstairs. Song Jinyao grabbed at her side in a daze. Grabbed a half a dozen airs. Where's Yi Ching? Song Jinyao slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were crumpled sheets. Yi Ching, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, disappeared without a trace. Yi Ching? She gave a small shout, but got no response. Getting up and out of bed, he pulled open the bathroom door, and Yi Ching wasn't in there either. Walking out of the bedroom and looking around, Yi Ching wasn't there either. Where did it go? Song Jinyao muttered in a low voice. Why are you gone so early in the morning? Song Jinyao hurriedly went back to her bedroom to pick up her cell phone and called Yi Ching over. Do. A few busy tones went by and the other side picked up the phone. Hey, Yi Ching, where have you been? She asked hurriedly. I'm here to pick up my mom, so I'll leave you to do what you're supposed to do today. After saying this, Yi Ching's side hung up the phone. Song Jinyao put down her cell phone sullenly. Walking out of the bedroom, he sat down on the couch, only to see the cartoon keychain of a family of 4 that had been hanging from the car keys sprawled alone on the coffee table. One of the male half of the cartoon figures disappeared. Song Jinyao was shocked and copied the remaining half of the keychain. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it became. Yi Ching shouldn't have picked up his pants and ran away, right? The sullen Song Jinyao scratched her hair in distress, secretly thinking that it was only good if he was gone. Otherwise, she would have to face his mother. Song Jinyao was a bit worried. They say that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is like enemies, let alone in her case. What is this? A halfway daughter-in-law? And Yi Ching's family was also so rich. At least from the family aspect it wasn't worse than her. Otherwise she wouldn't have bought a $10 million bag without even blinking an eye. In his mom's mind, she might think she's the kind of woman who uses her kids to get ahead for money. Song Jinyao deflated and lay down on the sofa, and after a few moments, got up and returned to the bedroom to sit in front of her makeup mirror, laying out all of her cosmetics in order. She thought that it would be better to put on a solemn makeup for the first time to meet Yi Ching's mother. Meanwhile, Pudong Airport. After Yi Ching hung up Song Jinyao's phone, he smiled sarcastically with the woman beside him. Mom, why are you flying in so early in the morning? I haven't slept all night, Yi mother said with an angry grunt. That woman on the phone just now is the one you're looking for. What's the story? Yi Ching summarized the language. The president of the Magic City Song Group, called Song Jinyao, long and thieving. Yo, or a female president? It's not a random wild woman you found outside? Mom, that's too hard for you to say. Is your son such a person? And the other Song Jinyao's condition is also very good. Yi Ching put in a good word for Song Jinyao. That's not necessarily true, Yi Ching said, pulling out his cell phone and finding a few photos he had taken with Song Jinyao earlier. Mom grabbed the phone and scrutinized it twice, her furrowed brow loosening slightly. Yi Ching had been observing her expression and was secretly pleased to see it. Looks like Mom's not what he thought she was. Where's the baby? Mom asked again. Yi Ching stretched out his fingertips and scratched twice in the photo album, flipping out the photos of the two children. Yi Mother's eyes lit up and she just stood still, looking carefully at the child's photo. The eyes grew softer, but the frown grew. Mom, what is it? Is it pro-life? Yi Ching asked with a smile. Crap, this little boy is just like you when you were a kid. At the first sight of the photo, she dared to confirm that the child was indeed her son's seed. Knowing your child is like mothering. Anyone can forget what a child looks like when he or she is little. Just a mom won't forget. Sighing, he twisted his son's ear and scolded, "You've only been in Mordor for a few years, and you've got two children of this age. On second thought, are there any other seeds left out there?" Yi Ching was stunned, hurriedly waving his hands to express his injustice, crying in mourning, "Mom, you're really misunderstanding me. This is also an accident actually. Humph, it better be." Saying that, Yi Mother held his cell phone in her hand just like that and walked towards the outside of the airport. Yi Ching tried to snatch the phone back, but his mom slapped his hand off. "Don't move. Let me look again." Mom didn't put down his cell phone until she got into the cab. Every now and then two fingers misplaced to zoom in on the faces of the two kids. The mouth kept muttering, like, "What a resemblance. I say, Mom, aren't you sleepy?" Yi Ching yawned. "Not sleepy. Let's go. Let's go meet the child first." Yi Mother raised her head and said excitedly. Chapter 77, Floral Dress. "Mom, it's okay to see the kid. Say it in advance. Let's make a pact." Yi Ching compared three fingers and twisted his head to look at his mom in the back seat. "Are you numb or not?" Yi Mother didn't even lift her head, her fingertips still rubbing around the screen nonstop. "Mom, point number 1. You can't give two kids the cold shoulder, much less put your hands on them. The second point is that you cannot take two children without my consent. Point 3. You can't tell my dad about this now, or at least keep it to yourself for a while longer." Yi Ching said 3 in a row in one breath, and looked at his mom's expression and slightly put his heart down. At least Mom isn't acting like she's coming over to settle a score with anyone at the moment. But it's especially important to give Mom a heads up in advance by making 3 appointments in advance. Especially the third one. With his understanding of old Yi, if he knew about this, TSK. Don't dare think about it. Stop. What a handsy mess. Mom waved her hand rather impatiently. "When did I say I was going to make a move on the child? No matter what, that's still my blood and bone. Breaking the tendon still connects the bones. I'm telling you, I came over here to see my grandson, not to listen to your bull *********. Mom seems to be in a bit of a hurry." Yi Ching probed and glanced at the time on the dashboard on the center control of the cab. 6:53. Not holding back another yawn, he reminded, "Mom, the kids shouldn't be awake this early." Yi Mother was holding her cell phone in the backseat and couldn't stop looking at it, and when she heard her son's words, the smile that was hooked up at the corner of her mouth slowly dropped. "So what do you think we should do now?" Yi Ching paused and proposed. "Why don't we go to the kindergarten entrance first and find a breakfast stand to have some breakfast?" "No appetite. Can't we just go to the president's house?" Mom, sitting in the back row, ventured. The cab driver suddenly coughed and said with a black face, "Ahem, can you guys start by saying where you're going?" "Master, let's go to Sunshine Kindergarten first," Yi Ching said. The cab driver sniffed and immediately turned the car around, and the cab took off in a catapult and began to fly close to the ground. The cell phone suddenly dinged, and Yi Ching twisted his head to try to get his cell phone. Mom moved quickly to dodge, slapped his hand away, and said with her mouth, "Bank advertisement. Don't grab it. I'll look at the picture again." That said, she moved quickly to click on the message from the person who had topped it. Song Jinyao, JPG. Yi Mother had expected to see something powerful, and when she saw the photo, a flash of amazement flashed before her eyes. The only thing you can see in the photo is a girl, who at a cursory glance looks just like a high school student. She also wore a small floral dress and white socks under her feet, revealing a straight, slim calf, especially that little face, pure and incomparable. Yi Ching did not say in advance she thought that this was a student just out of the campus. Quite beautiful. Yi Mother couldn't help but murmur. "What?" Yi Ching twisted his head and asked curiously. "It's fine. You go to sleep." Yi Mother dragged her thumb and muted her cell phone. Not a minute later. "Song Jinyao, Yi Ching, do I look good today?" Yi Mother tapped her finger and replied, "Good looking. It's really nice." Song Jinyao, humph. "Song Jinyao, did you get your mom? Would your mom like it if I wore this today?" Mother Yi, aha, sure you'll like it. You're so pretty. Song Jinyao, shy. JPG, so did you get auntie? Did you tell auntie about me? Yi Mother, received. Now on the way to kindergarten. You send the child over earlier. My mom is a bit impatient. Song Jinyao, alright, then I'll bring the kids over as soon as possible. The corner of Yi Mother's mouth unconsciously hooked up a smile. This NI was really interesting. and not bad-looking. She had thought Song Jinyao was one of those misfits. Raising his head and glancing at the back of his son's head, he muttered, "Brat. Not a bad eye." "Mom, what did you say?" Yi Qing's ears were sharp when he heard his mom's mumbling. Yi mother hurriedly collected her smile, changed the topic and asked, "What are the names of those two children?" "Song Yuzai. Song Yun Gue. Brother's name is Yuzai. Sister's name is Yun Gue. That's a good name." "Wait, how come it's Song?" Yi mother's just loosened brows wrinkled again. "Mom, it's just a long story." "Then you'll make a long story short." Yi Qing slightly summarized the language. "Song Jinyao was my online dating partner before. Then we both met face to face. Face to face means to meet. What happened later I don't say, Mom, you also know. She later became pregnant with my child. But I didn't know about the existence of these two children until last month, I think, when I went to look for a job. And only then did I find out that the owner of the company was the previous Song Jinyao, the online dating partner." Yi Qing tried his best to avoid a simple explanation. The driver who was driving by the side kept his ears up high and laughed out loud when he heard Yi Qing blowing awesome on the side. "The domineering president is in love with me." "Ha? Yes, 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 that's what it means." Yi Qing nodded repeatedly. Yi mother, however, frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "How can this be surnamed Song? That's a descendant of our Yi family." Yi Qing sighed lightly. He hadn't considered this issue since recognizing his parents. "Now that I think about it, licking my chops and letting the two children change their names just after recognizing their relatives was also just too cruel to Song Jinyao." Leaving aside whether or not she could agree, that question alone is actually a bit of a killer. He scratched his head and said, "Take a step and see what happens, Mom. The person Song Jinyao may not be happy about it yet." The car quickly arrived near the Sunshine Kindergarten, and after Yi Qing paid the fare and Yi mother got off the car, she found a quiet place next to the school to sit down, waiting quietly for the baby to appear. Yi mother sat down and raised Yi Qing's cell phone up high, not allowing Yi Qing to see the screen anyway. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was mindlessly shivering with duck blood vermicelli soup. Half an hour ago, after Song Jinyao finished putting on her own makeup, she climbed to the front of the sofa and rather heartbreakingly picked up the half-day cartoon pendant that had fallen under the sofa, gently patting the dust stained on it. She couldn't help but inwardly complain about Yi Qing's carelessness, actually dropping such a symbolic cartoon keychain on the ground without picking it up. Scrutinize the half of the cartoon necklace, fitting it to the other half that represents you. The two pieces of the keychain come together with a slight snap and the magnets gently attract each other. Song Jinyao's face instantly overflowed with a happy smile. It was at this time that Song Yujia and Song Yungue yawned and sleepily walked out of the bedroom. "Mom, where's Dad?" Song Yungue asked curiously as she let out a long yawn and saw her mom sitting alone on the couch. Chapter 78 Early Preview. When Song Jinyao thought of Yi Qing's unceremonious departure, a wave of resentment welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but grunt. "Your father has lost it again." "Oh," Song Yunhui responded carelessly. Mom's tone of voice was distinctly sappy, and at first glance I could tell it was no big deal. She then turned around and shuffled into the bathroom with her cartoon slippers. "Hey, you kid, why don't you react at all?" Song Jinyao hummed in anger. After a long time, she felt a little funny herself and shook her head helplessly, standing up and going back to her bedroom to get ready to change. When she gently pulled open the closet and looked at the closet full of almost identical formal wear, Song Jinyao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Her hand unconsciously brushed up against a beige OL dress, gently rubbing the familiar fabric just as she was about to remove it. But suddenly she froze, thinking to herself, what else would she be doing in formal wear? Anyway, I'm going to say goodbye to the company today. Moreover, it wasn't that she needed these formal dresses, but Song Group needed Song Jinyao who wore formal dresses. Song's group was actually like a cage, tightly binding her and leaving her breathless. Song Jinyao raised her hand, her fingertips slowly tracing over the rows of formal dresses, finally stopping at the far side of the closet. She remembered one of her few civilian clothes here. It was a floral dress, a dress she bought the year she finished her high school exams and turned 18. Song Jinyao put it on with gentle movements. Afterward, he turned to the floor mirror and looked from side to side for a few moments, shaking his own head with less than satisfaction. The clothes were on, and as youthful as she had been 7 years ago, but the hair looked a little out of place, a little too mature for shoulder-length hair. Grabbing a headband from the makeup table, she held it in her mouth and gave herself a high ponytail. At once, Song Jinyao in the mirror seemed to have traveled back to those carefree youthful days. The floral dress gently swayed, very different from her usual strict formal image, adding a bit of warmth and softness to her. The corners of Song Jinyao's mouth involuntarily rose. A woman is a woman who pleases herself. I wonder if Yi Qing would drop his jaw when he sees her like this. She couldn't resist the urge to grab her cell phone and take a selfie. Aiming her cell phone at the floor mirror, Song Jinyao put on her small white socks and gently lifted the hem of one side of her skirt with one hand. A click framed himself in the mirror. After admiring it himself, he joyfully shared this photo over to Yiqing. After seeing Yiqing's reply, Song Jinyao even happily jumped in place twice. After chatting about the fact that they had already gone to kindergarten and seeing that Yi mother was a bit impatient to wait, she was a bit close to home again. Walking out of the bedroom, both children were a little dazed and circled her several times. Song Jinyao's cheeks blushed slightly, and she asked shyly, "Does it look good?" The two children immediately nodded their heads in unison. After getting a satisfactory answer, Song Jinyao happily smiled. "Let's go then. Send you guys to kindergarten." She also had to choose a pair of matching white pumps for this dress. When she got downstairs, she didn't drive and chose to take a taxi to drop her two children off at kindergarten, because the name of that Maybach belonged to the company, not to her personally, and she didn't want to fall on deaf ears. And, as of today, she's saying goodbye to the past. Just thinking about this made Song Jinyao a little happy. Turning to the two children in the back seat, he said, "By the way, your grandmother is coming to see you today. When you see grandma, you must kiss her left and right. Don't be shy, okay?" The two kids froze. The term grandma is much stranger in their lives than dad. And now a grandma comes out of nowhere? Why don't you guys start by calling out for grandma and I'll hear you. "Grandma!" The two children immediately shouted in unison. Their voices milky. The killing power was so great that Song Jinyao couldn't help but furiously raise goosebumps upon hearing it, and couldn't help but raise her cell phone and aim it at the two children. "Come on, shout again. Grandma!" Song Jinyao closed the recording and sent the video to Yiqing. He was also specifically instructed to make sure he looked at it out of Yi mother's sight. Songyu was holding her finger in her mouth when she suddenly asked coldly, "Mom, what is grandma?" "Grandma is dad's mom." Song Jinyao replied cheerfully. "Wow, one more relative." Songyu was applauding continuously, smiling happily with two small pear swirls on both cheeks. It seems that having an extra family member is some kind of great joy for them. Song Jinyao looked at the child happy but suddenly a little depressed. Her mother died when she was a child and that father of hers did not even recognize his own child. And look at Yiqing's mom. Buzzing. Yiqing's cell phone vibrated. "Song Jinyao, Abby." "Song Jinyao, I let the two children preview calling grandma in advance. See if you can impress auntie. Remember to find a place where no one is watching." Yi mother glanced at her son, and after seeing that he was feasting on a bun, she coughed softly, "I'm going out." Immediately after that, and without waiting for Yiqing to speak, she walked out of the breakfast store, stood on the side of the road, and clicked on that video. In the scene, the two children are wearing kindergarten uniforms and shouting in unison, "Grandma!" Yi mother's heart instantly melted. The video was short, only a few seconds, but Yi mother watched it back and forth a dozen times over and over again. Later, she posted the video to her account, and after deleting her son's chat with Song Jinyao cleanly, she schmoozed her way back to the breakfast place. Leaning on his head with one hand, his eyes appeared to be looking at Yiqing, but in reality, his heart had drifted into the distance, and the corners of his mouth carried a smile that he couldn't stop. Yiqing was eating a bun, and after noticing his old mother's unusual gaze, he raised his head with some suspicion. "What's wrong? So happy to go out for a trip." Yi mother smiled and did not say anything, only feel that the two voices of the grandmother to take the self-touched 13 young to exchange her are not changed. Yiqing wondered in his heart and muttered secretly, lowering his head and continuing to eat the buns. But in his heart, he was thinking about the scene after mom saw the child later. After a while, there was a large amount of foot traffic outside the breakfast place without even realizing it. Mostly parents coming over to drop off their kids. Looking at Yiqing still eating breakfast without slowing down, Yi mother was a little anxious. Lightly frowning, he looked at Yiqing and said, "Can you eat faster? It's already time. And you're still slow here. I won't wait for you. I'm going out to wait for my grandson." With that, she hurried out of the breakfast place, her eyes searching around. Yiqing swallowed the contents of his mouth in one gulp and almost didn't choke. After the checkout rushed to the side of the mom said, "You held and I am still anxious mom." Chapter 79 Recognizing a Relative. Not a moment too soon. A cab pulls up to the front door of the kindergarten. Yiqing was still looking around with his eyes for the Maybach. Instead, Yi mother inadvertently saw the flickering silhouette on the cab window. She wanted to put up a front. Song Jinyao had just finished scanning the code to check out, and twisted her head just to pull open the car door, when she saw an ant standing right in front of the car, still staring straight at her. This ant had curly chestnut hair, and being the same woman, you could tell just by looking at her that she took care of her skin, wearing only a simple white t-shirt sleeved. Body can be seen at a glance the price of only a Hermes bag, but the whole person does not have the slightest hint of the kind of long hours of work and bring the class flavor. Just standing there inexplicably gave people a feeling of self-humiliation. Song Jinyao thought she had the ability to see through people with a glance since she had been working for so many years. This ad must be a person standing in high position for many years. That graceful and noble temperament is not cultivated without a long time of inculcation. And looking at her so directly, with a burning gaze and a clear purpose. This was Yi Qing's mother. And Song Jinyao had somehow come to such a conclusion inwardly. It was just that the expression on her face couldn't be seen as happy or angry. Song Jinyao's breath caught. Even her heartbeat sped up a little. She was a little nervous. Perhaps it was because it was the first time he had met his future mother-in-law. The usually high and mighty CEO Song was a bit soft and timid for the first time. She couldn't treat Yi Qing's mom as a casual passerby or a subordinate. But her arm trembled lightly for a moment, then returned to normal and pulled open the car door. Before even getting out of the car, she raised her delicate and bright face and greeted graciously, "Auntie, how are you?" Instead of being passive, we should take the initiative and reach out. Yi mother's eyes flashed a touch of stunning. From the photo cannot be seen, put into reality. This girl indeed deserved the sun's praise. The early morning sunlight filtered through the dappled foliage and poured onto her face, but it didn't look out of place at all. Instead, it complemented the floral dress she was wearing. At least judging by her face and body, the girl was over the top with her. Character aside, in terms of height alone, one's grandchildren will not be short in the future. Before Song Jinyao could get out of the car, Yi Qing, who noticed this, took the initiative to run forward and reached out to support Song Jinyao's arm, turning his head to look at his mom, his face overflowing with undisguised joy. "Mom, she's the Song Jinyao I mentioned to you. Isn't she pretty?" Yi mother lost her smile a bit as she looked at Yi Qing, and took the initiative to extend her hand to hand it to Song Jinyao. "Hello, I'm Yi Qing's mom." Song Jinyao returned the same smile, reaching out her hand to gently shake and quickly separate from Yi mother. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Song Jinyao." The whole thing is as decent as it gets. Just then, the two children pulled open the door themselves and jumped out of the car from this side near the road. Each had a small book bag on his back and cocked his head at the trio. Before Yi Qing even took the initiative to introduce himself, Yi mother was the first to reserve herself and swished her face. She knelt down and opened her arms to the children. "Grandma, Grandma." The two children were a bit shy and just stood still and whispered, "Hey, Mother." Yi laughed, taking the initiative to go forward and wrap the two children in her arms. Instead giving herself a kiss on the cheeks of the two children, Yi Qing looked at his old mother's sweet and sugary expression, and his hanging heart was completely put down. At least Mom really didn't come over to fight. He somewhat understands why parents who forbid their children to have cats and dogs would instead still be captured by them after seeing them. It's just a matter of being honest. By the look on her face right now, I can't say that the two kids want the moon in the sky right now and she's going to find a way to take it off. Yi mother stood up and took the children's hands left and right and took the initiative to walk inside the kindergarten. Yi Qing and Song Jinyao followed her. Yi Qing wanted to hold Song Jinyao's hand, but she slapped it away in disgust. "So what? My mom is still a pretty good one, right?" Yi Qing joked. Song Jinyao rolled her eyes at him in a good-natured manner, and the same heart that was hanging in the air was put down. "Which class do you go to school in?" Yi mother walked in front, clamping her voice. The two little kids raised their fingers to the road unanimously, so Yi mother followed the direction of their fingers. "By the time you reach the class, even if two of the children are already settled in their seats, the kindergarten teacher has begun the lesson." Yi mother had also been leaning over the front door's visiting window to peer in. After waiting for a while, Yi Qing took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Seeing that it was almost time for the stock market to open, he stepped forward and pulled his mom. "Mom, we should go. We have things to do later." Whoever thought that Mom just waved her hand lightly and didn't even take her eyes off the window? The meaning is clear. Let them do what they need to do and don't get in the way of her watching her grandchildren. Yi Qing smiled helplessly and could only leave with Song Jinyao one step ahead. Only after they left did Yi mother slowly withdraw her gaze, frowning as she began to survey the kindergarten. Yi Qing and Song Jinyao talked and laughed along the way as they took a taxi to the company's entrance. After getting out of the car, Song Jinyao took the initiative to hold his arm with a sweet smile. She had no intention of avoiding suspicion now either, because after today, this company would have nothing to do with her. Yi Qing proposed, "When things are over in the next few days, I'll take you to the beach to play." Song Jinyao arched her eyebrows and nodded repeatedly. Only the two of them had just stepped through the doors of the company. The security guard at the doorway immediately stepped down from his post and stretched out his arm with a serious expression. "Buddy, the company doesn't allow families to be brought in at will." Yi Qing froze. This security guard he has aside. But this is also too blind. Song Jinyao is not wearing formal where this cannot be recognized? Yi Qing hurriedly pointed at Song Jinyao by his side and laughed. "Dude, do you want to take a closer look at who this is?" The security guy stared at Song Jinyao's face carefully for more than 10 seconds. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he looked at the intimate movements of the two of them again. Horrified, he said, You're Mr. Song? Song Jinyao nodded with a smile. I'm sorry Mr. Song, you're just too pretty today. I thought it was Yi Qing bringing his female college classmates. Song Jinyao's slightly curved corners of her mouth grinned as she asked, what's your name? Reporting to Mr. Song, my name is Wang Weiji. Song Jinyao smiled after hearing this and pulled out her cell phone. Tap on the company's internal OA system. Chapter 80 Certificate of Dismissal. In front of Wang Weiji and Yi Qing, he used the highest authority of the president to fire Yi Qing, and assign Wang Weiji as the head of the security brigade. A series of actions down to see Yi Qing was dumbfounded. Daughter-in-law? That's just a security brigade chief going out so briefly? Yi Qing, who had been promoted to first captain but hadn't stood guard for a day, was astonished. Song Jinyao blinked Yi Qing after hearing him address him. And what did you fire me for? Yi Qing pursued. Song Jinyao is unhurriedly electronically signing on the phone. Said, let you go to labor arbitration 2 and plus 1 also have 2 or 3 million yuan. What? Too much money? Song Jinyao's tawdry maneuvering made Yi Qing stare in disbelief. You're so bad daughter-in-law. He couldn't help it. Humph. Song Jinyao once again rolled her eyes in 1,000 charming ways. Signing and putting her cell phone into her bag. One step at a time, she made her way inside the office building, her ponytail bobbing behind her head. Yi Qing hurriedly chased after him and took the initiative to hold Song Jinyao's small hand, leaving only the dazed security guy Wang Weiji in place. He stammered for a long time before giving a thumbs up to Yi Qing's back and exclaimed, awesome. At this moment is the point of clocking in at work. People come and go in the park, walking in a hurry. Despite this, not a single person recognized that this one in a floral dress with a ponytail was their grand president Song. They also would not have thought that this cheerful and lively person with a smile on her face was their beautiful boss who puts on a bad face every day and doesn't know who owes her a few $1 million. The female co-workers all had a classy look on their faces. Even after noticing Song Jinyao, their gazes would quickly shift to Yi Qing's body. As for the male colleagues, when they saw such a stunning figure, most of them only dared to sneak a glance, and then they cast their envious and jealous gazes on Yi Qing's body. A few even whispered fervently, damn, doesn't the company not allow office romances? Yeah. Isn't something like an office romance directly reported to the president's office once it's discovered? It's so blatant. Damn it, I want to be in a sweet relationship too. Yi Qing received so many gazes that he was a bit hateful for them. What a great opportunity for promotion and pay raise. You come up with a couple of compliments, and President Song, who is stepping down tomorrow, will never begrudge you a few $1,000s in salary and a small position. Unfortunately, these people are blind, aren't they? It wasn't until they entered the building that Song Jinyao's movements were slightly restrained, quietly letting go of Yi Qing's hand. You go for the dismissal formalities. I'll go upstairs first, Song Jinyao said. Yi Qing nodded slightly, but he didn't go immediately. Instead, he raised his finger and tapped the side of his face. Song Jinyao immediately blushed with shame and annoyed. Bang Bang gave Yi Qing 2 punches. This flirting action fell into the eyes of those few employees, and their eyes instantly reddened. Numb nuts. Take a picture and report it to the president's office. A chubby boy took out his cell phone and took a picture directly at the duo. It's too damn much. The present charge is damned. Several men and women cannot help but gnash their teeth a little. Our working people, why you can have a sweet love. Yi Qing was amused by Song Jinyao and raised his cell phone to look at the time before hastily raising his hand to beg for forgiveness. Okay, you go on up and I'll meet you upstairs when I'm done. Song Jinyao's small face flushed red as she glanced around. Seeing that most of the people in the building were casting their gazes here before hastily straightening her face, covering his face, he walked quickly into the elevator. At this moment, most of the people in the elevator had their eyes on the woman who had dared to blatantly violate the company's rules. The man who had just taken the picture and reported it coughed lightly. How many floors are you going to? Song Jinyao covered her face and said sullenly, the topmost floor. Oh, the top floor. The man's fingertips subconsciously pressed the elevator button, and within seconds, his eyes grew round as he looked at Song Jinyao's familiar hair color. A sense of foreboding slowly rose to the surface. Mr. Song, he called out in a low voice. Song Jinyao slowly lowered her hand as she listened to the employee's greetings, originally wanting to put on a poker face, but somehow, he laughed out loud. This close, the employees crowding the elevator instantly recognized the woman as their boss. In just one fell swoop, the elevator that was originally overweight if it went up one more person was left empty by a full half-meter with Song Jinyao as the radius. Big President Song was in quite a good mood today. Smiling, he waved a hand and offered a greeting. Good morning, guys. The man who took the picture was a bit tearful, and tremblingly took out his cell phone to withdraw his report on the office romance on the OA system. Because he was standing right next to Song Jinyao, the cell phone screen was unconsciously glanced at by Song Jinyao. Song Jinyao immediately raised her hand, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Good job. Actively upholding the company's rules. Reward 2,000. Ha!" The man looked horrified. The elevator slowed to a stop on the top floor and opened. Song Jinyao walked out of the elevator and greeted Xiaoli, who was sitting in the secretary's seat. "In advance, Xiaoli, remember to bring the invoice over later and I'll reimburse you." Secretary Xiaoli's mouth dropped open as she looked at Song Jinyao's unusual outfit today. It was only after Song Jinyao entered the office that she let out a shocked voice, "My God." Yi Qing cheerfully walked into the personnel department. Familiar people. Familiar office. He walked over to the titillating young lady, tapping the desk lightly. "Sister, do me a favor." That young lady now wants to shove her head into the hole in the table as an ostrich. Seeing Yi Qing walking to his side and standing still, he cried out, "Can't you find someone else?" Yi Qing grinned. "Next time for sure." The young lady sighed helplessly and sat up straight. "Okay, you name it. Produce a certificate of dismissal for me." The young lady gritted her teeth. "Have you ever seen any personnel dare to issue a certificate of dismissal? Inside the OA. Just fired. I've never seen anyone so jubilant about being fired." The young lady skimmed her lips and opened the internal system to find the dismissal record. And when she saw that Yi Qing had been dismissed by the president himself, she made a shocked outcry. Reason for dismissal, office romance. The employee is hereby dismissed for violating company rules. Ha! Bang! Personnel Miss choked the table with her head and sniffed rather feebly. "Who are you having an office romance with that can be fired by the president himself?" Yi Qing stretched out his fingertips and tapped Song Jinyao's avatar on the computer screen, smiling without saying anything. After Yi Qing left the personnel office humming a little song with the certificate of dismissal, several other HRs gathered around and prepared to eat melon with your mouth and mine. "Hey, who was the object of that guy's office romance just now?" Chapter 81, The Whole Family. It's cooling down in the northern days, so be sure to wear a little extra for our northern readers. Gents. Yi Qing clutched the certificate of dismissal in his hand and exited the elevator. Smilingly, he greeted that little secretary, "Yoho, still coming to work?" Secretary Li immediately gritted his teeth. Yi Qing felt that Song Jinyao's little secretary could be really interesting. Just a little tease and she was on top. He smiled and pushed open the door to Song Jinyao's office. It was then that he saw that CEO Song had already begun to pack up his personal belongings within the office. His mouth was still humming an unintelligible tune, and the whole person couldn't see any sign of sadness, but was happy instead. Yi Qing put his heart down. At least Song Jinyao wasn't the kind of person who pretended to be happy on the surface but actually secretly wiped her tears behind her back. That way he would have less to worry about when he went after Song's group. Seeing that Song Jinyao's bulging backpack, it instantly aroused his curiosity. Probing his head to secretly pick open Song Jinyao's bag, took a look at her personal belongings. There were tiny dolls, a couple of put-upon volumes, and a few photos. There were even a couple pairs of unopened stockings. Yi Qing's eyes took a false glance at the pairs of stockings that were either black or see-through, and then redirected his gaze. Song Jinyao gave him a blank look and asked, "Want to see?" "Don't want to." Yi Qing bristled. "Oh, forget it then." She pretended to reach out and take a couple of pictures to cover the top of the stockings bag, and coughed softly. Yi Qing snorted and picked up those few photos, subconsciously flipping through them. The first one is a photo of her with her 2 children. It looks like it was taken at a studio. Anyway, that Chinese background is kind of fake. It looks like a curtain. In the photo, Big Boss Song is wearing a dark blue cheongsam that, beneath the bulging breasts were exceptionally smooth curves, and the waist looked a few degrees slimmer than she was now. Her legs were covered with a pair of flesh-colored stockings, and her jade-like calves stuck out from the open cheongsam and were placed straight and side by side. She was pictured with her head slightly tilted, holding a child with a sweet and happy smile. Yi Qing found that Song Jinyao could have that special flavor in anything she wore. In professional terms it was a natural charm. In more fashionable terms, that's pure lust. Putting this photo down, he flipped out the next one and was stunned. The second photo, on the other hand, looks to be a bit older. Obviously film that was developed through water in one of those old-fashioned photo studios. The photo had yellowed a bit, and there were some thin gaps in the paper, and half of the photo had been torn, obviously by someone on purpose. The photo that remained showed an adult and a child, and the adult looked very similar to Song Yuanshan, only a few points younger. The child he could tell at a glance was Song Jinyao when she was small. This should be a family photo. Yi Qing muttered darkly and held up the photo. "Jinyao, where's Auntie? Why isn't she up there?" Song Jinyao pursed her lips, shaking her head in the middle of the day and said, "I found this photo from my mom's belongings. I grew up in a boarding school, and I don't know what day it was. I didn't see my mom when I got home. My dad said my mom died in a car accident." Looking at Song Jinyao's expression a bit tangled, Yi Qing put the photo down. "I'm sorry. It's okay. Life is unpredictable. I've long since looked away. Who knows what will happen in the future? I can't say I'll be hit by a car when I go out later. Blah, 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 blah. Talk as much as you can. Yi Ching frowned and reached out his hand to slap Song Jinyao's mouth. He. Song Jinyao spat out her tongue. Meanwhile, in front of Song's group, a rather tawdry Lamborghini Maverick with a Vader sticker came to a stop with a flip. The car was already exaggeratedly styled, and it was also fully decked out in a Vader livery that was Thai as hell. Song Jinda pulled open the car door, wearing a pair of exaggerated toed sunglasses on his face with a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. He had come to Song's mansion today without Mr. Song's knowledge, and he had come so early for only one thing. That would be to enter Song Jinyao's office early, and it would be even better if he could taunt a couple of people. For the sake of pretending, he even brought along a girl he had been pursuing for a long time this time. The thought that he could once again return to that coveted office and be able to pretend in front of a girl got him a little excited. Just as he was feeling smug, Wang Weiji, who had just been promoted to head of the security brigade, dutifully stopped the trucks that were following Maverick's ass. Do not stop the Lamborghini because the car is worth money. Song Jinyao had personally explained that the security office more than $1 million worth of vehicles must be released. As for these trucks piled with furniture, Captain Wang could not release them. Stop. What are you doing? Song Jinda's face instantly clouded over, waving his hand and coming to Wang Weiji. Fark, you even dare to stop my car. He cursed angrily, with a bit of Chinese mixed in between the foreign ones. He glared angrily at Wang Weiji, who glared back. Song Jinda felt that his president's majesty was being provoked, and on the way here he was fantasizing about it. And still, be sure to have a wine cooler and a golf table in your own office. When the beautiful secretary pushes the door in, he must be forced to play golf and raise his hand to swagger. Who would have thought that it would be so out of the ordinary? Being intercepted by a tiny security guard before even entering the park. Song Jinda saw that the sister on the passenger seat already had a tendency to frown, and feeling that he had lost face he became even more enraged. Only feeling that the hot blood kept surging towards his brain, he copped off his sunglasses, pointed at his face, and said angrily, "Look at who I am first. How dare you stop my car?" Wang Weiji froze when he saw him, then stalked off to carry out the order Song Jinyao had given 3 years ago. Sunjin Tak and dogs are not allowed to enter without permission. Song Jinda was about to explode with anger. He couldn't help but pull out his cell phone and call Song Jinyao. Hey, Song Jinyao, how dare your security guards even stop me? Song Jinyao, what are you doing here? Listening to the calm tone on the other side of the phone, Song Jinda's breath hitched, but then he twisted his head to look at the sister on the passenger side, and almost gritting his teeth, he said, "Come and take over the company early." Oh, then you give the phone to the security guard. Song Jinda put his cell phone next to Wang Weiji's ear with a smug, wide smile, oblivious to how humiliating this move was in the eyes of the sister in the passenger seat. After a while, the head of the security brigade, Wang Weiji, reluctantly raised the railing and released those trucks. Humph. Remember to keep your eyes peeled in the future. I'll be the president after today. Song Jinda stretched out his hand to pat Captain Wang's face and mocked. He returned to the car. Start the vehicle. Hand subconsciously want to put on the girl's tender white thighs. Who knows that the girl was abruptly a hide. Dodged his outstretched salty hand. Song Jinda reacted with a flash of madness in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he grabbed a handful of the sister's leg and pinched it viciously. How dare you refuse me? Chapter 82, Rise and Fall. Song Jinyao put down her cell phone and frowned slightly, then stretched out and continued to methodically pack her bags. Who is it? Yi Ching helped out on the side, putting all kinds of miscellaneous items into the bag in a regular manner. It's fine. A dusha bag. Song Jinyao shook her head, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. Oh, Yi Ching was also somewhat unimpressed. 10 minutes passed, and when the zipper of the last package slowly closed, Song Jinyao crossed her arms, a smug smile spreading across her face. Great job. Yi Ching looked at Song Jinyao's appearance and was happy. The beautiful president in front of her right now looked like she had just completed a super difficult task. The corners of her mouth were grinning up to her ears. It's obviously just the simplest of packing. However, Yi Ching also laughed and laughed with her. He glanced again at the time on the bottom right corner of his computer screen and was startled. Before I knew it, it was past 9 p.m. Yi Ching hurriedly moved those several large bags to the door, took a breath, and quickly moved a stool and placed it in front of the desk. The two sat side by side in front of the computer, their eyes glued to the screen, their faces full of anticipation. The time in the lower left corner of the computer screen seems to be infinitely stretched, and every second that passes seems extraordinarily slow. And there are only 2 or 3 minutes left in the collection bidding stage. The stock market comments section of Song's group on the screen had dozens or hundreds more comments with every refresh. It made Song Jinyao's highly configured computer lag a bit. Asterisk 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 so many comments? Yi Ching couldn't help but marvel, his mouse subconsciously flipping. The last time this many people gathered in a stock comments section had to be Three Gorges. Three Gorges, that is a retailer gathering place. Song's group, this is called to send welfare. White money do not want for nothing. Frackle no song will absolutely go up on the one-word board today. No matter. Queue up. The discussion in the comments section became more and more intense. It's better to keep an eye on it. A positive out is a negative. And the major shareholders might be shipping out again. Song Jinyao and Yi Ching watched the comments, their hands unconsciously rubbing together, both having trouble calming their moods down. Especially Yi Ching. His fingers were like clockwork, constantly pressing the refresh button of F5. Time seemed to pass extraordinarily long in this moment. Finally, when the times in the lower right corner of the screen came to 9:15, Yi Ching's finger pressed F5 again. The two men's faces were instantly illuminated by a flash of red. I saw the stock price on the screen, which was still holding at the bottom, jump straight up and end up steadily sealing on the stop. There are countless other hanging sheets that keep jumping and dancing around. Yes. Yi Ching fiercely swung his fist. Song Jinyao also clapped her hands excitedly at the side, her two eyes shining brightly. She said with some excitement, Yi Ching, do you dare to believe it? I've taken over Song Group for so long, and I've only seen a few stops. Both were beaming, and even though it was still only a collection of bids, both knew it was a sure thing when they looked at the large, uncountable cover orders. Yi Ching pointed at the several million-handed pending orders and laughed. Jinyao, there are those relatives of yours in these, believe it or not. Ha, that group of clowns who will just see the wind and turn the helm. Song Jinyao sneered. After releasing that news last night, she was also able to guess that the Song family's group would definitely flock to them. And who else could they be if not them for such a large purchase? Song Jinda walked into the building with a grim expression, dragging the girl by the arm. The girl was cloaked in hair, struggling as hard as she could but couldn't break free. Her appearance was wretched. It was just that the more she struggled, the more open the caricatured smile at the corner of Song Jinda's mouth became. Song Jinda couldn't help but curse loudly after seeing all the employees around him. Look at Nima. Don't you want your job anymore? The employees who had gathered around scattered. He's crazy, doing this in the company. Or we might as well call the police. I always thought something would happen. Is he planning to use force in the company? Should we inform Mr. Song? A few employees who were hiding were whispering in the corner. Looking at that sister's pitiful appearance, their expressions all had some intolerance. Some female employees, in particular, were clenching their silver teeth in hatred, but they didn't dare to say much. One of them, a female employee, didn't hold back and secretly took a picture of Song Jinda. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Song Jinda cocked his head with a serious expression, signaling the employees in the elevator to hurry up and get out. After everyone had gone out, he lifted that girl's hand and rubbed it with gentle movements. Xiao Lu, you'll follow me from now on. When I become the president, you'll be the president's wife. His eyes were round and bloodshot. The girl named Xiao Lu covered her face, a crimson red under her palm, and she looked at the monitor as if for help, her eyes filled with fear. She had only refused Song Jinda's salty hands, and Song Jinda had given her such a slap in anger. She thought Song Jinda was crazy. Originally she was happy for him after he called in the morning to say he was going to be the president. Who knew that this man was getting crazier and crazier? And after tearing off that mask of gentility, all that was left was a beastly appearance. As the elevator slowly went up, Song Jinda's movements increased in amplitude. Ding! The elevator stopped at the top floor, and Song Jinda muttered with red eyes, "It's all mine. It's all mine. No one can snatch it from me. Not even you. Song Jinyao. Not even you. Xiao Lu." He pushed away his secretary, Xiao Li, who stepped forward to intercept him. "Get out of the way." Immediately afterward, a foot violently kicked open the door of Song Jinyao's office, and the door slammed against the wall, making a bang. The door slammed against the wall with a bang. "Song Jinyao, get out of my office," he shouted angrily. He felt like the hero of an internet article. 3 years after 3 years, and he was going crazy. The last time he was kicked out of the company by Song Jinyao was vivid in his mind, as if it was just yesterday. Today is the day he takes it all back. Only, just after he kicked open the door, Yi Ching's brows were tightly furrowed. When he saw Song Jinda's figure clearly, Yi Ching coldly spat out a word, "Get lost." Song Jinda breathed a few times sharper when he saw Yi Ching, and his enemies met each other. Those kicks from Song's villa flooded his mind, and he gritted his teeth as he pushed Xiao Lu away. He fiercely stepped in place and rushed towards Yi Ching's figure. Subsequently, "Pa!" Yi Ching slapped him heavily on the face, knocking his head askew. Yi Ching had thought that Song Jinda would be able to stop for a while. "Ha!" Song Jinda lowered his head and laughed eerily. "Pa! Yi Qing shot left and right. Kusni. Snap. Dang. Yi Qing extended his foot and stomped heavily on Song Jinda's abdomen, sending him flying backwards. Looking for a fight you. Yi Qing rolled up his sleeves. Song Jinda was lying on the ground, raising his head with difficulty, and still trying to put in harsh words without knowing what to do. Yi Qing knew that he didn't want to fart well just by looking at his open mouth, and his big size 43 foot once again stepped heavily on his face. Turning his head to look at the dumbfounded Song Jinyao, he suspiciously said, "Is he crazy?"